Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Did you sleep well? Have you been sleeping well?
This is the first day that I actually didn't wake up 4 in the morning, and I'm feeling great. So I finally acclimated to Singapore
Just in
time
time.
zone.
Just in time for
Just
the
in time.
finals. How are you doing, Tsunami?
I'm good. It was why I left yesterday after the second series, and I was like, I imagine that the favorites should win everything, and I'm like, sucks for Southeast Asia and South America. Went to sleep, woke up, and I'm like, wait a second.
Wait a second, indeed. Yeah.
something mysterious has happened in the passing hours, and the underdogs are rising up, and I love to see it.
Can we take a look at the bracket for the tournament? So on the upper bracket side, we have Evil Geniuses 2-0ing Invictus Gaming, Team Secret going 1-2 versus PSG LGD. That means that today we'll have Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD. We also had some unfortunate eliminations yesterday, with OB Neon going 2-1 against VG Gaming, putting VG Gaming tied for 7th with Virtus Pro, who went 0-2 versus Thunder Predator.
Yep.
And that means that today we have some great matches, because we have Team Secret versus OB Neon. We also have Invictus Gaming versus Thunder Predator. And then in the afternoon with Shiver in the panels, we'll have Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD. And in that last slot, it's a bunch of question marks, because at this point, we don't even know who's going to be there.
TBD v TBD. Personally, I'm rooting for TBD.
Yeah, I'm not sure. They didn't perform that well.
But they picked TBD in that first game.
But TBD, on the other hand, you know, they're the underdogs.
Yeah,
but
that's true. That's true. And then we also heard that TBD might make it even to the finals. I think they TBD guaranteed in the grand finals.
100%.
But what does TBD stand for?
We're going to find out today, Sumi. We're going to find out what is to be determined, because, yeah, underdogs were winning yesterday, but this is an even more steep uphill climb for these squads from the regions that were not expected to do that well. Our first series, I think...
Is this the most interesting major so far, not only because of the year of waiting for it to happen, but also because of the storyline? We have every single region, well, up to yesterday, we had every single region represented. CIS going out, but still, SCA and SA holding strong with Neon and Thunder Predator. And I'm actually happy. I love that happened.
For sure. I can't remember any event that has been this well-rounded in terms of representation from all the different regions. And I think that was everyone's fear during online Dota, is like, has one region powered up so much more that they've isolated themselves from the trash of the rest of the world.
And I'm thinking what happened? Because when you're thinking about EU and CIS, these are the two regions that had, let's say, the most competitive scene, or I'm not saying the highest quality, because they've proven something different here. However, they had the most teams to practice with, right? Some teams that even didn't show up here, like OG, are considered top tier, and obviously not only considered, are top tier teams.
Yeah, and I guess we're finally answering the question on the region that benefited the most, and China benefited the most. I think it's fair to say at this point, PSG LGD will have their work cut out for them versus Evil Geniuses. We saw their EG series versus IG, confident. And after the interview, Crit said that EG historically has good performances versus Chinese teams, so they were hoping that LGD would beat Secret.
What about our first match of the day? We have Team Secret versus OB Neon. And for those of you at home, remember that the One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems are still going on. You can potentially get your pick in for this first game in before it closes. But currently we have Team Secret at 74% and OB Neon at 26%. And we all know that while Team Secret is often considered a fan favorite, OB Neon has been showing up.
Yeah,
70%. That's amazing that Secret has fallen that far.
Yeah, the stonks are falling.
Dude.
They were 91% yesterday.
That's
91. Right. Teams, obviously, viewers don't trust them as much after a couple of very wonky picks, but I'm sure they'll bounce back. Will they be strong enough to bounce back versus this Neon? That's their playstyle, man. It's looking fantastic at the moment.
It would be so exciting if wildcard SEA or group stage SEA manages to dethrone #1 EU. That would be insane to see. And yesterday was underdogs. I think these two matchups that we'll have today for SA and SEA they're about as hard as you can get.
If you look at GPM from Creeps, OB Neon 698 versus Team Secret 697. They got this. They're 6% as well in lane performance, better. So 1% better. You can see it here.
1% better, 1 GPM better after 60 minutes. OB Neon will have 1 more TP almost.
1 more TP,
2/3 of a TP.
Were you expecting Team Secret to be facing elimination with Europe? This is Europe's last hope. Frequently considered a very, very strong region in Dota, and now facing potential 5th place standing.
I would have, if they were going to drop to lower bracket, I thought it would have been in the next series, or I guess the winner bracket final is when I would have expected Secret to maybe drop down. For the same reason that I said yesterday, it's because Secret probably didn't want to have to reveal everything. Yep. They expected to make it to grand finals. They didn't want to have to be tested earlier on and be like, I don't want to have to show this Venomancer versus the Monkey King and stuff like that.
Also, Sumi, they've been making our job extremely easy for the past 2 years, more or less. You come to panel, Secret is playing Lizard. Who are you gonna go for? I think this team is good, but Secret,
On the flip side, they also make us look dumb because the heroes that they pick make no sense, so we can't predict which lanes they're going to be going to. So, regardless, they always play very, very satisfying.
Well, both of the teams are ready to be brought to the stage, so please give a warm welcome to Team Secret and OB Neon.
SEA, we don't need no carry.
It has been the trend, yeah. Can we look at two players, Sumi?
Yes, we can. Let's take a quick look at Yopaj and Nisha.
Yeah, give me the mid laners.
Yopaj has been pretty much performing extremely well throughout this tournament. He was also sick during the SEA DPC.
Yopaj is one of the few roles that Neon did not shuffle around in these past few weeks.
In SEA, it's all about the mid.
Yeah.
You have 5 players and every single one of them wants to go mid. So if you claim the throne, you fight for it.
Right.
Until he kind of looks shaky, he's keeping that spot.
That's why I thought that him playing these weird things like the Earth Spirits mid, that it's not like a flex almost. They're just like, oh yeah, this is the best place we can put him. This is the best hero we can give him in this situation.
SCA is 100% the... Maybe SA even, but SCA looks like the most skilled region when it comes to individual performance and how players move and how fast they are. Like the mechanical skill, the muscle memory, the amount of time they invest into becoming mechanical gods, pretty much. Not necessarily, strategy is not necessarily their strongest suit, but because of that mechanical skill, the mid laners are godlike.
I mean, we were looking at the EG-IG series, and there were 3 Southeast Asian representatives there between the 2 teams, and so there's so much exported talent there.
And you have Parker, and I don't know, a bunch of NA people would say that Abbott is one of the best Fox. Abbott is SCA as well.
Sure.
That's where he was molded.
I've noticed that whenever someone brings up Asia, they always talk about the region of the players.
It is kind of a little bit of a suspicious look that we only have one USA player, and yet we very proudly claim them to be all NA. But I mean, Canadians, I take them all, but it's it kind of discouraged us a little bit. All the USA players, because like, oh man, Quincy Crew, if you were here, we could be chanting USA up here.
Do you think that the fact that OB Neon has had to shuffle around their players and roles a little bit with Natsumi being unable to make it, so they brought in Rappy, and then they brought in Death to replace Rappy. Hasn't Team Secret played with the same roster for over a year at this point?
Yeah, and like every single day on Neon, I was like, oh, this is the time that they'll finally get exposed, because how can a team that has been storied for so long and had such a long roster, well, I guess we won't see the matchup until now, but like all of these DPC teams that were more structured than Neon has been, and Neon felt kind of fractured coming into this tournament.
Can we cut with the storyline of them having stand-ins already?
At this point, this is better than any main roster they could have hoped
exactly,
for.
Like we should really give it up, because if nothing else, they're looking stronger. They truly are. They're looking stronger than they did in the DPC season, and they're playing with not 2 stand-ins, but double stand-in for the same slot, let's put it that way.
But the storyline is important because it really shows their ability to adapt, and that's something we should put some massive respect on,
or
right?
even Debil's ability to adapt these new players. You guys interviewed Death yesterday, and he credited Debil/Scam with being the foundation.
It's been like that through the whole season. The players have been crediting him as a captain, as a player. He played position 4, then he started playing offlane for Neon. Now he's playing the carry. Very versatile player, very skilled, and you can see it in the series that they have played so far. And you can see
he has a different idea.
They ban out the
Maybe he thinks that he outclassed them. But opening up with the Mirana or 5th picking Bane in some situation just doesn't feel good. That like can aid them alive after the Bane pick. And Lash, obviously, with Prophet banned out and that Prophet picked by Team Secret, Lash remains, and OB Neon. I feel like they need one of these 3 heroes to work. Like, one of these 3 heroes needs to be on their lineup.
Yeah, I don't think other teams are prioritizing Lesh quite as highly as Neon. Definitely not a first.
5 seconds remaining.
Secret, get his
Radiant
Zai hero.
Yeah, they banned out the Pango because OB Neon is very versatile with it. They play it on 4 a lot. Even though Zai is godlike on that Pango, they decide that Prophet is probably better for them. And now with the Mars in the pool, they might pick a Phoenix, they might not. It's not necessarily Secret style, but
If they ban out Jug, then I'd
5
be
seconds remaining.
you can.
the support.
Secrets turn
Poppy's
to
just been
ban.
playing his own weird support, and I like Yapzor on more active heroes than a Phoenix. Personally, his Earth Spirit yesterday was fantastic. I would love to see them go back to the Earth Spirit for Yapzor.
Especially now when they banned out the Tusk, there's not a lot of these
10
brawler
seconds
type
remaining.
position fours in the
5
hero
seconds
pool left remaining. So
So maybe Puppy will take a page out of Neon's book, go for a Brawler 5, get that Spear Breaker,
or Elder Titan.
or Elder Sidon, yeah.
It sounds good. I wouldn't
Radiant
mind actually
team
seeing
ban.
OB Neon with one of these two, and they ban. Yeah, they're just banning out the brawlers. You could see this
Turn to
happening.
ban.
So you think that's Neon's, like,
I think they're
claim to
identifying.
fame right now?
I think they're identifying Neon's strengths very, very well so far with the draft. I think this is phenomenal coming from Secret. We'll see how it works with the last 3 picks, because yesterday they had like pretty
10
good
seconds
first 2
remaining.
openers, and then it went downhill.
I don't know. I think that Bane
5
still
seconds
might have some
remaining.
promise.
Yeah, but you can see the preparation from both of these teams, and I'm loving it. It just makes so much sense. You need the brawler type 4 if you want to make Puck plus Slash cores work. It's very difficult to make them work if you don't have solid lane performance, and having a solid lane performance on, let's say, an offlane Lash without something like a Tusk or an Earth Spirit isn't that easy.
So, Obi Neon banned out Enchantress, and pretty much every team since the first series has banned out Enchantress. And is it because of Puppy's performance with Enchantress going 2-0 with Enchant that led to this?
It's that, and I think SCA unfamiliarity with the hero. Enchantress is not particularly popular in Southeast Asia compared to Europe, so don't really know how to deal with it, and you know that the enemy team's a specialist in it.
They banned out 3
Oh, they banned
brawlers.
out the Phoenix, actually.
Yeah. They
Okay.
banned it out very early on, but Team Secret banned out
10
3
seconds remaining.
brawlers, finishing with the Spirit Breaker. And Neon, they
5
take a
seconds
bad.
remaining.
There's
Okay.
another one.
Although that's, I think that's Hanwell's hero, probably.
It's not as strong as those other 3, I would say, when it comes to those early skirmishes, but it's still pretty solid.
Radiant team pick.
What is Obi Neon looking for now to round out their team to balance it out?
Well, because all the Brawler 4s got targeted by Secret, they should hopefully have a wider hero pool for Scam to Beal. I think
10
that's,
seconds
in
remaining.
my opinion, I thought that would have been the go-to strategy for Secret, is to target out
5
the Beal.
seconds remaining.
Because he's the captain, and because he's the shot caller, in-game leader, that kind of thing.
Team Secrets
Give him a
turn to
harder
pick.
game and make things more complicated.
You know what the problem is? Teams have tried that, and you cannot do it. Because he has like 4 heroes that he plays on safe lane.
Yeah.
Lash, Nature's Prophet, Dead Prophet, and Io.
Okay.
And all 4 of those heroes will not get targeted
that's
in the first phase, because OB Neon won't ban them. They'll ban Enchantress, and you get Lash, you know.
They get Lush.
Yeah,
5
they can still
seconds
flex the
remaining.
Lash. They could put it safe lane or off lane. We'll see. They snatch up that mix. I think this is also a little bit of a steal pick. So you don't play with Lash against it, and you get a solid lane on the off lane. If this Lash is the position 3, you're going to have Lash plus Nyx.
That's a strong lane.
It's a strong lane. It's not Tusk plus Lash or Earth Spirit plus Lash, but it's still alright.
So they're basically
Team
settling for
Secrets
Nyx after
turn
all
to
of the other
battle.
bans.
And the hero is on its own pretty strong versus Kotl. Not too bad versus Bristle with the mana burn. Doesn't have break anymore though.
Yeah, that's right. Vendetta doesn't break. That would be great against Bristleback. And I guess the mana burn's probably also not that
10
big of a deal,
seconds
because
remaining.
you've got a Coddle on your team, so Bristleback's not going to have any mana
5
issues ever.
seconds
Yeah,
team
Kotl
back.
Bristle, such a strong combination. This should be Kotl Bristle safe lane, I suppose.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah, with the Mars off lane.
The other option would be, like, if they don't want to lane it together and they
Team
want Coddle to
Secrets
go
turn to
stack the
ban.
triangle a bunch in the off lane as a 4 position. But
That's definitely an option. Yeah.
yeah, we'll see.
What? OB Neon now, they're in a tough spot. They need to figure out a way to deal with this Bristle, because right now they don't really have anything.
10 seconds
They ha-
remaining.
What makes Bristle the formidable opponent?
He has Bristleback,
5
he
seconds
turns, and
remaining.
you can't kill him.
I do think it's kind of awkward how his spell is also the name of the hero.
Yeah.
It makes explaining it kind of complicated. But yeah, he's a very, very resilient hero, and
How does that fare for Obi Neon?
He just has a lot of bristles. He's very spiky.
on his back.
Yeah, on his
Essentially
back.
That's
on
right.
his back.
That's right. I believe that's the case.
Bristles back.
Turn to pick.
So if they put Caudle and Bristleback in the safe lane, who would it be most likely that they're paired against, and why would it be good for them?
It'll probably be against the Nyx and the Leshrac, but it's not even just so much the lane, although the lane is also disgusting. But these long fights, these long drawn-out
10
fights, which
seconds
Leshrac generally
remaining.
likes because he's pulse novaing constantly, Bristleback loves these because
just
the
bad.
more quills that he sprays, the more damage that each stack deals. And so a fight goes on for like 30 seconds, you think that this Bristle may be close to death, but then one more quill spray suddenly takes out half your HP bar.
It just looks like a very solid draft so far from Team C. That Prophet versus Puck is a good matchup for that Prophet. Kotl and Bristle are unanswered at the Kotl is definitely answered by the Nyx Assassin. It's not an easy game for Puppy if he plays Kotl, but overall it's a good Kotl game. And one thing that OB Neon does that they usually do is a way to break Dream Coil. They have nothing like that. Usually there's an Earth Spirit or some sort of repositioning tool.
What could they pick up anything instead of Earth Spirit?
Well, at this point, they're looking. I think that they're looking for a Debil hero. I think that it's still going to be offlane and Death Sand. Secret banned out a bunch of offlaners, so it's possible that Debil will play it safely.
They banned out heroes
Radiant
that
team
are flexible and that deal with Bristle.
Yeah.
That's what they did. They didn't necessarily just ban out one particular position.
Sure, yeah.
It's all about that break or Timber. Timber is a sort of a hero that can deal with the Bristle backend.
Big fan of this. I think Leshrac is crying this
10
game.
seconds
Why will
remaining.
Leshrac be crying?
Poor Leshrac has some of the longest cast animations you
5
can imagine.
seconds remaining.
So getting walked on by a Clockwork who's battery assaulting you, you're not going to be able to get your Split Earth off. You're not going to be able to get your chronoptic energy bursts, I believe is what Black has been calling them consistently. The Diabolic Edict, you're not going to be able to get that off. And Clockwork's okay sacrificing his life. It's going to be a support.
Yep.
So he doesn't really care about going in to deal with a core Leshrac.
On the lane as well, it should be pretty solid versus the Abaddon +1. We'll see what OB Neon finalize their draft with.
Who is it looking like?
They need an answer to Bristle. I would like to see like a Terror Blade.
I wouldn't even mind seeing the Morphling. That's perhaps the best
Yeah.
that they could get.
I'd like it.
It looks like a pretty Morphling versus Bristle is pretty good for Morph.
Yeah, I want high armor heroes
Yeah.
because Bristleback's all physical damage. So I want you to be able to tank all these quill
You don't
spells.
care about Clock as Morphling versus the arena you can get out, right? Like that Prophet is a bit problematic, but that Prophet is problematic for any given
Yeah.
hero. Morphling is also something that they have played. Skadi build-up is really good versus both that Prophet and the Bristle.
Go Jug also.
Could, yeah. Also solid.
Does
But he
seem like
just
they're
turns and
debating
runs with
options.
Bristle. And
Yeah, I mean, this Bristleback, Bristle Coddle is a combination you always kind of have to be scared of. Especially like they saw the Coddle. There's nothing you can do at that point if you're Neon. Coddle was saved for the second phase. You can't ban anything out. You can't take the Bristleback away from them. Your draft is all sorts of weird, and so Secret kind of have them cornered here. Nothing.
I think that he's satisfied with his draft so far.
I would.
Yeah, I think he's... And you can see that OB Neon, this is the first time that I've seen them struggling with this last pick.
Yeah.
Usually they're like, aha, gotcha. Elder Titan, position 5, Spirit Breaker, we don't care.
You know, that's actually not a light on Pup's face. He's just pure rage right now.
He's radiating with red. Yeah.
You may now select
Oh,
your heroes.
okay, something different. So it's slash core, right? Carry, and that thing with LC. I mean,
Well, you can force Bristleback to face
Yeah.
the direction. That's one of the reasons why Legion commits.
I think
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Neon, like
for
with
battle.
2 Dispel Mechanics, Legion Commander to turn Bristleback around. I'm kind of feeling Neon right now.
I got to agree. I think, especially from if you compare sort of the last.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaning towards Neon, like
Prepare
with
for
2
battle.
Dispel Mechanics, Legion Commander to turn Bristleback around. I'm kind of feeling Neon right now.
I got to agree. I think, especially from if you compare sort of the last series of both of these teams, Secret just they didn't look great. They had 2 really rough games in the last series that they played with questionable picks, and I don't necessarily feel the draft is any better here from Secret today. I think Obi Neon's coming in with the upper hand. Very excited to see this. Another test, really, and I'd say, yeah, it's more of a test for Secret. Secret having some rough games here already at the Major, and Obi Neon just looking for phenomenal.
Obi Neon, they've
30
proven
seconds
themselves.
to
Like,
battle.
they're feeling themselves. I hope they got some good night's sleep, because so far I've been pretty impressed. Throughout the first season, they looked great, but they're looking even better at the Major.
There we have that. I mean, that last pick, Death on this Legion Commander, he's mastered it. This man is one of the best Legions in the business. And a perfect game for him. That's fantastic answer towards the Bristleback down the line, thanks to the duel. Something that you absolutely need to draft in your lineup nowadays with Bristles in play, just because of the lack of breaks that are really available from, in the past patches with some of the other more meta heroes.
Yeah, there are almost no breaks in Dota anymore. Nyx Assassin's Vendetta, they removed the break.
Yep.
Puppy on the mid lane, I believe he got a D ward, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, he has some XP. He got that Observer ward.
And I'm going to be intrigued to see how Secret deal with the Yopaj puck. We've seen these games where Yopaj, he's just unstoppable. Completely unstoppable on his puck. Let's see what Secret can do to deal with him. I mean, when you look at Secret's lineup, do you feel that they have a lot of ways to contain a puck?
They have 1 silence. They have long range initiation. Like this, I don't think they have enough. This is one of those games where I see puck, I'm like, man, if I was on the other team, I'm already scared. You're playing into 2 Dispel Mechanics. That's gonna be really rough. They have so much AoE uncontrollable damage, so Nyx Assassin will get some good carapaces off.
And did you like the decision from Obi Neon to run this safe lane, Leshrak, put it in this farm, position 1 position? We're seeing teams able to get away with this when they do have good control around. When you have heroes like the Legion, puck in the mid lane. When it comes to mid-game fights, Dreamcore's going to get laid down. Skem's just going to be in the middle of it all, kicking out so much damage onto the Lesh.
Leshrak is an insane hero. I feel like this hero should be used a bit more often. I find him very strong. You said the combination with the puck. Also one of the reasons why they have it as a safe lane. Leshrak, he's scaled, but you also have an off-laner who can easily be that damage dealer if he starts getting all those dual damages on. Mars against the puck, I've been thinking who does better. I've seen this matchup. Mars does surprisingly well against the puck on the mid lane.
I see top lane. Was the duo as strong as ever, this Bristle Cottle, having a lot of offensive potential for Secret early on in the laning phase as Matu and Puppy are able to run down Death. Stacks build up a little too much for the Legion to deal with. But here for Secret.
Good start for Matumba Man. What is he bringing? He is bringing Boots of Speed, Magic Stick, such a great hood game. And the new upgrade for the hood feels really, really nice. It's like a must-have item on a Bristleback.
The mid-Joe patch. Heavy damage here from Nisha. Let's hit about the CS in a bit of time. We'll give him the money for the bottle. Sent out. Stained in the lane. Nisha continues to be able to deal with the spam that Yopaj is going to be able to throw out with the orbs. Be able to, of course, very tanky hero. Yapso able to kick back pretty hard as well with the God's Rebuke in time that Yopaj gets a little too close.
Yeah, this is the build on mid-Mars I've seen. Like God's Rebuke, 2 points in it, and the Bulwark, then you get a point in a sphere because you want to be able to like secure the range creeps, deal more damage with the God's Rebuke. You get the bottle a bit early on and just keep spamming it.
Seeing CS on the top lane there. Spike going down, matching the CS Alpha to man pretty nicely. 16 for 4 on Matu, 14 for 1 on Death, so not missing out on the bar. Down on the bottom lane, Scam 17 for 3. The 16 for 3 of Zai. So side lanes, other than that kill top, starting pretty evenly. Lane slight lead at the moment for Nisha. Yopaj very close behind.
Rune spawning in 15 seconds. Let's see the rotations coming up from the supports. Like what Nyx Assassin does is he stacks the creep camp and then goes for the Rune. It's pretty much the standard stuff coming out from position 4. The efficiency is there. Rune will spawn on the top lane. Yopaj will get the haste. So what you want to do with the Mars is pressure Puck a little bit so that he does not have a haste or possibly like a gank rotation on the top lane. Like one of the reasons why Nisha is like instantly playing aggressive on him, because rotating to the side lane, especially the top lane with the haste, could be pretty big. But I can see that Puck also kind of adjusting to that, has a healing cell, so might not be able to force the bottle already. We'll see. Running low on mana though. And with the haste rune, you can also, like, if you just keep it, you can steal their bounty. It's a pretty big deal. And I think that's what Yopaj is planning to do.
Yeah, no, Nisha's going to want to refill the bottle.
Haste!
Here we have it. Start playing around the 5-minute bounties. Do you feel confident enough to stick around? In fact, maybe looking for some action down towards the river. Find Zai or Yapso. Well, let's get pushed up to the high ground, but of course with the orb back down, doesn't mean he won't be able to set anything up. Still needing a little bit of XP until he hits that 6 as turn quickly to the middle lane.
Clockwork, 0 CS, usually Yapsor is the one, who gets a ton of work done early on, steals a lot of kills whenever it's possible. This time around, it's hard for them to get a kill. Like, they get on top of Last Track, 2 points in Edict, plus a Photic Shield. Like, Yapsor dies. He goes in, he's probably dead.
Very hard lane for them to play aggressive into, especially now that the 6s are online. Move down bottom will be responded to by Yopaj coming in here in a Dream Coil. To take farm.
Yeah, you said, this Legion Commander, he's the best in the business, going straight into Blade Mail. Like, no shenanigans, no other items, no boots of speed, nothing, just straight up Blade Mail.
He wanders against some of these heroes. Fights, Zai, the Exorcism's out.
Oh, they're checking the stats. Scan from Dire.
They're going to be able to take this, especially with the Arcane Rune.
It's
on
only
Yopaj.
level 6 on Puck, so he has 3 in Orb, 1 in Vanning Rift. They stole only the small creeps.
Okay. We'll still have the large ones left for Nisha to take. Yopaj will find a courier though. I'm going to take that away from Nisha on the way out. Matu try and chase it. Play hard, holds back Matu with the impale. Yopaj still low cooldowns for the Arcane, able to jump away. Same time down bottom, dive was being made. Gem's able to turn it, gets the kill on Yapso.
It's just too much damage coming out from this Last Track. Also put another point in the Edict. Since it's a safe lane Last Track, you're playing against a ranged offlaner, you don't put points in the Lightning Storm. Like, there's no reason, and they have a position 4 who's a melee, so you get so much value from the Edict.
Radiant's courier has been
Play
killed.
Matu. Able to get round and take down the courier. Death. Trying to run. He's got stick charges. Play hard. Be able to hold Matu back enough to protect Death. He is. Secret. Take down the Legion. And even
He's
looking
going
to dive
in.
onto the next assassin as well. TP's coming over. That will be enough to force back Matu and Puppy. They won't dive more. Kill on Death again though.
This aquatic shield kind of looks like Lincoln Sphere, doesn't it?
That is
On
a
Last
Lincoln
Track.
Sphere. I mean, that looks straight up like a Lincoln Sphere. There we go. Yeah, Obi Neon's so good that
Glance value
somehow
left. Lincoln Sphere 7 minutes in.
7-minute Lincolns on Yanwell. record time.
Yopaj, he's getting all the
Another
runes.
ice.
And this is his build. Like, Yopak, he, gets those 3 null talismans, goes for the Witchblade. Like, it's ton of damage, a lot of mana regen. There's just some good stuff. Duel available on bottom, just needs to farm another 100 gold to finish off the Blade Mail.
You see, playing pretty deep on Secret's half of the map there. Puts some pressure on the tower, but he's completely alone. We do have that ward up by the outpost though, so good vision on any sort of movements if Secret do try and head over there to deal with him. Zai, switching around towards the mid lane. Feeling confident that they can push down the bottom tower with the abandonment.
Haste!
Just sitting there. They want to try and put some pressure on in the mid. It's top. They are scared. Starting things off here. The Dream Core's down onto the Timberman. TP's coming over from Yapsor. Okay, he takes down the two of them on the way out. They get the kill done, but it's a bit of a messy one there from Obi Neon.
This is your
two heroes.
Position 4 and position 1 actually dying to Bristleback. Hood done on him, has a casual cloak on top of that. Magic Horn charges strength, like he's extremely farmed.
Now with the ghost up mid, Secret
Are fortified.
try and pressure the tier 1 tower here. Sort of a defense that Obi Neon's able to come up with. They've got everybody back alive. Death, of course, got the level 6, the duel, the blade balance. Does have that setup.
It's gonna be hard to set things up. If they don't have the coil, Nyx Assassin's not level 6, they can't just start a fight. Legion Commander does not even have boots of speed. We'll buy one now, but it's hard to just go in and get the duel off.
Dire's
They're
middle
on top,
tower
Secret.
is under attack.
And they're going to find themselves done well. See if they can take him down. Be able to do so. Yopaj, well up in 10 seconds. Could look to try and fight back in on this. As already Skems running down Nisha. Lots of damage being done to the Mars. Nisha, he's got to get out of here. He's not going to be able to do so. Yopaj is in with a jump.
On nether zephyrs.
On top of Nisha, takes out the Mars.
Nyx Assassin will need to take the tome for himself to get himself to level 6, and then he can start roaming around, playing with the puck, possibly Legion Commander as well. They're gonna start pressuring the top tower. Team Secret is nowhere near the bottom lane, so they can trade. If Bristleback comes to the top, they could potentially defend, but there's like so much damage coming up from level 4 Edict. And this is just done.
Easy tower siege here.
Dire's top tower
Around the carry lash. The mid. EP's coming over, see if Playout can get the setup with Zai. Too quick. To be able to turn and grab him. So Secret they are, sending 3 heroes behind Zai around the mid. Obi Neon, got to be a little cautious how much they push for this.
A prize.
Poppy making some big stacks for Bristleback. This is something we've seen from Team Liquid, where they had a Bristleback bottle. Bristleback was just too farmed. He got 1 level per minute. Could see the same thing here. Like, he's as a Hood, has the Vanguard, going into Eternal Shroud. I'm not sure if they have enough damage to kill. Like, if they group around, yes, Legion Commander can turn him, but still doesn't feel like they have enough damage to just burst him.
No, it's going to take him a long time. Take him 100-0, that's for sure. The rest of the members of Secret, though, definitely
bottom tower
need some good juicy targets for Obi Neon as Yopaj. We're going to set things up. We'll go for the jump onto Nisha. Start the fight straight around the Mars. Yapso comes in with a hook shot. Hooks down as well. Grabs the 3 of them. Now with the duel, though. Obi Neon, they're just able to say thank you for coming in, Yapso. We'll take you as well. As Nisha and Yapso, they go down. Zai tends to go south. Starts to push back Yopaj. Play hard on the retreat, but the sentry's down.
Dire's bottom tower.
They couldn't get the catch by on Yopaj. Doesn't look like they. Sorry, on to Playhard. They can't. Playhard's out with the Vendetta. Playhard's able to make it away.
Good evasion inside of triangle. The only initiation they have is pretty much Clockwork going in. Mars.
They're going to be able to look to get Zai as well. Behind the tower, Playhard continues to wrap around. He's pushing onto Zai. Nisha, he's TPing in. Does he really want to finish this? He doesn't.
Play hard, just bumping that stun, fake bumping it.
Tip's got it out.
Yeah, he's not going in.
Absolutely not.
This is the strength of Neon's lineup, you know, going in together, having those Edict, taking the towers. First, the dual damage, like this is what you need. When you're playing Legion Commander, you didn't get any dual damage off, you kind of not gonna say struggle, but didn't have the best laning stage. So you need something. You need some kind of a boost in confidence,
Radiant's
and that's
bottom tower
the
is
first
under
duel
attack.
victory damage.
Game is definitely slowing down a little bit for Nisha. His farm falling behind. Especially when you compare it to just the amount of money that Yopaj rolling in right now. 2K ahead of Nisha. Bots into Blink next.
This is gonna be second item, Boats of Travel,
Yeah.
which I like because he can just split push all he wants. They have Clockwork, they have like Silence coming out from the Dead Prophet. Pretty much these are the only abilities that he needs to care about. So he can always go cut the waves. They also have one Boats of Travel on the last rack. Like right now, Team Secret should try to take a fight. That's like 4,000 gold for mobility items. These items don't deal damage, doesn't give you any kind of tankiness.
It's just kind of hard for Secret to start a fight.
They need to just group around.
Yeah.
Like they need to group around, take the mid tower with the exorcism. It's gonna be up online in 20 seconds. Book shot.
Won't be able to get the catch on to play hard.
Radiant's middle tower
Can get out of it. Carapace out, tries to get out of the cogs. Is able to turn, get the stun down onto Nisha. Backup's coming in for Obi Neon. Play hard. Will get taken out by the blast. Obi Neon not quite able to get back into the fight. Time to protect that Nexus Assassin. They'll let him go.
Secret has good heroes to like force a fight. Let's say inside the pit, you group around, you're forcing enemy to react to what you're doing. They're not the best heroes at ganking. I want to see Force Staff on the Nyx Assassin. We can see like Nyx and Batten were paired up, I think, a couple of times already. Because even inside the arena, Nyx Assassin can almost survive. Like he uses the carapace into stun, then there's the shield heal coming out from Abba.
Be a big fan of this as well from Yopaj. We'll see if he continues on it. Swaps his mind away from the boost of travel and says, I want more damage. I need to be able to blow up these heroes, get the kills, tune up the E-Blade straight after the Witchblade.
He's going for all blades.
He is, he's collecting them.
He needs...
What's he
What
need?
else?
Falcon
Blade of
Blade,
Alacrity, Falcon
Blade.
Blade, Blades of Attack, Quelling Blade. We have so many
There's a lot
blades,
of
like
blades.
Shadow, Diffuse Blade,
Oh my goodness.
Abyssal,
He's going to be 9 slot at no
T-Blade.
time.
That Cyclops is a
Yeah,
big fan of.
T-Blade.
Yeah, there we go.
Fortunately, not a purchasable item, but... Right, pocket Terrorblade. Here we go, smoke from Obi Neon. The ult's good to go. Yopaj ready to set things up. Down bottom is Tumberman and Yapsel. Tumberman very tanky. Yapsel much less though. It's definitely an easy dual target. People they want to go for. They're actually going to go straight in onto the Tumberman. But they put the flame out, they're in for the duel. They've got a lot of damage, bringing them down. They're able to finish him off in time. Step coming in for the side. The stun not going to quite connect though. Secret can step to the side, now look to get back in. They'll run down, play hard. Matsu gets on top of the Nyx Assassin, takes him down. And towards John Well they go. As John Well with no borrowed time, he will pop. Secret turn things around as Obi Neon, they try and go all in on the bristle.
This is like
it's
a
not
test.
enough.
You know, you go in, you're like, yeah, let's test it out. Let's see if we can take out the Bristleback. So for the next fight, they're probably not going to go for him. If Leshrac was there, I think Bristleback dies, but Leshrac was not close to use his abilities straight away. It shows that they can still kill him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah. A bit more of the numbers if they want to try to do that again. As now Secret the room to push in on the mid. No threat at the Dream Coil still for 20 seconds. It's going to be very hard for Obi Neon to start a fight. So this tier 1 tower should be Secret's.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Boom, there it goes.
They're all very close right now. To 6. 1k gold in it at the moment. Yopaj, how close are we looking on the E-Blade? Certainly getting there. Going to be long before that's done. Ghost Step's already purchased. 200 gold away from the Eagle song.
It's gonna help out with the burst, especially like for the backliners. Like you want to take out the Keeper of the Light. Poppy always finds his farm. Poppy, like staying 1.3k gold ahead of enemy position 4, has a floppy hat, raindrop, full glimmer cape, and the wand. Like I don't think Puck can blow him up with the Also, they could use a Spirit Vessel. Like I said, they need a Force Staff, but now seeing how Bristleback, like the lifesteal that he gets from the Eternal Shroud, the lifesteal, like Lotus Orb, sorry, not Spirit Vessel. Duel.
He's going to be able to set things up on Anisha. Catches him in the river. Anisha trying to run. Coil down. Obi Neon. Take him out. At the same time, down bottom. Need them able to make moves there as Skem and Playhard catch out Puppey. Zai trying with the counterplay to control Playhard, but not able to find enough setup. Yapzor, of course, still on cooldown. Secret lose 2.
I like how Nisha, you know, just the efficiency. Even though he's dying, he still uses Yule Scepter on a puck who popped the double damage just to take it away.
Yopaj is becoming a bit of a nightmare to deal with. This E-Blade, 18 minutes in, it's going to be a lot of damage. And 2-0-4, we're really still seeing the lack of counters really for the puck that Secret have in the draft. They just can't control Yopaj.
Play hard, cutting things out. Ooh, didn't set it up.
Little late there with the Spike Carapace.
If it was the last patch, that would connect, because the Crypt Storm, like the cast,
that's true.
Cast animation got increased. Puck is 11 slotted right now. He has all the slots in the world.
And it's off.
Not wrong. No patch. Very big right now, and again, just the difference. Nisha really struggling this game to get much farm at all. He's falling far behind that of Yopaj. Just have to sit back, choose next few items online. He has the SMY done. Now packing a fair bit of a punch.
Yeah, that status resistance is going to help out against those stuns. They have a bunch of stuns, and also against the duel. It's going to last less. The question, which blade does Puck have? The answer is Ethereal Blade. I need to stay, I'm making myself laugh. I can't concentrate. I need to work here, Owen. Make me stop.
Finders. Right, it's early morning. Damn, Bloodstone done. Bottom lane, Secret starting to head over into Obi Neon's territory, moving up to tier 2. If Obi Neon wants to come down and try and defend this,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Very much have the power to do so. The ult's up. They're pushing in the top. Looks like they may just go for a trade here. Poppy's going to head back. Start to work on the D push.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
At the same time, he's got to be careful. Yeah, Opach, he's actually able to just jump in and get the grab off Puppey. Deepy's coming back straight away.
Behold!
Yeah, Puppey's tanky. Like I said, having that fluffy hat and the raindrop plus the glimmer cape, he knows what's up. Like, he sees what item Puck is going for. He wants to be as tanky as possible. Bristleback gets recoil.
He did try and run down and get the catch onto Yopaj, John well, but not able to do so. Force Secret back. I'll head back themselves. Damage done to the tier 2. Pretty much the exact same state. Able to get about half of the tower taken away. Top lane Yopaj. Seeing if he can find Nietzsche. Got enough damage to the E-Blade. We'll be able to move it with the Yule Scepter. Actually going to pop the arena down in an attempt to escape. Nisha has to run.
Right, team is connected.
Yapzor's in onto John well, gets the cogs. Protection onto the two of them. Spear follow up. Yopaj is knocked down and gets the cogs. A phase shift. Can he get out of this? 5 heroes surrounding. He'll try and jump out with the orb, but Secret will finish him in time.
Yeah, they need to run inside the pit right now. They killed the 2 heroes. Yopaj does not have a buyback. They have a ton of damage. It's a level 2 exorcism with the goo. So much minus armor. You know what? Oh, okay. I was just thinking about it. I want to see Hairball. Like, this is such an insane shard. I find like this has to be one of the better ones. Like, we don't see too much of a bristleback, but using that, releasing 2 calls while you have like 5 stacks, that's a ton of damage.
It feels like it's as good as an axe upgrade. Let alone, rather than a shard. You're getting that much value out of it. It's no price, unfortunately. Gotta watch out for those stacks just building up immensely in the team fights.
Last Track has done a farm. Like, he's keeping up with the Bristleback, has Bloodstone done, going into BKB Shivas. He already knows what he wants to go for. Reduce the healing with the Shivas, but also needs a BKB against the Arena to get out against the Clockwork. This Clockwork building, he's just going for the Force Staff, Casual Cloak.
Dire's top tower.
We saw there that the biggest threat Yopaj has to be concerned about is getting cogged, and the spear following up. This little combo there from Secret that did catch him. Last attempted escape of retreat. Yopaj. This fight Zite will have the BKB complete. Becoming far more tanky against the magic output. Leshrak off the puck.
Zai has been kind of silent on the DP. It's, you know, you can't really go for any flash plays. Duel.
Gonna see if they can take down Matumbaman, leading in with the duel. Get close, but they're not able to finish up the job. And now the turnaround just comes into play. Yapso in with the coach on the two of them. Done out onto Matumbaman. Skem will be able to turn, bring down Yapso. Skem finally Puppy gets a perfect illuminate onto the two of them, taking down both John Well and Skem. Down the river. Yopaj, gotta be cautious here. It's just him and Play Hard left alive. Yopaj does have Dream Coil available. E-Blade bursts in a few seconds, but Zai's tanky. Gotta run. She gets the jump in, but a spear back Play Hard. Yopaj just throwing down the coil to try and give him some time to get out of there. Play Hard will be left behind. Secret, they'll find the four of them as again, just another bit of an ambitious attempt there from Obi Neon to throw everything onto Matumbaman.
Fool me once, right? This is the second time that they tried to go on a Bristleback. This time around, Bristleback had Aegis. Not sure what the plan was.
Yeah, that's true. Even if they did get in the once.
I'd
say it's a risky play. I mean, I guess they just really feel that they can't take team fights unless they deal with Matumbaman. The problem is at the moment, Matumbaman's build, very hard. Almost impossible for them to take him out before Secret comes
it's one of those high risk, no reward plays, I would call it, you know, because like even if you kill him, you're gonna lose at least 1 or 2 heroes, and then he respawns. They would still have like 2 minutes left on that Aegis, but yeah, very weird play from Obi Neon.
Especially this time round, Secret they had the full lineup ready to turn. Skem able to live for a little bit, getting some damage out thanks to the backup of John Well.
Like, this is just 2 heroes trying to go on a Bristleback. Once they have the Spirit Vessel, it's gonna be much easier. He also has a charge, just needs to farm another 300 gold.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Secret, they might just be ready to head up to the high ground. Still with the Aegis for a minute and a half, and Matumbaman on the verge of hitting level 20. Already after those last few fights to a massive amount of XP. So sort of the lives that Obi Neon has thrown at him.
When you read the description of Hairball, it says cuffs the quill pack Hairball. Like, why does he have hair in his mouth in the first place?
But that's what cats do, isn't it? The hair, but it's like a furball.
This is not a cat.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
isn't
attack.
It might be some weird looking cat, but it's, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely, yeah. You've seen a lot of National Geographic when you were younger, I see.
I mean, I see what you mean. It doesn't look like he has a lot of fur.
Yeah, he does.
Or he doesn't have a lot of hair. You know, he's not hairy. It's a lot of quills. And I hope he's not got quills in his throat.
That's kind of dangerous.
Yeah, if he's coughing that up, it's not just the quills coming out.
Maybe that's why it deals so much damage. Maybe it's actually the quills.
It's under attack.
Let's have some very, very strong.
Yeah, we need to change his name to Bristlecat. Definitely. Spirit Vessel.
That's how that'll be the new Arcana. Matu is able to turn on to Play Hard. They're going to drop the Dream Core. They're trying to contain Matumbaman.
Age is gone in 5.
Pulling a little low. If they could time this, maybe they could kill him. But Matu's playing very aggressively here. They're going to look for the jump.
They know.
The duel.
Perfect timing.
It really was. Matu, I don't think he was keeping track of the timing himself.
Nah, he was too busy, cuffing out those quills.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower.
That was such nicely done by Neon. They were like keeping him low there. Yeah, you can see the Spirit Vessel actually, doing the work, so they might need some kind of a dispel. Like, as a carry Bristleback, you do not want to get a Lotus Orb, but someone might need to.
Just not keeping track of the Aegis timer there, I don't think. Or maybe just realizing a little too late, which is a bit surprising considering he does have a clock on his team.
What is Puppy doing? He's going for Eon Disc. Okay, I can understand that against, this burst damage from the Puck, Legion Commander as well. He just wants to be able to try to survive. Yabsor trying to build a Spirit Vessel. I don't think you get a lot of value from this item, It's good.
Secret, yeah.
Yeah, because you have two ways of dispelling it.
Yeah.
You have a pattern, you have LC. Eventually you will have BKBs as well.
Play hard. Pretty dead there, Nisha. Smashing him down with the God's Rebuke. $5K lead for Secret, but saw there, OB Neon, they absolutely can bring down the big old beast that is Matuma Man's Bristle. To having to be a little more careful than he was the last time round.
For sure, and you can see that he is queuing up a BKB, wants to be able to just go in. Pretty much the only ability they have that goes through Magic Immunity is the duel if they get a good jump. But for Team Secret, they have no counterplay. They go in with the duel. That's it. They can try to spear people, but now with the BKB on LC, it's going to be much easier. LC only with 30 damage, 30 minutes in, but maybe he can start the ball rolling. Pump those damage up, because these are some rookie numbers.
AC pretty much done on Matuma Man, so quite a while away from being able to build up an AC themselves. Death's going to need a lot more time to get that far.
Radiant are scanning.
Also, to pick up the Halberd first. The Secret's next. You want to chill out and wait for the next Roche. Potential respawn in 30 seconds. OB Neon have proven that they can deal with the Bristle if he has just one life.
That's full AC done. Matumba Man still keeping the Nether Shawl and the Mindbreaker. He's like, yeah, I'll check it out how it goes, because they have a ton of magical damage. Maybe it's better if I just, get the Nether Shawl. Also, Nether Shawl needs to be nerfed. This is the best tier 2 item for sure. You have 25 magic resist, you have spell damage, and you lose 3 armor.
I mean, you don't mind taking that trade-off. That in total, after this around with 54% magic resistance against the lineup, because OB Neon have, but a lot of it is magical damage. Just so insanely tanky.
Roche will respawn in 30 seconds. So this is where the next fight is going to be. Nisha was thinking about getting some straight up damage. Getting that Deso, but needs to protect himself. They have no save whatsoever. Ton of magical damage once again coming in from Neon. So BKB is kind of a must-have choice.
BKBs, it's going to be difficult for OB Neon to fight around the pit. If you want to contest this. What's Secret? You start going for it. Roshan up a couple of seconds.
And it's off.
Secret position to hold OB Neon back from anywhere close to the Roche. So an arcane rune ready for the next fight.
Players here.
Arcane rune, who gets it? It's gonna be Yopad!
That's a jump! Yopad, he's able to get it still. This arcane rune, and they turn and they blow up side! They turn out Roach Matumba Man, they're bringing him down low. Matsu, he's trying to run, but Skem, he's just chasing him down.
Skem got there, he's in.
Nisha's coming in with a BKB onto death for the BKB soon to wear out for Nisha. Nisha's got to run. Yopad, he kills off Yapso. Zani's trying to turn with the side for the onto
good spear.
Get the spear connection back over towards the wall of the Roshan pit. They burst through Skem. Buyback from Yapso, see if that's going to allow him to catch anything more. Zai also able to take down Dronwell. Yopad, and around with Puppy. Chase this down, he really wants to finish the kill, gets him with a Waning Rift, it isn't enough. Quick moves there, hoping
that was so good from Yopad, blinking in, taking that rune. And now look what he's doing with it. He's just kiting. Yapsor used the buyback. Unfortunately, they did not manage to kill the Bristleback.
Yapsor's looking pretty dead. One more hit from Yopaj if he can find it, and he can. Jumps in with a waning rift.
Get up if you can.
Whereas the rest of Obinion are kind of dying, Yopaj, he's doing the work here, cleaning up the back lines, punishing some of these buybacks.
Yeah, they have very limited amount of lockdown for this puck. You said, you know, Cogs, Spear, possibly. He needs to be able to get rid of the Silence Team Secret. They're like, can we go inside the pit? Roshan is full HP. Let's check what's happening. Lesh was also like super greedy there. Did not want to pop his Bloodstone. Maybe that could possibly save him there. Yopaj has the Psychic Headband, so he can also break the coil with it. And the full Bloodstone.
He's a huge Yopaj. And this Roshan has a little spook, especially for Secret. Use some of those buybacks. And we just saw how Yopaj was able to get in and steal the Arcane Rune. Secret don't want to let that happen in the Roche pit.
Double damage. Bottom. Maybe they give it to Legion, maybe they don't.
I think Yopaj
like, yeah,
he's
I'm the carry
player.
now.
You give Yopaj any of these active runes and he's just tear up the team fights.
Shiva's Guard also down on Lashrak, so that's going to help quite a lot against the Spirit Siphon, the Bristleback heals, and of course providing the vision. Keeper of the Light isn't really doing much in the team fights. Same goes for Clockwork, like everyone's super tanky, they have two ways of dispelling things, you have like shield, you have some press the attack. And I'm feeling Neon, like I feel they are in control of this game.
For sure, I mean Secret, they had a bit of a lead. Matsu was getting as big as he was, but they haven't really been able to do as much as they would have wanted to do with it. The first Aegis usage, not off to a great start, where they lose Matsu as soon as it expires, and now they're in a position where you can see Secret are very scared about going for the Roshan. Know that Obi Neon's got an incredibly strong team fight around that area.
A tithe to the impurities.
Legion Commander going for Heaven's Halberd. They don't have too many like right clickers. I can understand like a casual Sanj is fine. Bristleback, he deals some right clicks, but even if he's disabled, like you're still gonna deal damage with the hairball, with the quill sprays, so not too much value from this item. Matu getting very close to his BKB, just 100 gold away. We'll sell an item, and there we go. So if they want to kill Bristleback, they need to jump him pre-BKB, otherwise they need to ignore him.
Yapsor. Gonna get the Legion on to play hard. Straight away with the hook shot over to the side. Cromwell trying to TP out. They'll be able to put a stop there with the Yule. Play hard goes down. Cromwell able to get the borrowed time off. Of course, nothing to stop that. Secret, I will be able to find him still. The rest of OB Neon having no interest in turning up to the fight.
Both heroes have buybacks, so probably they should use it and try to contest the Roche.
Secret will look to try and take Roshan now. OB Neon. See if they can get into this and find the initiation over to the side. They're desperate found Nisha. He'll go for the Spirit of Death. Pops the BKB straight away. It's going to start to head on. Thorn walk back. Yopaj jumps in. Look at the claw. Look at the throw back onto Nisha. They've taken out Nisha. He's dead for 80. Promo getting run down by Zyman to the man, but Yopaj is able to reset. Jumps out to the side. He's already looking to get back
in. Shot. Available.
Catch on Scam. Silence. Yopaj jumps in with the silence on the two of them. Catches both the clock and the DP. Yopaj pushing back Puppy. Scam. Trying to run down Zai taking down the Spirit Vessel. Yopaj on the high ground. He's going to be able to jump out in time. He is. Blink back to safety. He's okay. He's now waited out and he's now ready to get back in with the Exorcism shortly coming to an end. Secret losing a lot of their potential in this team fight. And they're without Nisha, they're mid for 50 seconds.
Neon, they need to kite. Like, they need to kite those BKBs. They have 3 BKBs on side of Team Secret. They need to, like, go in, make stuff happen, and then it was such a good play from Yopaj there. I believe he used the Psychic Headband to break the coil, and this is such a great item on puck.
And Nisha just wasn't ready for it. I believe they were able to catch him before he was able to get the BKB off. It's all in that fight. Already we have Obi Neon hunting into the jungle of Secret. They've got to be careful. There's going to be the jumping from Yopaj onto Yapsor. So underneath the tower, Scam still looking to try and get a catch here. They'll drop the Dream Coil down onto Yapsor. Zai gets the Ship's Guard out, but Death straight in with the jewel. Gets the catch onto the DP. Scam turns as well. They've got the damage to bring down Zai. They do. Zai goes down. Yapsor tries to get him, but there's too much damage that's being kicked out by Scam's Leshrac. They're Death getting low underneath the tower. Death will be able to escape this. He won't. He will tick down as the damage from the tower is too much for him to withstand.
Is under attack.
Come forward from Nisha, trying to see if he can get the
good
catch
pushback.
On the side, kick it back, play hard. Maybe see if you can even get back in on this, but the arena's dropped. They've got the catch on Scam locked down to the arena wall. Secret will be able to take down Scam in return.
And it's time for Team Secret to go inside the pit finally and try to end this. Roche, but, you know, Yopaj, he's going to be annoying. He has a haste rune once again, so... Hey, the slot. He's going for the steal.
Let's see if Yopaj can do it. Can he do it? Oh, but no, Secret's able to take it. Roshan Kill and Aegis will go the way of Secret.
Bristleback is the one who picked up both of the items working towards the Abyssal Blade, so it's going to be much easier to lock down the puck. I see Eon Disc. Eon Disc is fine. I also think he might need to get like more damage, like Dagon would be really, really good. He just hit level 25 on puck. He's thinking, like, do I need this scale? Maybe I need to be able to deal damage, but, considering that he's going all in with the Bloodstone, Vanning Ridge, the AoE range is a much better choice.
We'll see Matsu as well, just pushing with the flicker. A lot of things to take off, break away with the dispel.
Radiant's
Stop
top
to some of the
tower
full
is
combo
under
that Yopaj
attack.
wants to lay down. And, doing it, you said, actually, just skips the on disc, he's going full for the Dagons.
Yeah, I like that more, you know. Like, he risks a lot, because even if he like gets caught, he can still die, but if a Baton is there, if the lead commander is there, because he doesn't have a single defensive item for himself. But, yeah, I think Dagon 5 is like a must. Good combination. Hit the Ethereal Blade, try to blow them up, drag the fight for like 30 seconds, a minute. Kite the BKBs. That's exactly what they need to do.
How Lenny goes on the upgrades. Does necessity to save that buyback. It's been spotted.
Jackpot.
Dream Rune here for Yopaj, ready for the next fight.
They have 2 Eon Discs, 1 Eon Disc, never mind. That Prof is just building one, so you're not going to be able to go in and, initiate with the duel. You're going to have something against this burst damage coming out from Puck. They've seen, I believe it was Quincy Crew against Virtus Pro the last game when Quincy got eliminated, where like Abaddon couldn't get any of the spells off, because it was the exact same matchup. Abaddon into Death Prophet, this huge AoE silence. Like, you can't do anything. Like, you can't, like, you need LC possibly to dispel you, then you dispel someone else.
Scanning.
I guess at least with the Force stuff, he can play sort of sat right back and just use that Force to close the gap and get in once he's seen the stuff's being used.
A lot of value against Bristleback, of course, against the Clockwork on top of that. Puppy bought a gem, so they want to get rid of Vision from OB Neon. I don't think they have any Vision except the one ward on top.
Atsu gonna make the jump in onto Play Hard will be saved by Death for now. They force him back under the tier 4 towers. Matu actually popping the BKB there. Push them back. Allowed to get the tier 3 tower. Racks are now exposed.
With Flicker, yeah, he can just dispel things. Such a great, valuable tier 4 item here.
That comes in with the ghost sight. Trying to push on. The backdoor protection kicking in. New creep wave will be through fairly shortly though, so Secret can stick around and keep pushing. 1 minute 30 on the Aegis. See if they keep a bit of a better track of that timing compared to last time. It's already dead in on the backline. He jumped in with the door. The follow someone has two, and they've got the stun onto side. Zai goes down. They bring down the DP Scare and just head straight towards the backline. He's on top of Yapsor. Yapsor will fall. Be a buyback from Death as they'll look to continue to push back Secret. That's it. Turns over towards Darnwell. We'll be able to pick up the triple. Now he's over towards Scam. Scam on the retreat up to the high ground. Gets away.
That's 1 buyback from Zai, 1 buyback from Dead.
Yopaj has been silenced. From the spear that caught him, and it's another from the Tumba man.
He does not have buyback. He needs less than 200 gold, and now Team Secret, they can go back in again. Still Aegis up and running for another 40 seconds. They also have the cheese. Someone popped the cheese, I believe.
And with no Yopaj, this is a hard defense for OB Neon. Bottom racks taken out. Chris swinging over towards the mid. They'll at least get 2 sets here.
They probably think Puck has that buyback. But if he's not buying back right here, they're like, maybe, you know, he does not have it. They have enough time to actually go for Mega Creeps. Aegis will be gone in 20 seconds.
I see if OB Neon can do anything with the four of them. Batu joining in with the BKB, straight up road, play out, pins the wall of the arena, play out goes down. Skem's got to run with the BKB as VC and Batu chase him down, Skem falls. Has got a buyback on the Lesh. He's going to have to use it here at Secret. And taking a third set of racks. Tier 3 down, the racks exposed. Secret pushing on for the Megas. Then trying to get in on this. He's going to open up with the duel onto Matoma, but then they have the damage. The silence is onto Skem. He's in with a spear.
They don't have enough.
Skem falling low. He's trying to run. Will manage to get his spells out, but they'll lose Skem. Skem, he's shields up. He's going to get surrounded. Skem will fall. There's 4 dead on OB Neon. They'll call it GG. It's their Secret. Will take game 1.
Team Secret, yeah. Even with the lineup, you know, that doesn't have like super real, like late game, they take it to a bit more of a late game. And yeah, this Bristleback Matu, he really popped off. You know, Neon, they had some good stuff coming out from Puck, like those team fights, but a couple of bad initiations on a Bristleback kind of set them back.
Indeed, and at the end as well, definitely a painful few moments there for OB Neon. Yopaj, 200 gold away from having the buyback. He wasn't able to turn up and help defend the base as Secret play smart with the buybacks. You know, Zai gets back. Puck's not coming back. We can close this one up.
Yeah, they went for Mega Creeps. It's a safer play. But yeah, they go in. It's still a less track, you know. Once they have those BKBs, they're not going to be able to deal as much damage. And Team Secret, they played so well. Like, we've seen so many spears in the Cogs combination. Just some really good stuff.
A strong attempt from OB Neon to hold back Secret, but at the end of it all, the Matuma map Bristleback proving to be a little too strong. As Team Secret, they'll take the first game of this series.
Thank you very much, OD Pixel and Lacoste. A very tense battle that took place all over the map at the same time between Team Secret and OB Neon, but Team Secret managed to clutch it out in the end. Gentlemen, do you think that this is the Team Secret that everybody has been waiting for?
I think that this is the Neon that should be scaring Secret. Secret played up to their standard, but the fact that Neon was able to keep it neck and neck, they were making all the right moves. They were invading the jungle early on. They knew that there were stacks being made. Nisha wasn't really that big of a deal at all at like any point in the game. At the very end, he had some good spears which helped secure some kills, but he was getting abused in the mid lane and elsewhere. And overall, even though Secret did win, I think I was more impressed by Neon.
Not the first time that Neon loses the first game of the series, so SCA fans, there's still hope. They can still clutch it back in. It was, I think Secret definitely drafted much better than in the last series. I disagree.
Series.
Yeah, I disagree a little bit with Owen with his assessment that their draft was as bad as before. I think this is looking much stronger, and you can see the reasoning behind all the heroes that they picked. I think that Neon was. Their draft got a fresh of breath there after the Legion Commander. Before that Legion Commander, they picked their comfort zone, but it felt like their comfort zone isn't that great versus what Secret drafted. However, they still played this so well. A couple of mistakes that suit their playstyle. You know, the couple of mistakes like diving that tier 2 to kill off.
Yeah.
I believe it was the
they
duel
killed,
on the Dead Prophet.
They killed the Mars off first, but then that was like 30 seconds before
this
fight.
This fight, literally.
So Mars is respawning right now. They're committing heavily. They duel the Death Prophet, try to kill her off. Matu's trying to do everything that he can, but they're just kind of ignoring him.
The problem is they dive so deep and they expect to get these fast pickoffs.
Yeah, and exit cleanly. But Nisha's respawning and he's TPing in. And this would have been a clean exit if they could just get a little bit further. Nice attempt by the Puck, but then everyone kind of commits to it.
And that's really it, isn't it? Secret understands that they will be trying to overextend, and because of that they're picking these Scuttle plus Bristle types of drafts because they can sustain themselves and they can fight these long engagements. one of the reasons why that Prophet was targeted later on with the duel is they couldn't possibly kill the Bristle any longer, and she was dishing out just as much of damage as he was, so you needed to deal with both of them.
If you were able to catch the Bristle before he BKBs, I think they probably could if they dueled him first, but you don't want to test Matu. He'll win that every single time, and so there was really no choice. You have to go for the DP, the second highest damage dealing source, but then at the end of the day, you don't have an answer for Bristle.
Still, nothing to be ashamed of if you're Neon. Really strong performance and showing in game 1. I hope they don't swap things way too much around and that we see something similar from them in the second game. They're a team that makes these kind of interesting drafts, different drafts work. Much like, I keep on repeating this, I feel like I'm even disrespecting Neon. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to compare them to Liquid because I think that Liquid is a better team or anything like that. Just because
they have similar dynamics.
Very similar dynamics. You have Mike on puck. Here you have Yopaj on puck, who literally feels like the true carry. He's the one that's right-clicking heavily. Meanwhile, the safe laner is the one that's passively dealing damage and constantly taking control and objectives.
Yeah, like Lacoste had mentioned, I'm surprised that Leshrac isn't prioritized more heavily by other teams. We don't see it first phase, only really Neon does it, and I see a lot of potential, but now I'm worried that this was kind of a free strategy for Secret. Coddle Bristle, that's an old hat. Everybody knows Coddle Bristle.
Yep.
And they were able to get away with it in game 1. Seems like they should have like a pretty strong draft advantage coming into game 2 because maybe you do need a ban Coddle. It's not just Bristle that you can do this chocolate magic shenanigans with. There are a lot of other combinations.
Would they really want to dedicate bans to Enchantress and Coddle?
That's the question. I think you may still prioritize Enchantress higher, but that hasn't been proven yet. You really only saw Secret take advantage of the Enchantress in game in their first upper bracket series versus Thunder Predator.
It also depends on what pick you have. If you have first pick, that IO still needs to go.
Yeah.
We aren't talking about Wisp, and we haven't seen Secret play it yet in the major, but if the hero is in the pool, probably they will take it.
And Secret's the one team besides Alliance, which also won with support IO, but Secret's the one team that I think could definitely win with support IO, even if they don't want to run in a core position.
So this match there were a lot of great plays by Obi Neon, but we do have to name an MVP for Team Secret, and that MVP will be Matumba Man on the Bristleback.
Yeah, he did his Bristleback things, I
Yeah,
suppose.
I mean, my only other thing would be Puppy for the draft, because it was a surprisingly quiet game from most of Secret. Nisha didn't really stand out too much. Zai was tanking a lot of focus, and so he didn't get to stand out that much. Yapster was playing Clockwork, which I think with like 10 more minutes of farm, he would have started doing some crazy jetpack shenanigans.
Very interesting switch up with the lanes, putting the Dead Prophet offlane instead of Mars, because throughout the DPC leagues, I have seen Dead Prophets do pretty well versus Puck, but Mars did extremely well too. Like, he dominated the first couple of levels, made Yopaj's life not as easy as it usually is.
Yeah.
Well, we had a fantastic game, and we will have more games coming up thanks to our sponsors like JBL. Gear up your gaming experience with the all-new JBL Quantum Series gaming headsets and PC speakers. You can find out more on jbl.com or follow at JBL_SG on Instagram. We will have Game 2 of Team Secret versus, oh my gosh, my brain just totally blanked out there. Obi Neon, sorry.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Let me redo this. We will have Game 2 of Team Secret versus Obi Neon coming up right after this break. Stay tuned. remain in the tournament. The loser of the series will take 5th place tied with the next series coming up. But gentlemen, this is a very, very, very close match, don't you think? A lot of people didn't really put a lot of respect on Obinion and the Southeast Asia region, but they
Who
have,
are they? Show them to me. Who didn't put respect? Was it him?
All of the
It may have
people,
been- it may have
all
been
the
me.
people voting on the one esports fantasy pick'em.
I mean, only
that
70-something%.
74% voted for Team Secret,
Shame on you.
26% for Obi Neon.
I mean, that means that they respect them 20... It was 91 against LGD, I believe?
I think so. It was
It's
91 and
They respect them either 20% more than
Exactly.
Vichy, right?
LGD.
LGD, or people respect Secret
20% less.
that's the big question here. What do you guys think? Do you think that it's Team Secret that affected these
I want
odds?
100%.
or-
If
I think it's
Secret,
both. I think it's both. That Vici series that Neon had yesterday inspired some confidence.
100%, but usually it's if Secret are winning their series, it's always 90% on them until they really, really lose, until they do something completely wonky, and then that confidence kind of drops, which is what happened. But Neon they deserve to be 55, 45 at least.
Yeah. After seeing that game one, I'll admit, I was on the fence. I was like, let's see how they do against Secret. I mean, Vici Gaming, Fnatic, what did those victories really mean? Making your way through group stage. Oh wait, now that I think about it, they've been winning a lot of games. Maybe I should put some respect on their name.
Yeah. And with their own strategy, with that, who joined them, who literally woke up 2 hours before the major.
Wait, weren't you the one that said you wanted to get off of that storyline and stop
That's
highlighting
true, actually.
it?
It's not a stand-in anymore.
No. I'm not talking about him being a stand. I'm just talking about the storyline in which one day you're not that storyline.
Okay.
As a player, not as a stand.
Okay,
In
okay.
which you're just sleeping, chilling. You didn't even have a good night, and someone is waking you up. Yo, do you want to play at the major?
I've got a job for you. Only you can do it. Singaporean agent. And he's like, okay, cool. I'll walk down the street.
He's not truly an agent. He's helping them.
Oh, for sure.
Quite a bit.
No, agent doesn't have to have a negative connotation.
In Dota,
For some
though.
reason, Dota has adopted that.
Yeah. In
But Death is still, you can see in the game, it says LFT looking for team.
A lot of interesting Singaporean players showing up. Lawson as well, just being pretty solid.
Nice, still
Yeah.
upper bracket, baby.
Yep. Just solid performance by the regionals. But let's see. Secret in game 2, probably gonna ban out all those brawlers. What do you think, Tsunami?
Yeah, they're
Once again?
4-position bans. I think the 4-position bans, like you said, it's a good idea.
Well, that's respect.
That is respect. Yopaj's not going to get his hands on puck anymore.
That's huge respect.
So, Enchantress, caught.
Right.
Last game. So now Secret have a whole bunch of new. Last game. So now Secret have a whole bunch of new heroes that they can ban out in the second phase.
The whole bunch of heroes that they can pick. This is.
Yeah, they can take the Earth Spirit that they banned out
They can
previously.
take, they can take the spirit. They can go for something wild, pick that Monkey
10
King. They
seconds
can
remaining.
Void Spirit. There's if they want to play that Prophet on the offlane, that
5
is
seconds
the
remaining.
possibilities really are quite
Endless.
endless. Yeah, and they
I
can
believe
just
that's the phrase.
just have to choose which way they want to go.
Now that Team Secret has
Dire
let
team
the
pick.
Tusk go through, where are their bans going to be
Team
focused now?
Secret's turn to
I
ban.
say you go the same approach. Ban out the carry. Okay, JK. They pick up the carry hero also.
Or the offlane.
Yeah.
Or the offlane. And I like this a lot because they have the Tusk, it opens up their draft, you don't know where exactly the Lush is going.
True.
It's decent versus Monkey, and I'm not completely convinced
10
on the Monkey
seconds
King
remaining.
core when he's playing versus these lineups that just run at you so early
5
on.
seconds
We've seen
remaining.
it already a couple of times, not do way too much.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, but I wonder if
Venom
Team
ban.
Secret pick up an
Secret's turn
Alchemist.
to ban.
JK.
JK.
Goodbye, Alchemist.
Also, we've seen that Prophet on offlane, most likely here as well. Maybe a 5 even versus Tusk.
not too bad. But yeah, after seeing the game one, we're expecting that profit on the offlane, right?
I am.
10 seconds remaining.
Why would OB Neon ban out the Alchemist?
5 seconds remaining.
No, so the thing that Lizard said is, okay, Monkey King doesn't do very well whenever the teams push the tempo early on, and that's because usually Monkey King is spending a bunch of time farming his Aghanim Scepter. Let an offlane Alchemist farm it for you, and all of a sudden Monkey King's able to go toe-to-toe with a Leshrac at like 20 minutes into the game.
Oh, look at the stash.
Dude, Monty's been growing his hair out.
And the hair as well.
I know, man. He's ascending.
That's the quarantine.
Is he turning
hair.
Quarantine look.
Is he turning into
chic.
Puppy from 2011?
He needs to curl his hair a little bit
needs
more.
to curl it and a little bit longer.
A little bit longer.
Look at that hair on that prophet. Didn't notice that much before.
10 seconds remaining.
There's some air conditioning going on.
5 seconds
Hair
remaining.
conditioning.
Oh,
I'm gonna show myself a lizard.
You can show yourself the door now. But wait, we need you to
Oh, now I know what's happened. You spent too much time with Lacoste Black at DPC, China and Southeast Asia. I was like, Lizard, you weren't like this. You didn't used to make low-hanging fruit jokes like this, and now look at you.
I get one throughout the whole event,
All right,
okay?
fine.
One an event.
It was
That's
a pretty good one, I'll give it to you.
Dire team.
Weaver banned out, Abaddon banned out, and OB Neon respect banning the Bristle, which I guess they consider to be the more irritating part of the Bristle-Coddle combo.
This is a pretty solid Oracle for them, stealing it away from Secrets. You don't want to be playing versus Monkey King Oracle or that Prophet Oracle, so pretty solid. Also, it just feels so good to have Oracle with the heroes that they play. These Leshracs, these Death Prophets and whatnot. In this situation, obviously, just the Leshrac.
Would that be a 5 Oracle?
Yes.
Does that mean that Pango is open for OB Neon? Picking
And
up the
for
next
Secret.
position?
And for Secret as well.
Pango's availability.
Oh, Zai Pango.
Zai, most likely the Death Prophet now that the Shaker has been revealed.
Yeah, I would think Yapsor is probably going to be playing the Shaker, so...
It's still a possibility to flex the Death Prophet on 5, but the thing is, Shaker plus Death Prophet is kinda... You can't get many better laners with the Shaker on the offlane. He doesn't do a whole lot in the lane, he just secures it, and that's what Death Prophet needs, so... Because of that, I'm kinda seeing it going that way. But still, very interesting Shaker pickup. We haven't seen too many games.
Yeah, I wonder what they're looking for here, because... Okay, give me the pre-Ags Shard nerf. What was Shaker's kind of claim to fame that made him such a formidable force in the first few weeks of the DPC?
Oh, pre-Ags Shard nerf?
Yeah, like why he was literally like constantly picked.
Shard was literally broken.
Yeah, so
it was
he's
the
long-range
strongest
initiation.
Thing. Yeah, it was the most broken thing that I've seen in a while. You couldn't fight against it.
They just picked up gyrocopters. Where will gyro go if Oracle's?
This looks like a gyro carry
10
then.
seconds remaining.
Is that very common?
It could be mid as well, actually. I've seen it in
5
SCA
seconds
on
remaining.
the mid lane, and you get a ton of burst damage that you can take down even a Death Prophet if she's mid. So it's possible. Still most likely carry, but you never know. It's OB Neon. They're, I wouldn't want to see it on a carry. I'd rather see it mid, actually.
No, I'm enthusiastic about the hero because I do think it serves a lot of the same purposes that all these magic damage early, like Queen of Pain or Puck. It's like a lot of magic damage coming out very early on. Call down, Rocket Barrage, and Homing Missile can very quickly take down targets and great in team.
5 seconds remaining.
Now your core combination... I guess they could give Death to Leshrac. Okay, so I want them to give Death to Leshrac, and I want them to pick a physical damage right-click and carry for their last pick.
Team Secret picking Quap means that Quap will likely go middle.
Yeah, most likely.
Most likely. I know that there's the chance, but the highest odds are that
the highest
odds will go middle.
The highest odds are that for some reason they're leaving the 5 for the last pick, and that reason is to keep the Death Prophet flexible.
Or it's because they're gonna hit him with the Bane again. Last pick Bane.
I hope not.
I also hope not.
Yeah, but so Shaker plus Death Prophet on the offlane, Monkey safe, Quap mid. And on the side of OB Neon, we'll see. I have seen CIS teams and EU teams, like teams from that whole region, flex gyro even on offlane.
Dire team
Some players really like playing it there.
And
not my personal favorite.
I mean, if it is offlane gyro, so I'm kind of thinking that this may be a puppy Death Prophet. Because I think it's if they send Leshrac in the offlane, I think Death Prophet would abuse Leshrac in the off.
Remaining.
Yeah, Lesh and Tusk can definitely deal with anyone. That lane is a win. If OB Neon sends those two, you can't really win against that too easily. It's just too strong of a lane.
But then is there any 5 position who could help?
Yeah, you see they're banning out the Crystal Maiden. There is like... It's a very potent lane from OB Neon, let's put it that way. A lane that they shouldn't lose, no matter what position 5 is on Team Secret. Even something like an Undying doesn't. It's tag team and Edict, Splitter, Lightning. It's too much. It looks like Team Secret is actually expecting... Well, they don't know what they're expecting.
Yeah, okay, so their first ban was Ember Spirit, so they're expecting it to be a carry gyrocopter. And then Neon ban out Crystal Maiden. And then Secret's like, oh wait, actually, let's ban out an offlane, let's ban out Beastmaster.
10 seconds
I guess they're covering
remaining.
their bases. Whichever way this Leshrac goes, let's ban out one carry, or one mid.
Remaining.
If it's going mid, let's ban out one offlaner if it's...
Because they did play Leshrac.
Yeah, they played a lot of Death
positions,
Leshrac.
What would be the best ban for OB Neon?
I'm surprised they're banning 5s, but if they want to keep banning 5s, let's see.
And we haven't seen too many 5s
AA?
Team Secret, yeah. Versus Oracle, not too shabby yet.
Lion.
Team Secret.
I feel like Lion may get
They banned Kotal.
Yeah, Kotal is probably a much better option.
Yeah,
really.
Kotal, Quap is... Puppy played some 5 Tide, but I also think Tide can't really deal with...
Lesh and Tusk.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what he has in store.
remaining.
I don't even dare to make a prediction because he's been playing some...
Yeah, I'm just naming the heroes that he
seconds
played kind of
remaining.
during the DPC.
He's had some wild 5s.
He's played Warlock in the DPZ as
He
well.
did. We saw Quincy Crew, I think, play Warlock to great success.
Dire
Some other
team
teams...
pick.
Points away.
Let's go. Oh, Pango.
Pango.
Yeah,
So
I
5
mean,
Death Prophet.
it was left in the pool for this whole time, so why not pick the Pango? Most likely on the offlane for Zai, right? And 5 Death Prophet.
Yeah, so it's like Shaker, Pango lane.
10 seconds remaining.
I still don't like carry Gyrocop. I don't think he
5
can
seconds remaining.
carry.
It can fit OB Neon's playstyle if they don't go full out on having this conventional gyro that just farms until he gets his Ags and whatnot.
But that's like the only
And then
way you can
continues
play
farming.
Gyro if he's the carry, right?
Look, OB Neon, they're breaking the norms.
Breaking the molds.
Yeah, they're breaking the molds, the norms, and so far they have proven to us that
glass
they can
ceilings.
play. Yeah, they can play different style of Dota.
Sure.
And Gyro is a hero that can play different.
Sure. But that's why I'm down for Gyro mid.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you're probably right. I'm assuming it. may
I
end up
wouldn't
carrying.
mind it as well. Yopaj Gyro. I like him more on these heroes that can go in and out easily.
Yeah. And plus, I guess the mid lane matchup versus a Quap.
It can be problematic for many heroes.
Yeah, I guess maybe send Lesh mid. Offlane.
That's also an option. Versus the Monkey King, though, what do you pick? You can't go for any of those melee ones.
You got Tusk. They're looking for an offlane for Death Timber Summon?
Bad Rider!
Nah, Pat Rider is a very
Oh.
good pick. Yeah, okay.
Well, who's picking what? Don't take the screen away from me.
Nah, it's gonna
production.
be... It's actually gonna be Yopaj Bat.
And carry Gyrocopter.
That's not what I expected
And
at all,
offlane
because
Leshrac.
Quap doesn't lose that lane.
Yeah, she can just blink out. Too many napalm stacks, she's all good.
And Bat has been nerfed quite a bit. Even before, when Bat Riders were...
Hello. Hello. Maybe I should start with some memes or as fast memes. I have nothing prepared, but I like Team Secret. Every single hero they have team fight. Like every single hero has a team fight ability. I don't think they have the real answer for like all of those. It's just like the damage output could be a bit tricky for Neon. Owen?
Yeah, I've got to agree. This time around, I think Neon's lineup is it's going to be very difficult to execute. But I feel like there's got to be some belief that if in this state where you're one game away from getting sent home, you pick up the core gyro, you must have something genius, strategized around it. Because this is a very hard hero to play in the position that Scam's going to be playing it. So we'll see if they've got some magic up their sleeves. Very much. And here we go, ladies and gentlemen, game 2 of Secret versus OB Neon. And let's see what OB Neon have got in store with us. With a draft that at sort of face value just looks very, very sort of difficult to play and definitely going the way of some heroes that just aren't popular right now, especially in the positions that they're going to be showing them. Scam on the safe lane gyro. Let's see if he can do it
Gyro
here.
without any steroids. Yeah. No IO, no Aghanim Scepter, no Alacrity, nothing pretty much. So not a big fan of this hero. In a carry position. As a 5, possibly as a mid lane, magical, it can work. So Yopaj, they also picked Batrider into Queen of Pain. Like I thought they might switch the lanes up a bit. So Queen of Pain, she's ready. She has a magic stick. You've ever felt threatened by 4 or 5 stick and a palm charges, you just blink away. Die on the bottom lane so far, being alone. Now look at this, build on Poppy. Casual, Ring of Protection, Fairy Fire, and 2 branches.
Alright, early bit of tank. Let's have a look. See how much you can get out of this tri lane, how much pressure this is going to put. Scam on the early levels. Do bring play hard upper as well, so it'll be Neon matching the numbers that Secret's bringing up top.
That's one of the best, if not the best, tri-laner in the game. Like, you stack team, it's just so much damage coming out. They also did not block the big camp.
He's trapped. Caught in the trees there. Play hard.
He tried.
Out, yeah.
And now you're stuck with the snowball level 1. So Team Secret should try to abuse that. They also did not block the big camps. They can pull that, push the lane, pull it back. They also have Fisher to block people off. Like, this top lane should be really, really good for Team Secret.
Neon's got to be ever so careful with their positioning.
No.
He's get separated from the rest.
He's always ready for
Mid lane, Quap.
He's going for it. He's got it. Or maybe the Fairy Fire. Just enough with the tangos to keep Yopaj alive. What's he got coming out? Did have a salve coming out as well on the courier. So we'll be able to stick in lane, but it's getting very low on the mana here, Yopaj. Don't have too much more to spam out against Nisha.
A laning stage for Batrider got nerfed hard. Like, he's out of mana, as you mentioned, needs to bring ton of regen. Like, this is, I think the mid lane could potentially be a disaster for Yopaj, considering how it went. Nisha almost got a kill. He has this mana coming out from the magic stick, so he can keep harassing. Doesn't have even a point in the blink at the moment, because he just wants to put some more pressure.
This isn't going to get easier for Yopaj anytime soon. Does have a Mango coming out. It's given some potential to hit back at Nisha, but as we're seeing already, Nisha just doesn't care about the bat in the laning state at all.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Batrider is so far away from bottle.
Yeah.
Just brought some tangos and the mango. Like, even if he pops the mango, he still does not have enough to use Flame Break and the Stick in a Palm. It's just too much mana. So Nisha dominating this lane, 11-7 at the moment. Uses another Shadow Strike. Yeah, it's a really hard lane for a Batrider. He needs a region rune. He needs to find the region rune to come back into this game.
Yeah, they've got to come over here at 4 minutes in to help Yopaj out. No doubt about it. It's on the top lane. See Matsu continue to have the edge in farm. It's a lot easier for him to pick it up.
Okay, this is how you help him. Januel, keeping mid, use a healing salve on him. Mid lane's not going well. Problem is, this hero doesn't really farm that fast. He doesn't have that much damage in the lane. You need to use the Stick in a Palm charges to get the last hits. Nisha gets a deny. We still have a question mark for some reason. I thought it was for April Fool's only.
I mean, maybe April Fool's has never ended. Bottom lane death. A run down Zai. Zai's going to be alright. So far on this bottom lane, of course, the 2 heroes left to their devices. We've got 20 for 5 against 19 for 2. A little bit of a lead in the 1v1. Both laners want to be rather happy with the amount of solo XP that they are finding.
Januel coming mid, dispel the Shadow Strike. This is the second time he came mid. That's when you know things are not really going well.
Yopaj has finally got the bottle coming out there. Regen on the horizon for him.
Damage has been done. 25-15 on Queen of Pain.
That's right. And this was, of course, this was something that they picked into.
They picked into, yeah. They knew the matchup.
Yeah. But no surprises to be had. I mean, maybe they were like, well, I mean, I don't know if they would have thought that there was a potential for like the Quap to be some support Quap and DP to be mid, but I would think not. Yeah, that's very unlikely. Must have known that Nisha would have been mid on the Queen of Pain.
Nisha has more denies than the enemy carry has CS. That's just brutal.
Extra for the effort.
Definitely a rough start here for Obi Neon. Top. Matsui's complete pre-farm. It's one of those situations where you do have this Tusk in a tri-lane, but not really able to do too much with that. They can't fight into this aggro tri-lane of Secret.
Rotation to the bottom. Yapster TPs. He gets the proc. Fisher should be enough to get a kill.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Death. Let's try and turn the Fairy Fire.
They need to share the damage from Edict. Okay.
Close, but Zai's able to win out, get the kill and survive. Yeah, Yopaj is having to turn to the jungle, but Nisha going to be stepping up each time to see if he ever catches Yopaj close to the wave.
Snowball. Oh, what a connect from Zai.
The Rolling Thunder, Zai able to play back in as low as he is. It's a 0-2k lead already. This is looking rough for Obi Neon.
It's rough. You also have a carry gyro. You have a Batrider who's not really having a good time on a mid lane. Nisha going in. Not gonna commit. He had Arcane in the bottle, did the math. He's like Sonic Waves, not enough to take him down. If it was you, you'd probably just pop it, right? You're like 6 times 3 minus 4 equals a kill on a Batrider. Yeah.
Maybe he accidentally cancels his TP. No, gotta play for the small.
Yeah, maybe they added something that stops the TP, and I didn't read the patch notes. Top lane.
Oh no, Scam. They're running him down. They've got the burst. Sonic Waves out. Scam's out.
What's the opposite of Regicide?
Quick kill for Nisha as he's ready to use this fantastic amount of farm and levels that he's been picked up in that free farm mid.
Yeah, level 7 Arcane Rune TP, so he's gonna have another ulti in 70 seconds. I don't know how Batrider comes back into the game. They need to make some stacks from there. There are stacks.
Gonna have the setup again. Zai, Yapster and Puppy. They're chasing down Death. There's no help for Death at all. Death will slowly but surely be taken down. We'll be able to bring down Yapster.
Oh, he also gets Puppy as well.
See if they can get them. They're actually going to be able to find the 3 of them in return. So they'll take that one. Obi Neon, 3 for 1. Absolutely.
Well, not too bad of a trade.
Yeah.
Like that edict, it's maxed out, a lot of overtime damage. Scam DPs to the bottom lane. They don't have too much damage when there's no Leshrac around, but he will, you know, deal some.
Can get a bit more of that going, especially if they're able to bring in the Oracle in time, keep Lesh alive. And we'll be able to close that gap as
Invisibility.
be able to grab that rune, Yopaj and play hard.
Oh boy.
All of it.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower.
Pressure the Lesh is too much for the bottom tower. Death able to take the tier 1 at a very good time here. 8 minutes in. Zai, he's moved up to the top.
He's ready to go.
Looking for an easier kill, looking for John Well.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Thunder in,
attack.
and the follow from Matu and Yapsor. No help for the Oracle. Secret. Well, they've lost the tier 1 tower upon him, but they're going to try and push on for the tier 1 top. Death, three making moves over to the mid.
Forcing a glyph out of Team Secret. So they're not going to have that for a long time. Batrider in the jungle, trying to recover. They made a couple of stacks for him to work towards that boost of travel. There's a big difference already. 1k gold lead for Queen of Pain. Going into Orchid. It was such a good Queen of Pain pick here. Because you don't care, they don't have enough lockdown, you don't care about fast rotations, you can blink over the shards, you dominate the lane. Like this, they picked
Make a hell of a
Batrider into Queen of Pain, which is pretty bad, and now like Queen of Pain can cut into backlines, find Oracle, especially with the Orchid done.
It's mid. Not a poke at Death, but Death's got drawn well and play hard right behind him. Death, in fact, he's just running up to the high ground aggressively. He wants to get in on the action. Extra TP's coming in for a Secret. Death goes up pretty far, and he'll be fine. Feeling very confident in the backup of his Oracle to remove any sort of debuffs that the Secret do throw out at him. It's making space for Scam down bottom, as we'll see Scam with a build, going straight for the Ags.
It's a greedy build, of course, but it pays off if you manage to farm it out. Royal Jelly and the chip was found.
See over in the river. To the high ground with the snowball, play hard. Trying to get in on the front lines of it all, but Nisha and Zai, they're able to turn and play hard will die for this.
Excellent.
They didn't even use the Rolling Thunder. He should also have a really good time on a Pangolier. The only pretty much ability you need to care about is like Flaming Lasso once he gets the Ether Lance. Other than that, you're fine. But it's going to take time until he gets it, because I see what Batrider has queued up. Blink Dagger after finishing bots into BKB, 4-staff, and then he goes for a Lance. Might change things around if Pangolier causes a lot of issues.
Yopaj on the hump for the Superman Monkey King. And then walking into Yapsor and Zydo instead. Now Nisha jumping over from the side. Be able to push back Yopaj with the Sonic Wave. The rest of OP Neon trying to make their way over here. Yopaj, can he juke his way out of this? He can't. The swashbuckle finishes him off. Death, see if he can find some trades. Chasing down Yapsor with the Diabolic Edict. They'll get Ron and return it over to the side. The homing missile. The stun for Death. As OP Neon, they'll take 2 for the loss of their bat. And again, they'll be happy with this. Each time that OP Neon's able to find the favorable trades and numbers.
Poppy, he stole the bottle.
Oh, no, he didn't.
He did. There we go. Oh my god. 650 gold down the drain.
What was he doing there?
I don't know. Just someone put it. I don't know what was going on. Like I was not checking the tower. And like, oh, is there a bottle?
It's just a bottle. All right. Okay, so a little bit of a gold swing there.
Top tower is
Oh, he's keeping it. I want to see like, if he gives it. He's also going to, like, Zai's going to TP to refill the stolen bottle.
Oh my goodness, losing the bottle. How long was that on the floor for?
Oh, and you're asking too many questions.
So, hey, I mean, because they weren't even near there. They were charging up all onto the triangle as Secret, and then
they were baiting. Like, they were baiting with the bottle.
Baiting, wow.
Didn't really pay off.
A free bottle for Puppy. I've never seen that before.
He should probably give it to Earthshaker, you know, because Earthshaker consumes a lot of mana. But
I feel. Well, we'll get to see it. I mean, it's just, but there's no one near it.
Yeah.
Who left the bottle on the floor? What it must have been, right? It must have been like the refill thing. They were coming in. They passed over the bottle. Or they think they passed over the bottle, but they didn't pass it over successfully. They just dragged it onto the ground and obviously none of them realized because they were
Yeah.
making that quick move to try and get over and fight in the triangle.
I like the smile in Yapsor's face. He's like, yeah, man, Puppy picked up the bottle, and then like realization that he's not gonna get it, that Puppy's gonna keep it for
Puppy's
himself.
keeping that bottle. He really is. Mid lane, Echo Slam drop down, Death. He's gonna be saved though. Farnwell comes in with a false promise. Death will live for now. Nisha still seeing if maybe there's an opportunity to dive in on this Zai. Might go in from the side here. Open up with the Rolling Thunder, jump forward. Nisha, there's two of them with the Sonic Wave, and that's going to be destroyed. Drag back with the lasso, and they burst through Nisha in time. They can.
Yeah, you need to be careful. As a Queen of Pain, he's trying to TP out. There's going to be a TP cancel. Not too bad of a trade, you know. Team Secret, they handed them a couple of the kills.
I mean, yeah, we're seeing this quite a few times in this game. Secret getting aggressive and actually ending up losing more than they're getting out of the trades. Of course, it's all creating space for the Timberman. Timberman pretty much with the Battle Fury complete. Going to see if they can try and chase down Scam here. Quite the angle for Yap sort of cut him off with a Fisher.
Puppy holding on to that bottle like my precious. He is enjoying the mana region coming out from it, even though it's empty.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Is he trying to give it to him? Because he's been following Yapsor.
No, I think he's just
trolling.
He's like, hey, Yap, want this bottle? Sucker.
I've been having too good of a time in this game. I forgot to actually, keep an eye what's happening.
I mean, maybe that's the strat for Obi Neal. You know, they've given the bottle to Puppy and
Radiant's
trying to make him lose focus and get a little too comfortable.
Is always ready.
Matu finishing the Battle Fury, going into Aghanim Scepter. Pretty standard stuff, I would say, these days on a Monkey King. Like, it's super greedy, but it's a ton of damage as well. Gives you a team fight. That on the bottom, standing near the tree with the Edict. He's going to be able to take down this tier 2 tower.
He is. Puppy will manage to get the deny.
Has been denied.
There's something to be said there, but still just losing their tier 2s this early. It's going to set up for Obi Neon to start taking over some control of Secret's jungle. That outpost.
Dire are scanning.
Keeping it close. Skem's farm's looking good.
He has Aghanim Scepter done, so that's going to increase his farm once he gets that.
Dire's middle tower is under
This is the first time I see Pango without Orb of Corrosion.
Oh, look at this up top. Very nicely set up by Play Hard. Closes the gap. Yo Patch with the follow-up lockdown.
Excellent. Precious bounce.
Second death on Nisha, sort of back-to-back here. Nisha, a few times now, getting caught by Obi Neon. Just having that setup, just blink, being on cooldown. It's the opportunity for Play Hard to close the gap, and Yo Patch has got enough lockdown.
Yeah, I've said it. No corrosion on Pangolier. I don't think in this patch I've seen anyone play Pangolier without it. It's just too good of an item. Zai wants to get a Blink Dagger to be able to jump the back lines, possibly disrupt any snowball saves or the saves coming up from the Oracle. Dead. Catching Puppy.
He's getting revenge for that ball. He's not happy with Puppy taking that away.
From whence it came.
9-9. 1k lead for Obi Neon. Obi Neon are really fixing it. If you consider how some of the lanes were going for Obi Neon at the start, they fixed that completely.
They managed to make a comeback. Queen of Pain, those two deaths are really costly. Still don't have a defensive tool. Yapsor, no Blink Dagger yet.
Radiant's top tower is under
Nisha
attack.
playing a lot safer now. Doesn't want to blink it aggressively on that. Yapsor's going to get left behind. Obi Neon. Another kill for them. A Joe Patch, I mean,
he's recovering. He's recovering really nicely.
I mean, you can see maybe sort of the plan was to pick this sort of hero that, then you, regardless of what you pick against a Quap, the lane's going to be rough because dagger spam. If you could pick a hero that you know that you can catch your game back up using the jungle, making the moves, then it doesn't matter if you have such a rough time in that 1v1. And Yo Patch just showing to pick it up perfectly after having to play that tough match.
He's level 14. Queen of Pain is level 11.
Yeah, he's destroying it. Top lane. Yo Patch again, he gets the initiation. He's able to set up onto Zai. It will turn onto Death. Wukong's command down from a Timberman. Sonic Wave for the side. Nisha will be able to catch both Jarnwell and Death as they take down the two of them. This time round, Secret back on top of the trades, but maybe the fight's not finished yet. As already, Obi Neon. They can find more inside of the triangle.
it's still that Monkey is still king of this game. You know, once he gets that Aghanim Scepter, he's super tanky. He brings them so much team fight with the Wukong's command. The Batrider can only use Lasso on one person, and Team Secret, they still have a ton of team fight left.
Dire's top tower is under
They also
attack.
have anti-combo. You know, you have Rolling Thunder, you can bounce people from the Wukong's command with the Sonic Wave. You can disrupt Rolling Thunder with the Fissure. There are so many things that could potentially go wrong.
Yeah, there's going to be people being thrown all over the place. Fights. Workers, not necessarily a benefit all the time for Secret. There'll be Neon. They're already making the moves up top, Nisha. But be careful, they do spot him entering this area of the jungle with that ward. Wait just in time. Pressure's going to come in from Death. Death just charging in on them. As he's actually going to be able to get on Nisha. Look at the opening. Nisha just standing far too close as Nisha's gone. And the rest of Secret, they've got to run. Yopaj chasing down Puppey up to the tier 2 tower.
They thought Fissure is enough to keep him safe there, but does not manage to get out. Also gets stunned by a Leshrac and gets bursted down.
I feel like we're seeing this in kind of both the games, even though they did get the winning game one, where Nisha, it feels like he's just not giving us the level that we're expecting from him. Having a bit of a rough one.
Yeah, usually Nisha is the one who's in control, you know, making all the movements around the map. They will have 2 Blink Daggers, one down on Pangolier right now, one down on Earthshaker. He also found the Fillet, so it's going to help out getting that Blink Dagger. No Echo for 30 seconds, but should be up online for the next fight.
Radiant
They're making so many stacks on side of OB Neon.
Yeah, they're getting so much farm on that the heroes. I mean, Yopaj and Scam, BKB on Scam. Once the BKB's done on Yopaj, you know, they're just able to get in on this. And Secret aren't going to be able to do much at all to hold them off. There's going to be a bit of time before Matu's built up the sort of physical damage that's going to threaten these heroes through the BKB. As until that point, Scam and Jopaj, they're just going to be able to charge down some of these squishy heroes. Nisha, he's got to be so careful every single fight. One stun, and he's going to get taken down each time.
He got slowed down so much. Like, it was a good timing on Orchid. He was dumpstering the laning stage, and now he's so far away from a BKB. He needs that BKB. They still have, like, 2 abilities that go through Magic Immunity that can stun him, you know, Walrus Punch and the Lasso. There's also Edict on top of that for some extra damage. So they need to be careful. 4k gold lead for OB Neon, down to 3. So that means it's 3.
Oh, at this rate, they'll soon be back up to 4, and there, yeah, it's getting more and more. In these moments of the game, Secret, they're just not farming at the same pace that OB Neon is. It's mid lane.
This Leshrac feels super tanky and a lot of synergy with the Guardian Greaves and Oracle ulti. Puppey drops the ult.
They're going to try and go in on this side. Actually not able to catch Death with the Rolling Thunder. They do lay down the Boundless Strike. Death getting burst, so they'll be able to take out the Lesh on the front lines. Now the turn over towards the Oracle. Snowball coming in towards Zai into the Wukong's commander. Playout steps out. Yep, sorry, but the Echo Snap onto the 2 of them. Gets the jump on the Tusk, on the Giant, but BKB's out. Skep can just stand his ground and he's ready to fight back. With the BKB, they've got to run. Matu's going for the TP out. Will make it away, but it's 3 dead on Secret.
Almost 4 dead. Like, that was a clutch Rolling Thunder from Zai, controlling John in the backline so he can't use his ulti on the Leshrac, but then they're like, yeah, we don't need that. You know, we're gonna just use it on someone else who gets caught right after. It's just so much damage. Looks like a good Echo Slam, but they were already at like half HP, needed to pull back. But Tumbaman this time around on Monkey King, like, he does not want to mess around. He understands, like, that there's so much magical damage coming out from their heroes. I need that BKB.
Yeah, this Gyro is just too strong right now in these fights. They've got to run every time that Scam turns and fights. We see here, you know, Secret started to really try and push on. Looks to be a solid start, taking out the Lesh and Yamso getting that jump, but the false promise is there. Scam puts the BKB, and at that point, Secret, they've already thrown out everything that they had in the tank. They have to run. Matu, very lucky to get away with his life, as he nearly gets taken down as well by Scam. Now, off the back of that fight, they're moving into the pit. Secret, they're not going to be able to make the jump in time at all.
Just too much damage. They have a tag team. Yopaj just cutting things out. He doesn't even have a lasso.
And he knows the Puppey split from the team. Puppey trying to hide in the trees, but Yopaj, he's hunting. And he's found him. As Puppey, there'll be no escape for him. As OB Neon close across. And they'll take him down. Top of getting the Roche and an Aegis here for Scam. And another kill. 6k lead now for OB Neon. As Secret just continue to fall further and further behind.
Lashrak is becoming so tanky. Guardian Greaves going into Eternal Shroud. It's like he's not playing Lashrak. You know what I mean? It's just like these items feel good still on the hero, and they need him this time around to be a bit more tanky. But it's more of a like I'm gonna be Underlord.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing one of the excellent strengths of OB Neon that heroes like this Lex, they can pretty much put it in any three of their positions. You never quite know where it's going to go or how it's going to be played. Bottom, top lane. Zai
just getting caught.
They're just catching them each and every time. Over towards the mid, Nisha's got to run. Pressure's going to come in on top. Death's going to have another round of Diabolic Edict in a minute.
Well, maybe it's time for Puppy to start thinking about returning that bottle.
Yeah,
because like it's cursed. Like every like after he picked it up, everything went downhill for Team Secret.
I mean, we don't know what's in the bottle, you know. Maybe it's a little too strong.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, they're losing it a little bit here. Secret OB Neon
is under attack.
having a great time as they're taking these tier 2s. A bottle of poison, perhaps. Puppy's been drinking from. Bottom lane, Matu. In fact, he's trying to push it. It's easy kills. Yopaj, he's just got the number every time. You can't show on lanes against this Batrider.
He has boots of travel. They still have a tier 1 tower. Like, Batrider is a really good hero against the Monkey King. Secret keeping, play hard. He's just playing south.
And it's just, you know, this sort of game, it just really shows how strong of a player someone like Yopaj is. He doesn't care about the matchup. He'll just pick his bat. Doesn't matter what it's against. Oh, that's nice. He doesn't care. The lane's tough. He brings it back. And now at this point, just having so much more impact than Niche is able to do with the Queen of Pain. They're taking the rest. 24 minutes in. OB Neon up to the high ground. What if Secret got to stop them?
And they're just taking the barracks. 9k gold lead. They have Aegis. SNY done on Gyrocopter. They could just go in on a mid lane. Connect with the creeps.
Phenomenal stuff here from OB Neon. 18 to 13, 11k lead, a set of racks. What can Secret do? They've nearly got the BKB on Matumba Man, but even now at that point, he may be able to live with the BKB, but the question is whether the damage is going to be enough to actually bring down OB Neon's heroes.
They still have that Aegis for another minute and 50 seconds. They should try to go and threaten the second tier 3 tower, possibly barracks as well.
Smoke up from OB Neon. Ready to try and catch Secret by surprise if Secret do try and make a jump outside of the base. Scam heads in, ready to bait the action with that Aegis. See what Secret can do. They weren't able to pull off anything at the top lane in terms of a defense. See if anything's going to be different this time round around the mid. Tier 3 tower full. Yopaj is in. He's able to get the grab. Straight away on Matumba Man, dragging it back into the rest of the team. Matumba Man, he's going to get taken down. Down for a minute. No buyback. Matumba Man's gone. Zai as well. Nisha, he's got to blink out. It's 2 cores.
This might be it.
I think it might be.
They don't have a Sonic Wave. Everyone's pretty much full HP, full mana. Gyro, he wants to die. Like, he's like, I don't care. Give it damn. You know, I still have 40 seconds left on that Aegis.
It's just nothing that Secret can do. As OB Neon having a phenomenal mid-game. They're tapping out. It's too much for Secret. As game 2 is going to go the way of OB Neon. And you have to give them credit for the way that they did this. They come in with sort of players in positions, heroes in positions that you don't expect, or at the least you do not expect to be strong. You know, this Gyro and the mid-bat picked into Quap. You know,
they managed to make a comeback with all these stacks, and I think the most important part of this game was Death giving the bottle away. Like, this is some, you know, Trojan horse type of a stuff. What's inside? He packed his nickname inside. There was a Death inside for Team Secret. Just, you know, I might be trolling, but since they picked it up, everything really just fell apart.
I mean, to the point where in game 3, I think if there's a bottle on the ground, Puppy's not touching it.
No, he's like, no, I'm good, bro.
Little too much. I mean, OB Neon. I mean, what is showing here in this game too? I mean, this has really spiced up the series now. It's 1-1 between the two of them. And I think Secret's going to be a little bit shaken up after that second game as OB Neon just completely stomped them from the mid-game onwards. It's 1-1 now between OB Neon and Secret. Between OB Neon and Secret.
Thank you very much, OD Pixel and Lacoste. Carry gyrocopter. It works.
By golly, it works.
Carry gyro, don't carry the bottle back. Don't
Cursed bottle.
The cursed bottle. What the?
I can't explain it.
The moment Puppy picked up that bottle, they just fell apart. They just started playing in such a weird way.
Puppy's
Nisha,
not allowed to have more than 500 net worth at a certain stage of the game.
Right?
The natural order of things has been disrupted.
It's, yeah, a very interesting game overall. I haven't seen Puppy and Secret be this synchronized. I don't even know how to actually explain it, because you saw that Queen of Pain plus Pango diving behind the tier 1s early on. Every time they get a kill, Queen of Pain dies.
Yeah.
It's not how Queen of Pain is supposed to be played, and
It's
I'm
not how
sure
Nisha plays.
it's not how Nisha plays, and I'm certain that they know that, because Queen of Pain is a hero that if you die like that every single time you're going for a kill, you fall off so quickly. Batrider isn't the same. Batrider has impact throughout the game no matter what, because of that lasso, no matter how bad your game
Especially
is.
when your impact is critical, because Queen of Pain's responsibility that game was to deal, well, I mean, they're having a grand old time, but that was probably before games started going poorly. Queen of Pain's responsibility this game was to deal with Oracle. This fight, Zai dealt with Oracle, and not a moment too soon, because if he was able to get that false promise off, things could have gone much worse, and even then, the fight doesn't go that great.
Even
Great
then, the
equity
fight was
slam,
bad.
And still, Radiant is just getting shredded by this gyrocopter.
I really feel like Nisha had to be positioned a little bit better to take out the Oracle first in these team fights, and then you fight off of that, because if he does get that false promise, you can't fight. It shouldn't be Zai that's trying to kind of roll and get to him and clutch it out, because that was really clutching it. It was, if he rolls just a little bit off course, Oracle gets the ulti off.
It seemed that Nisha was struggling a little bit with the series. Do you think that this is up to... Is this Nisha's standard?
No, not even just the series. This whole tournament, like, I mean, he hasn't been playing poorly, but I mean, he hasn't. I don't think he's been like MVP contention for any of the games, which is fine. You don't have to. But for Secret, that's kind of rare for Nisha to not be a standout player, and especially for Nisha to be like this much of a liability. That's even more of an anomaly.
He also had a good matchup on that lane. That's why we saw Batrider later on, early on struggling, later on picked up everything, because even though he struggled in the lane, he got a couple of stacks, and then Nisha just died to him, blinked into the Batrider a couple of times.
Yeah, I was leaning your way for the draft. I was mainly just going Neon for my prediction because I wanted a game 3, but I thought that if they won, it was going to be off of like a gyro rapier at 60 minutes or something like that. I did not think that they would be able to shut out the game this quick.
They definitely did play their own playstyle still, and this is what I had in mind when I said gyro kinda fits them, because they can be aggressive early on, they can make these moves. Did we expect this? 100%.
Well, speaking of Yopaj, we have Yopaj as our MVP for this match, as the Batrider, as you mentioned earlier. Bat just having a constant control in the game, just being able to last long.
After suffering so hard early on, he deserves it.
Yeah, and we kind of were skeptical on taking Batrider into a Queen of Pain, but I guess the justification that I had is they mainly cared about the lasso, and that was the big thing. It's Monkey King, even though Nisha wasn't having a great game, but Tumbleman also wasn't able to do a great deal of anything. He was getting caught out. Batrider with the BOTs was just following him around. You can't really feel like you're safe as a Monkey King in the trees because Batrider's just going to track you down.
Yeah, he had decent net worth. He was on top for a while, but like you said, Batrider plus Tusk combo just catching him too many times.
Well, do you think that Oracle had an impact on the match? I know that in the green room while we were watching, you guys were like, "Man, that Oracle needs to take him down earlier."
Yeah, in the draft we were saying, "Oh, you took it out of the Death Prophet combo hands," so that it was more of like a denial pick kind of thing. But then in the hands of Neon, I think that they couldn't have been as aggressive as early on. Leshrac specifically would not have been able to get away with as much.
Gyro as well. Right?
Gyro as
like
well,
Gyro
yeah.
and Lesh, these kind of heroes love having Oracle, and that's why the teams in the Chinese region, you can see PSG LGD as well, you can see Vici Gaming, they like picking Oracle no matter what. It doesn't even have to be like a perfect game for an Oracle or a combination that's great with him. They just love the hero itself because it gives you a different way of playing team fights. You can just send someone out, bait that attack, and then continue with false promise.
Cool. Well, we did see some big genius coming out from Obi Neon, taking it to a 1-1. We will have a game 3, but we're able to have these game 3s because of our sponsors like Toomey. Take performance to the next level between Lizard and Tsunami over there. There is a Tahoe Finch backpack, and Lizard has said
It's
to
mine
production
now. Yeah.
many times
sorry,
that he
Tsunami.
wants the backpack
Yeah.
because he is a gamer on the go. He is going to be traveling all over the place, and the backpack is designed for freedom of movement and maximum utility for gamers on the go.
Feeling
If you
utilized?
want to find out more, you can follow Toomey at Toomey Travel to explore more about elevating life on the move. We will have game 3 after a short break.
Hello, everybody.
Gentlemen, what does Dota stand for?
I'm going with Defense of the Apes. That completely have changed my outlook on how I look at this game. It somehow makes all of my pub games so obvious.
Or defense of the animals as well, as I have been called many, many times in my pubs.
Especially in Southeast Asian pubs.
Yep.
I am personally in favor of defense of the Armageddon.
That was good.
It.
The stakes were much higher for that one.
It's really cool that
But are you defending the Armageddon, so you want it to happen?
you're defending it from happening. You're keeping it in the ancient so that it doesn't break open and unleash.
Wouldn't that be
Sounds
from the
like
Armageddon?
sounds like you're defending the ancient at that point, though.
But the Armageddon is.
We went full circle.
Anyway, I'm very happy to see that we're able to still see some great content pieces, especially featuring Singapore, where the major is taking place. We got to see some pieces with Shaver and Obi Pixel eating some great food, and now we get to see that there are a lot of Dota fans in Singapore, and people are excited for the Singapore Major.
That was a fun content piece, actually. I like both of those. I don't know which one I liked more. Like seeing all the food kind of makes me angry and hungry at the same time, so probably the second one, but yeah, it's
Well,
cool.
we have the next series, so maybe after the next series you can take a break in order to...
Yeah, what was the
Some
toast
double fish burger, yeah.
or like the crystallized, caramelized toast?
Kaya toast.
Kaya toast. Kaya toast.
Kaya toast.
Does the English stream get that commercial?
I don't think they do.
Oh my god, you guys are missing so many good Singaporean commercials.
You can check out that commercial on YouTube.
In 4K as well.
In 4K.
Yep.
But yes, Team Secret versus OB Neon. We were talking about such a great time, but these teams they're fighting for their tournament life
Secret
here.
is on the brink of elimination. That is a crazy thing to think at this stage in the tournament.
I want to know if anybody at all in the entire world had Team Secret in potential
Oh,
fifth
he's
place.
standing up.
Oh my
Oh
god, look at
no,
him.
I feel...
Maybe he's sleeping. Let's analyze this. There's Heen.
Hide your PC
Is
parts.
Sai drafting now? He's like, you guys don't know what you're doing. I'll take it from here.
Definitely look very, very, very focused.
And Batu is just...
Vibing.
Yeah, he's vibing.
He's in his own little world right there. But man, after that second game, they can't be satisfied. They had a decent draft. The way they played, however, was not up to their standards.
Yeah, and there was nothing like cheesy that Neon did. It was a very, very normal game of Dota.
Normal game of Dota. Maybe the bottle was the plan.
If anything, that should have helped Secret though.
That was like
They gave them a bottle advantage.
right. That's like false confidence, right?
Exactly.
They have the bottle. They're up 650 gold.
And it's a major. We haven't seen too many ways of getting into the psyche of players. Messing people up, like tipping and voice lines, chat lines. We have seen all of this before. But giving a bottle, that's next level. That's only an SEA. Only an SEA.
OG's taking notes. They're like, you're cool. I was losing some gold, right? It's for the greater good.
It's just some gold. 650. Nah, not a big deal.
OB Neon representing Southeast Asia, about to fight Europe for elimination.
Yep.
Both these regions are on the brink of elimination, and OB Neon is definitely considered an underdog to Team Secret. The One Esports Fantasy Pick'ems originally at the start of the day had 26% for OB Neon, and they managed to take a very convincing game off of Team Secret.
After the second game, I can just assume that those numbers would be a little bit higher. But Neon, in these two games, they didn't step a centimeter away from what they usually do. They play completely in their comfort zone, in their playstyle. Secret in the first game tried to counter that and ban out some heroes. But Neon, and they managed to, but Neon adjusted so well in the second game by picking the Tusk early on.
Yeah, so what were the differences? So they picked the Tusk early on, so all those second phase bans on the Brawler 4 positions didn't happen. I'm not really still sold on Gyrocopter, but they made it look really good, so that was impressive to me. What else?
One thing that I mentioned earlier as well that we all noticed is that Neon does well versus Monkey cores. Like when Monkey King is played as a position 1 versus them, they do well generally. And
why is that?
Games look easy. I'm not sure, but the playstyle that they have just doesn't suit a Monkey as position 1. That's how it feels, at least.
You mean Secret's playstyle?
Not Secret's playstyle, like any team's playstyle when Monkey King is in position 1. At least that's how it feels for me.
Wait, explain that again?
Neon's playstyle?
Yeah.
Good against
Monkey King. I got you. I think that's a product of how many group stage games they played. Because China was all about one position Monkey King. I think Neon got enough practice against it.
And they saw it played so many times.
I think that, I guess the Leshrac also. I think you may need to consider taking Leshrac out of Neon's hands.
You're banning out, what, Nature's Prophet plus Io or Nature's Prophet plus Puck? If you have the first two bans for Secret, so if you had the first pick, I mean.
Right.
So I'm not sure you have
you
the
think
opportunity.
Nature's Prophet is that high priority?
I think Nature's Prophet takes priority over Lesh.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Maybe they'll give it a try, give it a go. They did manage to win versus Lesh in the first game.
Mm-hmm.
Why would Nature's Prophet be a higher priority than the Shock, who has just been proven to be very strong in the hands of the
We have seen the same thing, right? Lash has definitely proven to be a strong hero in their hand, but same goes with the Nature's Prophet, even more so. And it's even more so flexible. You can play it on any position. On 1 and 3 is usually what they go for, and Scam just out-carries everyone with it.
Yeah, but that's why I feel like the Leshrac would be a higher priority, though, because they also flex that, and Nature's Prophet, I think, has a little bit less flex in Neon's hands. And there are answers to Prophet. We saw Liquid try Sven. I'm sure Nisha would be more than happy to play Mars versus the Nature's Prophet.
The key word that you just said there is we've seen them try. It's just that Nature's Prophet activates the full potential of this team because they like to be aggressive, they like to be chaotic, on your side of the map all the time. Early engagements, and Nature's Prophet is the hero that loses the least when he joins those fights, because at 1 second he's farming, in the next he's actually joining the fight. For sure.
I just saw one of those bans go out. It looked like it was on an Alchemist.
First phase.
First phase ban.
I'm intrigued.
we've seen what's Virtus Pro win with an Alchemist one. I believe Secret as well won.
Yeah, but it has like a pretty low win rate this tournament. But I don't know playoff win rate versus overall win rate. But yeah.
Also, off-lane win rate versus safe lane.
It was.
Yeah.
Nature's Prophet, that Prophet.
Maybe they're worried about getting.
Nature's Prophet, that Prophet.
Maybe they're worried about getting all of those bans on the brawlers out again.
Yeah.
Having to deal with that.
No, I like their Tusk first pick last game.
No, I mean they have 2 picks here. And,
Right.
They
There's a pool of 4 heroes that you gotta
so
basically
it's fine. It's still alright. I think so far we've seen that
5
Prophet
seconds
suffer a little
remaining.
bit into the Tusk if a Wind Ranger is paired with the Tusk.
Radiant team pick.
So maybe Team Secret win. Never mind. They still go.
It's a Nature's Prophet.
I speak for the trees.
For sure. This is so predictable coming from these 2 teams. Maybe from Team Secret now it's a bit less, but
yeah.
Earth Spirit probably. It's probable, but not 100%.
Well, you can go for the Enchantress.
10
Orange.
seconds
What
remaining.
makes you so confident that they'll pick?
No, I'm not confident when it comes to
5
Secret. I'm
seconds
just thinking
remaining.
Enchantress or Earth Spirit sounds decent enough for them. It's their comfort zone.
Radiant
For OB Neon,
team
these 2
back.
picks, I was like 70-80%. Okay, Troll. Makes a lot of sense.
Frequently played as a, also available as a. It's likely that that won't happen.
There is.
If it was Neon picking the troll, I would say maybe.
I feel like
10
Neon is doing it for the
seconds remaining.
memes at this point because
It worked though.
It worked once.
Memes can
yeah.
work.
In the
5
league, it
seconds
worked once
remaining.
because it was countered
Team
hard. Like
Secret's
he was playing
turn
into
to
a Razor,
ban.
which will be banned by Team Secret now. But the last time they lost with it. The reasoning behind the Team Secret's troll is Nature's Prophet and Tusk. Laning versus Tusk with tag team is so much easier when he misses 70-80% of
10
the time.
seconds remaining.
And same goes for Nature's Prophet. The 3 ends don't really bother you that
5
much.
seconds
Yeah, and
remaining.
late
Team
game,
back.
Troll Warlord's gonna have a Battle Fury pretty much the entire time, so he can cut his way out of the sprout.
OB Neon most likely now with the Oracle ban, Team Secret with the Razor ban, like we said
Yeah.
earlier.
Gotta make sure you can keep the troll under control. I really hope they ban Oracle.
Yeah, it would troll, it would be that profit, but we have
10
seen
seconds
teams let it go
remaining.
through. We have seen teams play against that Prophet
5
and Troll,
seconds
and
remaining.
we have seen teams even pick Troll and that Prophet and not pick Oracle. So it's basically team preference.
Strategies.
Team Secret's turn to
They haven't
ban.
really, based off of the stats, see a lot of troll from Team Secret. And I know that earlier, Blizzard, you mentioned that troll is very, very popular. Is
Yeah.
this like an adaptation of another region's meta, or is
No,
this?
not necessarily. This is the major meta, and this
The
is
10 seconds
yeah, and this is
remaining.
Team Secret pretty much responding to what OB Neon has got. Like this
5
Prophet
seconds remaining.
and Tusk can suffer a bit
Radiant
versus
team
Troll.
back.
We have seen the Winter Wyvern though. Remember?
Oh yeah. Wonder if that's in Neon's wheelhouse. 'Cause that was a great solution.
John Well, maybe.
Yeah.
We'll see.
GD's Wyvern basically like ruled Troll out. Troll was like
Team
uncontested,
Secret's
like not even
turn to
picked
ban.
or banned after that first game.
That's an Oracle. Yeah, I see you trying to.
Hey man, my eyes aren't as good as they used to be.
The screen is a little bit far away.
I was actually looking on the right side to see if that was the Shock ban.
Yeah.
And that is a ban in response to
10
Obion.
seconds remaining.
I'm seeing.
5
did I call
seconds
out my eye?
remaining.
Conscious about.
We're,
kidding.
we're,
Why aren't you
we're
wearing your
all that
glasses
way.
today,
I'm
Sumi?
wearing contact.
Yeah, so am I. We all play too many videos. We were young. We all need corrective lenses.
What is the last?
My
ban?
eyes are garbage. I just saw draft so many times that I kind of see the hero and I'm like, okay, that's it.
I remember
That's the silhouette that I remember.
Yeah.
on the first day, I was like, "How are you guys able to see?" And then you're like, "We memorized what the eyes look like, even
Yeah.
with the big red
Yeah,
flash."
no,
through it.
that's honestly what I use. The eyes are usually like a different color than the rest of the hero, and so like I can see like a faint blue wall like on Leshrac, and then, well, for him I actually don't use the eyes. Like for Razor I see like a little dark spot at the bottom and I'm like, oh, that's gotta be Razor. For Leshrac I see like a pink thing at the back and I'm like, oh, that's gotta be Lesh.
Yeah.
Team Secrets.
For Mars I see the giant beard, and that's my boy.
Secret with some respect bans right here versus our SCA phenomenal prodigy team OB Neon.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah. With the Batrider ban. Maybe they'll, yeah.
So with these bans coming out,
10
who do you think
seconds
Secret
remaining.
and OB Neon will be?
Radiant Team.
Neon wants someone to deal with Troll. I like the Clockwork was one of the answers that LGD also had. It was Wyvern and Clock, I think. And as for Secret, they picked Model now.
Yeah, this is giving away that Prophet will not be the 5.
10 seconds
Yeah.
It's
remaining.
still possible, but not probable.
No.
We will have that Prophet on
seconds
5.
A
remaining.
no stun support duo.
And that Prophet on mid lane or off lane.
Team
Bottom 5
Secrets
with
turn
the
to
Troll.
Spirit Breaker.
There you go.
What's
This
the
is-
yes for?
Well, I really enjoy seeing Spirit Breaker support. It fits Neon's playstyle, and with a Prophet, there is so much global gank potential.
Sumi, do you remember the Davai?
Yes, I remember.
You remember the Rambulan?
Yes, I
This is the
remember.
ultimate Rambulan and
Rambulan.
and Davai
Rambulan.
Seconds remaining.
clashing right here, because you have heroes that are all in and they're actually able to go all in. You have support from your carry when you just charge in like a madman on that Spirit Breaker. It looks great. I'm liking this from OB Neon. Completely their playstyle, yeah.
For those of you at home who aren't able to see, Blizzard was he was like giving himself fist bumps, pushing his fists together while saying Davai.
Yeah. That is it, my friend. The slave spirit lives on.
Yeah, exactly. They have been eliminated, but SCA, SA, all these...
I mean, if you NA guys can adopt SA,
Sure, yeah, you can take SCA.
we can take SCA, yeah.
I think that's in the global spirit of Defense of the Apes.
Defense of the Armageddon.
Defense of the Armageddon.
So tell me about what two roles are left for Team Secret as they're currently.
I think they just don't like Nisha on Death Prophet, or Nisha doesn't like playing Death Prophet, so I think they're going to be looking for a mid and a 4 position, and they get Yapzor, his Earth Spirit.
I think the chat was probably spamming this Osfrog Earth Spirit pretty
Radiant
much
Team
in
ban.
one of the Yapzor's
Ranger
at
at
the
your
moment
service.
strongest heroes. Oh,
I
I love
get
this.
Tusk Wind Ranger
I love this so
also,
much.
dude.
Okay, so one thing in SCA, Wind Ranger isn't that popular. In SA, we have seen many Wind Rangers. In SCA, not so many. But
10
this,
Well, I'll tell you, we played Dota. We played 2 matches of Dota
did?
yesterday, and both of them had Wind Rangers, and that was on SEA server.
Had some rough games yesterday. Let me tell you, there was the orange form Arcana Wind Ranger. Whenever that comes out, you're like, oh god, myself into it. Although PYW lost with it yesterday, so maybe it's not all it's cracked up to
it's
be.
not gonna be 4 though.
It's not gonna be 4.
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
I hope
if you look at OB Neon, they're all already banning bad matchups. Like
5
Queen of Pain
seconds
is
remaining.
probably one of the worst for
Radiant
Wind Rangers
Team
on the mid
ban.
lane, so they banned that out.
So what is the
Team
last role that
Secrets
both of you
turn to ban.
OB Neon off lane, Team Secret also off lane. Actually, no,
I
mid.
think they're looking for a Nisha
Yeah,
hero.
because Nisha does not play that Prophet seemingly. So at least.
Yeah. And I also don't think that the mid lane matchup would be that great for Death Prophet. I think a Wind Ranger would do quite well against that. Just Wind Run out of the
10
Spirit Siphon.
seconds remaining.
With the Tusk help, 100%.
Yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
So, mid lane matchup. How's Invoker? We haven't seen any Nisha Invoker at all this tournament.
I wouldn't mind seeing it. It's very difficult
Radiant team
to
pick.
play it, however. You're playing into
A lot of global
the Nature's Prophet, the
Spirit
Charge,
Breaker,
the
yeah.
Tusk.
Team Secrets turn to
But
pick.
anything you pick on mid lane will be difficult for Team Secret.
Yo,
Pugna?
Nia!
Has Pugna been played in this tournament at all?
I don't think so. And I was actually hoping to see more of this hero. I just...
It's an
Oh, that's
amazing...
what, you went the f, and I was like, oh no, Sumi, not yet. You can't say that.
10
You don't have
seconds remaining.
the first.
It's an amazing
5
Pugna game.
seconds remaining.
OB Neon are always able to pick up squishy cores
on position 1 and 3.
There's no reserve time for a secret.
Because they have these brawler types. Tusk and Pagna versus the Troll. I'm loving this.
Choose your hero.
Go with the Lycan. Okay? Something to deal with the Purge. Something that can...
Wait, you mean something to purge off Windrun?
Yeah. Something to purge off Windrun and something to deal with the Crepify from that, right? Like
okay, yeah.
If he saves himself, if he tries to run away that way. I think they're copying Fate Beyond a little bit here on the side of Secret. I don't mind this at all. But...
You know, I've been very busy. I've been making memes, so like I think. No, it's not on Twitter because it's a fresh one. Like it's straight out of the factory. Production helped me out because I'm a big brain behind it, but production, you know, is doing it. So this is Trojan Horse. You know, here's a bottle. Here's a free present, free stuff for you, Team Secret. They'll gladly take it. They took it. They got poisoned. I don't think Poppy will get nowhere near bottom this game.
Like if
Nisha's lane is not going well, you know, Nisha's like, bro, you gotta help me out. You need to refill my bottle. Pop's like, nah, good. I'm good.
Oh boy.
I think after what we saw in Game 2, if Obi Neon's able to pull it off with some of the more unorthodox heroes in positions that you just don't expect to be good, I think that if they're doing it in Game 2 with that, I think they're going to do it in Game 3 with anything, personally.
EU's last hope. I'm standing, you know, strong with Team Secret. I think they got it. Like, these heroes don't like to get ran at, and they have, like, Earth Spirit, they have Lycan, so should be a fun one. That's for sure.
Everything on the line here for these two teams in this deciding Game 3. And, I mean, Lacoste, what are you excited to see from both of the squads here? What's going to be hot?
What's going to be hot? Pugna, possibly. I just have to check. I think this is the first Pugna of the tournament. I don't remember seeing it. Let me just do my research real quick.
On the Pugna. It's a great game for it.
This is the first Pugna game.
Yep. A little surprising, honestly, with the amount of trolls that we've seen, because it really is that much annoying of a hero when the troll's trying to get in with a battle chance. This Prepify could really mess you up.
Good, but you will have that Necro 3. You will have way to deal with it. Good thing is they have like this Tusk. They have a Spirit Breaker. These are two tanky frontliners that can cause a lot of issues. Like these other three heroes are rather squishy. You know, Nature's Prophet, Wind Ranger, and Pugna until they get their items. So having like these two bulky boys in front is going to help out quite a lot.
Let's have a look at see how much CIS is able to get out of it.
Radiant's Courier.
And Wind Ranger, you know, a bit of a hero that we're seeing all over the place. Opaj though, his mid performances have been insane. We could see some big stuff out from the Opaj Wind Ranger.
For sure. Like previous game, he lost his laning stage real hard because of the matchup, but he managed to make one of the greatest comebacks in the mid lane, I think, throughout this tournament. Like, he's just been amazing.
You just, evidently, you just can't shut this man down. Always be able to bring things back, and despite how rough it can get. Definitely some pressure onto Nisha to see if he's able to really have a bit more of an impact. So last game as well, just very much struggling. Bottom lane, they'll turn onto Yapzor. The tag team, good damage for Puppy. Block him off.
Tusk is strong in the tri-lane because of the tag team, of course. Not too much synergy with the Decrepify. They need to be careful about this one. Nature's Prophet on the top lane, Scam, like, having this situation 1 versus 1 where you get level 6 faster, you could potentially just get a triple kill on the bottom lane with that level 6.
Those early movements can be incredibly deadly. I see us on the top lane. I mean, Scam's playing it perfectly in the 1v1. This is gonna get uneasier for Zai bottom lane. Trying to make moves on to play hard with the blast for the Illuminate. Got the damage. First blood goes the way of Secret. Quite anything that could be done there. Death tried his best to prep fight, but it's already too late now. That's got to be careful. The big blast coming in with the Illuminator's Death. He's holding on to a salve. A lot of aggression here from Secret's tri-lane on the first level.
Yeah, these are some big blasts coming out from Puppey, connecting on multiple heroes. They have like 2 slows. They have also a stun, so they can set things up. Even though they're playing against like Tusk, who is really strong in a tri-lane, I feel like Team Secret's tri-lane is much stronger. They're doing a good job just blocking the big camp, body blocking it, so they cannot pull. And you can see Play Hard gonna do that one again.
Fight!
Having a look at these other 2 lanes, you see OB Neon having the edge. Yopaj
Pull roots and run!
looking for 6 against the 13 for Frost, slightly there, but this top lane, I mean, it's getting to the point where Zai, he can barely even lane it. I mean, he's getting nothing out of this. 17 and 11 against the 7 and 4. It's a huge outplay from Scam.
Come and fight me!
You have a bit more damage coming out from those Treants rather than the Wolves. Wolves have much less HP than the Treants, and then you can just focus them down.
Scam even able to farm some of the walls, and with the creep wave pressuring under the tower, we'll see if Dronwell wants to follow up on this, as he is coming in with the charge onto Zai. They'll even be able to take down Zai's courier, so now Zai's in a whole lot of trouble. He's going to get dove upon by the 2 of them. TP's have to come in. Yapsor, he'll head over to make sure that they don't get the kill on Zai. Zai's now going to be out without regen here for a minute. Does have the Feral Impulse to rely on, but any bit of beating that Scam's able to get in onto him is definitely going to last.
Doesn't have any regen, but as you said, Feral Impulse plus sitting near the tower has 9 HP per second regeneration, which is going to be enough. Januel playing a bit aggressive as a Spirit Breaker. They have this global lineup that they can set things up. You know, you show one hero, Nature's Prophet with the TP, Spirit Breaker charge. There's so much kill potential coming out, especially as they start to get levels. Nature's Prophet level 5.5. Once he gets that level 6, the global Laguna Blade, as I like to call it, could potentially threaten the kill on the side lanes.
For sure. Especially with the amp up of death with Crepify. Heroes are going to take huge amounts of magical burst. So those moves come into play. Five-minute runes to come in. Play Hard's able to grab these before Puppey can make it over. So should be able to at least get the one in the river. Maybe not, actually. Puppey steps in. Play Hard will still be able to pick it up in time. They go for the TP out, but Nisha, waiting on the high ground, has the extra bit of damage to throw out. Get the kills. Pick up there for Nisha. Top lane, Scam trying to get aggressive, but Yapzor is able to lay down the slow onto Dronwell. Puppey coming in with the TP.
Oh, nice body block by Januel. He blocked that Rolling Thunder to stop him from TPing. And he can come back to the lane. He was also saving a point in case, like, do I need a Sprout? Do I need a TP? And mid lane.
I mean, you just can't sort of keep your eyes off the moves that are being made. With that focus up top, Yopaj knows that there's no real way that Secret can protect Nisha if he just goes in on him. And with the DD in the level 6, he gets Nisha pinned to a tree with a shackle shot and takes him out in the 1v1.
That was pre-Javelin kill because he had a double damage. There's no double damage, he does not get a kill. But Yopaj, like, he's been amazing. Like, definitely the standout player in this tournament.
The power in for him? Oh no, not to be the case. Puppey will manage to take that haste ring out of the hands of Yopaj. Kills like that, Yopaj is going to be on track to hit a very early first start timing, and almost certainly going to be that Javelin. Then that mid lane becomes a very dangerous place for Nisha, not that it hadn't already, of course, him losing his life. Absolute solo kill potential for Yopaj in the matchup.
That seems like he wants to just get the same item build, pretty much. He wants to tank it up. He values Guardian Greaves highly. against the Team Secret, where like you need to bring some extra HP, you need to have a bit of tankiness for the rest of your team. Now they're starting to put some pressure on the top lane. Zai has Shapeshift available, but no book. Like he needs 50 gold.
Ready for a fight.
They can dive in from here. TP backups coming in.
Yeah. Team Secret popped the glyph just to stop Free Prey from dying from
Already,
Pressure.
Drama just TP's out straight away. He doesn't want to be a part of this. They should lose play hard, but everybody else of Neon able to escape safely. Secret did bring 4 heroes up there to go for that play, also committing the exorcism. At the end of the day, they just get a support kill out of it.
Couple of stacks for Team Secret in the jungle, so Nisha can still farm that with an exorcism. Meanwhile, Poppy will be the one defending the tower. Javelin done on Yopaj. Going into Boots of Travel, BKB. Okay, we've seen one Boots of Travel, I believe, on Vindranger. It was Zai.
It was on
they lost that game. It was really hard. They played against the Lycan.
Is under attack.
And,
that game, Zai might have gone for it before the Javelin, though, so it was a bit of an awkward build. And Zai, of course, didn't work out for him in that game. Top lane, talking about Zai, they're closing in on him. He's got the ult off.
too speedy.
Snubble actually does still end up catching him, but they've got nothing else to throw down on him, so Zai is fine. And the ult's having to be used defensively to get him out of there.
Yeah, you do not want to have that 2 minutes without Shapeshift, but you can still farm the jungle. If you're farming the jungle, that Prophet needs to be in the lane. Like, you can't just have all these heroes in the jungle. Troll, Phase Boots going into Battle Fury, pretty standard stuff these days. People try to go off
There you go, Patch! He gets the send punt to Nisha. Puppy's coming in. He can't do anything to stop this from happening, though. A second time here, Yopaj has just been able to find that shackle, set up for the kill on Tanisha.
It's such a strong combo. Tag team plus focus fire, it's always gonna be good. Like this was just a tag team with level 2, but once you get to level 4, you can also just kill the Roshan with these 2 heroes easily. I can understand why Yopaj is going for the Boots of Travel, to have even more global presence. Like, you can get so much out of the map with their heroes, play hard, getting caught, nice body blocks.
And yeah, the continued micro there from Zai will set up for Nisha to finish off the kill. Play hard, not quite able to walk away. Juan well starting to pick up some levels on the bottom lane. Death's moved over to the mid. You can expect, with the Javelin, Yopaj ready to start to really hunt down for these kills. I mean, already we're seeing him being able to deal with Nisha. To shackle and focus fire with the Javelin, he'll be able to take out some of these supports very easily. On the hunt for Scan top. Ran away with the TP, but of course with Yapso around, no chance of an escape.
You turn against the
Good rotation. Like, they used Exorcism twice, didn't get any tower damage. Mid-tier 1 tower still full HP.
They know that Matumba's alone. Well, he's only got Puppy by his side. Jackal holds back Matumba Man. Won't actually be able to get up to Puppy, though. They do push them back around these rune spawns. Five to 2 at the moment. Secret with the slight lead overall.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Let
I think for feeling that once again, Yopaj very much in his element. A few hundred gold away from the bots, and then no lane's going to be really safe for Secret. Yopaj constantly on the move, and as you mentioned already, just the global potential with the charge of the Spirit Breaker, the TP of the Prophet, bots on the Wind Ranger, they'll be able to make moves wherever.
Yeah, they
Secret
can be
starts.
anywhere on the map. A bit problematic that Januel on Spirit Breaker is only level 4. Tusk took the tome, so he's level 6.5. So he needs to get some levels. Like, he needs to be able to farm, not necessarily farm the lane, but soak up some experience.
Stick around.
Bottom lane, Yopaj, he finds the setup again.
Dire's bottom tower.
He walks in, shackles out to Matumba Man.
Structures are fortified.
He's finding such massive kills already. Just the 3 kills, all on the course. Taking down Nisha twice, taking down Matumba. I mean, he is putting the work in here, Yopaj.
He is all over the place. He's chasing the mid now. Does not have a focus fire. I don't think they can get this kill without focus fire.
He's got the siphon going, Nisha. pretty tanky with that sustain. They're going to still try for this. This player coming in, forcing out some TP reactions. He'll get a nice dodge of the roll there from Play Hard, but he'll still fall. Secret bringing the four of them.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They need more damage. Like, they needed like Tusk to be there immediately, or they need a focus fire. If Nisha gets the Spirit Siphons off, like, you're not gonna get that kill.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Yopaj adjusting his item build, you know, he locked the Javelin, bought the Mithril Hammer. He's thinking, maybe, you know, maybe I turn this into Maelstrom, maybe I need a BKB, he'll see how the game develops. Nisha tipping Yopaj.
Very sensible build-up from Yopaj, as you say, giving him those options. I mean, which way do you think he's going to be swayed? I mean, there is a few silences in play between Yapzor and Nisha. Do you think that is enough for him to not upgrade the Maelstrom and just go for the BKB?
Getting an earlier BKB like this, I don't think you want it as a core. Like, this is pretty much the first item BKB, so you will have a 5-second BKB 25 minutes in, which is something that you do not want to have. And they also still have a ton of like physical damage coming out. Yeah, you have a Vin run, but
Radiant's bottom
we'll see.
tower is under attack. Radiant structures
Edge course being scouted out by the movements of Zai's walls.
They will get a lot of value from the Cripify before Necro 3. Necro 3 is done, actually, because it's great against Exorcism. It pretty much cripples all three cores. Against Troll, against Lycan, against the Exorcism, it's really, really good.
Under attack. Dire's middle tower.
At least even the level 3 Necros in play, they can still try and throw it down. It's a massive, especially if Zai's not around.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They're smoking up Secret. Take the bottom tower, maybe seeing if the OB Neon were going to prepare for a fight off the back of that tower loss, but OB Neon elsewhere to be found. For the most part, playing over Secret's half of the map. Yopaj continues to farm away. Over towards the mid, Play Hard. Will get found by Zai and the summons. Try and survive it with a snowball and the shot. Dead for sure there. Now Secret, with that movement, they can start putting some pressure onto the mid tower.
We've seen different builds on Lycans after they get Necro 3, Exo.
Charge coming in down bottom, they're looking for Skem. To the trees they go, Yapzor hunts him down, straight in on top of the Nature's Prophet. As Skem will fall.
They have so much stuff, like so much chaos in the front lines. You have Exorcism, you have the Necro units, you have Wolves. Like once Earth Spirit rolls in, drops down, that magnetized. Like it's gonna be a big problem for OB Neon. Nisha, wow. That was so close. Had to use the Yule Scepter and also an Urn Charge. They might go for it.
If they can chase him down.
He's still level 5 on Spirit Breaker.
Why not the other? There's going to be the Exorcism heal coming in, so Nisha's going to be pretty much back up to full. The drama will continue to commit in onto Nisha. TP coming in from Skem. They're going to try and fight the Death Prophet. Yapzor and Matu are still ready to help out as Skem has got to back up with the magnetize being kept upon him by Yapzor. Yapzor continuing to chase. They'll find him in the trees. They'll bring down Skem. And now with the Battle Trance, Matu is chasing down Play Hard.
He doesn't have anything. No snowball, no ice shard. Should be a kill.
And that was a very aggressive move there from OB Neon, trying to capitalize on the charge from Dwanwell, but it ends up hurting them big time.
So much tower damage coming out from Team Secret. They have Necro units, Exorcism, Troll just hitting the towers. Good timing on the Battle Fury from the Troll. With the next Exo, they could potentially go and just kill the Roshan with it. It will be up. It's also a level 2 Exorcism, so 16 Ghost instead of 8.
Starting to take over the map a little bit. Yopaj, KP, 300 gold away. So he's opting to get it online as early as he can. Can commit without the worry of being caught out by Yapzor's jump or silence from Nisha. Also, of course, that mischance from the axes of Matu. If Matu's able to close in, can cause a lot of issues for Yopaj trying to bring someone down with a focus fire.
I talked about the itemization from Zai. We see most of the time Orchid being built as a second item after Necro 3, which I really, really like. You know, having something to control Pugna, but Pugna will still have, you know, that Guardian Goose, maybe why he's not going for it. Because you want to still be able to control like multiple heroes with it. Play hard.
Zai wants to go in.
That's just too much damage. Good silence.
The rest of the side of OB Neon, they've got to run. Not a fight to be taken here with one man down. Zai, I even get the catch on to John. Well, he does still have a charge, though. Unless Yapso can get it with a stun and the silence. Hey, Yapso can. No chance for Drumwell to charge off anywhere else. Dev's going to try and stand the ground and fight. We'll get the ward drop down. Secret will respect that back away from the ward. Zai keeping the summons on top of Death. Death will take quite a little bit of damage from this. Does have to pop the fire himself. Will at least manage to farm up some of these summons, get some money for himself.
Oh, what a damage.
No patch.
Nisha has Spirit Siphon, but yeah, it's just a bit too much.
It was your light that kept the spirit.
Yopaj doing his best to rectify these moves the Secret's making against them. He himself still playing flawlessly. 4-0-0 on Yopaj.
Out of 4 kills. That's just
it's all
on him.
Yopaj. Yopaj versus Secret here. He's ready to look for more already. Yopaj, another shackle, beautifully set up onto Puppy. And play hard. He'll pick up one of the kills. He'll get involved in the action.
If somehow they can manage to sneak in and steal the Roshan from Team Secret, that would be dope. Like, I think they have enough damage with the Focus Fire and Tag Team. Like, they go in.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go. Into the pit. And a beautiful pickup as well for Yopaj. Finds the Grove Bow. It's excellent. Amping up that bit of magical damage coming out with the procs. And it's going to be theirs. Secret, they're smoked up. They're not moving over here anywhere near quick enough.
That's
no
really
Neon,
big. That's
they
so
just
big.
on Yopaj.
Spirit Breaker as a 5, struggling a bit, doesn't have that much farm. Tusk is all over the place. They kind of playing with 2 5s right now.
Sort of throwing their bodies around. The two of them pretty much making up the majority of the death, which isn't a bad thing. If there's 13 of the 14 kills have been the supports. I can't count. 11 of them.
I was not checking. Maybe I need every single time you say a number, I'm like, yeah, I'm taking 30 seconds just to check if everything is on point.
Gotta be careful now. Yopaj making moves around the map with the Aegis. EKB, Maelstrom, Arcane Rune in the bowl. Incredibly strong here, 19 minutes in. Of course, whilst his moves are being made, Matu continues to hit perfect timing with the farm. Battle Fury Yasha working on the BKB. Top net worth right now.
They managed to only bring him down once. Once you get that BKB, it's going to be much harder. They still have, Focus Fire. They have Walrus Punch, anything from the Spirit Breaker. But a lot of chaos from Team Secret. Like, they have so much stuff to focus on. Zai finishing the drums, so every single time there is a fight, just pop that drums, you have 8 charges on it. Not a popular item. I know, like, Crit likes to buy it on his Tusk, and every single time there is a fight, he will just use 1 charge.
I grow closer to the elemental.
To sort of step out as a group, but they're never going to catch Yopaj at this point unless they get some insane initiation from Yapzor. Even then, BKB and Aegis pretty much going to render Yopaj invincible. The lineup is Secret right now.
Yeah, you have magic immunity, you have physical immunity with the Wind Run going into Aghanim Scepter. So you have 2 charges on it, unlocks the max movement speed. Yopaj hunting 2 runes. Oh, that was so close. If he catches Zai, like Zai's just straight up dead.
So John well, again, it's on a push out, but it's trades to OP Neon. They'll take any day of the week.
Bounty.
At this point, Yopaj has been able to pretty much solo kill each of Secret's cores at some point in the game.
He's been involved in 100% of the kills. They don't have many, but I think this shows you how good of a player he is.
Absolutely. So the Dota world is watching, and I think everybody is being blown away by Yopaj's performances. And it's not just sort of these one-offs, it's just consistency. And it's such a high level. I mean, up against Team Secret, you're pulling out these level of performances back to back. That's definitely something to be said for that sort of player.
It's not like they won a couple of matches and that's it. They've been pretty consistent throughout this major. And all they need to do is just win one more game.
I mean, already the progress and how far they've made is absolutely something to be proud of. But you can tell with this lineup that they're not satisfied. They want so much more from this major.
Play hard, holding on to Philosopher's Stone, not what you want to have. Like, he can keep it, but in a team fight, I want to see him put it in the backpack. Because there's so much damage that you do. Like, it's minus 30 damage. And also Walrus, 350% of that. It's quite a lot.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Neon trying to step up the aggressive posture and try and get something done with the Aegis on Yopaj. Finds the shackles onto Matuma Man. Charge coming in as well. Drawn well. Continue to keep him locked down. Silence down to Yopaj. Matuma Man going to turn with the axes in the BKB. Nisha, he's getting focused though. Nisha's going to use himself instead. Matu going to get the battle chance off just in time. But Yopaj, he can continue to kite him. Turns with the power shot. Gets back in with another shackle. Matuma Man's going to fall as the battle chance comes to an end. As him and Nisha are dead and gone. The rest of Secret, they've got nothing left to show in this team fight. They've got to back off.
They managed to bring him to like half HP. He uses the ulti, but there's still damage coming out from the Wind Ranger. Yopaj, he knows what's up. Like, I need to be able to kill the troll, pops the ulti straight away, you know, goes through the BKB, so he doesn't care too much about it. Aegis regeneration kicks in.
A nicely timed fight, considering that. So, you know, for the most part, the Aegis, Obi Neon were waiting to see what Secret were doing themselves, and then just using that last minute to get aggressive and have that fallback if it was needed. Of course, it wasn't in the end. Yopaj just able to play it safer enough that didn't even need to have it expended. He keeps it refilled, topped up, out on the map. He's working on the bottom lane, mid lane. See Death sticking around maybe a little too long. Secret will be able to come back into action and get on top of him.
That comes for him. Tusk will have a Blink Dagger in the next minute. That Philosopher's Stone Gold helping out, so they can save people out of the trouble. They can have a much better initiation as well. We didn't talk about Scam. He's having a good game in terms of network. Yeah, but it's standard stuff from Scam Nature's Prophet. You know, going for this item build, the Witchblade, it's a 9-second cooldown, so you have those like multiple slows, multiple overtime damage coming out. Has a BKB 9 seconds, going into AC to tank up. All they have is pretty much physical damage, so AC kind of is a natural choice.
Dire are scanning.
Secret seems that the move to be made is to just wait for Matu to get his next few items online. Needs at least the Basher to maintain some sort of control when he's trying to get in these fights, because for now he's getting kited. It's not an easy troll game. There's a lot of ways for them to block him off from targets, hold him back. Scam, his AC is going to be online at fantastic timing. The fact that he's keeping up with the farm of Matuma Man troll that got a Battle Fury at a good time shows how well Scam's able to just clean up the map.
Yeah, I don't think he died in the last 10 minutes at all. Like, he's been playing very safe. They're gonna smoke. Seems like on side of OB Neon, they're just grouping around. Roshan may respawn in 40 seconds. This global presence, like, they can be anywhere on the map.
Just set up Yopaj. Starting things with the shackle. Drumwell coming in. Bumpy trying to blast them back, but with the lockdown and the ultimate coming in with the snowball as well. They're stunning him up. He's just going to get blown up.
Red of Nature.
I mean, that Nature's Wrath seemed like it did about 1,000 damage. It came in and took him down. It's from across the map.
That's
Gem
like
taking the kill.
perfectly executed. The way they're not overlapping stun.
1,200 damage from that Nature's Wrath.
That's not even 2,000 damage. Like, it's pretty much the perfect execution. It does not get better than this. And they're ready with everything. Top lane.
Look at these moves. They just don't stop. Up and down. Secret have just been shaken all over the place. They've got to be prepared for this high activity from OB Neon.
Wind Ranger with Arcane Rune. Like, TP will be ready once again in 15 seconds. Anyone tries to split push, he will get caught.
Dire's structures are fortified.
I have busted for you.
Secret.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Very difficult for them to really take a fight. Scam and Death putting good damage onto the tier 2.
Roche will be up in 50. They can just go in, like they have so much damage. They need focus fire for the team fight, I would say. But if they can go inside the pit, tag team, damage coming up from the Nature's Prophet and the focus fire should be enough. But you need to have like sentries ready. You need to be sure that wolves are not scouting you out.
Secret, they may have the leading kills and a little bit in the net worth, but can't help but feel it. Really is OB Neon in control of the game.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's a 2k gold lead for Team Secret, but it's pretty much Neon who are making aggressive moves right now. Team Secret, they still want to contest the Roche.
If OB Neon can find a pick-off before Secret over towards the pit, Secret holding close to one another around the mid lane.
Regeneration.
Also, I like how they're sharing items. Playhard was holding Philosopher's Stone until he farmed a Blink Dagger. Now it's Spirit Breaker, who's like, yeah, like this is a perfect item. I don't have any farming tools.
Cromwell trying to start something. They have lost the tusk. Cromwell's got to back off now. Tusk down. There's no fight to be had. Cromwell going for the TP out, but Yapsol's in with the stun.
This is like perfect timing. They get 2 kills, both supports,
straight to Roche.
Check the buyback. None of these have buyback. So if they want to take a fight, it's 3 versus 5. I don't think they can. It's just too much damage. Death Prophet, Exorcism level 3. But they're out at 15. Let's see if they can, make them busy for a while.
It's getting low. And they get into
shackle angle. Good blinding light.
Able to push him back there, Puppy. Stops any chance of a steal as Matsu will claim the Aegis. And she will have the cheese ready for the next fight.
You can see how scared they are. Like, Nisha shows on the bottom lane is being in fog to not get charged. Like, he's playing it so safe because of the global presence. Like, look at him come back and easily goes back into the fog.
Go, Padge. Gonna open up on a Puppy. Cromwell's charge will be put to a stop there by the Yules, but Puppy's been dusted. Has to go step to keep him safe from the focus fire.
Not the combo. Focus fire plus the Cripify. No, anti-pro gamer move. Didn't manage to get him. AC done on Lycan. So
we'll have that to at least match the AC of Scam. Of course, one thing that they will still have to worry about a little, well, I say that, I mean, even if Secret do go for like some sort of split push, OB Neon can deal with that. So very, very unlikely, really, the Lycan, the DP's ever going to be in a position by a tower on the other side of the map when OB Neon just have so many ways to TP over and deal with that. Secret have pretty much always got to take a fight. They can't look for any rat plays this game.
Troll has Abyssal Blade queued up. That's going to help out, dealing with mostly Nature's Prophet. You can also, like, jump Pugna in the backlines, get a burst on him. Like, there's so many targets that they need to focus. Yaps are rolling.
You can get this, Yapso. Silence on to Yopatch. Death. He'll be fine. Gonna go for this kill here. They've got the setup. Nisha's popping the BKB, but it's too much damage. As Nisha will go down, no chance to pop the cheese. It looks like he didn't want to there, maybe deciding against it because he knew it wasn't a fight that he could turn around. Still, that's him down for a minute.
And he's TPing on Treants on the top. Like, if he gets a good shackle angle, ooh, that was close.
Didn't quite get the latch this time, but he's got back up as they're in onto Zai TP as well from Skem. Matsu's going to try and turn over towards Skem, but the BKB's out. Same can be said from the Timberman as he continues to try and commit. The shackle's out to Zai, shot down by the pad, but the defensive decrepify, keeping Cromwell safe and allowing him to back away, but he still gets found by Yapso with the kick. All over towards Skem. Skem focused by the Timberman, but the Timberman is getting drained low by Death. That's the Aegis gone. Now they're ready to look for a second round. Silence
Spirit Breaker coming in.
Yapso. Jackal over onto Matuma. See if they can finish this. He's getting taken out. Tries for a TP, but the snowball comes out from Playhard into the show from Yopatch. And Yopatch, he's not done yet.
Oh, the ankle.
Yopatch locks down Poppy. He's got the two of them. Poppy and Yapso held in position. They bring down Poppy. Turn over towards Yapso. Yapso down as well. A team wipe.
That's a full 5-man team wipe. They only use buyback on Spirit Breaker, and they have a wave on the top. Like, they're so fast. OB Neon so quick to respond, like with the Boots of Travel. He also found the perfect item. Spider Legs, Aghanim Scepter on the Wind Ranger. It's like one of the most obnoxious things to play against.
And with 3 dead, Very little Secret can do to push them back here.
Puppy, you know, he's super farmed. He has that Ethereal Blade, trying to keep them alive, but you're also like amplifying damage on the power shot.
They can't push them back. This is going to be a free rack for Obi Neon. And deservedly so after that incredible team wipe. No chance of Secret defending here.
He's going into Daedalus. Like, that's going to be so much damage coming out from the Wind Ranger.
The Secret, I mean, what's the plan? I mean, the last few fights have just gone disastrously for them. Matsu's just getting dealt with. They're able to wait out the BKBs and just continue to kite it. Like, when does this game get easier for the Troll?
They need to get like a nullifier. They still have like Necro, but they have tools to deal with that. Also, it's so much easier for Yopaj right now to get himself in a good position with the Spider Legs, with the Aghanim Scepter for a Shackle, and there's always going to be threat of like Sprout into Shackle combination. Earth Spirit, he even wants to get that E-Blade.
These sort of way to try and protect people from focus fire, but even then, as we've seen, that they got magical bursts and defensive capabilities.
They have no saves. Like Team Secret, if they land a good Shackle plus a focus fire, that hero's just straight up dead.
Yep.
Perfect game from Yopaj. He's still involved in 100% of their kills.
That's insane. And with the way that they play, I feel like we may see that right up until the end. Yopaj is always with the team, and even when his team's not with him, he's still getting the kill. We'll see again on this last team fight. Now, Matsu is in with the BKB, but just never really able to lock down the target. Even at the very end, you know, Jarmo getting a bit more time. Yapson does catch him with a nice kick.
And this Decrypify, a lot of value from this spell, as we kind of expected. Still dies in the end, but they managed to get the whole team wipe there.
A smoke up from Obi Neon. Secret, understandably keeping themselves held in the base. It's a spooky map right now, with Obi Neon on the prowl, looking for action, looking for kills.
Oh, I love this from Death. Wait, whose healing salve is this on the ground? Is that another, like, yeah, try to drink this, we'll poison you? Where Puppy's standing? Yeah, Observer trying to find, there it is, a present on the ground. They're not falling for it again.
Secret. Been out, smoked up. Obi Neon, almost certainly aware of it. Oh well. Ready to go. And onto Puppy. TP's coming in. Puppy's trying to get back, but they've got the darts. Puppy no scepter, but there's the control. Tramo gets rid of with the ult. Picks him down. Now behind the tower, they try to take down Scam with the backup there. Player comes in with a punch up onto Matumbaman. Yopaj focusing him down with the focus fire. If he can continue to kill this, the battle chance down from Matumbaman, but Yopaj just kites him. Brings himself away from Matumbaman. Matumbaman will manage to get his hands on Playhard.
Gets the cheese off.
Two of them. Buyback from Puppy. Secret, can they chase for more?
They need to get more. This is going to be the 4th kill. Still did not manage to bring Yopaj. Like, Nature's Prophet didn't deal too much damage in that fight. He was pretty much stuck in the trees, deciding whether I need to TP out. Cheese comes out on the Dead Prophet, and they managed to get the kill. Like, this is like super late Cheese, because they've been managing to burst down Nisha before he can get it off, and now it really pays off.
Yopaj. Maybe seeing if he can find a solo kill, but if he's coming in, it'll be a window to get Zai. Mid lane though, Matsu and Puppy pushing out. Maybe Yopaj seizes an opportunity here. He'll have Playhard back in 10 seconds.
Is under attack.
See how much
Very
Matsu
close
and Puppy
game.
can stick around.
Like, you can see one mistake can cost you a team fight. I like this from Scam. He's going for Heaven's Halberd. You're kind of going to cripple Lycan and Troll at the same time. It's going to give you also evasion.
Matsu! They're still pushing in the 2, the Matsu's dead! I mean, that was an incredibly greedy move there from Secret. Puppy and Matsu pushing up to the high ground, not respecting Yopaj one bit. As Yopaj gets the double kill.
Oh, he's silent.
If they can kill him, they're on top of him. Yopaj, he lives. They've got the
that purge. The spell. from the Lycan Wolves, from the Necro unit, sorry.
Buyback from Playhard. Trying to come into this, but Secret are going to be able to turn and take him down. Drumwell coming in with a charge. Playhard find a bit of time for himself, but he's getting low. Can he actually get back up to the high ground? He can't. It's a tie back from Playhard. Secret, they may have lost Puppy and Matumba Man, but they're still able to come in with a good hit against Obi Neon. And the fight is not over yet. It's onto the side, Scam TPing in. Drumwell coming over towards Yapsor. Has the Gleipnir. He'll catch his Yapsor. So was able to get the roll off in time.
And Roche respawned. Oh, Aghanim's Blessing. I'm wondering who's going to take that one.
I mean, yeah, who's making the best case for it right now?
I don't mind Tusk. Like, I would love to see Tusk picking it up. He's dead for 60 seconds, but yeah, he can still get it. Fagna, not the best kid.
I think
like, you need to be able to kick people out.
Secret's going to try and push them away from the pit here. Nisha does have Exorcism available if he wants to commit. Yopaj still down for 30 seconds.
Nisha, on disc ready, but did not assemble it.
And it goes around. Nisha looking to take this away from Obi Neon. Obi Neon, and they can't really get in with the three of them. It's going to be very hard. I think they're bailing on it. They're going to have to let Secret take this one. So Secret, they'll get the Aegis, the Cheese, and the Aghanim.
Aghanim Scepter picked up by Troll. So he has way of dispelling things for himself. He can dispel the enemies. A lot of value coming on from this axe on Troll. Like, this is a free axe. This is 6,000 gold pretty much since it does not take up your slot. They're chasing. Nisha bottom lane has a cheese, has the cheese.
The damage on this. It's a lot. It's been shackled as he will put the Eon Disc now together. Drumwell coming in with the ultimate, now tries to run away, but Matumba Man and Yapsor, they've headed over. Drumwell cannot charge out in time. They bring him down. Zai, Puppy trying to chase over towards Yopaj. Yopaj turns, shackle out to Zai, but he's going to bail. He knows the rest of the team secrets on the way over.
Troll getting recalled.
They can go for death underneath the tower. Matsu's in with the Just Abyssal, but the save there for the snowball. Buyback comes out for Playout. They're looking to turn. It's looking to put Matumba Man for the time. Matumba Man is able to get the BKB at the bounce on top. Turns up towards death. Charging from Drumwell. Charging up Matumba Man for now. Matumba Man is held on the low ground. Yopaj trying to keep his distance. The tower hits coming in. Yopaj heads back up towards Matumba. Takes him down the watch. The Aegis has gone over to the side. Nisha caught in the sprout. Stem stands his ground. Yul Scepter will dodge the Yapsor shot. Nisha's still good to go. Roll forward from Yapsor. Straight on the watch. Stem kicks him back. Stem will fall down.
He needs 50 gold for the buyback. Like, these cheese, this Aegis, also Troll, now having another way of dispelling things. They have two items. They have Necro, they have Aghanim Scepter, and they will have eventually Nullifier on the Lycan. Just needs to farm another 2,000 gold. So these are like some costly buybacks right now. They used multiple. Team Secret, they're not stopping. No, they want to go in.
And Matumba Man really coming into his element now. 17k lead off the back of those last few fights. Secret getting rather far ahead. Obi Neon, they can't afford any more fights like that. The base push starting to come in. Secret, let's see if they can try and push that buyback out of Scam. Tier 3 goes down. The Exorcism. Tron the Lycan, they take these buildings very, very quickly. The bottom set of racks will be eliminated as Secret.
They're not done
over to
yet.
the mid lane.
Exorcism still up for another 15-ish seconds.
See what they can do to stop this push. They're going to try and charge in onto Matumba Man. Matumba Man close the gap on the Yopaj. Yopaj pops the BKB, gets out. Play hard. He's in and so Scam. Scam committing with the buyback. They charge over towards Matumba Man, and Matumba Man has been drawn in very deep because of the battle trance. As Matumba Man will get taken out. He's dead for 100. Nisha pops the BKB, TP's out of this. So the attempt to chase it as they're going to go straight for Zai. Zai is on the run. Will get dragged back to safety.
800 movement speed on a Wind Ranger with ability to go through cliffs. They're chasing Lycan.
They're still trying, but Zai still got that ult. He will have a bit of time left on the haste rune after he comes out of it. New bash is coming out for Drumwell. Zai's got the spider legs up to the high ground. But look who's on the high ground. Skep's already there. He's dropped down the blinding light. Two of them.
Pushes them all out.
Yule's up Yopaj. They'll want to push in on this Obi Neon. It's a full minute, no Matumba Man.
They need to do something. He does not have a buyback, just needs 100 gold. There is a bounty rune on the map, so potentially Team Secret could pick it up and he will have the buyback. Next Roche is not going to respawn for a very long time, so they have no real play to go for.
They'll be able to grab the bounty runes themselves.
What can I say? Nature loves
That's going to put Yopaj very close to having the full Daedalus as well as buyback gold available. Troby Neon themselves, they will have to be a bit careful with Skem's placement in the next few fights with his buyback being on cooldown after committing it there to push back Secret. And of course, whilst they did push back Secret, they did still lose the melee racks in the mid and the bottom.
Wind Ranger hit level 25, so 25% cooldown reduction is just going to be so obnoxious to Catcher. They need MKB, they need the nullifiers, and they're coming out. They're going to come out in the next 5 minutes. Nullifier done, so they can deal with the Decrypify, deal with the Wind Ranger's Wind Run. Also, Nature's Prophet bought back in the previous fight. Like, he did not want to buy back. It was very close for him to respawn, but they thought, you know, we need to go all. We need to go. We need to try to make stuff happen. He's also level 25. No cooldown on a TP, working towards Satanic.
The dusk is
Full Heart of Death
ready.
Prophet. She's also level 25 a couple of minutes ago, so very hard to kill.
Trench Sword, form with Timberman. The best pickups here for the Troll. Damage, extra attack range means that when he's going crazy with the battle trance, it's a bit more difficult to actually break away from his reach.
I have bunting for you. With me.
Toby Neon. They're not stepping outside of the base right now. They're waiting to see what Secret's move is going to be.
Haste.
Well, we've got it from Secret. Secret starting to bring in the mid lane. Tier 2 still standing at the top, so Mega Creep's not going to be there unless Secret starts to send one up to deal with that top lane, which is pushed fairly far out by OB Neon.
Also, what I like about Yopaj is that he always has that dust in his inventory to be able to deal with any kind of invisibility. Like, he just wants to have that kill potential. Fatal is done. Buyback available. Nature's Prophet just needs to TP, and he will have Satanic. No buyback for 3 minutes.
Radiant are scanning.
And out they scan. And there's some action to be had up, and Nisha a little far away from the rest of the team. Very, very tanky though. Eon Disc, BKB, Heart, Shiva's Jules, many ways to keep him alive. And he's definitely on the verge of testing that. Continues to step in. OB Neon, they are being very cautious. They don't know quite how far away or how close Secret are behind him. Will manage to get out. Satanic done. MKB on the side of Secret complete.
That's got to be the big item. Like, this is the item that they're probably looking for to finish. Still not going to go all in. Roche may respawn in a second. They're going to go in, check things out. Minute. Exactly 1 minute. Lycan with the spider legs. Like, he's half human, half spider, half wolf. Kind of scary to play against.
Sounds pretty terrifying.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
OB Neon standing out of the base by their tier 2. Are they really able to defend it though? They want to try and push back as much as they can, stop Secret from expecting, having the map advantage to take
Radiant's top tower
third set
is
of
under
racks.
attack.
Holding this out tower is
Radiant
just a little too
structures
much
are
right now with
fortified.
the amount of farm and items that Secret are ahead. It's going to come down to that final base defense from Obi Neon, and their big shot's going to be. And unless they do feel that they can play out and try and contest Roche, that's going to be hard, though.
Yeah, this might be, this is not the last fight, but they still need to farm buyback on Nature's Prophet, does not have enough money, and it's on cooldown.
I know how to handle
Tusk. Scouting things out with the illusion escape. This goes down so quickly. Power shot.
I mean, they're heading over. Can they really try and contest
He can
this?
try to go in with the spider legs and just go through the walls, probably pick something up.
I mean, let's see if they can. Already Zai's popping the ult. He's ready to make moves over towards the side, trying to chase down Death with another fight. The low swords out. Roshan pointing like Matsu with a very early BKB usage there. Matsu won't have the BKB for this fight. That might not matter though. As Death gets blown up. Yopaj tries to come in from the side with the shackle, but he gets turned upon Matsu. Just turns on towards the win rate. The abyss of the NKP. Yopaj goes down immediately. Triple buyback. Coming out from Obi Neon. They're trying to get back over to help Charnwell, but Charnwell focused by Secret. Charnwell will fall. A fourth buyback used. Snowball in. Play hard. He makes the jump over towards Yapson. They bring down the Earth Spirit. Chase continues to Yopaj. He's looking for some of that there. TP's in. The Sprout to block him off. Matsu, he's stuck. He's up, but he is on the high ground. They don't have vision up right now. Matsu, he'll turn. In full scale, Everscape's got the BKB. The shackle connects on the Superman. Play hard. See, but Superman gets taken down. Down for 100. The glide there. Holding back Poppy inside. Play hard. Moves over towards the backline. Triple kill for Death. Over towards Poppy. As Yopaj takes him down.
They're still chasing.
They think he got
scouted him out.
Yopaj scouts it out with the power shot. Shackle shots to follow up. And Zai will fall.
They need to go back inside the pit, but there's a huge creep wave in the base. Nature's Prophet will be able to take that. Like you can see the power of NKP. Once Troll gets it, jumps on the Wind Ranger, instantly blows her up. They need some kind of sentries. They need to see this Wolves because he can't deny items with it.
Fantastic usages of buybacks there from Obi Neon across the board. Just the back end, secures the Roche. Aegis and Refresher Shards for now to be held by Yopaj. Where did we have the rest go?
They used 4 buybacks in that fight. They need to make stuff happen. Lycan using a buyback. They have so much tower damage as well coming up from OB Neon. Like you have Wind Ranger, you have this Pugna, Treants, Nature's Prophet deals a ton of damage, and he also managed to farm a buyback. He's super tanky with the Paladin Sword, amplifying the lifesteal, Satanic on top of that. This is it.
I mean, here's the base push. They may be down 17k, but with 3 dead on Secret, Obi Neon, they're going to look to try and close it. They're on to the tier 4s. What could Secret do? There's a buyback on Puppy, but no buyback on Matimmerman, no buyback on Yapsil.
All they need to do is kill Troll once. Like, this is what they need to do. If they can make this happen without a buyback, they will have enough time. And Ranger also has a refresher. Who picked up the Aghanim's? Spirit Breaker. They gave it the Spirit Breaker. I would prefer it if that's on Tusk, to be honest. He has Frozen Sigil, the Shard, but the kick, I think it could potentially win them the game. You know, like it goes in, you kick him out, Dead Prophet, nullify, even Troll, like nullify all the BKB duration.
I mean, and yeah, that's true, and there definitely would be some satisfaction to add for Playhard if he was able to literally kick Secret out the tournament. But you know, the game's not over yet. There may still be time for him to get one on the next round of Roshan.
Eon Disc done on Wind Ranger. So he can have 2 BKBs, 2 Eon Disc procs, the refresher. First time he dies, he's going to drop in Eon Disc and then refresh it. It's a 20-second cooldown on Focus Fire with the CDR talent on level 25. Not too bad.
Incredible amount of uptime. So be near, bring him around the bottom lane. They have a good shot at getting this tier 2 tower. Again, Secret, even though they have, they're a little further ahead in items, it still feels like that they're in a position where they're just going to have to wait for the high ground defense. Fighting outside of the base is becoming far too hard.
I would want to see the Bills Witch up Witchblade, and now you're going to ask Witchblade, and get the Nullifier. They need to be able to deal with the Eon Disc. No one else has the money, or like Pagna does not want to buy that item. 2 support's also very poor, so they can't get it. Wind Ranger, no gold whatsoever. And yeah, Yopaj still involved in every single kill. 24 out of 24.
I mean, it doesn't get much better than that. It doesn't. What more could you ask from your mid player? He is going above and beyond every single game, Yopaj.
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
9,000 gold on Prophet. Level 28. Very close to unlocking all of his talents. He's thinking. He's like, what do I get? At least what he can do is buy a shard so he can trap people inside.
Hey, you're right, yeah, I skipped out on that. No reason to not grab that one.
Scotty queued up next. I'd like if this is a nullifier. You know, Scotty's also good, but he's running out of slots. They have one nullifier. Sorry, not the. They have one Eon disc on Dead Prophet. That could be a bit problematic. You know, you can burst her down, and then she can't use the Yule Scepter. It also gets purged.
That'll be Neon. Well, what is the move now? You know, now the secret's all up. What are they waiting for? Is it sort of the next items? Do they even play it super safe and wait for the next stages so they can get like another Axe upgrade online if they feel that they have map control?
They didn't do anything with this Ajax, so they're probably just going to wait until their buybacks reset, especially the one on Wind Ranger. So that's like 2 minutes. Still no buyback control. He's close. Is going to get it. I think Team Secret knows the timings of the buybacks and will probably try to go in, you know, once that Aegis expires. This is their go time. They need to outpush the lanes, smoke up. Do they have any smokes left? There is one on Puppy. Let's see the timing. Aegis will run out in 5 seconds. It's time to smoke.
Perfect location.
They can punish this.
They're still under vision. Okay. 300 gold for an observer board. There it is, the smoke.
They can catch it. It's Matsu. He's going to find the Abyssal Blade target. Goes straight in and nothing held back. Pops the PKB as well.
2 minutes without him. No buyback. Minute 30 seconds.
I've been Neon. They've won some fights in some tough positions. You know, winning fights down 20k. Now the question is, can they win fights down 12k and down a player?
And
4 versus 5.
Full hex on Puppy. This is the last set of barracks. They're gonna go in minute until they have their buybacks online. Good shackle.
You get the shackle to start things. Yopaj is gonna be able to find a way in on this. Steps forward. Gonna back off as soon as the silences come out.
Procs to Eon this. That's what they wanted.
Starting to dissuade Nisha from sticking around for this. Another shackle won't connect. Nisha able to flicker her away. It is working. OP Neon has been able to successfully push back Secret despite being a man down.
This Nature Prophet is so tanky. 4,000 gold. He will TP and pick up bounty runes. Doesn't have boots of speed. Like, he doesn't even need it. He's very mobile. This Gleipnir, I like this Gleipnir upgrade quite a lot. No, it's
a huge Gleipnir.
14-second cooldown because of the 20-second cooldown reduction level 20 talent.
Hugely effective at this stage of the game. Consider that, of course, Nisha and Matsu, the BKBs are down to 5 seconds, so very likely that around that you are going to get the chance to root them, plus the supports around them.
Tier 5 items. Getting close.
We are.
It's very close.
What are the juicy ones this game? Ballista Wind Ranger?
Ballista Wind Ranger,
Ballista Wind Ranger?
For sure.
Even though the spike legs are really nice. But Ballista
he might, you know... let's see what else is there. Like Book of the Dead, kind of mediocre. Apex is always going to be good. Mirror Shield, one of the best ones.
I think, honestly, that's probably the one you're hoping for if you're Yopaj. Mirror Shield every time. It doesn't matter what hero you're playing. Mirror Shield is that good.
Now, Ex Machina, not too good, especially on the Wind Ranger nor Nature's Prophet. They can't really like refresh things, just the BKB. On Nature's Prophet, it's much better. I would say Satanic.
Oh, yeah. He's gone in, he's going to be hexed. Right over the side, the Shackle. Go Page is able to catch the two of them, but Secret, I won't get jumped upon any further by Obi Neon. Neon still, understandably, both teams being very careful, calculated with their moves right now. So much on the line.
We'll have a buyback. Zai just needs to farm 100 gold, and we will have, 10 heroes with the buybacks. Yep. Zai working towards the Aghanim Scepter, but we'll just keep a buyback for now. If he can bite Troll, something that has been popular in Southeast Asia for the last season, even in China. Bite the Troll, then you have like shared lifesteal. Zai is also level 25. 2 wolves summoned, so they can push out the waves easier.
I mean, look at this move from Obi Neon. They might just catch Secret split up. Especially when Matuma Man's not too careful. Matsu, a little away from the rest of the team now. Okay, now the rest comes over. It's just Zai. It's not with them. Nisha heads in for Yopaj. The sharp block, Nisha
has been killed.
Still able to make it round. Back up. And it's this all-important objective of Roshan.
Zai trying his best to push out the waves. Even bought the shard. Wolf's Talon. But it's hard, Against the Nature's Prophet, it's really hard to outpush the lanes. Like just the Wrath of Nature, the global presence. Secret, they have a ward on the high ground. It's being pinged out.
No patch. He's stepping in, but he's been silenced. Ramon's going to come charging through straight away. Jumps and play hard over on the back line. They're looking to focus down on Superman, but Superman's able to put the BKB in the battle truck. Most of all the attention's going to be drawn over towards the illusion now. It's turning more Jopaj, but steps in. The glide there holds the back. Jopaj is able to step away. They're in onto Superman, but Superman gets taken down. Side Nisha will be able to run down Yopaj immediately in with the buyback. Nisha, they go off to the side. Neon just will be prone, but Skem standing his ground, and Yopaj is ready for round 2. Comes back in. If he can chase this down, the BKB from Nisha is shortly going to wear off. Secret now on the retreat.
Those blinding lights really doing so much work. And you can see like Yopaj, he uses a refresher shard. Ian does procs again on the next instance of the damage. Both cores use the buyback, so they need to be very, very careful. Like whoever picks up the Aegis has an upper hand. Yeah. Also, Zai finished the Aghanim Scepter. He's going all in. He's gonna bite Matu.
See if it makes much of a difference here around this Roshan fight. And so far, Obi Neon holding control of this. No exorcism for 80 seconds. No shapeshift for 20, but he has got the wolf fight
in the base with the wolves, so someone needs to address this. These are tier 4 towers we're talking about.
Middle tower.
See who heads back, Scam. He's going to TP back and deal with this. Whilst the rest of Obi Neon continue to hold control around the pit. They won't quite go back in and commit again until Scam's back. Scam just TPing in and out. Continuing to work on Roshan on his own. See what sort of a move they can force out from Secret. Up at the sprout outside of the pit to get the vision. See the wolf bite onto Matuma Man. Matuma Man is ready to go, but off the side, Guamo goes straight in with the charge. Over towards Puppy. Nisha down towards the 2 of them. This is going to be the Invictus for now. Keeping Guamo safe. He gets away with the tricks and cloak over the side. They're on top of Death. He's been bad. Jumping control for Death. He's able to get the G's off. He gets a second chance at living here. Death still alive. Finally falls to the side, but a Death bomb buys back over to the side.
Matu on Wind Ranger.
Onto Yamsor. They're able to push back Yopaj. Yopaj continuing to be chased out by Matuma Man. Matuma Man steps the bash is there. Yopaj taken down. Drama as well in trouble. Secret, the final third. Buyback's coming out for the 3 of them, but Skem, he needs help and he needs it now.
Where's the
BKB, the 4 of them focusing down. Skem trying to go for the TP out. He hasn't made it in time. He isn't. The stone comes in as the BKB comes to an end. Another buyback out from Obi Neon, but they're going to have to play 4 versus 5. Secret, with the whole squad alive, they can step over towards the pit if they feel strong enough.
100 seconds. Matu bought back in the previous fight. Same goes for Yopaj. Yopaj tries to go in on him, but the MKB, the lifesteal coming out from him, is just a bit too much. It was pretty much 1 versus 1 to see who has a better carry.
Got it.
89 seconds, tier 5 items starting to drop. Divine Rapier purchased by Skem.
Here we go, Skem Rapier. See if we can stop this. Goes throughout. He's getting bashed up by Roshan. Matsu's going to take a wolf bite here from Zai. They'll commit on the Roche and they will find it themselves. Aegis and all the benefits will be secrets. As Matt, what is this model? Look at Matt. He's just ditched the weapons and he's just ready to smash some people in the face with his fists.
He's like Axe right now.
I'm going to do this without my axes. as he's just going to beat down the towers.
Axe without axe, troll without axes, glance value. Let's go. They want to go in. They want to end this one.
Charge forward for Jumbo, trying to start things off to Matu. Second round of exorcisms, it's up. Secret, they're looking to close this. They found the tier 4s. Eon just keeping each alive. Now pop the fortification, keep the H and save Matu. Forcing to get back to base. Skep's trying to run with the bashes there from Matu.
That's it.
Skep's going to get taken down. He's down for 2 minutes. The Secret to clean up a third. This is it for Obi Neon. As Secret, they've knocked them down and out. But my goodness, did Obi Neon make them work for it.
What a game, man. Unfortunately, you know, one of these teams have to go out. Matu's like, man, I can't believe we actually won this game. Because Wind Ranger, she was causing a lot of issues. We gotta give credit to Neon, yo. Their performance in this tournament has been amazing, especially Yo Paj. Definitely the standout player. But in the end, one team has to get out. Team Secret victorious at the end of the day. It's, you know, they are more experienced team, you know. Sometimes all it takes, like these Roche. In this tournament has been amazing, especially Yo Paj, definitely the standout player. But in the end, one team has to get out. Team Secret victorious at the end of the day, and you know they are more experienced team. You know, sometimes all it takes, like these Roshans. In the end, a bit of a mistake where two carries try to fight each other. Whoever wins pretty much is going to win the game because they will take the Roche. In the end, Team Secret prevails.
They do, yeah. The sort of the late game call's just been a bit stronger. The Axe pickup from Zai making all that difference, giving Matu that extra bit of power to win those last few team fights. There's so much going on, so much chaos. Obi Neon doing fantastically to be able to take it to the point that they did. And I think regardless, even though this is the end of the line for them here at the Major, so many things for them to look back and be proud upon. And many things and many reasons why a lot of the fans are already going to be looking forward to Obi Neon's next tournament show.
Oh, for sure. Like this team definitely won the hearts of the viewers because the style of Dota that they're playing, like we're going to run at you. You know, this is the team that is not afraid. Very impressive in all departments. Just some really good stuff.
And for Team Secret, on the other hand, the win is theirs. The series 2-1. Definitely some things that they're still need to iron out going into the future matchups, but they're keeping themselves in the competition. Team Secret, they'll progress. 2-1 against Obi Neon.
Thank you very much, Odie Pixel and Lacoste. Team Secret manages to move on in the lower bracket. Obi Neon will unfortunately finish, but in 5th place. But 5th place is fantastic for this major. They did. That was a hard-fought game 3.
Nothing to be ashamed of if you're Neon. It was a beautiful performance. The series itself was high-quality Dota from start to finish. I'm surprised that you were actually able to get those words out soon because all of our hearts were racing back in the green room during the last about 10 minutes of this game.
We were like, oh, okay, I was definitely like yelling at the TV. Oh my god.
I've been following the SCA for the last 3 months and they did look good in the regional league as well, but not as good as you. Not this good. This is something different. They found the perfect playstyle, the perfect mixture of heroes that they picked throughout the major, and I'm sad. I'm sad I won't be seeing any more of this kind of Dota on the current major.
Yeah.
On the next one, however, probably we'll see something similar if they continue playing like this.
Yeah, you mentioned that they were very much this draft also. I don't think they should feel bad about losing with this draft because they all felt on comfort heroes. It wasn't like, if we didn't play this one weird hero. But no, all of their things were comfort. All of it was their signatures. Same thing with Secret also. This was head-to-head.
From draft to the way they played Yo Paj, this man is too angry to lose. Like, he was just winning everything in this game. He was getting so many kills.
He was participated in every single kill.
Exactly.
And this fight at the end, oh my god, this is the most anime shit I've ever seen in my life.
Dude, a Wind Ranger with spider legs and Wind Run running at like 900 move speed is terrifying.
Together with the Tusk, and then you have the Spirit Breaker, and then you have Nature's Prophet ulti just flying at you from somewhere, dealing 1000 damage. Matu died once from half HP to 0.
And Team Secret doing fantastic. You know, they had at one point I think it was like over 30,000K gold lead, and then, you know, OB Neon took it back down to just 6K, and for Team Secret to play very consistently and keep up their offense was great, and ultimately secured them the win.
Oh man, Puppy's pumped. Yeah, even with Secret having that net worth advantage, when they did swing it around back, they maintained a lot of map control, despite the fact that they were still massively down on net worth. They made it look even, regardless of what the numbers showed.
You could never really tell which way this game is gonna go. It was just a fantastic game of Dota. Not the cleanest, but just a fantastic game.
I don't want the cleanest.
Yeah, I'm the same.
I like the dirty Dota.
100%.
That was hard racing Dota. I feel like I aged 5 years in the last 61 minutes and 55 seconds.
From the draft itself, I was like, I have a feeling that this is going to be entertaining, but this exceeded my expectations. What are these numbers? What are we looking at here? It's all blur to me.
What? You can't anymore? Is that
I can't. I literally can't even.
Yeah. Some creeps, some towers, some heroes.
There was a lot of gold earned in this game on both teams.
The match breakdown is basically that this was some good dotes. But Team Secret getting to move on. A lot of people are very excited. Team Secret frequently being the fan favorite, but OB Neon really showing up for Southeast Asia and really proving the strength of the region. I think that they should be very, very proud of what they were able to accomplish.
The strength of the region and also the versatility that this game possesses. Like you can play different drafts.
Last week of the patch, and it's still this wide open. You show me these 10 heroes, and you're like, guess which regions are playing this? Guess which teams are playing this? And it's so difficult to pinpoint things. There's the flavor, like the Spirit Breakers here and there, the Wind Rangers here and there, and then there's the staples, like the Tusks and the Death Prophets, and it's truly entertaining.
There are a lot of heroes in this game that can do a lot of fantastic things, but let's reward one of the players with our MVP, Matumba Man on the Troll Warlord. I see Tsunami looking up at the ceiling.
I can't even think of like any one player who was standing out on Secret. Everyone was doing such a damn good job.
Zai did well as well. Same goes for Nisha. This last game, they
Puppy with the E-Blade.
Puppy with the early E-Blade. Yeah, they definitely did step it up.
Yep, so
this is one game, though, in which I would give the losing team an MVP.
Yopaj played amazing. But
Yopaj is my
series MVP.
Well, guys, luckily we have a treat for all of the fans. We have an interview with Puppy from Team Secret. Hello, Puppy. Congratulations on your win.
Thank you very much.
So I think Blizzard has a very important question for you.
We're gonna open up with this.
Yeah.
So, Puppy, tell me, you're walking down the street. You see a water bottle, and what do? Pick it up or
a water bottle?
Yeah.
Just a water bottle?
Just a bottle, actually.
I'm not sure. Why would I need it?
That was what we were wondering.
You tell me.
It's like, at the same time, that would be kind of greedy in my perspective to take that water bottle if that's, somebody's water bottle.
Mm-hmm. You think so?
What was going through your mind when you picked up the bottle in the mid lane?
Well, no, I felt pretty good. I told my team I'm gonna die, but it's worth it, and they had no idea. They were telling me, "What are you doing?" But yeah, then they saw the little fresh bottle that I got.
You got some tips there. Yeah.
You got the Great Escape as well. You made out like a bandit with the bottle.
Yeah, they weren't ready for the steal.
Were you ready for this last game? Did you expect it to be this easy for you guys?
Yeah, it was really easy. Right? Nah, this team is really good. I think our lineups are a bit too fresh. Sorry, not fresh, but their lineups are fresh, and ours are just kind of like standard Dota right now. So I guess we have a lot of work to do with our drafting and our perspective of what to play, because, to be honest, not seeing lands for a long time has really done that to some regions. Some regions just play the way they play, and you just kind of don't see anything new happening, and usually the ones that are playing passive are the ones that usually lose out on it. Southeast Asia, for instance, very aggressive region. Therefore, kind of not ready for it. It's our third game in this tournament and stuff. So we haven't really gotten enough of comfort into this yet.
I guess on the topic of that, we didn't get a chance to talk to you after your LGD series, obviously, but you're trying new stuff. I don't know if you're willing to talk about it, but what was up with that Bane last pick in the LGD series?
I mean, the Bane's already like, we're going to lose anyway, practically.
So you're telling me you want to lower the win rate so IceFrog's going to look at the next patch and be like, oh, this Bane got a 0% win rate.
It's not really the case. It's kind of like the only way, boys, we win this game is if I somehow 1v2 against that lane or something and, you know, crush that lane, check all runes, do whatever. So, like, you know, Bane can probably do that. It's just that I never ended up playing against the dual lane. Just ended up playing against tri lane.
In the same vein of a patch coming up, I felt like neutral items had quite a bit of an influence in this game, in particular your game 3. We're seeing that neutral items are like seasonal. IceFrog cycling them out. Any that you would like to see removed for the next patch?
There are some. I can't really put my finger on exact ones, but there are some that just kind of like, what's the point? I don't know what's the point of this Penta's sword, for instance. I don't know.
I saw that one.
I don't know what's the point. So
some spider legs perhaps caused you some issues.
Yeah, I mean, those items are just maybe a bit too strong, but I feel like when they're strong, it's okay. I kind of just don't like items that just don't do anything really. They just have this item. It's like, okay. For instance, like Ocean Heart and Ironwood Branch are kind of like too similar in a way with statistics and just make it more interesting somehow. But I don't know. They'll figure it out.
Any other questions, gentlemen?
You probably need to lower the blood pressure after that game.
For sure.
Is there anything you have to say to all of your fans who are cheering for you as you make your way through the lower bracket?
Thanks for cheering for us, because we are the trash that might win this tournament.
Yeah, that's what I like to hear.
But we'll see, like never cocky. We are learning bit by bit for each game, so thanks fans for, rooting for us.
Great to hear. Thank you so much, Puppy, for the interview.
Thank you.
Yeah. I like that. It's very cautious. Like, they know that they secured a great win against a very strong team, but at the same time, they're still looking at ways that they can better improve so that they can move forward in the tournament.
Yeah, we had spoken to Puppy previously on an earlier series win, and they said that they didn't get a chance to scrim very much. And so it's encouraging that he's recognizing that their hero pool and hero drafts are a little bit outdated.
Yeah, and you can see that really. A team such as Neon, back in the day, they probably wouldn't stand a chance versus Secrets. Here, I'm not saying it's only due to drafting, because their drafting is fantastic, but they also played really well. However, Secret, they were usually the ones that innovate stuff. You didn't see any innovation here. You saw the standard picks that are constantly picked in the meta, and not necessarily anything as wild as Nature's Prophet carry or no carries. 5-position Spirit Breaker. Yeah, it's usually Puppy that innovates these 5s, like Weaver, Puck. Want to see something similar coming into their next series.
Now that they've had a couple more series in, maybe we can see more as Team Secret advances in the bracket. But first, we have more clues for you. The One Esports and Netflix have come together to bring a special treat for all the fans. Throughout the week, we've had a bunch of clues coming out on the hunt for the 8 dragons, which is a scavenger hunt open to Dragon Knights from all corners of the world that has been going on through the week and will continue through the rest of the tournament. Let's take a look.
Showed the ocean one. They showed the light one.
Did they show the ice one?
They showed the ice one. I think they haven't shown the one that only says one word. There was that one dragon who was just like, kill, blood. I'm saying that dude's the next hint.
I don't know really. I don't watch anime, so
really?
I respect the fact that you guys adore it and love it, but it's just not my thing, not my.
Lizard is making himself seem like he hasn't watched the anime, but he just told me like 3 days in a row that he's watched it. He watched it overnight. He goes to sleep watching it.
He literally goes to sleep watching it.
But we do have the next hint ready for you now. So now let's take a look.
It's like Tsunami Dota 2 expert, is that what you said?
That's my LinkedIn.
Yeah, that's my LinkedIn.
That's the only
that
thing.
Subtle off-white coloring. Yeah.
We've had a fantastic series for the first series today. What do you think is going to come out of Thunder?
It's just as exciting as this first game. I hope so. And it's a clash of different regions. It's a clash of different playstyles once again. And I don't the same way the West world was watching Secret versus SEA. I think in the Chinese region they are going to be watching IG versus Thunder Predator, because it's a top tier team. It's a team that topped the Chinese division, and yeah, they had a hiccup in the upper division, in the the upper bracket. Exactly, but just an exciting series coming up.
Yeah, it's just I again, like, even though we're so far in the tournament, I have questions about them, because against BG Gaming they won, but that's China on China. That's a random chance. You flip a coin and you can figure out which team's gonna win off of that. Then they go to a North American opponent, the Evil Geniuses. They get 2-0. They get blown out. Honestly, both those games were not competitive.
I agree with what you're saying, and I can see your point. However, sometimes you see a team playing to their standard, and sometimes you see them not really. And IG in the game versus EG played phenomenally well, but IG did not perform. Like, they made mistakes that you don't see them usually do versus any sort of a team.
Yeah, but you say usually was like a month and a half ago.
That's true. Yeah, it wasn't that long of a break for DPCCN, because they had 2-week break.
True.
So they actually continued playing a little bit longer than any other region.
Do you think maybe LAN has affected this for them? It's like their first LAN in, well, I guess in the China region they
were actually playing the LAN. The league itself was a LAN. So they're accustomed to the environment. It was very much similar like the one we have over here, as they were in the bubble and everything. So
well, I guess we use in the traditional sense, we use LAN as the opportunity to play international tournaments. And I think that is impacting them, because also, since the Chinese region DPC lingered longer, that means that everyone was able to watch it. Yeah. All the other regions who were knee-deep in their seasons were like, I don't have time to watch other regions, I have to watch my own. Then every other region ended, China started up again, and people were able to maybe take a look at, what is the top team in China doing? Oh, it's IG. Let's look at how they play.
They took 2 weeks off for Lunar New Year, correct?
Correct, yeah.
And when you're thinking about inspiration and different strategies, Secret Puppy just complained that he didn't get enough time. They didn't perhaps play against international teams that many series, and because of that, they're still figuring things out. For IG, it's a very similar situation. However, teams in the region did experiment quite a bit, and you can see different position 5s, such as Luna, such as Gyrocopter, which is definitely interesting. Nothing is interesting that I have seen like in SEA. Playing without the carry, I haven't seen that.
Well, we did get the green light from production. Teams are ready to come to the stage, so please give a warm welcome to our competitors, Thunder Predator and Invictus Gaming. And one of the things that I really want to call out from yesterday's matches is that there's like a news article that came out that talked about Minos, who potentially baited Virtus Pro yesterday into banning IO by playing a ranked game as IO, and then the Thunder Predator Twitter posted a picture of Minos' screen playing IO.
And why'd they give it away already?
What do you mean?
Like, why'd they say that it was a bait? They should have just said, yeah, he is.
Maybe that's
the double bait. That's the anti-bait. Oh. That's the double bait, so they don't ban it.
God.
And then they play it in this series.
The mind games have already...
That's some next level.
Look, it's
right
not
there.
even on the Venn diagrams for either of them.
Yeah, it's so strange that some teams aren't even playing the hero, and I was waiting for that. Actually, I was waiting for it to happen one day when a player will just bait out the ban by playing the hero.
It kind of happened. Quincy Crew with CCNC. It wasn't banned out. VP or not VP or yes, VP. That was the game that
they didn't
lost.
ban out the IO and they picked it.
Exactly. And
but,
so, is that not what you were going for?
No. Usually a team picks, let's say, a Meepo in the first stages of the tournament when it doesn't really matter, and then it's banned out throughout the whole tournament, right?
I see.
Here, we've reached a different height of mind games, different level in which the pubs are what you're looking for, right? Everyone knows Dota Pro Tracker, everyone goes there, checks a couple of picks here and there.
Minos specifically said, I'm going to play a ranked game of IO so that it's on there so that they ban it. And then Thunder Predator Twitter, whoever their social media manager is, deserves a raise because they tweeted that picture of him playing IO, and then Virtus Pro saw it and banned IO twice, even though Thunder Predator had never played IO in this tournament.
Okay, but the similar situation was like Tsunami was talking about with Quinn, right? They weren't playing IO as well.
But they probably could.
They probably could. It didn't look like the best IO performance ever, but they won with it. It looked good enough.
That good.
Do you think that we'll see more IO bans coming out?
I think so still. Yeah. I'm not sure if any team is comfortable enough to let that hero go through.
Let's see. Yeah, Fly. don't know, he's kind of a right clicker, cookie cutter kind of guy. No, nothing against him, but you know, he's playing these Wraith Kings, Trolls, Monkeys.
Fly for me has his own storyline here going into the tournament and from the Chinese division, because I thought the team might suffer a little bit when it comes to confidence, as they've taken away some of the heroes that he usually plays and given them to Emo when he doesn't perform that well on that position 1. And you could see it even versus, I believe it was versus EG, where they took the Morphling away from him, put it on the mid lane, and then gave him a Bloodseeker. Like, man, it's even, I don't know, Razor is probably worse. Which
Viper's
one?
the worst.
Yeah, Viper is probably the worst.
That's why Matu was just suffering back there. He was just like, "Why you're just putting me on Viper all the time? I'm a carry player. Let me fly, man."
What heroes do you think will be coming out in the first round of bans? Other than Io.
Okay, so based off of yesterday, you guys wanted to give Moose MVP like both games in a row, didn't you?
Earth Spirit.
I think you ban out Moose. I say you target, same thing almost as last day. Target the Brawler 4 position. The Tusk, the Earth Spirit. You played some Shaker, even though you're not too keen on that one.
You can ban out like Puck plus Tusk perhaps versus them. I think if you don't have first pick, because then they have to ban out Yayo and you steal whatever is left remaining for yourself. Yeah, like, it's a bit different obviously with IG. They have a particular set of heroes and skills, that they pick. It's a bit different. We won't really read the drafts as easily as in the last game, which you could predict almost the first 8 picks.
Which is suspicious for Secret, and they criticize themselves for that. What did you like about Thunder Predator's VP series specifically, besides Moose?
Well, Thunder Predator overall just outplayed them, and I would even dare to say it's something that we didn't really mention too many times in the panel, but Virtus Pro did not play the standard that we expect them to play.
That's true for the whole tournament.
Exactly, and it's not only Thunder Predator that played really well, it was Virtus Pro that really underperformed throughout the tournament.
Would you say that Thunder Predator is more prone to taking control of the tempo of the match? It seems that in a lot of their series, they've been very, very aggressive and being the ones to get people out of that laning phase.
That's why the game 2 against VP impressed me the most, because they didn't take tempo the way they usually take tempo. They usually take tempo by staying on the enemy half of the map constantly. But in game 2, it felt like they were just farming way more efficiently, like everywhere. It wasn't just getting hero kills to build up their advantage. It was like just being more effective around the entire map and farming more camps.
So is this where we see Io?
This is where we see if Thunder Predator can actually play Io, or if they will just pick Tusk. That's one or the other. I think they can play Io, so I wouldn't mind seeing it. They go with the Death Prophet instead.
Now we can see if IG play Io. Because I think IG were first phase banning Io against all their previous opponents. But now they don't have to ban it.
I have a feeling that... So the numbers, what you're trying to say... So the numbers, what you're trying to say is that Invictus Gaming disagrees with you. However, wait. What? It's a Chinese team. They love Gyro position 5. Throughout the DPC, they have played it. So this one to pick up would still mean that the Gyro is position 5 and Dio is actually safely in carry.
So the reason why Tsunami sighed a sigh of defeat is because once the Gyrocopter comes out, people might think that it's a carry Gyro just like in the last series, but Lizard said it's still possible to be a core IO and a support Gyro.
He's just keeping me from jumping off the building right now.
I couldn't take losing this magnificent beard sitting next to me, so...
Hanging on by a thread.
Exactly.
I'm gripping your bicep right now, and you're like...
Dire team bad.
Thunder Predator picking up a very common... What we see are very common picks on the... With Death Prophet first, and also Mars.
You know what would be sick, actually? IG get a out offlane. then I'm kind of on board with the direction that this is going.
They lost one game versus EG with that alcohol flame.
Yeah. It wasn't a great draft though.
I wouldn't mind it. I really wouldn't.
They lost it because they only had one person to give an Aghanim Scepter to. They only had the Void Spirit, and their carry was a Weaver, and all of their supports were useless. So they had a Shaman who they could give it to, but you don't do that.
One of the things that makes Invictus Gaming's opening so much better is the fact that Thunder Predator themselves in the first two ban out Morphling.
5 seconds
I understand
remaining.
versus Invictus Gaming versus IG, you want to ban out the Morphling because
flex potential.
It's flex potential, but mostly it's Emo that plays it.
They really did take it away from Flat.
Yeah, they just literally took it away. A couple of times he morphed in with Agi and Waveform, and they just took it away.
Never again.
Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming banning out that Tusk, we've talked about this Earth Spirit Tusk and Thunder Predator actually banning out Shadow Shaman. Now this is
Dire team ban.
very popular hero for Kaka.
Yeah.
But I feel like he's mostly picked when you're playing versus either the Spirits or the Puck. And we don't see any of those yet.
Otherwise, he's been playing a lot of Oracle, and Oracle would be great this game.
Oracle for Oli, right?
Oli, not Puck.
10 seconds.
The problem with picking Oracle, however, is you're revealing your hand a bit.
But it should already be revealed. Thunder Predator, if they're operating under the assumption that it's a support IO, then they can draft whatever they want and they're still going to win. It's not that bad. But
you can still continue watching, guys. We don't know the outcome of the game, but I would value, like Tsunami said, an IO core over the support. We have seen it just do much, much better.
Regardless, Thunder Predator are just targeting out like all-purpose comfort from IG. If they really want to be careful, they can also ban out Emo's TA, but you need to do that in a game situation.
Yeah, Emo is very versatile. This guy, throughout the regional league, he played many different heroes from Zeus to Mirana mid lane in matchups that are extremely difficult for him. His TA is something else.
5 seconds
Emo on
remaining.
TA just wins games very easily and very comfortable.
I'm surprised last series we didn't see any Void Spirit whatsoever, and it wasn't banned out. And Death Prophet, we've seen that mid lane matchup. I honestly, all the mid lane matchups at this point seem very, very skill dependent. Like you do your Puck versus Death Prophet, your
they played them so many times that they kinda know how much they can push their limits.
Exactly.
And then you don't see one player just fall off completely. But it doesn't mean that the matchup is still easy for them, as you can usually see that reflected in the net worth as they're buying too many salves or too much region. So Void Spirit still versus the Death Prophet is heavily Death Prophet favored, even though you don't really see players dropping lower than 10 CS behind their matchup.
And in very well maybe an MJZ Death Prophet also. Doesn't necessarily have to be mid lane. You can see it as a 5 position.
Yeah, we've seen some Tide position 5s, we've seen some Mars position 5 on Thunder Predator.
That's true, actually, yeah.
I was just about to say Phoenix.
They just banned it, literally.
Yeah, but I'm not that big on the Mars-Phoenix combination anymore. But Lion. So it was safe, I guess.
Lion. This makes me think IO is actually the core.
IO, it looks like core IO, position 4 Lion, position 5 Gyro.
They've played Lion on the 5 as well. So it's still flexible, but
I think Oracle's still good then. Like if you're willing to show your hand now with the support duo, or you already kind of partially shown it with the Lion.
You mean for Thunder Predator? Because you can't anymore in Invictus Gaming, right?
Remaining.
Out of these 3 heroes, 2 are support.
Oh yeah, the Alchemist was
5 seconds remaining.
Which region did you say was doing mid gyrocopter? Is that SEA?
SEA, yeah. I've seen it throughout all regions. We don't see it very often, but it is a pick that we've seen a couple of times.
Yeah, so I guess, it's support gyro, or support IO.
Tell me about the Dark Willow pick. How does that work against Invictus?
It's not necessarily how well it does against them, it's the Mars combination, right?
Spirit. Yeah, you put up the Mars arena, and Dark Willow terrorizes basically the exact same AoE as the arena, and everyone just keeps bonking themselves into the walls because they try to go back to the fountain.
Bonk.
We get one of the spirits.
10 seconds
Ember Spirit shows up.
Does that be
The mid lane.
Mid lane?
Yeah, that should be the emo
Remaining.
hero. They don't necessarily have a lot of catch. They do have the Death Prophet with the silence. We have seen something like that Bison Atos do wonders with that silence versus Ember Spirit. We've seen the exact same matchup with the Bloodseeker on offlane, just demolish the Ember.
What IG is missing then is JT, the position.
Yes,
Yeah.
99%. JT also was the shining star of the team coming in the regional leagues.
Is there any reason why you think
Radiant's
IG
team
preferred the Ember Spirit over the Void Spirit? Because I consider the heroes to be pretty interchangeable. Void Spirit's more meta right now.
Not
Dire
necessarily.
team ban.
Ember Spirit, just like, I mean, Vessel is maybe an easier buy on the Ember Spirit,
Okay.
but Void Spirit can go for it just as well. So maybe that's one of the reasons.
You think they get it on their mid as opposed to their JT offlaner?
Yeah.
You're
pretty
saying
much.
you want the Vessel against the Death Prophet.
10 seconds.
Just
remaining.
overall, it's pretty nice, but versus that Prophet versus Healing Ward, it can come in handy. We'll see, maybe you don't even have to buy it here, depending on what position that Prophet is.
Well, how about like for the rest of the game? What does Ember do differently than a Void Spirit in team fights or?
Perhaps dishes out a little bit more damage, but has a little bit less control.
Okay.
Let's put it that way. It doesn't have that AoE silence
Yeah.
that Void Spirit brings to the game. Just a comfort pick, really. Nothing else to it.
You're not coming out for Thunder means that is for
10 seconds
Who is remaining?
Kind of
5
wanted to be a
seconds
5-position Death Prophet. Think if
5
you-
Death Prophet, 4 Dark Willow offlane Mars, that's what you want? I can see that. I
Yeah.
can definitely see that. I wouldn't mind Death Prophet on the mid lane because I think the matchup is still pretty solid for her, no matter what she plays
Dire
in.
team ban.
So,
I think Moose. Well, what are they banning out? Okay, they ban out Slardar and Beastmaster.
yeah, this is literally opening Invictus Gaming
Radiant team
Dota buff
pick.
and checking what they've played recently.
Well, then where's the Timber sub ban?
It's the first match.
Oh, you're right.
Now it makes sense,
Grimstroke.
yeah. Okay,
Pango?
could
Dire team pick.
be a pick, for Invictus
IG.
Gaming. Yeah, so for Thunder Predator, this is your position 5 Abaddon, mid lane Death Prophet. Now we see it all.
Yeah. So we've got a Purge for all of Lion's stuns.
One of the things that we have seen actually
10
from
seconds remaining.
Invictus Gaming is a position for IO with a Slardar on offlane. So that's why
5
the Slardar is
seconds
banned out,
remaining.
which makes me think maybe they're still looking to pair that IO on the offlane with something and play the Gyro position 1 with the Lion. Which is something that
Don't
we
say
obviously
that.
don't like
Don't
here.
say that to me, Lizard. Still on the precipice.
Oh no.
So yeah, looking for a JT hero. I like Pango. Something to keep Abaddon busy would be nice.
Yeah, something that can get away from Jug spin as well. Something that
Yeah.
the lane is a bit easier. Legion Commander on old school hero
Now
that
select
Pango,
your
yes.
heroes.
Just way too simple of an
Now,
answer.
hold on. What's the emo platform? Okay, great. So we got a 1-position gyrocopter. I will see you guys later.
He took off his headset. Don't go, come back.
What will
Thank you very much. Coming into this first game, Thunder Predator, IG should be a fun one. The Cinderella story still looking to take some more steps towards the grand final. Black, we watched these guys yesterday. It was a fun time. Now they're coming up against IG, who really impressed during the DPC League, and I'm excited to see this one kind of play out. I know a lot of people know me as a biased caster for Chinese teams, but I don't know. I love both these teams right now. Can't pick a side. I really can't.
Most people would have said coming into the series IG is a heavy favorite, but can you really say that after what Thunder Predator showed yesterday and what IG showed against EG in the upper bracket? It was really one-sided for both teams, so it's going to be a lot more even than people would expect.
30 seconds to battle.
I think
craziness come out here from Thunder Predator again, hopefully.
Yeah, that's something I definitely want to see, is just the chaos in the games that we've been watching. I mean, there's been a lot of chaos overall. Just that last series before was absolute chaos. There's a point in these games, and I almost want to say it used to be chaos in Dota, used to come later, like maybe like tier 5 items, or even back before maybe about the 40-minute mark. It seems like chaos kind of starts at the 30-minute mark. Sometimes even before that, where everything just goes out of control.
Yeah, sometimes it just starts in the early game. Like past minute 10, some teams just dive tier 2 towers, they're knocking on your tier 3s without the possibility of destroying them, obviously, just to dive some people, kill some heroes. And yeah, I mean, every team has like their own little crazy moments in this tournament so far. But as you go deeper into the tournament, usually things start to settle down a bit more. And you know my opinion of DP. Hero broken.
Death Prophet seems very strong. We've seen how survivable Death Prophet can be in fights. A couple spirit excitements out there, and all of a sudden it seems like that hero is unkillable. And, well, up against Emo here over mid, who plays a very good Ember Spirit. It was nice to see him previously on that Morph. I know him and Flyfly are pretty interchangeable on that hero. He's usually the one who comes down to it when they're playing on this Ember. So we'll see how this matchup goes. Is this a matchup that favors one side heavily, or are we going to see it be pretty 50-50?
Yeah, I was about to say not to spit in your soup, but this Ember Spirit should...
Что бояться в серии или нет. Потому что, по сути, пока у Виспа саппорта на этом турнире дела...
Like, even when you're level 6, you don't have the damage to take down a DP, unless there's rotations coming in. And just overall, I'm predicting it.
So we'll see how Emo kind of works with what he's got at the moment. The mids from China have certainly been impressive overall, I'd say, throughout not only just this event and the league, but I look at the mids that play in that region and the matchups they have to go through all the time, because we saw it during the DPC league, like matchups that mids shouldn't have won, they end up somehow pulling through and really dominating, which was a bit of a surprise when you've got guys like Ori and Somnus as well as XM and nothing to say that you have to play against. Like, you don't have a favorable matchup, it can be super one-sided, but these guys are pretty proficient with their heroes and make it work out.
Definitely. I mean, he's going to be doing fine for himself. As you said, Emo is a very, very skilled player. So I don't expect him to die or anything. He's just going to come out of the lane with a little disadvantage, hit level 6 eventually, and then just start rolling around the side lanes. Who are quite brittle, like when this Ember rotates on the Dark Willow or Mars, they can die really easily. There's a lot of potential for plays there.
See how Flyfly does on that Gyro. Gyro does have IO with him, so getting
not a fan.
Full strength Gyro IO. You're not a fan, really?
No, I just hate support IO. After seeing what a core IO can do, why would you ever put him on a support? It's like, I don't know. There's just no reason to. It's like you're making the game hard for yourself. You know what I mean? You're putting yourself in shackles and you're tying your feet together during a marathon. Why would you do that?
Why would you, or what would you rather see in that spot other than an IO?
I mean, I would just love to see the IO core and
gyrocopter support even. That could work out pretty easily. We have seen it in a couple of games already. And just IO core is so absolutely strong with the lineup they have. You know, maybe IG prefers the... I mean, obviously they prefer the heavy gyrocopter.
On the jug, Blade Fury, a lot of damage coming through. Gets low, one more shot. And MJZ will get the kill on Takaka. First blood there for Thunder Predators.
Uncharacteristic mistake here from Kaka. He didn't hex him. He just didn't hex him. He had it off cooldown. He wanted to be absolutely perfect, but didn't get it out in time. Pays with his life for it. The demon goes back to hell, B-Cup.
Yeah, and
but now back again.
I knew you were going with that one. I got you. Oh, we got that wavelength. From a distance.
Of course.
No matter what. He goes over mid, refills the bottle, trying to help Emo out. He's getting chased here by Leo Style, who's putting on the pressure. You said that this could be a matchup that Death Prophet really benefits in, and you're seeing that there where Ember's only got 15 CS, down by about 10, and JT gets really low. Now the Blade Fury, this might give an opportunity for Lion, but it was just a lack of health there for JT. You can't really go in.
Yeah, have one more crit there, JT would have died. Playing on knife's edge here.
Spike action.
No spin. Very long cooldown on low levels. What is shield explosion?
Ooh,
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Robotic shield doing quite a bit.
Yeah, he also refilled the bottle of the Pango on the Lion. Why, you know, I know that you like it. The offlane bottle, your favorite item.
Something I mention every time it got picked up during the league.
Not this time, though.
These Chinese offlane players were picking it up every game.
Why didn't you mention this time? You're losing your ways, B-Cup.
I thought it had been enough, and people had been sick of me saying it. It was something that I repeated all the time. But he does have that offlane bottle, and I'm very excited to see it.
This arm was so timely. Oh my god, he just keeps getting disarmed. He's so lucky here on JT. A lot of unnecessary damage
from your grasp.
Kaka trying to easy 50-50 rune. Gaben smiled upon Leo Style.
He's already
I wonder what
he
did in the morning. Think he burned his wallet? Said Gaben.
Silence action, trying to get a disarm. He's not so lucky this time.
Be careful, yeah. Gyrocopter taking a lot of damage himself. Really careful. One more swashbuckle.
Ooh, or Spike. Throws it onto the jug. He's maybe looking at MJZ.
Healing water efficiency here.
Hex coming through, and that's just to back up. They do have the healing word. They're putting pressure onto this bottom lane. So how do you...
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
How is burning the wallet? Is that the way to get the percentages to be higher?
I could just tell you what I did. I took out $10 one day. I burned it. I got 1 out of 2 runes. Okay. Next day, I was like, heck it. Burn my entire wallet, so I burned my entire wallet and I got every rune. But what Gaben didn't know is that I took all the money out beforehand. He didn't know. Made it.
Okay. See, now, for me, I thought it was supplying abundant trail.
Easy kill.
Ooh, swashbuckle with the kill there. Kaka getting a kill on MJZ.
Yeah, MJZ obviously didn't like my wallet joke too much. Wants to interrupt it ASAP.
He's trying to stop the explanation on how you can get every rune. It's a secret that not many people know, but we're telling it to the world here. He's trying to stop that from happening. And, you know, he does die, and we see this a lot. We see position 5s or really supports who just play a little bit aggressive, knowing that they might die, maybe thinking to themselves, yeah, if I die, it's early on, it's not the worst thing in the world, especially if I die to a support, I can just TP over mid, refill my mid's bottle, and make his lane a little bit easier. And that's exactly what he did. He goes over mid.
Many times, as you said. And it's really good for heroes like DP. Oh, Emo has to be careful here. Remnant's out, has a region available as well. So Midtown is going to take a lot of damage here. Gonna get silenced up. Oh, Frank!
Oh, call down. Frank falling. He threw down the arena. Fly is able to get that kill. If Kaka and Ali up towards top, and that is a big kill for them. Frank is a big part of what Predator made in success. And they're going to go in. They've got themselves a slight fist as well as the Searing Chains coming through as well as the Rolling Thunder coming out for JT.
5 minutes.
And Cruz Crown ends up popping. Leo Style is the one who's being focused and stuff, but getting a lot of healing from that exorcism running out. And he's doing so much damage here. He hasn't killed anybody just yet on the side of IG, but he's going to continue to chase. Look for Emo, who will run it onto the high ground. They've got the Bramble Maze as well as the Spear. That locks up Fly. They get the kill out of the Gyrocopter. They will find one finally. And you talked about at the beginning of the game how broken Death Prophet feels. And, well, right there goes from a sliver to full and helps to get a kill.
Yeah, no problem, man. You think you can kill me with 5 heroes? Nope. Try bringing 6 next time.
Radiant's courier.
Absolutely ridiculous how much he healed. And they got the bot power. In the meantime, free farm here on Juggernaut again. Popping the net worth. Already 1k lead for the Radiant side here. And you can just see the Ember Spirit only sitting at 2.8k net worth. He's struggling to find a foothold in this game. And he's not the greatest comeback hero. Didn't find any kills on the map yet. It'll be tough.
And he's really going to find himself slowed down. It's not like the Gyro's going to all of a sudden come out and do a lot with the timing so far. Like, he really would have wanted some help here from Emo. And no TP just yet. They're going to think about going to the door. They've got the healing ward on the high ground, so let's see if that's going to be enough. The missile comes in as well as the Rocket Barrage. They'll get the kill there on Zamitos as they'll look over now at the Abaddon and finish off MJZ. So both heroes going down on the side of Thunder Predator. Good rotation from IG to at least get something back. And they did lose that Gyro earlier over mid.
Pretty big mistake by Juggernaut. He saw them rotate in. He had enough time to TP out with the spin, but he just chose not to. Perhaps felt a little bit too confident. He gets taken out pretty easily here. Unnecessary death. It happens to the best of us. Death Prophet, Arcane Rune, bottled up, Exorcism off cooldown. We have seen last time kind of damage this can do. So maybe IG this time want to dodge that fight.
Yeah, I think if you want Emo to kind of recover a little bit, he's going to need time, and you probably don't want to play unless you're bringing all 5 over, which they did in the previous engagement, and it didn't work out with any kills. They ended up losing the Gyrocopter instead. Earth Spike missing, and that'll be a missed attempt from IG.
Would have been a free kill. He wasn't level 6 yet. Now, though, he is level 6, so no opportunity to kill him anymore.
Middle tower has fallen.
I'll have that borrowed time to work with. Moose on this Dark Willow. First phase ban was the Earth Spirit, so I'm wanting to see what Moose is going to pull out with this Dark Willow. He seems to be disrupting quite a bunch of heroes in these fights so far. I mean, the Cursed Crown as well as the Bramble Maze, of course, caught Fly. So I've just been really impressed by his play so far. I want to see what he's got with the Dark Willow going further. I'm just, especially after yesterday's, excited.
Tell you what he got. He got a perfect combo with the Mars ult plus Dark Willow ult, of course, one of the most old school combos. Well, ever since Mars was released, at least. Make them run to the edge of the arena.
Looking over at the Death Prophet. They're going after Leo's side. They've got the Aphotic Shield that's going to keep him alive. They'll go after Emo. They're looking for a silence, but don't have 4 right clicks on him, so he'll run in away. Ramble Maze placed down, builds the Curse Crown onto Taka. They'll use the arena. They'll throw the spear, that Earth Spike, into a complete wrong direction. It doesn't matter. He was dead or right.
Under attack.
Yeah, that kill did look really funny. Like, to the left there, maybe he saw a ghost. Who knows? Taking him out pretty easily, though.
Maybe got some screen tear, and it looked like the heroes were somewhere else. I don't know.
It's possible.
Radiant's
you never know.
bottom tower is under attack.
Dota? I think it's officially out of beta now, right?
Is under attack.
For most things.
Are fortified.
I think I read some article. I'm not sure if it's actually or not. So I'm not gonna make some more meta jokes here now. Is or not.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Better be safe than sorry, you know?
I'm always down to be safe than sorry. They're gonna go in, they're gonna use that remedy to go forward. Illusion Rune trying to maybe turn this around. They've got the exorcism, but the damage with the finger, they'll take out Leo Style on the cliff, bouncing around, but it's not gonna be enough damage to take out anybody outside of IG just yet. They'll look over now at MJZ will pop the borrowed time. That's going to be the IO getting out as they'll look to continue forward and find themselves moves. They've got 2 kills, looking for a third. Borrowed time already used on cooldown for another 45, so when the homing missile hits, the life will end, and that's MJZ falling. 2 heroes dead on the side of Thunder Predator. IG doing a good job and maybe looking for a +1.
No, this unslowing him though. They have to be so careful to fight it. They didn't have Arena and DP. That's really the only way IG wins the fight. They bursted DP down before Abaddon shields him and heals him before he gets those Spirit Siphons off. They did a wonderful job relocating into the back line, and with that perfect line finger as well. So much damage coming through.
Is under attack.
Pretty decisive victory here for IG.
Are fortified.
Yeah, that's their first real decisive victory, and you know that's with them not having everything from the Jug just yet. He's finally got the Battle Fury. He's going to be building into more. So we'll see what he can get. And the Omni Slash didn't exactly feel strong enough, but I mean, it was bouncing around 5 heroes practically, so it's mitigated well by the side of IG.
It's really like most of the damage comes out from the Mars Arena plus Dark Willow combination at this point, and of course from the DP. They lost the DP right away. No way they can fight anymore. Potential set up top. Relocate is up now. But Frank is sniffing it out. Frank with the nose. Smells fishy.
6 cents. Call down being used for those stacks. Trying to pick up where he can. Fly. Top the net worth now, and Emo is recovering. He's only 700 gold behind Leo Style, so I wondered where he would recover, and it comes from that fight up towards top. He's been given some space, and I'm impressed with what he's got. You know, especially since his start just didn't feel that great.
Yeah, doing a really good job recovering here. I think he's gonna go for the Maelstrom first, yep. And took probably the BKB after that. Possibly Yules, both really good choices here. Of course, the Yules also protected against the Omni Slash, so maybe his preferred choice this game. Lifeline farming way is Storm. He is pretty damn bad. Like, usually when we see this combination, they seem to struggle to get the foothold in the game. This time around, though, very well for themselves. Maybe that will restore my faith into the support IO. Probably not. Maybe.
Not a lot of faith. Oh, I can sense it from you already, so it's got to be restored. We'll see if they can do that. But the game's even so far. I think that Thunder Predator have done a good job up to this point. We'll see if they can continue to try and stride. JT not able to get a kill there with the Rolling Thunder onto Moose, who will go into the Shadow Realm, Yugi's grandfather, and then back away.
It is so obnoxious to play against Pangolier on those walls. Like, it just feels like it never ends. Bong, 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 bong. He still keeps rolling, especially level 15 when that 3 seconds plus duration talent comes into play. It's just one of the most obnoxious heroes to play against in Dota. Absolutely hate Pangolier.
Radiant's top tower
Smoke used by Thunder Predator. They were backing off and kind of giving that, maybe that feel to IG that they are smoking up. They're going to find themselves an IO who will tether away, so that smoke gets broken. They're going to continue to chase. They're not finding anything, though, so a good smoke break there from Ollie. Well done, and perfect positioning, knowing that he could tether back. And that really puts a wrench in the plans of Thunder Predator.
I know Yule's coming out here. As soon as the smoke breaks, you should be ready with the Yules because you're planning for a pickoff, right? But Kaka,
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Or not Kaka, Ollie making it out with the skin of his teeth here. If the Yules comes out, he's dead. They have 2 Yule setups now. Mars has 1, DP has 1. A lot of potential here for
Dagger already for Kaka. That's going to help with his positioning, and he's really good on this line. I'd be surprised if he just ends up being the backbreaker in these fights.
It feels though, as we always just see it. Either Shadow Shaman or Lion, one of the 2 heroes are always picked up by Chinese teams, it feels like. And just because of the single target disable they add. You can just burst the priority target so damn fast, and they can't BKB, they can't use Scepter. And it'd be tough to survive.
Fly.
Wanna make use of that Link Dagger straight away. Finger also up.
Sure do.
Pangolier also back up, pull on 2.
Huge initiation. Chains the gun here, play down the Jules, rolls the finger on a wheel style. Can they get the 2 here? The fear should be thrown forward by the Jules. Gyro comes in. They get the kill on the Kaka as well. Skyfly, they'll take out 2, and they're both gone so quickly. It looked like it was going to go well for IG. They would end up recovering the fight, getting both supports on the side of Thunder Predator, but that is not what they expected. Going in with such an initiation like that. They look over now at Emo. Gets speared, but avoids it.
How is that possible? I've never seen that before. He didn't got speared. He was flying away.
They're going to go with one more.
JT going back into the Exorcism Dome, getting blown up by it. What is happening? How did he get out of the spear?
He got hit and then slided. Oh, good Earth Spike, but the Total Silence comes in. They're going to continue forward.
We'll get off the
right Emo. Set up this once again. They've got the Hex on Leo Styles has the 5 shield on him. Lead through right on top of the line. They're trying to chase down Paco, which they should be successful in doing. The relocate is out, but leaving Emo. Another 2-man silence coming in once again. Don't get Paca just a look over, maybe. Right.
Maybe. But Frank the Tank, we all know the legends. He does not want to go down easily. Also has the nose of a god. But many things going for him.
Frank the Tank. Going streaking at the quad.
Gyrocopter, he pumped his BKB and he died in 1 second. So much damage coming out from the Exorcism, from the Omni Slash.
Dire are scanning.
Be really careful here. He needs to tank up a lot more if he wants to stand any chance of surviving here. They have so much damage from BKB, it's kind of...
Start going to the Shadow Realm. Terrorize Crown out. Trying to get that Terrorize out, but it's not going to be enough. And now the Jug trying to man-fight Emo, doing a good amount of damage and threatening it away, but not so lucky. Your timing's on the money. JT not having the game that we really expect from him, as he's been this anchor for IG so many times before.
His game is still pretty decent. He's quite farmed. Very close to his Blink Dagger, or even Lotus Orb if he chooses to go for that first to protect the Gyrocopter from the Omni Slash. And they're just going to the Roche Pit. We've seen it so many times. Exorcism absolutely destroys it.
Take a look at this replay, and we'll watch the spear, and before it hits the tree,
I don't know how that's
slide
possible.
off.
I've never seen that before.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I have not a single time ever, never, could ever seen that before. Easy Roshan for TP here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And TP as well. Omni Slash is ready. Just TP out. Dual Scepter, not in range. Io is the sacrificial lamb here.
They're going to look over, find Ollie. Crib Swarm pops the mech, trying to run out of the hands of Leo Style. Through the Siphon, and eventually he's going to fall. It does make a little bit of space. Does keep alive the Gyro.
Frank already smoked up again. Yules.
Yeah, might clash over mid.
Have to be so careful here.
Over, and now they've got the Hex that's out onto the bars. They'll use the finger, but there's the Terrorize. It's going to spear back the Lion into the Bramble Maze. Rolling Thunder coming in, but is it going to be enough? Goes into the Shadow Realm, and Moose is going to be able to get the kill onto Kaka. They've got the Arena with the BKBB pop by Fly. We got the Lion, and Ollie's already out of the fight as he died over bottom. JT trying to swashbuckle away, but the Yules is out from Leo Style on the JT. Shield crash right on top of Frank, who will use that God's Rebuke. They've got the Shadow Realm Strike as well as the Mist Coil coming in from MJZ to get the kill on the JT. They will take out a third, and Thunder Predator are starting their roll.
Tower is under attack.
Okay, head now. Juggernaut. Already Saint Joshua completed. First ultimate orb up as well. Halfway through his Skadi. He's farming up so damn fast. Suddenly that one team fight really helped him. Now 2k ahead of the Gyro, who was previously 1k ahead of him. DP going into the Lotus Orb herself. Interesting. Usually we just see that BKB.
Dire's top tower has
Feeling himself a little bit here. Wants to get the Lion spells off him, of course.
Thunder Predator are doing a good job again of squeezing the map. They got the tier 2 up towards top. This is where they found a lot of their success, and this is going to get difficult for IG, especially when you've got heroes that have that Battle Fury and have that potential to farm so well. So, like, you're going to see Minos have a lot more room to farm the map than Flyfly is really going to have if they continue to get squeezed like this. I was going to say squozing, but, you know, they're getting squeezed pretty tight.
getting squeezed pretty tight. Never feels good. I speak from experience here. But Mars the being bottom, trying to tank with the blink now.
Bramble Maze.
Good BKB. Easy TP out. Relocate though. They're gonna get a free IO here. Unless Emo can potentially be that tether target. But he has to be careful. Like, if he's not careful, he can die too here. He has no defensive item yet.
Has been killed.
So let's get up right away.
And that's the BKB just getting forced out on the gyro. They've got the Yules. They're back over mid. They're moving around the map so well. They found the gyro now mid. They were just over bottom. He popped the BKB, so that's not available. The Ivy Slash is going to bounce around and get the kill on a fly, but they're taking the gyro, and it's still going over. JT goes into the Rolling Thunder. Needs to get out, and well, Fly, you really don't want to buy back in this situation. You're going to lose in tier 3, and I think you're losing racks.
Smell my feet, says Minos. Absolutely just tears Fly in new hole.
Radiant's courier has been
killed. So quick into these racks, 24 minutes in. And meanwhile, Emo just got solo killed by Moose!
What, Darkwell solo kill? Damn it, yeah. What? And they're going top. They're going straight top.
They're getting trampled.
Gyrocopter up in 5. I don't think they can commit for this. As soon as the DP ult is over, they should be retreating here. Maybe they're just feeling themselves too
You
much.
say they have to retreat,
again.
but yeah, they feel themselves. They feel great. And they're still working with an Aegis. I don't really think they need to back off. They're going to go Earth Spike, but the Blade Fury backing off for a second. Homing Missile moving forward, and that's not going to reach its target. Gets blown up before it can possibly hit.
Wow, man. Thunder Predator. They can go up 1-0 here. Oh, JT? Yule set the
He's
up.
caught again. Yule's up in the air. They're going to land the spear. Nowhere to go. JT's game has been non-existent.
Where was he going? For the bounty runes, I assume. Now Kaka also going for the bounty. Oh, he doesn't even pick it up. He's like, okay, you take it. Sorry, man. I didn't want to start any beef. The IG, like, there's no chance in the team fight. This is the biggest problem with this IO. He doesn't give you anything. He literally just keeps the carry alive for a little bit longer. No disable, no damage, no tankiness, no nothing really. That's why Tsunami and I are what IO haters now.
You're not going to walk out on me. Are you?
Radiant structures are fortified.
Seeing the support IO, I would hope not. Oh god, Bramble Maze once again. Fly hurts the ground. And yeah, he's going to be forced to pop the BKB. He's trying to TP out. He's successful in doing so, but Ollie, that means he's caught out as they go into the middle ground and find him. They'll kill off Ollie. He's dead for 55 seconds.
It happened like 4 times already, like 3-4 times where he just BKB TPs or TPs out in time and IO is just standing, you know, behind, trying to save him. But there's nothing to be saved because he's out already.
That BKB for Fly has literally just been such a defensive mechanic for him.
Yeah.
The one time he used it offensively was that fight over mid, and he was dead immediately. It didn't matter.
2.6k health now on the jug. A Baron there to heal him. Healing Ward to heal him. How do you kill this man? How do you kill Minos?
A lot of luck and perfect execution.
Get the impale spike in. He almost lost 1% of his health. Nope, that's full.
100 more Earth Spikes, he may get him.
They've got the
Hex as well. The big of that's going to be removed back with the Lotus Sword. They'll get the Kona Kaka. Now they go towards the rest. Blade through Emo, top of the BKB. Focuses his attention over onto Frank, who's onto the high ground and left alone. They'll get the kill on the Mars. That's okay from IG, but it did cost Kaka the buyback.
It did. Like, I'm sure they're happy with this still. They got the top ranks. They didn't even have to use Exorcism, which is now level 3. Ollie again.
Terrorize, and they catch Ollie. They've got the Omni on a fly. The damage is there, and they will get this kill. Take that Fly, and GG is called. 1-0 Thunder Predator. The Cinderella story continues, and they are 1 game away from eliminating IG.
What a performance. Cinderella story anymore? Like, they just stopped all these tier 1 teams.
Yeah.
Yesterday, VG. Today, IG. stomping one after the other. How do you stop them? Was it VG? Sorry, I might have been mixing up teams here.
Like a top team.
They look super good, slamming out top team after top team, and now up 1-0, very one-sided game.
Yeah, so they're one game away from eliminating IG. So we'll see what they can do in game number 2, but before that, we're going to break down game number 1 with the help of our panel. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, Black and B-Cop. Here with me to discuss this game is Lizard, because Tsunami never came.
Heart probably broken by the IO, right?
Probably. Oh. What's up, dude? Welcome
How
back.
are you doing, Neil? Are you fine? Is everything good? You have my number, right?
Yeah, hey, what did I miss? I just got back.
IG didn't really,
Probably for the best that you just came back.
Wait, what?
Yeah, probably for the best that you didn't see the IO.
IG lost? That's weird. Wait, but didn't they had IO, right? They got IO first, it was first pick, right?
Yes.
But then they made it a support, didn't they?
Mm-hmm.
That's
oh,
right.
but you know, I looked it up, so I was like, there has to be an explanation for this. And so I went back. I looked at TI2, TI2 IG, and I was like, there's got to be an explanation for this. You know what they won Game 5 with? Not support IO Gyro, because that was a different meta. Ultimately, that IG was much better than this IG, so, you know.
Different era completely. Right?
Actually, I'm not bad.
You're just bringing the flame today, but like Lizard said, a month in Dota is an eternity. So to throw it all the way back to TI2, that's a very, very, very.
I had to look in the history books because you know, you look back maybe even 3 years ago and you'd be like, what is this guy talking about? Why would IO be the carry and why would Gyro be the support? That's just the beauty of DOTA2, Defense of the Apes, as we learned from that content piece. No, things change, and one of the biggest things that we saw changed is in the first few days of the Singapore Major, there is no reason, if you get your hands on IO, to turn it into a support.
But
nothing changed, however, from Thunder Predator, as they're looking super strong once again. Not only with their performance, not only with the playstyle, but the draft made so much sense. This Juggernaut, obviously, Thunder Predator, they thought that it's carry Gyro, they pick a Jug, hero that has a built-in BKB, hero that likes to come close and personal, and he was doing exactly this that you're seeing right now on the screen. Constantly killing off Flyflyer with his either the spin or the Omni Slash. Arenas, Bramble Mazes, Flyfly was getting stuck pretty much everywhere in this game, and there were no teammates to help him sadly get out of it.
The quickest 5-second BKB that I've ever seen. That got basically nothing. They took no fights on their own terms, I think. There was one near the mid lane on Dire, which I guess was okay, but even that one didn't turn out that great, and only half of Thunder Predator showed up to it, and they still won it. And as much as I'm hating on the support IO, I also think that the Lion, you didn't really do as much as I was hoping for.
Kakai for me is underperforming now. Every single game that I've seen him, it's not the same position 4 monster player that I've been watching in the regional league, and not only in the regional league, but throughout the years that he's been in the scene. He's been phenomenal. Here, however, falling a little bit short now. Every single time I see him on this range type of a support that he's usually good at, like Lions, Shadow Shamans, not
out of his comfort zone, just not looking that great right now.
But Thunder Predator really took control of that game. You know, they were always, like Tsunami mentioned earlier, they're just always initiating all the fights. Juggernaut got like he got two solo Omnis that ended up being another like the rest of Omnis went to another hero.
Went to the Pango afterwards, and Moose was solo killing Emo's Ember at other points. It wasn't even on the camera because no one would have seen that one coming.
No, but the tips came out. That's how we all knew.
JT didn't really have a good game too. Like his Pango was completely shut down. And when you look at this game, it's a last pick Pango. It's not like he has too many things to worry about. It's just that they weren't performing to their standards. However, Thunder Predator, if a team makes you not perform to your standards, we should praise that team, not the shortcomings of the loser. Because Thunder Predator played phenomenally. They baited out so many Mars Arenas, and they used those Mars Arenas, and you have the Abaddon plus Prophet. No one can touch him. Leo style.
That Death Prophet was unkillable.
Yep.
Well, that was a fantastic game, but we are going to have some more games coming up. We're going to go into game 2 of this series, and then we have 2 other series coming up right after. But Tsunami.
He's fine. He's got his own thing. You can continue. Yeah.
But
Sumi, what are we doing here?
We're the one Esports Singapore Major.
No, I don't mean that. I mean, like, what are we doing here? Is it to make the world a better place, to lead a fulfilling life? I'll tell you what I'm here for. I wish I could find gaming friends that I could exchange strategies with. I just wish there was some place I could do that. That's what I would have said before I found Tinder. Have you heard of Tinder? It's an excellent service where you can do these kinds of things. Download it now. Be sure to scan that QR code, enter the sweepstakes, win some Tinder Gold, win some merch from our partners at One Esports Merch. Thank you so much for sponsoring this tournament, and thank you for helping me find my true self.
Yes, thank you very much, Tinder. We will be back with Game 2 and more swiping from Tsunami after this short break. Invictus Gaming. Invictus Gaming and Thunder Predator. Gentlemen, Thunder Predator had a firm grasp of that first game. What can IG do to really turn that around?
I'll give legitimate analysis. I do think that Kako was not allowed to be the shining star that I expect him to be. I don't know if it's just because he has to be given, I don't know, a higher priority. They picked the Lion second phase? Yeah, it was the first, it was third pick for them. Yeah, because they got IO. They got IO Gyro first. I don't think Thunder Predator are going to ban it. I'm curious to see who has first pick. Because I think that if IG do not have first pick like they did last game, they don't have to ban it again. Just ignore IO entirely this series.
Playing the IO plus Gyro probably isn't the strongest combination right now, because if you look at the map, they even had multiple ancient stacks, multiple hard camp stacks for the Gyro, and they still weren't much higher net worth than the Jug. Hell, he was even keeping up. He was higher net worth than the Gyro Cup.
It looks exactly to me like the secret Coddle Bristle game. Except I would have rather had Coddle Bristle as the combo.
For sure. Like, it definitely does look a bit stronger. And usually people say if you want to play Gyro, you need the IO or some sort of a steroid right now. We've seen from Neon, Gyro on its own looks pretty solid if you put him in a lineup that brawls constantly and you can get that early BKB. So maybe that's an option if they truly want to play Gyro that much. But I don't think it was about the carry, it was about the IO. The fact that they wanted to snatch it in the first phase, and
it
the fact
threw
that
everything
they can't
off
play,
balance.
and it threw them off balance because they just aren't prepared to play that hero as a position 5.
Also, I wonder if, like we were theory crafting, that they were engineering their bans in a way to make Thunder Predator. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw a little blue thing for a second. I was like, oh god, not again. I was wondering if they were engineering their bans in a way to confuse Thunder Predator. Is it going to be a core IO? Is it going to be a support IO? And they were mixing it up, and then they ended up tripping over their own shoelaces.
And let's see if it's going to be the double bait from Thunder Predator's
Where they pick
Twitter.
it now?
Yeah, will they pick it?
Where they bring it out?
I think they can save it for a later phase, though. They don't need to do it now. They can just act like, oh, we're going to pick our MN Minos heroes. Yeah, we're going to pick our Minos hero at the end. Oh, it's actually IO.
There hasn't really been a strong answer to core IO, though, so is it really that dangerous to pick it first?
No. He's not talking about it being dangerous or not. Just the fact that... can always dodge those ganks on the mid lane. Later on, the snowball isn't as effective versus leashes. And for Thunder Predator, they have Tusk that opens up many picks on that mid lane that they love to pick. It's just a very strong Moose hero. And Nature's Prophet overall is pretty solid versus the Phoenix. Plus, if you go for that early Orchid build, it can be problematic even for a Puck. Everything so far here from both of these teams is looking...
I think for the most part, they've only given the Nature's Prophet to Frank. Do you think there's any chance that they pull a Neon and give it to Minos?
I mean, it is a peculiar carry that not every carry player really plays.
I don't think so.
And one of the reasons why Neon plays such a variety of position ones is because Scam played every position now.
Yeah, that's true.
From 1 to 5 in his professional career.
So a lot of team fight coming out from IG. They already first phase banned the Mars, Thunder Predator did. Yeah, Monkey King ban out some team fight carries. Terrorblade, I think, could be a worthwhile ban for them.
Monkey King is just one of these heroes that you want to ban against everyone that's coming from the Chinese region. We've seen it played so well by PSG LGD, by Vichy Gaming, now by Invictus Gaming as well. Meanwhile, Invictus Gaming with the TA covering the puck, or maybe baiting that puck is mid. And Jug is a ban that's just very solid versus...
I think they should ban Troll also. Another solid pick against...
Not shabby, yeah, not bad.
Minos played it.
Minos played Weaver as well. That's an option, but not necessarily too great against Puck. Pretty good versus Weaver.
He also played Lifestealer. He's one of the few carries here that is playing Lifestealer. And that also... I wasn't sold on the hero from... The games that he's played it, even though they did quite well in one of the games.
If you know your matchup, and if you've banned out a couple of heroes that crush you, then it's good.
Yeah.
But
this time around they actually left Morphling in the pool, which can be a little bit scary. Invictus Gaming, they love that their Morphling. Let's see if TP bans it out now.
So for Thunder Predator, the Tusk would for
Dire team pick.
Yep.
and the Nature
Radiant team
This is Weaver.
Frank?
Oh, okay.
It's
Never
perfect
mind.
Frank.
No, I would have said yes, it is for
Timbersaw would
Frank.
be taking Frank then.
Yeah, I guess so.
Frank would be taking Timbersaw.
Well, they're one
Frank
and the
the
same.
tank,
They're
yeah.
symbiotic.
So where would that put Nature?
5 position is the
10
least frequently
seconds
seen.
remaining.
Otherwise, like you said, Lizard, not every single carry. It's not easy to
5
just pick up
seconds
Prophet.
remaining.
You need to be able to have at least a semblance of micro to make the laning phase look as good as most Prophets make it look. So
He's laughing. He's so happy.
Yeah.
They don't know what we're doing. There's a lot of damage for this Timbersaw already to worry about. Silence from the puck, magic damage burst, then you have Phoenix Sunray. There are some good things, definitely. They could even maybe go for that Rubik, perhaps. The Bloodseeker ban actually caught me off guard. I thought
protect Timbersaw, I guess.
yeah, it's good. The Rupture messes with him Blood Right as well. I expected them after the Bloodseeker ban to actually pick up a Weaver, but okay.
I wonder if they like almost forgot about Timbersaw in JT's hands, because Timber's really good for IG, and they're like, okay, we banned out Bloodseeker. Oh, still Timbersaw. in this
Or
pool.
maybe this is the plan. Just take JT's hero.
Yeah. Yeah, and then protect it with the Bloodseeker ban. Yeah, I guess that could be a
Because
possibility.
they obviously are aware that they have the first
Dire
pick in the
team
second
pick.
stage. and-
Yeah.
Crystal Maiden.
Radiant team pick.
Okay.
Why are you laughing?
Because there was Oracle in the pool as well.
Yeah.
And I value Oracle way more.
I value a lot of like Coddle would have been pretty good.
There, like Crystal Maiden is the most popular, I would say, actually in CIS in Europe. That's
Yeah.
where I've seen it
10
picked the
seconds
most.
remaining.
Dude, Shaman was still in the pool also.
Yep.
What a weird CM pick.
5 seconds
So this
remaining.
would most likely mean a 5 CM and a 4 Phoenix.
Yeah.
It is something that Invictus Gaming is very capable of doing, putting Kaka on Phoenix.
Radiant
He plays it
team
really well,
back.
but... And the troll.
So that's their one. That's their hard carry.
Fly
The-
hero.
Puck would be middle. CM.
Probably Puck middle.
Yeah, probably Puck Middle, Troll 1. What this pretty much forces Thunder Predator to do is
10 seconds
Frank the
remaining.
tank on the Timbersaw on the offlane for sure.
Yeah.
I don't see Nature's
5
Prophet doing that
seconds
well
remaining.
against CM plus Troll. You don't want that lane.
So where does that put Nature Prophet?
Dire
It's a
team
Minos
back.
hero.
That's
'cause
the question, yeah.
You have your support duo already with the Tusk and the Oracle, so I guess Prophet mid was played
Prophet
by no
mid
one.
as well.
Yeah.
It's doable, yeah, in some matchups. Not versus Puck. Puck has low armor. Like, could perhaps mess him up with the Treants, but he's ranged. He has nukes.
10
Yeah,
seconds
but the Treants
remaining.
usually, I think, I haven't played it enough, but you
Just for the
Radiant
denies and
team
last
back.
hits.
Right.
That's what you want.
Predator looking for their mid laner?
Most likely.
I think so.
Yeah, especially now with the Lycan ban, that would be really strong versus the Prophet versus the Oracle. We have seen it on offlane a couple of times.
Yeah.
This might be like
10
completely
seconds remaining.
out of nowhere.
Left field hit it.
Would it be a good choice for
5
the
seconds remaining.
Ranger?
For
To-
Thunder
to hit-
Predator?
They have
Yeah,
the
for Thunder
Tusk.
Predator to
Yo,
hit
that's a good
Tusk,
call, Sumi.
And then
No,
it's a
it's-
counter to
it's-
Phoenix as
no.
well.
It's not that great versus Egg, and it's not that great versus Puck. So those are my problems that I see with it. But still,
Radiant
it's
team pick.
fully in their comfort zone, and maybe you're onto something here.
I like it.
Storm Spirit ban.
Really, we just need to figure out where this Prophet is going.
And this
IG
Razor just covering the Troll, right?
Yeah, and Razor could go to either lane.
10
IG.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, they're just deciding where to
5
put the puck, on
seconds
the offlane
remaining.
or on mid lane.
Yeah.
That's it, because you can see the Thunder Predator, they do not know as well. They ban one offlane hero and one mid lane hero.
I think they need someone tanky in the offlane. I think
Yes.
their team is too squishy if they turn Puck into an offlaner.
I completely agree. Some sort of a stun, some sort of a...
Shaker? Oh, Tide.
Tide is a
Tide is up
decent
there.
option. Yeah. They go with the, okay, it hasn't been banned. Like, this is one of those heroes that you expect to be banned very early on. This time, not. there are some positives for Thunder Predator versus Beastmaster. They do have the Timber, so you will be able to defend versus all those summons and whatnot early on. But overall, it's just a solid Beastmaster game. You don't have a care in the world. You will be protecting that egg, and you will bring that early objective-taking capability that they desperately needed.
Yeah, the only thing is Oracle doesn't really need to worry about taking anything else off
than Roar,
other than Roar.
And this is where Thunder Predator picks the second core.
Give me the IO. Oh my god, that would be so exciting.
With the Tusk? Yeah, sign
hyped.
me up. I wouldn't mind that at all. Also, Oracle versus Troll, you have the Disarm, which is really nice.
Yeah.
Whatnot. You have Purge versus Fire Spirits. Oracle is just such a good hero, man. Like, you see the positives.
Why did they pick Crystal Maiden over Oracle? I'm so curious to see what the plan is with the CM.
Just some more damage dealing capabilities in the team fights. The mana is nice, I guess. And the lane is strong, right?
The lane is stronger, that is true.
You have a lot of new
especially if you're against an offlane Prophet, because Oracle would not have been able to clear treants quite as well as a Maiden.
Yeah. Okay, Thunder Predator deciding where to put the Prophet.
double bluff.
Yeah.
Give me the tweet was a bait, and then talking about the bait was a bait.
God, that would be the biggest big galaxy brain thing I've ever seen.
Yes, Team
in my
Secret
life.
thinks that they have the social media unlocked. Thunder Predator is actually helping their team with the social media.
Just imagine the memes after that. It would be glorious.
Then they can tweet out a picture again. Today.
The engagement.
Do it for Quinn.
Go follow at Thunder Awakening GG.
I heard that, Lizard.
Never mind.
Still a good pick.
Tell me about this Medusa. How does the Medusa?
It's a little bit of a late game potential, obviously. It's a decent pickup for the lane that they're going to be playing in. Good with Oracle later on. Overall, I don't like the pick way too much. I think Troll is one of those carries that if he gets his farm fast enough, he can deal with her. But the old school build on Trolls that were built versus Medusa, like the Fusel, aren't
Well.
Greetings!
It's looking spicy!
Behold!
Thank you very much. We are here, and it is do or die time for IG. This is maybe a little bit earlier than IG thought they would get eliminated.
The Dusk is always ready for a fight.
Shut it down through the mid game.
"30 seconds to battle."
Well. Come and fight me.
We have seen that Nature's Wrath deal a ton of damage. Frank tank on the Timber Saw. I'm expecting him to do pretty well down here. When he reaches level 3 at least. But until then, pretty tough for him. CM, Troll, definitely one of the stronger lanes against the Timber Saw. Beastmaster top should be struggling. Well, actually no, Timber Saw is going to the safe lane against the Beastmaster. They're rotating the lanes. They want the Medusa against the Troll. I like that quite a bit actually. Makes sense. Pressure the Troll out of lane. Tusk is still on top of the CM here. Trouble. Mid lane. Should go into the Prophet's favor just a little bit. Probably like a 5.5, 4.5 kind of scenario. It's not really a Leo style hero at all. Prophet. He strikes me more as the, you know, flashy kind of puck player. He plays a really good DP, plays a really good Storm, Wind Ranger even. These kind of heroes should be much better. We'll have to see how he performs. Kind of more static-y hero. Minos following the Troll. Would TP top to avoid the Medusa lane. But again, Medusa lanes quite well on the Troll, especially with an Oracle. Dual range. Very effective. And just slowing him down. Free farm Medusa is really gonna be absolutely necessary. Because if Medusa gets shut down, the only winning condition is also shut down. Medusa is the one that really handles the Phoenix in team fights. The split shot on the egg. Gonna be really important. Frank tank against the Beastmaster is gonna be very easy. Tag team coming out. But nothing really come of it. You can already see the Whirling Death really putting the pain onto the Beastmaster. You stack up 2 or 3 of them. Pretty easy kill. So he has to be careful here when Tusk is level 2 with that snowball. Potentially shards. A lot of good potential here. Also Nature's Prophet, of course, with the teleport. Always there to potentially come off if they get low health. Then full laning stage.
I'm interested to see how these matchups go, how much they're going to give it to Minos as they go up towards top. Kaka first takers dive away. Beastmaster low and JT falls.
Spoke about it. 2 or 3 of these stacks on the Whirling Death. He's just gone. He had like a max of 400 health and just gets absolutely taken down here. Good start once more for Thunder Predator.
Yeah, and again, JT falling, and that is, it's just JT who's been struggling in both these games. I talked about it in the first game, how JT really feels like the anchor for IG quite a number of times throughout not only the season, but this event. So it's not really the performance that I've been expecting from him, and gives up first blood. Struggle City again for him.
Yep, Struggle City, tough city, potentially even Pain City. Not going to be an easy game for him. I just like the way that Thunder Predator set up their lanes. You want to pressure the Troll with the Medusa, makes perfect sense. Oh, Kaka dropping really low here. 30 health. Probably will have to go back to base unless there's more reason coming with the Courier. But it just makes so much sense. They send the Timp against the Beast, free lane. They pressure the Troll with a double range lane. Loving it. They're just playing like a top team suddenly. It's actually crazy. Thunder Predator is actually insane.
Next time.
Yeah, they've really just turned on the jets for this event. There are a lot of people coming into the event. They just thought EU was the best region. They were going to sweep it all. And, well, you got teams like Neon and Thunder Predator who have really made just such a statement at this event and put the world on notice. And Thunder Predator just have looked super clean.
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see like how that impacts potentially the next major.
First dive.
Minos.
For Minos, he's in a little bit of trouble. The Mystic Snake, the coming out from the Oracle. Kaka's the first one to fall, but they will get a return kill on Minos. They start to look over at Flyfly, but Flyfly get a kill on MJZ. Needs one more shot. Double kill for Flyfly, and that's a good little initiation there from IG.
Yeah, power of Troll against Tusk. Even though you have the tag team, you consider one of the strongest fireliners. Once you're blinded by the axis, guess what? You can't hit them. If you can't hit them, they don't take damage, B-Cup.
Because you can't hit them, right?
Exactly. That's what I'm getting at here. And now they... Oh, such a good rotation here from the Troll. He sees the Medusa at the ping top. TP straight back down to the Timbersaw because Beastmaster can't handle him. However, he's already level 5, so now Troll can't handle him either. That might potentially end up biting them in the butt. Have to see though, they need to secure the Beastmaster's game. Like, he is struggling a little bit too much. Needs to get level 6 fast, get those Necros fast, start pressuring the map.
Yeah, well, what you're looking to do is get that pressure, right?
He's the ping top now. Imagine if that was cancelled.
Felt so bad.
Well, there's the random Oracle showing up or something. It would have definitely happened to me. Mid lane.
They've got this Nature's Prophet in trouble. They've got the sounds from the Waning Rift, and Ludo's style looking like he'll drop. That's the Kaka. Wrath of Nature thrown out, but it's not going to do enough to deter them. They get a kill there onto the Nature's Prophet. I say that Wrath of Nature is not enough, but all of a sudden, Flyfly taking a lot of damage. He doesn't have a level 6 yet. The Chakra gets onto him, and it's pulled back for the kill. Right,
did you see that? Aimbot. There was an aimbot Chakra. I meant the range on it, man. Like, it never ended. I thought, yeah, there's no way it's in range. It just keeps going. Reminds me of some Saw movies, man.
Frank wants to play a game, and he's going after these heroes pretty aggressively.
He's still going in. Really making good use of his tankiness. Careful though. If he gets rooted on the tower. Oh.
Slowed up. Oh, you get the root. That might be enough. Timber chain away though. There's the distance. Ollie looking for the finish, or at least to help Flyfly get the kill. And finally, the aggression no longer pays off, and Flyfly gets a return kill. A little bit of revenge. Sweet, sweet revenge. Bruce comes in. Ollie.
Punching his team in the back a little bit. Realizing Ice is a bit tough to punch through. Why is CM so fragile, by the way? She's like literally made out of ice.
Regeneration!
Ice, you know, depending on how you pack it. It could be fragile, you know. They make igloos, they make houses out of it, and then sometimes it just melts away in your drink.
Fair enough. I like that explanation.
Why are my allies so
Makes a lot of sense. But as I said before, I'm not convinced by. Wait, hold that thought. Another root, puck coil.
After this, Timbersaw once again. They've got the Dream Core. The Waning Rift on the 2. That means he can't get the snowball save.
And he cuts the coil.
Yeah, that's really bad.
Good root. No. I say good root as if he activated it, but. Yeah, good rotation here. I'm not sold on Leo's style Nature's Prophet. Another kill top with the raw Necros, easy kill.
Tower is under attack.
Enos is getting very pressured here as well. Leo style, not a player that really suits the characteristics of a Nature's Prophet player, I feel like. He's more of a flashy guy. I have to see if it pays off for them. But I fear it might not.
So far, it's not. I know the game looks close at this moment, but IG, they're putting pressure on all 3 lanes. And that's where I kind of worry if you're looking at Thunder Predator's game right now. Yeah, the Medusa's got a decent amount of farm, but Beastmaster, who was slowed down at the beginning, starting to get off the gates, and well, we could see that being the way Flyfly goes here too, as he's found some success after dying under the Tier 1 Tower 5.
The biggest thing is that they really killed the Timbersaw twice. The rotation from the puck was very important to hold him down. We have seen Timbersaws in this tournament already go out of control. They don't die once or twice before they get up the hood, before they get up potentially even their Lotus Orb as well.
Dyer's top tower
just controlling him.
Attack.
Even that shard on Timber has been very destructive in a lot of cases.
Yeah, flamethrower. Oh, the Prophet! Fuck him again!
Just gets the old dog. He's going to survive for now. They've got the Dream Core onto Frank's Sunray.
He's not healing though.
Flyfly. And they will get the kill onto Frank. Well done there, just to get that ulti off in time.
Frank got debated hard, man. Like, he waited for the last second there in order to use that troll ult. And he absolutely baited him in. Puck TPing, coiling him up. Well done by IG once more. There's Timbersaw, you know, if you feed early on a Timbersaw, especially against the Phoenix puck, you're gonna struggle. Phoenix absolutely destroys Timbersaw's big health pool in the mid game.
Phoenix comes over, not only helping to kill off that Timber, but keeping Troll alive in that scenario. Like, it's just instant rotations from IG. We've seen some great execution from both these teams in there for IG. It's perfect. Baiting him in and then having the rotations, getting that kill. They're really starting to shut down this Timber, who had a great start.
Yeah, Emo just running into the triangle, saying, I'm going to take that rune, thank you very much.
Leo Style now gone, and there's the freezing field. Look at the kill to Leo Style. Shard thrown out over for the Crystal Maiden as well as the Fortune's End. Not sure they really want to move forward for it. And they won't. I'll be able to walk away.
There was 4 bounty runes as well for the Radiant here. They're starting to slowly snowball away here. Medusa won't feel comfortable fighting until you get at least 2-3 items, because the Beastmaster Necro is going to pose a big problem for you. If you get Rawed, the Necros hit you, your mana is going to drop rapidly.
Yep. Burned out, and all of a sudden when you're working with no mana, you feel pretty fragile early in the game. Even the mid game, when you've got like 1 or 2 items, and Medusa, it sometimes just does not feel like you're made of anything but
Dire's
paper.
bottom tower is under attack.
Let me tell you a story, Pico. There once was a lineup that had 0 stuns.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Then they lost because they couldn't stun anyone.
Scanning.
Usually
Dire's
these
bottom
stories have a
tower is
moral
under
to them.
attack.
What's the moral of the story on this one?
Radiant's middle tower
They
is
need
under
to have
attack.
stuns in order to kill people, which Thunder Predator don't really have at all. They have a snowball into Tusk Punch. That's it. How are they going to kill this puck?
Okay, I like the
Did I
story.
cross the story?
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping
I put a
maybe
little
we
thought
can
to it.
illustrate it, make it into a children's book.
Yeah, I mean, that would be perfect. Just like as a Dota education book.
Yeah.
Big stuns.
Ooh. The team with no stuns. Dota 2 educational book. Green Coil getting used as well as the Waning Rift. That's going to be the silence out of the Medusa. Got the Sun Ring right on top of him, and you can see that the mana's just getting drained out pretty quickly, and we'll get the snowball to keep him alive for a second longer, but then, he ends up dead. The Primal Roar is used on Moose with the Supernova there. There's no way Thunder Predator can retaliate to this, and they've got 2 kills, even with the double kill, and this is a tier 1 mid going down too.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Out of mana, out of life, out of friends, because Tusk also died, out of buildings. Midtower also gets taken down. IG is looking way better than they did in game 1.
Yeah.
Very
and
constructed movements, very well versed together. Very fluid, even say before.
Ooh. Yeah, the same way Thunder Predator squeezed the map early on IG, it's feeling like that's going to be the same story here for IG towards Thunder Predator. They get that mid-tier 1 down, and if they can get the top tier 1 too, all of a sudden the Dire map opens up for IG, and that becomes a problem. You're hoping to get Medusa into the late game. That's just not going to happen when your areas where you feel comfortable farming really gets cut down.
It's definitely going to be a big task here. And we have seen a lot of last pick Medusas in this tournament. Not really very successful.
Is under attack.
Medusa is just not the strongest kind of carry hero in a meta where you want to be active at some point. He needs like 2-3 items to really be active. Taka just dive away. Raw on cooldown.
Punch. JT.
Oh, he's just getting eaten by the Necros.
Tail here on Moose. False Promise used. I'm not sure that's going to be enough. Leo Style diving Emo.
He got solo
themselves around Moose, and they're going to kill him off. There's no way he survives this one. That's 2 already. They'll look over at the Timber, who doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. They were hoping maybe to get that Crystal Maiden to catch up to the Timber, but just not fast.
I mean, it's kind of silly to think about that this puck hero has been first picked pretty much the entire tournament, and he's still going 5-0-3 in games. Like, it's...
Dire's top tower is under attack.
It's puck.
When does he hit that point where it's not even a situational ban, it's just ban first all the time? Because every team plays it.
Let me just tell you, I'm very surprised teams are still sometimes getting Death Prophet or puck. Like, I feel like both of these heroes, they just need to be out of the game. You can win against them, but it's just so difficult that it might just not be worth it. And he's showing here again why. He's doing so much damage. Even the dudes are out of mana already.
Yeah, and they want to continue to go. They just don't have the backup for the moment. They've got 2 heroes up towards the top, so without those heroes, without that little bit of oomph to back them up, they don't dive this Medusa. But that being said, they go into the smoke immediately after, and they're going to 3-man smoke, maybe look over towards the triangle, because you get a feel of where Medusa feels comfortable farming, and that's got to be over the triangle.
coil egg combination can be really deadly here. Have to be careful on Thunder Predator's side. They don't have the greatest team fight. Oracle. Trouble.
Dying here to Kaka.
Radiant's top tower.
They're still looking. They still got a couple heroes smoked here, but once that Oracle dies, Medusa's got to get it down. Dream Coil. That gets dropped on a Leo
Styles.
Again. He's gone once again.
Leo Styles just out of this game. He's getting absolutely pumped at 0-4-1.
Illusion.
Sitting at 6k net worth. The second lowest of the course. Timbersaw is having an even worse game. Really like illustrating how bad of a situation this is for Thunder Predator.
Yeah, they've been
still
shut down.
rich, but yeah, it's gonna be tough. Like Dusa is not a hero that just brings the team back into the game, you know? Dusa is a hero that when you're even, you're just too strong for the enemy team to handle. But if they're so far ahead, you're not really gonna be having much of an impact at all.
Okay, I don't think we're feeling much of an impact zero so far from Thunder Predator. They need a lot of time to make things. Like I said, they just don't feel comfortable farming anywhere outside of maybe the triangle and somewhat a spot in the jungle. You know, you move out a little bit too far, you watch these heroes die, a la Leo style up the top lane. Like, it just does not feel like a spot where Thunder Predator, without risk, is going to find their way back into this game. So we'll see if they can even risk it to go for it. You're going to be up against now Fly with an Aegis and 10k deficit. This just does not look like a game where Thunder Predator have a big road to get back in.
You remember my story, right?
There once was a team with no stuns. They lost.
Radiant
memorized it.
Are fortified.
So the only way that you can win with no stuns is to bait the enemy in. Make them come to you and then kill them. Because otherwise, there's just no chance. And they're smoking into them here, so potentially there's a team that they can take. The Dukes are old.
Control a little bit low. Dive, that's to get some vision. They've got the silence on.
Dukes out of mana already.
Control already out of mana. Mito's in trouble. The Walrus Punch comes in and onto the puck. They'll look over as they kill off Emo, but they lose Leo style as well as MJZ. MNZ trying to get out with a false promise, but won't be able to do so. Mito's gone, and well, 3 heroes dead.
It's, I mean, you know it's bad if CM walks up a high ground and you can't cancel her ultimate because you have no stuns. It's just so tough. CM ult pretty much killing all of them there. And yeah, what is your answer, Thunder Predator? What are you gonna start? Because your most farmed hero just got picked off by a +5 hero, pretty much.
Seriously, they can do nothing to this Crystal Maiden at all.
Radiant's
watches once again
under attack.
As Fly sitting a little bit under half health at that point. Back to the live action, we're going to go ahead and see the Timbersaw damage caught here. Right clicks coming through from the Battle Trance Troll. But Dream Coil onto 2, Emo making his presence felt. It won't continue to go for this as now Dusa uses that ult. Eno's not doing enough damage, and well, Thunder Predator, the rest of the team backed him up enough for them to feel comfortable going for that fight.
What can I say? Just run away.
Has fallen.
There's nothing to stop you.
No stuns.
Stuns. Phoenix went into the Halberd first. So Dusa is already gonna have to anything
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Item that you're going for, probably Skadi. Yeah. You'll need Skadi plus 1 more damage item. Potentially even a Rapier at that point already because they're falling really far behind.
I don't even know.
Got a trip to Tough City.
Get a Divine?
You need to get a Divine. Like, you need to give yourself some sort of a winning condition. Because right now they have none. Trip to Tough City.
I haven't seen Minos survive longer than 10 seconds in these fights, so Divine Rapier feels like it's just going to be a baton pass over to IG immediately.
Sure. I mean, his teammates will still need to get some sort of, hexes, some Shivan guards, tank up for the Dusa.
Find the Timber once again. Frank getting away. Primal Roar gets used. They'll stop the toss. Dream Coil, that gets dropped right on top of Leo style. Cruising field once again. Ollie with another.
Now, this looks like the IG that we have seen in the DPC League throughout the entire time. When they really turn it on, they're unstoppable. Yeah, Thunder Predator definitely can't stop this beast right now. Not even Frank the tank, man.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Easy. Tier 2 gone, mid tier 2 drops, and only one outer tower remains. Map is unavailable for Thunder Predator, and they are down 13k, so that puts them in a big squeeze. Find some sort of lemonade out of this, but these lemons are dry.
Yeah, can squeeze as hard as you want. Once it's empty, it's empty.
Are fortified.
There's a little bit left here, but you really have to like squeeze it down to the root. The lemons even have roots. 4. Minos getting burned up here, taking a lot of damage.
Caught. I don't think he gets out of this one. He will use that.
Phoenix dead though.
All right, that's a start here for the side of Thunder Predator. They're going to go after now. Fly, who might be in a little bit of too deep. Rooted up. Right clicks coming through on the timber. He gets that battle trance off. Will start to throw those right clicks, those roots. The false promise. It's there, but the primal lure comes down on the Minos. They've caught themselves. MJG. They'll get the cover of the Oracle. The Dream Core is going to walk up too. They'll finish off Minos. They'll go after the timber. Frank the tank. He's a tank no longer. He's falling apart, and he will drop. That is IG just dismantling Thunder Predator.
Yeah, Nature's Prophet doesn't even feel like he can join this fight because he's too fragile, sitting at 1200 health. He needs to finish his BKB before thinking of ever joining a fight. Puck, he's pretty much unkillable at this point. The only silence they have against him, the Orchid, he can just go with the Dual Scepter, going into the Dagon next, and he's gonna be an absolute menace to deal with.
Dire's bottom tower.
Spot power,
You can
should be
see
pretty
on
free.
this replay, just catching, it was a good job getting a stun out on Takaka, stopping that Supernova from coming over to the top of this fight. But
look at the Troll life though.
I mean, look at Troll just sustain the second he feels a little bit of, maybe I might die here. Battle trance on, back up in health, and they kill off this Oracle. He can do nothing more. The Dream Coil plays perfectly by Emo, and they clean up the rest.
The sacred grove.
I also like the... he just dies again. He just gets killed so easily. There was no coil, nothing. He's just too squishy. 1400 health. Witchblade takes off like half of that by itself. You got too much spells at your disposal. You have a Dual Scepter to cancel TPs. Man. Leo's style is always owning, pretty much. This game's sitting at 1-7.
Dire's middle
that is not the playmaker we're used to seeing. Emo, where are you at? Dream Coil
coiling the
in between the tier 3 and the tier 4. He's trying to get the kill onto the Oracle. He used that phase shift, and well,
he's still going in.
Doesn't get caught. He'll get the kill there on MJZ. He'll avoid the snowball with the Yules up into the air. They've got the root onto the Timber Saw.
Dire's bottom tower.
Willing to chase this? I don't know if you really even can. It's not about the chase, actually. Fly is the one put the pressure in on the high ground.
But they're not in any rush to end this game here at all. They can just squeeze the map pretty much forever, get the bigger gold advantage, get the next Roshan, Aegis Cheese, and then end the game in a very disciplined fashion, as we know IG usually does. Like, they don't tend to overstay their welcome. They're pretty well organized, well disciplined.
So, still holding on to the 18k lead. You've got Emo sitting top of the net worth. A great job so far. I mean, really, IG as a whole has just shut down Thunder Predator.
It's looking spicy.
Leo style evidently just not allowed to play Dota at all.
Yeah, wherever you go to split push with the Prophet, they have the answers. They have a Beastmaster to kill you, they have a Puck to kill you. Even if a Troll just finds you, you're dead as well. But so, I mean, even he's scared of even tanking the creep waves up. There's just too much damage coming out from the Troll, from the Phoenix. Medusa almost finishes Skadi though. After that Skadi, he's still not going to be very impactful though. He needs one damage item after that. You're tanky alright, but no damage.
Coming around, maybe finding Minos. Does have the help
so
from Moose, and
can't afford to die here.
Moose is going to be enough.
But Moose is going to be the one tanking the gank.
Should get spotted. They actually walk right by him. They don't even want to look for this Tusk because they've found Minos. They've found the Medusa in their sights. They're going to go with the Dream Coil. There's no way for him to get away. He pops that Dream Coil and now trying to run. There's the Primal War. Meanwhile, Troll on the other side of the map trying to fight this Tusk. They don't even need the Troll to get the kill to the Medusa. They'll take out Minos. They'll take out Moose. 2 heroes gone once again. And when it rains, it pours. And it's pouring all over Thunder Predator.
Yeah, really stretching his arms and his cheek to get that raw out. Did you see that range? That was like almost full screen. Haven't seen that in a while. And as you said, Troll is just running down the Tusk. Easy kill for him. I love this axe pickup as well against the Oracle, just to be able to purge that Fate's Edict that he always puts on him during the battle trance. Makes perfect sense.
Really crazy
Prophet
that they would just
finally
ignore
finishes
the toss.
BKB. Finally.
Yeah, so
This'll come in handy.
But he's got the BKB. Does he do anything still?
That's a problem. Troll already has the basher. You TP in, Troll runs at you, he bashes your forehead. Done. You can't fight him. Troll is going to be, let's just call him a little problem in these team fights. Or perhaps a big problem.
We'll see if he can start to eke out some damage, but he's not going to be able to eke out damage from the grave. Dead again, 44 seconds, no buyback. And this is leading into the next Roche, which is up in 7. So, you know, we saw what they were able to do with the first Aegis, second Aegis, high ground, it's available. And, well, Thunder Predator, they're going to have to try and hold, which is not looking likely. They need a perfect team fight to come, and Minos needs to output a lot of damage. He's still working on the sky.
Yeah, at this point, the only hope for Thunder Predator is to really just hold the high ground, hope for IG to make some questionable plays, some mistakes, get this Dusa up to like 5-6 slots. I don't really see another way of them winning this game. Dusa will have to do it all alone. They have a pretty damn good anti-core lineup here on Radiant, so I don't know how feasible that is.
For Emo,
Playing around with them
when he feels comfortable. They're trying to TP in front of him and catch this puck.
Not happening.
He's too
no stuns. Oh, he got coiled again.
Oh, Leo style pops the BKB, but he's got the double damage, so you need to run. You need to BKB. You're not going to be able to do so. They've got the false promise with the Supernova. Now their attention's going to go into the Medusa, who tries to hit the egg, and that's the wrong thing to do because you can caught with the roar. They've got the Sunray on you with the help of Emo. The waiting rinse, that's going to hit on the 3 of these heroes. And silence is up. Everybody's going to try and help this Medusa. There's no snowball available because he was silenced by that waiting rinse. So they get the go to Minos. They look towards the back. This is the beginning of the end here. Leo style dip for 35. They got no Medusa for 45, and here they go. Diving in even further, they've got themselves the waiting rinse with the double damage still going. They get the kill on MJZ. These heroes are being corralled into their base, and Thunder Predator have nothing to give. They'll all GG one apiece.
I wouldn't be surprised if Thunder Predator, yeah, calling it right now.
Radiant.
GG! Again! And IG finally showing up. The IG that we saw in the DPC League. Finally. I've been waiting for... I've been waiting for it against EG. The first game looked really questionable, but they didn't take it too hard, or perhaps they did. Massive improvements made here, and sorry to say, I don't want to see this Leo style Prophet anymore. It's not his kind of hero. Doesn't fit him. And the draft overall very wonky. No stuns. You don't have stuns, you don't win Dota.
That was not the draft that Thunder Predator needed to put away IG, and IG lived for a game longer, and now it's again that Game 3 situation, the do-or-die time between both these teams, and it is going to be a tough one, but to break down game number 2, we've got the panel. Let's hear what you got to say about this one. Back over to you guys.
Invictus Gaming managed to turn it around with a very, very, very convincing win, bringing us to a Game 3 in this series. What did they do right this time, gentlemen?
I think it's more what did Thunder Predator do wrong. I'm on board with what Black is saying. Their lack of stuns. They had success with the Medusa in an earlier series. I need to look it up and see what they did to enable it. But I think
this time it wasn't enabled.
It was not enabled, and they gave IG a lot of momentum back that should have been shut down after Game 1. And they stepped too far away from what brought them success in Game 1.
Tried to mess with the lanes a little bit, perhaps put the Timber versus the Beast and whatnot. Didn't really work out. Timber versus the Troll gets a kill, then dies afterwards, then dies again, and Tusk dies with him. The laning stage is in shambles. Puck has a really good game overall. Emo, we've talked about this guy. If he pops off on any of his mid lane heroes, he just
does so much within the game, and he was catching Medusa left, right, and center. Most of these kills were made by him. Then you have Kaka playing the Phoenix too. We talked about the position 4 Phoenix that IG loves to sometimes put in their drafts. This wasn't the best moment from him,
No.
but had a couple of really good eggs, and then JT just did what he needed to do. That's control the Medusa here and there. Roar, they caught Minos plenty of times there. Roar in this fight, you'll see a Roar pick off probably in a,
Yeah, the
in a
one
highlight
in the
a little
top
bit
lane.
later. In the top lane, exactly. So the team fight composition of IG was a little bit too strong for Thunder Predator to break. And now to talk about the negatives, Nature's Prophet going for that Orchid early on into BKB. It's a different build. This build is very usual, but it's not something that we've seen work in this major. There is reasoning behind it, but if your timings are wrong, you just fall off extremely hard.
Yeah, especially coming from the mid lane, because you are being given mid lane resources. Usually it's these off lane profits that, you know,
Buy orchids, yeah.
get 1 or 2 items, get an orchid, you're still going to have a pretty significant impact because you can rely on your mid laner and your safe laner to do the real heavy lifting.
Do you think that there were other reasons for Leo style? Because Black had said at the end of that match, you know, he said, I don't want to see a Leo style profit again. What happened there? Outside of the
Black is a little bit. Black is black. There's also that, you know. I don't want to.
He's very.
I don't want to see Leo style profit again.
He keeps it
Come on,
black
bro.
and white. You know, he's very binary about these kinds of things.
I think Black should, you know, put on his sneakers and
Ninja his way out.
Jog around a little bit, let loose of that energy. Not. Yeah, tell Leo style not to play profit again. I'm down for another profit.
Also,
game, but
yo, this Crystal
some
Maiden 6-0 and 13. That is not a scoreline you see from a Maiden.
I guess it worked out.
Yeah, it worked out much better than I was expecting. I thought that was just like a, you know, I don't want to show anything kind of pick. I'm just going to pick this Maiden and figure out later. But they definitely finally let their support duo do work. For the first time in this entire tournament, I feel IG has not really let Kaka and Oli shine.
And as well, Kaka had a really rough couple of games. Now with this Phoenix, he has redeemed himself a little bit. But for me, Phoenix is one of the easiest supports to position force. Once you get the hang of it, it's extremely easy to play. It's very difficult to be caught off guard and out of position. You have ability skills as well. And perhaps you don't have as much damage as you used to do, but it's still a very strong position.
Yeah, the Master Phoenixes are also able to put the most flawless egg placement
on the
as well.
cliffs and
the cliffs, being able to know just how far to go to make the enemy be like, do I commit for this egg? Do I run away from this egg? Yeah. So I don't necessarily saying it's ban-worthy or anything, but I do think a lot of momentum has been given back to IG.
Do you think that they'll be able to grind that win?
The other thing is I don't know if Thunder Predator do well when they lose the VP series. They lost the first game, and then they won game 2 and 3, I think.
Versus VP, I think it was both games won for them.
Oh, right. That was 2.
It was 2-0.
It was 2-0.
It
Good
was
check.
2-0, yeah.
Thunder Predator got tested and won 3-game series. I don't remember which one.
It was 1 3-game series for sure.
But, I mean, after doing so well in the group stage, they repaired their draft issues after Secret. I don't think they'll have any emotion issues.
All right, well, we do have a Game 3 thanks to IG being able to swing the momentum back in their favor. We are also able to have these Game 3s thanks to our great sponsors like DBS. If you want to get a chance to win a limited edition Dota 2 swag packs, follow our official bank partner DBS at DBS Bank on Instagram and look out for the giveaway. We will have Game 3 coming up right after this break. Invictus Gaming have each taken a game in the series, which brings it all down to this. The winner will move on in the lower bracket, and the other team will move on home. Blizzard and Tsunami, what are your thoughts going into this last game? Both of these games were really great, but the second game was such a swing in IG's direction.
We just witnessed two storms, right? And it's exciting because we've seen so many 2-0s from the group stages into the upper bracket, and now finally when we're reaching these lower bracket fights for 5th and 6th and who's moving onwards, it's very close. You can see the 3-game series happening twice now.
Both games in this series seem to have significant draft shortcomings, though. Obviously, I've already made my point about the IO support for IG in Game 1, but for Thunder Predator, I looked it up. They actually had not played Medusa before. That was their very first Medusa game for Minos. And
didn't they?
That's what I thought.
Yeah, they're very versatile. I thought I saw one.
Maybe I'm checking the stats wrong. But regardless, I do remember that there was a team that I praised for being fast-paced. It may have been Neon.
It's Neon.
Okay.
It's Neon for sure. And then they picked Medusa and lost with it. Lost with her on position 1.
I feel like there was a fast team that picked Medusa and won with it. And I was like, how did they make it work? Because that seems like it would go conflict with the idea, because Medusa's not a particularly fast hero.
I wouldn't say it's only about Medusa, it's about what they were playing into. We were linked the stats, Cost had the pleasure of doing that. Puck, Phoenix, and Beastmaster, whenever we see these heroes, we're talking, yeah, this is a strong combination, this looks already fine. Every time I see that, I really like it. It has Puck and Phoenix, it's 75% win rate in 9 games.
It's good stuff.
Troll, Phoenix and Puck, or Troll, Phoenix and Beastmaster 100% in 4 games. So it's
wait, that 4-hero combo?
3 hero.
3-hero combo.
So it's just some things, you know. They just work in Dota always. Puck Phoenix, since the hero came out, was popular. It never stopped being popular. Maybe if Puck is just a trash tier hero and no one is picking it, that falls off. But if Puck is playable, that combination is playable.
So, do you think that Puck deserves to be banned out now?
We've seen Puck banned out so many times.
Yeah, so who are you... I think I asked you this at the beginning of the day, but like, who are you more afraid of, Death Prophet or Puck?
In general, I would...
Not this series.
If I had a first pick, I'd rather take the Death Prophet and let them have the Puck.
Okay,
because of the matchup itself is easier to play, and it's easier to play around Death Prophet for me. Puck is a little bit on the player as well, let's put it that way. Death Prophet wins that matchup, or should do well, and then afterwards as well just feels easier to play around.
That seems like a pretty clear preference for Death Prophet then, because you didn't even mention the flex potential. Death Prophet is way more flexible and way more lanes than Puck even.
Just very strong. Puck is as well very flexible, but not nearly...
Not in this major, it feels like.
In this major, not, and he doesn't contribute as much from, let's say, position 5 as he used to, like 6 months ago or so.
Beastmaster was left untouched toward the end of that draft, and even us, the analyst panel, didn't even notice that Beastmaster was left untouched until it was last picked. Do you think that maybe they should get rid of that trio of Puck, Phoenix, and Beastmaster? And if so, which ones would they want to...
Puck, Troll, Beastmaster was a trio.
Puck, Troll, Beastmaster.
Yeah, but Phoenix is just as strong. You're right.
So who do you think they should take out as a first ban?
The thing is that JT still has Timbersaw, and that was another thing that I had an issue with Thunder Predator. I feel like they picked this Timbersaw
just
because they didn't want JT to have it, and so...
I think we'll see similar bans once again. You have these heroes, okay. Instant ban. We won't play it, but you won't play it as well.
Timbersaw X'd out.
Yeah, we've seen it banned out so many games as the first ban. I think in the first game of the series too. And the Puck is out. Now, do you leave the IO? I think you let it go through. You let it go through last time, so why not?
Oh yeah, it was completely uncontested.
You don't care about it anymore. In this series, IO isn't a high priority. Yeah, we'll see what they ban out. Maybe some heroes of Moose, some Tusk again.
Radiant team pick.
So sure that they would pick that Void Spirit was a phase. So sure that they would pick that Void Spirit was a phase 1 pick.
both the Puck and the Death Prophet have silences, and so usually if Void Spirit's like, I guess I'll play in the silences, I don't really want to, but I'm such a good hero right now, and I'm such a good mid, I'll play it anyway. And if you don't have to deal with either of the silences, then you're like, oh man, this is amazing.
Yeah.
5 seconds
Invictus
remaining.
Gaming probably could think about Storm as one of their heroes that could be played on mid lane versus that Void Spirit. Maybe they won't pick it in the first stage. He's not nearly as flexible as Void Spirit. He's not flexible at all. So they go with the standard stuff. Phoenix asking Thunder Predator, will you pick that Mars or will you give it to us?
Spirit.
Thunder Predator say, yeah, we'll pick Earth Spirit. You can have your thing. We'll have ours.
Is it likely that IG will use this opportunity? Mars?
It's not 100%, but it's likely. They do play quite a bit of Mars. It's those JT heroes, and Phoenix Mars is a cool combination.
It is also an ability
5 seconds remaining.
and also not.
Yeah, but I think... Oh, wait, they already banned out.
They could go with the Beast again, don't get me wrong. Or they could...
Mango.
There are different heroes. Or just secure their carry once again. Let's go with the Troll.
Man, how did Monkey King fall off so much?
I think it's just about this series, right? And Thunder Predator, for me, Thunder Predator and Neon look extremely good when they're playing versus Monkey King. For some reason, it just feels that this fast-paced tempo that they put on the map is difficult for Monkey to deal with.
Team back.
I think for IG, in Flyfly's case, there wasn't really a lot of Monkey King throughout the year, mainly Weaver Wraith King.
Yep, that well. A couple of Razor picks here and there as well, and we might see that. We probably will see it banned out.
Oh yeah, that would be...
Yeah, and meanwhile, Thunder Predator, the Mars that we talked about, says goodbye, as we won't be seeing him in this game.
I mean, Beastmaster, they can go for basically the same lineup. Crystal Maiden, I would be surprised if Thunder Predator won a
No Puck this time.
That's true, yeah, no Puck this time, so they would need to find...
Just switch it up with the Storm. Buy that Aghanims, same thing, right?
Oh, actually, yeah, we forgot about the possibility of Alchemist, because Thunder Predator banned out Alchemist, I think, second phase both games. So...
It is a hero that they played, but already I see a problem with Aghanims on both of these heroes is a great item to pick up. It's not necessarily game-changing. On Troll, it's pretty good. It was even meta, like people used to buy... 2 months ago.
Radiant team ban.
Beastmaster out. Yeah. What do you feel like from these whose opener do you like more?
They're both very happy with it. I have no strong preference because Thunder Predator, I think I was kind of with Black, even though I don't necessarily want to go all the way to say never put Leo style on Nature's Prophet again.
Yo, Neil.
What's up?
Sneakers. for a jog.
I will be very quietly ninjaing my way out. Yeah, so I think that Leo style needs a hero that can do a little bit more. I think Void Spirit enables that. We have time and time again talked about the Brawler 4 positions on Thunder Predator being great. So I love Thunder Predator's opening. I love all their bans. And for Invictus Gaming, Kaka was returning to form on the Phoenix, and Troll Warlord's one of the best carries in this entire tournament. So.
And they now ban out the Jug as well, right, to prevent from dealing with Yag very easily in the mid game, which is a nice thing to do.
Radiant team ban.
Nah, Mirana can't be picked by Thunder Predator.
Neon showed that Gyrocopter by himself pretty good, and that's one of the things that we don't really see as a response to Phoenix anymore.
It's not really the greatest.
Maybe that's why they picked the Medusa. They wanted someone to hit the egg and hit other stuff at the same time.
With split.
Yeah.
Maybe it's a Weaver ban or a Weaver pickup for Thunder Predator, something that they've drafted before, a hero that's pretty decent versus Troll. Overall, also good versus Phoenix.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind that. Yeah.
Tell me about this Ember Spirit ban. Is that an Ember Spirit ban for Thunder Predator?
Yes.
Why would they go ahead and ban?
It's something that IG played already. It's another Spirit on Spirit matchup. You can't really predict which way it's going to go. Emo can have a good game. Same thing can be happening for Leo style. I think out of the 3 spirits, Storm is the big bro.
Yeah, that was the one that you were scared of from the first pick of the Void.
So if Invictus Gaming does want the Spirit, I think that's an obvious choice.
Radiant
You said
team pick.
you said the word obvious.
Oh no.
Now we have to
Once
see if
again,
it comes out.
Probably won't, I cursed it. Yeah, they still have a couple of other picks to think about. It's not like Thunder Predator is going to pick their mid, so you can go with Crystal Maiden again if you want to.
10 seconds remaining.
From popular picks, there are
Dire
still
team
Tusk,
pick.
Oracle.
Shadow Shaman
That was why I was. That's what I was.
versus the
that exact
Spirit.
thing
I mean, how could we not talk about
is
this?
the hero pick that I was expecting last. They picked the Maiden instead, but yeah, I guess there's more justification.
Shadow Shaman was banned last. This
10
is a good time
seconds
to
remaining.
get in now.
This time around, it makes way more sense because
5
you're playing versus a
seconds
Void
remaining.
Spirit. Last game, you picked Crystal Maiden. You're playing versus Nature's Prophet. You don't care that
That's
much
true.
about catch. This
sure.
time around, it's all about having the ability to catch that Void Spirit, and Shadow Shaman is the best hero at that.
So for Invictus Gaming side, that's a 4 Shadow Shaman, 5 Phoenix, carry, Troll, so that means
Yes.
they're looking for their offlaner and their mid.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Who do you think would be a good pick for them,
I still wouldn't.
other than
wouldn't-
Storm?
I still wouldn't mind the Storm. Yeah, that's what I was thinking on the offlane. Have to wait and see
Radiant
what Thunder
team
Predator
pick.
picks. They go with Pango, so that's taken away from Invictus Gaming. They need some extra team fight around the egg, something that can contain everyone. Beastmaster is banned out, Mars is banned out, obviously.
Tidehunter.
Tidehunter is still in the pool. Underlord is still in the pool.
10 seconds
Bristleback.
remaining.
You can think about heroes that deal with Pangos,
5
maybe even a
seconds
Bloodseeker
remaining.
on the offlane with the Atos build versus Void Spirit and the Pangolier wouldn't be too crazy.
I like Underlord. I like this route for the Void Spirit.
That doesn't feel bad, right?
Frank would likely be playing the Pang, correct?
Yeah.
That I believe that Pango was Frank's most played hero throughout the year from
Yeah.
year to date.
Even at this tournament.
And then everyone started banning it.
Yeah.
Or picking it for themselves. IG, they now have to decide whether to pick the mid laner or the offlaner because there are 2 remaining bans on Thunder Predator, and possibly what's in your mind right now is which hero pool is a little bit wider so that you can allow yourself to keep
JTs
it.
or emo. I say you take JT and you get a last pick Templar Assassin for emo.
Actually, not bad at all. I wouldn't mind that.
Dire team pick.
Solid.
Admiral Kunkka.
Whoa.
Okay. Tell me about this pick.
Saw GPK play it. Not successfully. That seems a little too tunnel vision-y on dealing with Void. Like, yeah, Kunkka's going to be
10
great in the lane.
seconds
He's
remaining.
going to cause a lot of issues for Void Spirit, but it's not a
5
particularly
seconds
popular.
remaining.
He has all the resources on paper. I think his numbers aren't strong.
Exactly.
The spells just don't do enough.
Exactly. I completely agree with.
Dire team
Kunkka
back.
has been played 3 times in the major so far and has yet to win us.
This is a fail boat.
I thought you were going to talk about Wraith King and then you went back to Kunkka.
No, Wraith King, not a fail. That man's the king.
No, overall, so far, what I mean is no disrespect from Invictus Gaming. I'm just saying
10
that
seconds
Kunkka so far
remaining.
in the major has not been that great.
Yeah.
Has
5
had a couple of
seconds
hiccups,
remaining.
specifically for GPK. And GPK is
Dire
one of the
team
world best
ban.
Kunkka players. He couldn't make it work.
We
so-
had some things to say about Crystal Maiden from IG last game and that ended up working.
It's true.
Well,
It's
I
true.
guess we just have to see what they have up their sleeves.
Yeah, but Crystal Maiden isn't that, like, it doesn't feel that bad, and it's not as impactful as the
Radiant
later,
team
obviously.
ban.
Right.
Underlord banned out by Thunder Predator and Tide,
Tidehunter
so
as well.
what else did we mention?
Bristleback.
Bloodseeker
Bloodseeker.
as well, yeah. And now they have to ban out the position 5. Seb is joining the party, he's saying
10
Grimstroke.
seconds remaining.
Yep, as a ban.
5 seconds
It's
remaining.
possible. They need a...
Dire team
What other 5 does Thunder Predator play? Oracle, okay.
Spicy.
They could go
Radiant
with the
team
Grimstroke. I actually like this call. Wouldn't mind it, but instead we get an Ancient Apparition.
How does Ancient Apparition work against IG's team?
it's pretty solid versus Troll, right, Neil?
Yeah, so the idea with Troll is that generally you'll cast your ult, your Battle Hunger, when you're like, ooh, this is 10 HP pretty much. And A is like, great, I don't really care as long as you're below 12%, 17%? I don't remember what it is, but Troll will get into shatter range, instantly die to A's, Ice Blast, doesn't even matter. Tough.
Yeah, you have to use your ulti a lot earlier in team fights, and you won't heal.
That's the other thing, is that you're life-stealing generally in Battle Hunger, and A will prevent that life.
So the amount of HP that you usually enter the team fight, that's the amount of HP that you're going to exit it with. I mean, Battle Trance.
Storm. You get your Storm.
Okay, your Storm.
Okay, never mind.
It was so obvious, right?
It wasn't obvious at all. It was obvious earlier, but they debated Thunder Predator so hard, they made them ban out 2 offlane heroes, and now it's going to be the Kunkka offlane instead.
So I was wondering if there's any flex potential for this Kunkka, but then like the lane is Wraith King AA.
Wraith King AA doesn't sound like an easy lane.
That's a tough lane, dude.
You do have, I guess, Cleave to deal with the Skellies once, right? But if you skill it even, if you don't get it.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
It's looking spicy.
Huzzah! Thank you very much. Game number 3 here. IG and Thunder Predator. Do or die time. I'm excited for this one. You got yourself an emo on the Storm Spirit, and this is one of his better heroes. I was, maybe thinking he'd play the Kunkka. He's got like a 67% win rate with that hero, but goes to the Storm. He's just as good with a Storm Spirit. It's quite the hero to see emo play, but on the other side, I'm ready for this. Wraith King, Void Spirit, Pango, all ready to go. Thunder Predator with moves on the Earth Spirit. I'm excited. He really showed up with that hero yesterday, and man, he had no fear with Earth Spirit yesterday. I want to see if he puts the same tactics on coming into this one.
Yeah, can I do with Storm Spirit though is the question. It was the last pick. They debated them real hard, and it's a pretty damn free Storm game until they get the Euro Scepter on the Void Spirit. I'm loving the Storm pick, but as the panel already said, if Thunder Predator lose, at least they go out with like their biggest comfort there, their best stuff, which is really what you want to have in that last game of a BO3.
So we'll see how this goes as Emo over mid against Leo style. Emo, the #1 ranked player in China at the moment, which is a big title to have, I feel like. There's been guys like XM who've had it, Nothing to Say who've had it. Mid's usually controlling those top ranks in the region of China. And right now he's holding the #1 spot. Leo style on a much different hero than the Nature's Prophet we saw him on in the last game.
Yeah, I love that they went away from that and just give him a more flashy hero that he really shines on, as I said before. And he's going to be doing a really good job on this hero. He really loves his Void Spirit. And B-Cop. This is the battle of... Well, what's the Peruvian fighting sport? You know anything?
I know anything. I mean, so that's always no.
I'm just gonna say, because it's a South American thing, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu. Oh, wait, Minos. No, I should be fine. No torrent. It's gonna be Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu against Wing Chun. Who's gonna win here? What do you think?
I don't know. I just want to see a good fight.
Man, you're so lame. It's actually insane. Like my grandma's more excited than that.
Hey, I'm always down to see good fights. I want to see, maybe something along the lines of a Stipe Miocic, Daniel Cormier style fight between these two teams. So we'll see. We'll see what we can get if we're really going to get a banger between both these teams. It's been two one-sided games. I want to see
it has been pretty one-sided. But I feel like a lot of games this tournament actually have been pretty one-sided. Like, teams have gotten really good at getting a lead, and then, there's trouble here. One disarm. Oh, no RNG! The whole swashbuckle, and then another additional hit, and he didn't disarm him and slow him. Man, Frank Tank.
Just not getting it there.
Unlucky. And now they're turning it around. Be really careful here. Troll, of course. Again?
Impressive.
Okay, goes to disarm this time, but
you match my
doesn't matter this time, unfortunately.
Yeah. It's not really going to be enough to go out onto that Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman hitting like a truck, second highest base damage. So, those right clicks really just come and chunk you down. It makes your life pretty difficult, especially if you want to play up in the face of this Shadow Shaman as well as the Troll.
Yeah, one of the strongest lanes in Dota, probably. At least against Pangolier. Troll plus Shadow Shaman, they both hit like trucks. It's going to be very hard for Frank to find any sort of farm here. Only sitting at 6 CS right now. Struggling. Struggling.
All ready for the storm. Even over mid, moves on the run away from the Shadow Shaman. And yeah, let's take a look. Emo. Yeah, I mean, I expected him to have a good lane. He's having a good one. It's pretty even. Did you think this was going to fall one way or the other? Or is this like a 50-50 matchup?
It's a pretty even matchup. Slight advantage to Storm. Maybe 5-5, 4-5. But, yeah, Storm against melee heroes is always pretty tough. Moose. Oh, he didn't go for it. Could have potentially stolen the double damage rune, but he was scared because of the Shaman. And Kunka is really pressuring Minos up here. Wow, he's taking so much damage.
Yeah, can't get a right click off. They'll use that cold feet to push them back. Roll looking for something. Ollie, though, in the trees. And then meanwhile, over bottom, Frank the Tank, well, he's under the tier 1, and he might just drop. First blood there for Fly. They'll get the trade of Ollie up in the top lane, but once that Earth Spirit leaves, well, Angler's not going to feel too confident. Oh, God, Minos getting hit up hard. They're still going to go for this. Rolling with the cold feet. He'll freeze over. And Jason goes down.
Forehead. I don't know if he did the math there, but it was really well done. Frank now even tipping middle to refill the bottle. As an offlaner, he's not feeling and tipping him right away. This is not a good feeling.
Jay-Z dying right under the tower.
Did see here?
Yeah,
he was just trying to refill.
Yeah. I was going to say, down under the tier 1 like that just screams, I just want to get back full health, full mana.
Dire's middle
Leo style, though, Simulate goes into the trees. They're still going to die. They do have level 6, so the Ball Lightning available, but the 8th Remnant locks up Kaka. Leo style out of mana. He does have 2 bottle sips ready and a mango, so they might want to go as Moose is setting up.
Very low in mana here on this song. Zip won't be the longest. Careful here. Level 6 on the Void Spirit soon. Won't get it after this speed wave, but after the next.
This is already a 2k lead for IG.
Yeah, the lanes are just super tough. Like, you can see the what's his name? Pangolier is sitting at 1200 net worth. Ridiculous.
Sunray, Minos.
Are scanning.
Burning.
Fire Blast back.
I mean, it makes sense, right? That a Wraith King is afraid of
Radiant's
fire.
middle tower
Because bones
is under attack.
do burn pretty easily.
I have never been able to test that theory. Can't
Next
say I've
time?
tried.
Well, it would make sense though, right? But maybe it doesn't. Like, what do I know? I'm talking out of my ass. Well, Ollie actually getting picked off here by Remnant. Yeah, well done, well placed here. Couldn't sidestep it. Good by Leo Style.
And that's something that we need to see from Leo Style, is making these plays and kind of showing up not only there over mid, but around the map. And, you know, watching him in that second game of the Nature's Prophet, I'm really hoping to see more from him.
You know, you said it's 2k gold lead, right? Look at the gold difference between the Tango and the Troll. And know where all that lead is coming from.
It really is quite a bit. He's only got like a handful of CS at the moment.
Yeah, and he's only level 4 as well. Like, he needs his level 6 before this TP side can really feel comfortable fighting. Because this Wraith King is going for Midas. He's gonna just be farming for like a good...
We've already pushed back Minos into the jungle. That means JT, his lane is wide open. You really don't want to be giving up a wide open lane to anybody. But the Kunkka, how is he going to take advantage of this? What items is he looking for in this matchup?
Not entirely sure. Like, he has quite a lot of problems to deal with, unfortunately, so he's gonna need quite a bit of items. What item he has to go for first? We'll have to see if he wants to go for the more aggressive choice or the more defensive choice. Going in here on the Void Spirit once more. Just a little bit of Harris. Storm going into the Orchid. Void Spirit probably going into the Yules to counteract that Orchid. Also to set up onto the Storm Spirit. Usually choice.
Right. That Orchid, that timing on the Orchid's going to be massive. Move around the map and really just take out the supports for free. It would feel like, especially Ancient Apparition. I've played that game before. You do not have fun when you're up against a Storm with an Orchid. Once that happens, you're pretty much food.
I'm just a little afraid here for Thunder Predator. Like, the two cores of Storm
Radiant's
and
middle tower
Troll
is
are just
under attack.
completely free farming, and they're the ones that are ultimately going to win the game for IG. And even this Kunkka, you know, panel set is going to be a tough lane. AA Wraith King. He is on par with the Wraith King. Real scary for Thunder Predator already in this early game.
It's Minos is looking for a Midas, so that means you got to get the Midas, work towards probably a Radiance. Sure, that you're really going to have that timing, because especially with that Orchid that comes out for Emo, that means he's going to play aggressive. His game might snowball out of control, and if it does, I have a feeling that we're going to see Thunder Predator get squeezed again.
Yeah, another scenario they want again. Getting squeezed always feels terrible. Sheffield set up here.
And Sheffield down, moving forward. They've got the Vortex with the Sun Ray. Hex on the Leo Style to Simile. It's away. Oh, Ball Lightning still looking for more, and to the Aether Ring. He doesn't have a lot of mana to play with. He wants to go in deep. He wants this kill on a Leo Style. He might just find it, and there it is for JT. A long chase, and well worth it when they can get the kill onto Leo Style.
Yeah, now up 4k gold in just under 10 minutes. Absolutely brutal early game from IG and 4th Thunder Predator. Phoenix looks like he's going to be in trouble here. Earth Spirit on the prowl with a haste rune. And ult flying out as well.
And yeah, he's gone.
Radiant's top tower is
I
under
always
attack.
wonder how Phoenix can die. Aren't they supposed to spawn from the ashes?
Dire's bottom tower is
Only when
under
it's on
attack.
cooldown.
Radiant structures are
Kunkka.
falling.
A lot of damage on
good
JT.
torrent.
Two-man torrent, but the roll comes in from Moose. He'll kick him back, and one more right click from NJZ. He'll be the one who finishes him off with a killing touch shot. That is maybe not the guy you want to see get that kill, but it doesn't matter. Kill's a kill, and they'll get the kill to JT. They'll look over at Minos once again, though, and they're starting to chase, and he will have that extra life, but now it's on cooldown for 200 seconds, so it's not a definitive kill, but it is something to work with. Ice Blast,
Ice Blast.
Fly. To be careful.
I'm surprised he didn't go on the troll there. He was dead of that simulate hits. Very timid here. Maybe Thunder Predator not feeling, as confident as they did after the loss in game 2, which was a pretty bad one. They're usually very aggressive in your face. This time around, they're paying them a lot of respect.
Paying some respect, and they, move so many heroes up towards top. A lot of damage has been done over mid with these Serpent Wards, with the pressure, with that catapult over mid by the Shadow Shaman. We talked about it throughout this series, and we've talked about it before, just how popular the Shaman is in the Chinese region. They really know how to utilize it, not only in terms of having that control and using like that Aether Lens, getting a Blink Dagger, and every time you always get the Psychic Headband, but also split pushing and making the other team feel uncomfortable when you have a focus on something. You bring 4 or 5 heroes, well, Shadow Shaman's going to be somewhere else, pushing out. Roll in, Swashbuckle, that comes out. Nice, a lot of damage. And then killing an Emo. Leo style taking out this Storm, and now they're going to try and turn this around. Moose using that Magnetize. They'll find a second. Moose gets the kill there, and that's 2 dead on the side of IG.
Nice. Thunder Predator's playing really well now. They will still need quite a lot of kills like that, though. Storm was a good kill, but now it's time that you somehow shut this troll down, because he's gonna have a Battle Fury 3 minute 13. Very scary timing from him, but at least they managed to shut down the Storm before the Orchid.
Is under attack.
Scar?
For the Orchid is always nice. Geomagnetic Grid. Silence, not gonna last long enough. So they will get the combo out and get the kill on a move.
You had your warning.
Yep, making it look damn easy. Emo now, about 800 gold away from his Orchid. Once that's online, everyone on Thunder Predator is going to be afraid.
Structures are fortified. Dire's middle
They're going to be afraid, and it's going to be that Orchid and that mobility coming out from the Storm that might open up the map for Fly as he picks up this Battle Fury, so he'll be able to farm with, the lack of pressure that should be coming out from Thunder Predator on him, and that's what Thunder Predator is going to have to counter, right? Going after this troll, making sure he can't snowball out of control. He's got a massive stack to pick up here. That is show me the money. Fly, ready to
6.4k
get some cash.
Now let's see where he ends up after this. I gotta keep telling myself 6.4, 6.4.
Oh, can you guess? 6.4. What do you think he's gonna get?
For like 7.3-ish or so.
All right.
Almost right on the money. Almost. Not quite.
Price is Right rules means you lose, though. You went over.
Yes. I lost. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Mommy. I disappointed you. But this troll is not sorry at all. He is going to absolutely demolish Thunder Predator. They don't stop him.
Yeah, Ice Ball's coming in the JT very quickly, and now they're looking over at the Storm. The Rolling Thunder hits as well as the Geomagnetic Grip from Moose, but they've got no follow-up to that. They do get a kill on the Kunkka, which is nice.
If this combo hits, even on the troll, he will not be able to do anything about it. Like, this Ice Blast is going to be a really important tool against this troll. On lifesteal for Battle Friends. And 1 health the entire time. I don't believe you shatter under the effect if you ult, but if it connects just as you ult, you're gonna die regardless. Because of course the range is much longer than the Battle Friends.
So that's going to mean you need to really pick and choose how you fight. And if you get hit by that Ice Blast, is that just a moment where you're like, hey, let's retreat, or is that something that you're still willing to fight?
It depends on the scenario, but generally, if you're affected by that,
Vortex in, they've got the Geomagnetic Grip. Let's get a solid picture for a second. They've got the Supernova on the high ground. Right into this. Yes, they are. They've got themselves a boat coming through. Frank ends up dead. Supernova goes off. They'll stun up his range. He gets the first life out of his hand, so Minos needs to be careful. He's trying to run, but he's been rooted up, and he's killed off a second time. 2 kills there for IG, looking real clean on that one.
Troll is just getting further and further ahead. Now 2k ahead of the Wraith King. Game is looking real rough. 7k advantage now. IG. Very good position here to take this game right now. Leo Style getting caught. No Yule Scepter yet. Getting X-Mark back in.
Yeah, burning back. They've got the Torrent. They'll have the Sunray. They've got the Hex, and the control is just, it's all there for them. They've got X, Torrent, Hex, Shackle, Vortex, the root from Troll. Like, you've got everything you could really hope to have to keep control, especially if they're getting a one-man pickoff like that.
Yeah, it's so scary now, this map. Like, we have Punka to pick off, and we see another A blast here on Emo. Rolling out. He should be just fine. Like, you have the Storm Spirit, you have the Kunka, and even the Shadow Shaman. All three of these heroes can set up for pickoffs. It's a damn scary map for Thunder Predator here.
10k already.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Not an easy game, yeah.
This is the same as game 2. I mean, look at this lead. It is huge, and it is just blown up in the last few minutes or so to massively out of control. Look at where the troll is compared to anybody else, and then you just don't even feel like, well, Frank has any farm. He's at 4K's equivalent to where the Shadow Shaman is. JT's, who's seemed to had a little bit of struggle here and there, is still 2K ahead of Frank.
I mean, the Penguins had no game whatsoever, and really all of Thunder Predator don't really have a game. They'll have to get a really big teamfight victory on the back of that Radiance that's going to come out in about 1800 gold. Until then, just cut your losses, try to play as defensively as possible. Perhaps get some smoke breaks on your AA. You're going to make sure that this Radiance comes out in a timely fashion, because otherwise there's no hope here.
Ball lightning in, they've got the Santa on a Frank, they'll use the Supernova, and there's no way for them to blow this up. They've got the Hex on the Void Spirit, they look over at Frank, he's one shot from dead, they'll get the kill. Emo getting credit for that one, Leo style fall to JT, 2 heroes dead on the side of Thunder Predator. Once again, IG coming in and killing in droves. They'll go right in your Roche. That is, when you take a fight right there by the pit, it's an easy one to get when you've got yourself Serpent Wards as well as the Troll ready to go. They want to get MJZ too, if they can just find this X.
Hey, they got it. Moose is setting up for the steal though. They're gonna get this A kill, no problem, but Moose is not vision. You could see that A just would be very, very big. Over here!
Rolling in, it's a little bit early, but he kicks him out a little bit early. Ages, it's picked up by Emo. Moose will fall. It was an attempt made, but not an attempt gained, and you gotta respect it.
It was a respectable attempt. If you're behind that far, you're not really worth that much money as Earth Spirit, so alright to try. Didn't get it in the end. It's bad, man. They'll have to work with what they got. Radiance at least up in 100 gold.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
They lead and
Radiance
style. That's a Yule's into a Phoenix and an Ice Blast, so there's no way out of that one, and a big right clip from Minos.
Slapping him out of the sky.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's just a lot of damage coming in from the Wraith King, who looking rear to go with that Radiance going into the BKB next. He still needs probably, I would say, another item. That BKB certainly it to really feel comfortable in these fights. So they'll give him time to farm, but he can certainly be involved, right, with this Radiance.
Yeah, there's a lot of damage going to be coming out from the ice vortexes, plus the Radiance burn damage, which gets amplified by it. So it's a really good combo. But being 11k behind, you know, it's exactly what they need. They need more damage. They need to make sure the Wraith King can get in there and potentially kill a hero or two before his first lives pop. As you said, without this BKB, he's not going to feel very comfortable.
Void Spirit, you go Glimmer on that Ancient Apparition. You need that. Game right now for Thunder Predator down K.
Raging will pick that for Storm Spirit as well. Also B-Cup. I had a joke about construction. Still working on it.
Oh, bounty!
Right. You gotta make it. When we get a chance, we need to bring you to a comedy club and have you. Hopefully you're okay with that.
I would love that, yeah. Get a lot of attention, a lot of people laughing. It's gonna be a win-win situation.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
going for this tier 2 tower up towards top. Ice Blast coming their way, maybe to try and deter them. Nobody coming over, though, from the side of Thunder Predator. This really doesn't do much of anything. JT, he can stand his ground. The glyph is what really pushes him back at the end of the day.
Yeah. Now BKB coming out for JT as well. Alpha has his. Emo is working on his. 1,000 gold for that. Once all 3 BKBs are up, it's gonna be, you know, they're going to man Thunder Predator.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
It's time they have stuns, though. For the
They said they have
last
stuns.
game doesn't
But
stick.
Pain City doesn't care about stuns.
No, it doesn't.
Regeneration.
I can't find it on the map.
That's alright. It's only visible to the chosen people. Which you're not yet.
Okay.
You're working your way there, but it's gonna take a while. Young Grasshopper, watch and learn.
Here I am.
Maybe almost finished for Storm and Moose.
Salmon, also building onto a BKB. Here's the Ether Lens and the whip. Yeah, whipping himself to be a little bit faster.
That torn almost lands, and now Emo spots him, gonna stay with him too. Perfect position from Emo there, like knew exactly where he was gonna end up. That was really impressive.
Good use of that X-Buck as well, just to refill the storm.
I was just about to say that. It was exactly what I picked up on right when they made that combination, because they've done it like 3 or 4 times at this point already.
Yeah, the Storm is always like going in, using all his mana, getting X-Max, ping back, refilling full. For free, well, you gotta pay 90 gold for the TP, I guess.
Over here now.
You didn't have, oh, a big roll in, okay. But nothing.
He's always looking to make something happen. And pulling him back right there gives him the opportunity to go in with the torrent. They've got the Orchid, the Void Spirit. Geomagnetic Grip gets the 3-man silence, but it's not enough to save Leo style. The Orchid's just there for the silence, and they've got the follow-up damage for the kill.
Yeah, he needed to simulate dodge that X-Mark, which isn't the easiest task, but he used his dual scepter offensively, meaning that he doesn't have it to, as a tool against that X-Mark. Now mid tower in trouble, should just be falling for free here. Wraith King still looking to farm his next item up. BKB almost up, 300 gold.
Down 13k, and they're working on their last tier 2
X-Mark gold.
TP down here.
If he dies now, it's so bad for him.
Have themselves the boat, and they should be able to get the kill here onto Minos. It's first line down. They've got the electric vortex. They'll get the corner moves, and the supernova isn't going to line up. Well, they've got the shackle, so it doesn't matter. They've got the control on Minos. They get the kill to the Wraith King, and they'll look for more. Running away is Frank, as well as the ancient apparition of NJZ. They'll catch up both with the Taurian and Fly with the double kill, taking out both of them. They've got Hex onto Leo style.
Long range.
Should be a full team wipe. Ether Remnant isn't going to be enough. No, it won't be, because Kaka is there with the shackle, and IG lose nothing, and they take everything away from Thunder Predator.
Yeah, a full team wipe for no casualties, another X-Mark refill combination, and you have a troll wall in your team. Say goodbye to your barracks, say goodbye to your buildings. Are they gonna go for 2 sides? Maybe they're gonna go for top next. Why wouldn't they? They're so far ahead at this point.
Teen pay lead, and this is just all IG, and it has been for the last 2 games.
I gotta say, it's quite crazy here. Like, he just TP'd down, he needs 150 gold for his BKB. It's like the worst timing to die, and he just gets picked off just before it. Feels really bad for him. They just can't fight back without his items, unfortunately. Void Spirit was not part of the fight because he died, respawns, goes back in, gets hexed immediately, and dies again. He really likes to respawn, unfortunately.
See the frustration coming out for Thunder Predator. They'll find themselves Phoenix. If they get the kill, Ice Flash should be lined up. It will be. All right, Frank getting the kill. That is a kill they've consistently got throughout the game, is on that Phoenix. But that feels like about it. No kills so far on Fly. He's 5-0-6, and well, Emo only dropping that one time. He's 5-1-9. The cores here for IG have been impeccable.
It's been a rough game for them. They couldn't really find those priority targets, as you said. They do have more lockdowns this time around, but it's still pretty hard to pull off. Like, most of them are skill shots. You only have one target that's done. Your best team fighter in the game, the Pangolier, had absolutely no game. This is the IG that we really, saw throughout the whole DPC league. Makes you wonder what happened in game 1. That they got so demolished by Thunder Predator.
Yeah, Thunder Predator came out of the gates roaring. I'm surprised it's gone the scales have been tipped the other way so heavily.
Game 2 and 3 looks like Thunder Predator is just kind of at IG's mercy. Like, their movements are a little bit slower than IG's. Overall, the game plan of IG seems to be a little bit, more well thought out.
Are scanning.
For sure. And
BKB now picked up on the Shaman 2 E-Cup. At 4 BKBs, that means an endless shackle. They have no way to cancel him through BKB. If he just shackles the Wraith King, or Void Spirit, or anyone really, they're just out of the fight.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And even without that BKB in the previous fight over bottom, you could see what Kaka was able to accomplish with the amount of times that he was just there for the extra amount of control with the shackles, the hex, and everything. His kit really that made that fight so easy for IG. And at the end of the day, like you saw, they don't lose anybody, and they end up taking all five. So Thunder Predator, it feels like they're on their last leg.
Yeah. Playing Pac-Man, they've been bitten by the ghosts twice, but they still have one more to go. See if they can go all the way or not. Tough task. They will have to have like a miracle high ground defense.
And
Don't think they can get caught out here.
Dots. Yeah, if they get caught out, it might just be the end.
Dire are scanning.
It's rough right now in the spot they're in. It's certainly doable.
Stormspirit jumping in.
King's getting a lot of farm. They're going to go over the look for Leo Style as well as MJZ. Storm not getting the control to kill off Leo Style.
What is that thing called that Pac-Man eats when he gets stronger and starts eating the ghost? The little pearl thing?
A bigger dot? I don't know. I just used to call them dots.
A big dot. Okay. Gotta eat the big dot to eat small dots.
Well, there was the fruit that they eat to get the extra points, but dots over the map yet, Black.
I'm sure you know Pac-Man better than me. You're somewhat of a boomer.
Yes, I have played my fair share of arcade games.
So have I, but they weren't like super popular in Europe. Were they popular in America?
I was kind of a little too young for that era of like arcades like that, where they were really popular, but they were put in a lot of hotels.
Haste!
You'd have like that one room with all the arcade.
Oh, right. Kind of like a casino.
Oh, Vortex out.
Pick up.
Storm was
just easy. Too easy. Like Storm Spirit against A is unplayable for A pretty much. Emo just absolutely
is under attack.
Giving him, the treatment, as we say.
Well, we knew that was going to go that way once he picked up that Orchid. They've got the X as well as the boat out onto Minos, but he's okay. They're not going to make the extra jump.
At least the Wraith King is still really fun. Like, he's only 4k behind the Troll. There's potential for him to become this raid boss.
Yeah.
But
even down this much.
Yeah, I mean, as I said, there's always potential. With AA, the Troll won't be able to heal, the Cheese won't be able to heal anyone. But this Aegis Cheese is still gonna be a big boss. Let's see who picks up the Aegis. It's gonna be the Troll, not the Storm Spirit, okay. They wanna give the guy who hits the buildings Aegis. You can just see how Thunder Predator is just trying to cut the waves, trying to delay the game as long as possible.
This game, we really haven't felt as much of a presence from Moose overall. Obviously, when you're behind this much, maybe aggressive just isn't available for you, but that's where we were seeing a lot of success with this hero yesterday from Thunder Predator. Leo Styles kind of been quiet the last two games, too. This is more a hero down his alley, but he hasn't been able to navigate it. And they'll get the kill on the Moose. They'll take out MJZ. Two sides of the map, 2 kills for the side of IG.
Simultaneously getting just taken down, both supports down, and without the supports, you really can't take this team fight at all. Leo Styles has to be a bit careful here. If he throws a random torrent in there, not choosing to do that.
Going dagger next. He does have that axe, so the torrent storm
Water
available.
Park.
That is really frustrating to deal with.
It is like, absolutely random whether you get perma-stunned or not stunned at all.
Bottom tower has
But please call it by the right name. It's called Water Park. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
Especially once that axe is up. I mean, that refresher, sorry. Double Water Park. I get buy one, get one free kind of deal.
value. And
value
smoke
indeed.
used, X back to base. Get
Shadow
everything
Shaman
that they
Blink Dagger
need.
now.
Yeah, so he's going to be able to blink initiate and find himself in the right position to get like a Hex as well as a Shackle out there.
Eat
And
this!
Be careful on the side of Thunder Predator. And Minos, even right by the steps, might be a little bit too far for him. Get
Shadow
this
Shaman.
pressure coming through. They got the racks over mid, so it gives him just an opportunity to push himself forward and really look to make a play here. Doesn't find anybody just yet. He's the last one still smoked up. Minos gets hit for a second. They've got the Serpent Wards down. They're going to commit for this tier 3 over bottom. Fly leading the charge. 7K lead. Can Thunder Predator hold on to this one? They've got the Hex on Rayon. Hits on a Fly.
So much damage.
Vortex. That's out onto this Wraith King. And while Minos running away, he ends up surviving just with a sliver of health as he stays in biz thanks to the Glimmer Cape. But Ball Light is over. They'll get the first life out of the hands of this Wraith King. And they followed up with more. Yes, they come with the Blinking Dagger as well. BKB caught by the Shadow Jump. The
Check out.
Wraith King Minos. He's in a lot of trouble. Torn up into the air as well as the Vortex. They've got the boat coming in with the BKB. He's able to walk away. You don't have any kills just yet on the side of IG going after Thunder Predator, but he is real low. Right clicks out.
Emo doesn't have ages. Produce cheese.
And he's in trouble. He eats the cheese, survives for longer. Fly moving in. They've got the right clicks as well as the silence out of the racing, but nobody's yet on the side of Thunder Predator just yet as Moose ends up dying to Ollie. So just one is gone on the side of
Disengage.
TV, and they will buy back on Moose. A bit of a hold, but not really as IG dive in deep, and they still take a tier 3.5 set of rounds.
Yeah, it's definitely not something Thunder Predator is going to be happy about.
Radiant's top
A
tower
27k
is
lead
under
here for the Radiant team. IG. This Troll is continuing to get stronger. He's on
not
his
slowing
good way
down.
to an MKB now. Ooh. I mean, this was a little bit, sloppy by IG. They know they're really far ahead. They went for some really high risk, low reward kind of plays. Didn't end up paying off for them. But if you're this far ahead, it's normal to feed yourself. Like, it's natural.
Yeah, this is Emo going in deep. He knew he had that cheese. He almost just didn't get it off. That's the risky play when you don't have that Aegis to work with, and it was a little bit surprising that we didn't see the Aegis on maybe the Storm over the Troll, who feels more unkillable. We're going to go in for this, for more of the Ball Lightning Vortex. That's going to pull in Frank. They've got the Yules with BKB Popeye. Emo who focuses his attention onto the Pangolier. Now go all the way back. Ball Lightning onto Minos. Minos trying to run away from Firefly. They do have the second life available on the race. He's away from his team. The roll comes down. That's going to land. The ice blast all through. They get that kill on a Moose. They'll take out the Earthsphere. He's fought back in the last fight, so he's dead for 70 seconds. The Torrent Storm is used. The Emo is gone, though. MJD is the second one to fall inside of Thunder Predator with the right clicks coming out from Minos. It's not going to be enough. They've got the Hex. They've got the Shackle. They have the control to take out the Wraith King. The Aether Remnant only locks up one. It's not enough to save your Wraith King, and they will take out Minos, and the hopes of Thunder Predator hang on by a thread right now. This is not what they were hoping for.
Fragile thread it is, my friend.
Dire's bottom barracks are under
I'm always looking for avenues to come back into this game, but for Thunder Predator now, no buyback on any of the three heroes. They're so far behind. This might be the end of the Cinderella story, unfortunately. Tough.
Yeah,
especially
it
after the
is
first
tough.
game.
It looked like it was going to go their way. I think out of the gate trolling. I thought they might get a 2-0, but they're holding on by just an edge right now. They use that clip. They've got 30 seconds still for Minos to come back. This is tough.
Of course they're not going to give up. They're going to fight until the very end here. Elimination on the line. Troll.
Ice Blast.
No Aegis.
Not going to be enough. They've caught themselves the Void Spirit. They'll get the going to Leo style. He does that buyback. He's going to buy back immediately with the Torrent Storm going off as well as Supernova.
That's Megas.
They got the racks. They've got the Megas. They've cleaned up here. Roll out. And that hit onto the Kunko once again with the BKB Popeye JT. He's got the X, Leo style. You got to remember, he just popped back, torn up into the air. Then on a Moose, he's caught out. And look at the right clicks coming in. Moose not dead just yet, but the Ball Lightning will finish him off. Emo gets the kill. The Vortex holding up Leo style. He's silent. He's gone. It's for 90. Minos, there's not much he can do without the rest of his team, and two of his heroes are already dead. The allies are gone, and his life might be going away. GG! They have been eliminated. IG will take this one 2-1 over Thunder Predator. They will eliminate another region.
And in such a decisive fashion as well. Game 1, they completely dropped the ball. Thunder Predator handled it to him. But game 2 and 3, all IG. They got the hands on their comfortable drafts. They had really good game plans. Execution was on point. And this is the IG
eliminate another region.
Yeah, and in such a decisive fashion as well. Game 1, they completely dropped the ball. Thunder Predator handled it to him. But game 2 and 3, all IG. They got the hands on their comfortable drafts. They had really good game plans. Execution was on point. And this is the IG that we love to see. Like, they're really strong, moving on in the lower bracket. Damn well played.
Yeah, you know, IG coming into this as one of the top dogs out of China. It really was something we were expecting for them to be more dominant. They showed that in games 2 and 3. Overall, nothing to be upset about if you're Thunder Predator with a showing like this in this tournament. And it was a very good series from IG, and they end up moving on. And it's going to be an interesting one coming up next. But to break down this series, to break it down more for you, we've got the panel. Back over to you guys.
Thank you very much, B-Cop and Black. And like B-Cop said, a fantastic showing for Thunder Gaming. Unfortunately, they don't move forward, but they went down fighting, and they had a very impressive performance in this tournament. Blizzard and Tsunami, what do you guys think happened there? It seems like they ended up losing all 3 of their lanes.
Yep, Thunder Predator and Neon, both of these teams have been examined and dissected by the Tier 1 compatriots, these teams that are kind of considered to be
major
favorites, and IG, they adjusted their draft so damn well. And Kaka gets his Shadow Shaman, you move that Phoenix from position 4 to position 5, then they think Kaka is playing it, so they don't ban out his heroes, then they pick Kunkka, they think Kunkka is mid, they don't ban out Storm, Emo gets his best hero. It's a rough one. They got outplayed a little bit too, right, Neil?
Yeah, I think it wasn't just one part of IG, like you said. You mentioned all the components. I think the TA game that IG won, it felt a little bit like Emo had to be the go-to, or at least he didn't have to, but like he was carrying all of IG, it felt. Whereas this one was the biggest team effort victory that we've seen from IG, and it's a big part of the draft. And our Thunder Predator just weren't really on form this game. I don't really know. I felt like if they did lose, I said at the end of the draft that they shouldn't feel too bad, but
Pango didn't really have a game, right?
Yeah,
as well.
Pango didn't. Wraith King was constantly getting hassled early on. Void Spirit, being their first pick, did not have nearly the impact that I was hoping he would.
And they had this AA into the Troll, but like you could never set the tempo, and that's what we so liked about these SA and SCA teams. We want to see Wind Ranger mid Tusk, something that runs at you constantly, something that does, you know, actions constantly, makes plays, makes team fights, but no, they were on the receiving end for the majority of this game.
I will say that I was at least impressed far more with JT's Kunkka than I was expecting. I guess even the laning,
it wasn't great, but it was all right.
Yeah, and that was what my biggest fear was. Like, are you just picking Kunkka to win the lane mid? Because we said that Kunkka on paper is a good hero. It's just that his numbers aren't very good. His spells just don't do enough. But mainly, it's because we look at it as a mid laner. From an offlane view, it seems much more viable.
Not sold still completely.
Sure, yeah. But I won't start frothing at the mouth if I see it picked in a draft.
Yeah, for IG, JT is also a star performer, really. In the league as well.
Emo seems like the star performer. Imagine getting that score with only a Clarity in your inventory. That's pretty impressive from a Storm Spirit.
Safe, really. Yeah. Hiding his item vaults.
Yeah, I guess that's it. Hiding the slots. People have been seeing where you keep your items in the slots, and they're trying to pinpoint. You're playing on other accounts, which is not allowed anymore. Don't play on any more other accounts.
For both of these IG games, they've really showed us how they can go off tournament meta and still do a fantastic job picking Crystal Maiden, which we had doubts about, and then picking Kunkka, tricking us into thinking that he was going mid, and then putting him in the off lane and picking up Storm Spirit.
Yep.
They did a great job.
Yeah.
Well-deserved win. Thunder Predator also did fantastic. And South America should be really, really proud.
They should, but I'm sad. It would have been so exciting to watch Thunder Predator. And it also begs the question, like, what would Beast Coast have been capable of if they were able to show up here?
It's very unfortunate, but I mean, South America,
they had a hell of a run.
They should be really, really proud.
For sure.
They had a hell of a run. Both of these teams, going back to Neon as well. these two teams, we did not expect them to do as much as they have done in the tournament, and they have a fan in me now, both of these teams, for sure.
And not just in the not just in the gameplay, but even Puppy was saying, like, all these drafts that are coming out from these teams that have less expectations are much fresher. And I think that even though usually we expect the top teams to set the meta, I think that these teams that people did not expect, the underdogs, have
so do we think that now that the top-tier teams have accustomed to the meta and to the picks that are being made, are we going to see them actually play cleaner?
I've got a good question for that, because we're finally going to see upper bracket action. No more elimination. Next series is top three. One of those two teams is top three. One of them,
Evil Geniuses.
Some
PSG,
NA versus
China.
PSG, LGD, yeah.
I believe China to Egypt.
But before we get there, we have our MVP for this match, which was Emo on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, definitely deserving. Diving the fountain, diving out of the fountain. Like, you give Emo TA, Storm, even the puck, it feels like he's controlling the game. You don't have to necessarily rely only on the carry. Fly did exceptionally well on the troll this time around, but Emo from that mid lane, he definitely does carry as well.
Speaking of Invictus Gaming, we are going to have an interview with JT. JT, hello, good afternoon.
Yeah, hi, guys.
Hello.
Congratulations,
Hello. Congratulations.
On your win.
Thanks a lot.
So tell me, the Kunkka pick, was that to trick Thunder Predator into thinking that Kunkka was going middle?
Sort of a tricking, I guess, because at first I think we plan to use Kunkka to set as middle, and then we got better pick at the end, so we picked a Storm.
Oh my gosh, that adaptation.
Yeah, is the Storm the MVP for you? Is Emo the MVP, or maybe are you on the Kunkka the MVP for taking it to the offlane?
Of course, Storm Spirit. He plays so much better than me, so he deserves the MVP, of course.
I think you also are an MVP of that match. You did a great job. If you had found any of the heroes on the other team, they would have disappeared, for sure.
Are you angry a little bit that they're banning you out? We see a lot of your heroes that you play, Timbersaw, Slardar, whatnot, they're being banned.
I guess I should be the one who happy, right? They ban my heroes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're that
True
good,
that.
they have to ban you. This is, we haven't gotten a chance to speak to too many Chinese players, or players from Chinese teams at least. How did you feel about the region coming in? Did you think that China was going to be the strongest region?
Result will say everything, I guess. Result.
Okay. So you're only satisfied in the championship then?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Good answer. Good answer.
So out of all the teams that are currently remaining, Evil Geniuses, PSG, LGD, your team and Team Secret, who are you most afraid of?
Secret? I think Secret is much better compared to other teams. I mean, PSG, LGD is much better as well. But we beat him on the TBC, the LAN event, right? The qualifier. So yeah.
What about teams that you have faced so far? Who gave you the most trouble? How do you rate Thunder Predator and Neon, these teams that no one expected to do so well?
I think for me the Thunder Predator is quite strong, to be honest. Like, I didn't expect that we got so much trouble. Like, I think they are quite good. They managed to take down us game one, and then yeah, in the end we managed to come back. So they're still a strong team. I mean, the Thunder Predator. I'm surprised, to be honest.
Any questions, Tsunami?
Satisfied, I think.
All right. Well, JT, do you have anything to say to all of your fans who are cheering for you?
Thanks for supporting, of course, and then hope you guys keep supporting us to leading to champions.
Thank you so much, JT, for a fantastic interview and your insight.
Thank you, JT.
Thanks.
Congratulations.
Yes, thanks.
I like that. They adapted really, really quickly. They picked Kunkka and thought they were going to send him middle, and then they were like, "Oh wait, Storm's here. Let's send him to the off lane."
Okay,
like
he's saying that they're very flexible, but he also might be hiding some things here and there. You know, you don't want to reveal quite a lot. We've all seen what happens when you post a picture of a hero on Twitter. And so
domino effect.
It all matters, man.
Sure, yeah. And I'm like that he's not downtrodden by the fact that them being top of the DPC, getting knocked down to lower bracket, they're not like, well, I'll settle for a top 3 finish, I guess. You know, the tournament didn't quite go our way. No, they're like, I'm still looking at the championship. I'm still looking at Team Secret.
All right. What about you, Lizard?
Yeah, like definitely the positive and proper attitude that he should have, considering they won their region. IG, they are the strongest team. PSG LGD has something to say there, obviously, as they're facing EG in the next series, but they consider themselves the strongest because they won the region. Why wouldn't they expect to be winning the full championship? Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, we have a lot of matches coming up, but let's take a look at the bracket. So it looks like we've had a couple of eliminations. Tsunami's favorite with OB Esports Neon going home, as well as Thunder Predator. But we still have, coming up next, we have Evil Geniuses versus PSG LGD. And then we will have, I believe, we will have Team Secret versus Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, these eliminations are more bittersweet. I relish it in the first few stages because the Dota isn't quite at the par that I want from majors, you know? The group stage, you get you separate the wheat from the chaff, and then you move on to the first round.
I'm just
vibrating about.
No, I'm just vibing to what you're saying.
Oh,
I
okay,
agree
yeah,
completely.
you're preaching, yeah. And so, you know, the first few eliminations, but then you get to top 6, it starts to break my heart a little bit. But it's okay. We gotta find out who the champion is.
But even if it's heartbreaking for teams to go home, we still can appreciate some good LAN Dota. But before we get to more Dota matches, we have our final clue. Netflix and One Esports have been terrorized. Their social channels have been terrorized by the 8 dragons. Each day, clues pointing to where 2 dragons could be hiding have been announced during the first 2 halftime shows throughout the Singapore Major playoffs. Once you've found the dragon, all you have to do is tag @One Esports in the comment section of the post. The first 3 Dragon Knights to successfully find each dragon will win a free 12, 9, and 6-month Netflix subscription. After all 8 have been found, the first prize winners of the hunt will be announced during the Singapore Major Grand Finals halftime show, with a full list of winners to be announced on oneesports.gg. And now, without further ado, let's take a look at our final clue.
here at the Major, and 2 of those top 4 is going to secure themselves a top 2 slot. Actually, they're already part of the top 3. EG and PSG LGD did very well so far in the Major here with Gods and Lizard. And Gods, this series, this is the toppest tier Dota, if that is a word, it is now, that we've seen so far.
Both these teams, they're red hot. They have their kind of own picks, their own playstyle. And I don't know, maybe LGD quite as well as EG, but EG, they believe their playstyle is just the best way to play Dota. They're stubborn. They're not going to go away from it. I feel like LG is going to be a bit the same, at least for coming game 1. Both teams are going to be trying to see if their style is the best.
And all of these top-tier teams from other regions, we've seen them struggle. However, EG so far, they haven't been truly tested, and they are looking the strongest. Maybe that's only because of the matchups. Secret, maybe they just
maybe they lucked out?
Yeah, maybe they lucked out. No, not completely sure, but they did look extremely clean in their series.
It is such a difference. I got notes regarding the drafts of the 2. For one, I got like 2 series written on this one. I got 3 full cue cards of PSG LGD. They had to go through the wild cards to get to this place, and EG, they just show up. Cruising, 2 series, already top 3 at the Major. I wanna set the scene for this one actually. EG has struggled since the DPC season got introduced. They have not won a single Major, despite being one of the best teams in the world. We always call them a championship team because they always do well. But that has led them to have a lot of top 3 finishes. Not a lot of they've only been in the finals once, Gods.
Yeah, they are just like the model of consistent Tier 1 Dota, but they never get over the peak. It's a bit weird with them, and they've come so close. Like that last time they played Secret in a best of 5, it went 5 games. Like they're always just not quite there. I think a big part is that they do like stick to their style, and they become a little predictable later on in the tournament, and that's where those teams who are playing Tier 1 Dota, but with a bit of like that crazy element, can sometimes get the better of them.
We haven't really seen a lot of this crazy element coming from the other Tier 1, so if you look at PSG LGD as well, they're improving steadily. They're looking very strong. They're picking some weird position 5s, perhaps a Luna or a Gyro or whatnot, but you can predict their carries. If you ban the monkey, they're gonna pick the troll. If you ban the troll, they're probably picking the monkey. So not necessarily as inspiring as, let's say, Thunder Predator or Neon, but definitely on a very high tier level.
Yeah, I think this is going to be some great Dota, and I'm very excited to see EG play because, as you said, Lizard, maybe they have not been properly tested yet.
PSG LGD for me is definitely the proper test. Even though they came through the wildcard, I think that's only positive for them because they gained that momentum, they practiced, ironed, let's say, their strategies out, and you can see that benefited teams quite a bit. Secret struggled heavily against Neon today as well because they just played more games. They understand the meta.
It forced them to expand their hero pool more than anything. You play so many games, people are like, okay, we're going to ban this against you, and then they figure out what's their next best heroes, then they get to try it multiple times, and those get banned, so they try something new. So, PSG have gone through all the different phases of having to adapt their drafts and adapt their play to what other teams are doing against them.
Yeah, I'm very curious to see also the place of the IO in this game. Because we know Ame plays IO.
He'll be in the first ban, Shiv.
Yeah, but does Arteezy play
I think he does. I'm not quite sure, but I think he does, right?
I guess the question is if EG have first picked the PSG LGD
exactly.
ban, because I don't think EG is giving it away.
Oh, yeah,
ever.
no, 100%.
Yeah, No, I just wanted to agree. Versus PSG LGD, you really can't let it go through. Versus EG, you can risk it, but it's a very high risk, low reward.
Now, one of the other things going into this series is traditionally EG has actually done really well against Chinese teams. They've knocked them out of multiple tournaments. Previous Major, EG is responsible for 2 eliminations of the Chinese Dota teams. Why is that, Gods? Because you mentioned yesterday as well, like historically, they've always, like that, it's not just from the last year, it's been year after year after year. It's been since 2014 or something.
Yeah, PPD was always Peter Leaf trying to meet
Yeah,
Dagger.
exactly.
It was his nickname almost. It's a big part, I think, the playstyle. Even though they've changed rosters, changed captains, they've always been a kind of farm-oriented team that kind of plays slower pace, sits back.
Is that Arteezy effect?
It really is. It's how they play around Arteezy. And I think they're worse against those kind of wildcard teams that play with a bit of that craziness, which is, the teams that sometimes upset them. And Secret, I think, is kind of being their kryptonite just because they're Secret. But I mean, I don't know. I don't think there's like a clear, obvious reason why. Probably part of it at this point is just confidence. When you play with confidence, you're going to play better, and they just feel confident when they're playing against Chinese teams.
And they're playing this stability Dota in which they're not necessarily constantly aggressing. They let you do your thing, we're going to do ours, and it comes back to the draft. The team that has a better draft, if you're both passive, will come out on top.
Yeah, well, we're going to find out which team has the better draft. We're very close to having a draft coming your way for this upper bracket finals. But to have a draft, we need to have the team. So let's get Evil Geniuses and PSG LGD on stage. And that was Balda in Team Liquid versus LGD on stage, and that was a TI where only top 8 got prize money. Yes, there was TIs where only top 8 got any reward whatsoever, and this was one of them. And that was, I know God knows this match, that was a super exciting match where Bulba ended up coming out on top.
Bulba clockwork.
Yes.
Liquid are doing it, many Chatwell lines came from that match. And I think Jiawei, while defeated there, went on to then win TI. The following year, he got his revenge on the world. He is a historic captain and now coach of the Chinese Dota scene. He is one of the best minds of the scene. And I think Bulba's kind of been there for North America, perhaps a bit younger. And I mean, it's a weird thing of Bulba's inexperienced, but at least compared to Jiawei.
Yeah.
Yep. And Bulba always looked up to Jiawei a lot too.
I remember Bulba being close to tears, / a little bit in tears before the interview when he did the winner's interview, specifically because he was so proud to have beaten LGD with the squad, because that meant so much, as Jiawei being already such a name, and they were both playing the same role there, so there was a little bit of rivalry there as well.
The insane thing about the Chinese region is that every team has one of these, more or less every team has one of these first generation Chinese players. Fenrir, and you have Zhao 8, you have
Super on IG, although that's not
also
the super.
Yeah, that's the different. ROTK now as well coming back to coach Elephant, so just every team has a big name behind them. Something that the Western scene perhaps doesn't follow as much. Like
it's because all of the old guard is still playing.
Still playing,
I mean,
exactly.
we got Heen, we got Sunbi. They are veteran coaches now. Bulba, of course, as well here as I think the top one. And let's talk Dota, guys, because we are moments away from showing you the draft. And we already mentioned the IO. I want to also quickly mention the Alchemist. Will we see it here? Will it be banned? We've seen it be very successful in the hands of EG.
Yeah, they know how to play, I think, carry Alchemist better than any other team here. I think you have to be worried about it if you're PSG LGD. To have to see whether some of those other hotly contested heroes like the Death Prophet come into play.
Puck
and then,
as well, right?
Puck especially,
A puck on both sides even, and with EG banning out that Shadow Shaman, it smells like one of these spirits for the puck, right? It would be extremely good.
Yeah, we're gonna have the first game of this best of 3 with Evil Genius on the Radiant side and first pick. So we'll see what PSG LGD lets in the pool for them. Are they worried that EG will pick IO? I think that's one of the biggest questions. Will they, I guess, gamble it? But at the same time, you can't be a carry player without being able to play IO, right? Surely.
It's kind of up to EG, because if EG don't play, it's like they should maybe ban it here, but they...
PSG LGD's turn to pick.
As they want to target ZinQ a little bit earlier, they go with that.
PSG LGD's turn to pick.
As they want to target ZinQ a little bit earlier, they go with that.
EG, however, get Predator Spirit, I imagine. Oh, Tusk. They're going to prioritize Tusk instead.
Okay, because ZinQ, if you look at him and what he plays, he doesn't play Earth Spirit as much as he does Tusk. So maybe that's a snatch pick. And who could have guessed? Troll banned out, they go with the monkey.
Yeah.
Not surprised at all, indeed. I think I was very excited about seeing EG play on the main stage here after watching the group stages where we saw Tusk and Earth Spirit being so dominant. Because I kind of feel like this is Crit's patch. We often talk like when a team wins a tournament or wins TI, it's like, okay, it was their patch. You know, this plays a big role. I think it's Crit's patch. This is his wheelhouse right here, and Tusk definitely one of the I would say one of the best in the world. He's up against ZinQ though, also one of the best in the world.
Exactly.
I think the best thing about Tusk and why to me it's risen above Earth Spirit in this tournament is because it's really good in these trial lanes. That's what we've seen Evil Geniuses do. It's what we've seen, I think, 1 or 2 other teams do as well. I mean, we saw Secret do it when they took down Thunder Predator. You do these aggro trial lanes with Tusk, and tag team trial lanes is just unbeatable. And EG's a team who will give ISS a 1v1 matchup on like a Timbersaw aggro trial lane and just win the lanes off of that.
It's good in the trial lane. It takes down heroes that are seemingly very tanky. Yeah, it's very flexible. We've seen it on Lelis on offlane. It gives you a save with a snowball. It just has too many positives. The hero is very strong, and on top of that, it was paired a lot with the Wind Ranger mid, which we saw Foxfire tag team. You just take out the target in a matter of seconds. So far from the bans, Evil Geniuses with the Beast, Master, and Winter Wyvern. I actually expected them to aim Fate Beyond a little bit harder, because I feel like he can't ban out anyone else, but his hero pool...
They've banned 2 of his, though.
Yeah, right now they did. Lycan Peculiar, because it was a very, very situational pickup from them on that offlane.
With the Winter Wyvern ban, we know ZinQ has played it a little bit, but normally that is picked up specifically against something like
a troll?
Or an Enigma.
Yeah, or an Enigma. That's
Enigma, Pengo, or they have some heavy like physical damage core like the TB. Well, TB gets banned, so I imagine PSGLG saw that Wyvern ban and thought, okay, what's good?
Yeah. With the Shadow Shaman banned out and with the puck picked, they go with the next best option versus the puck, and that's Lion. There's one problem for Lion, it's this Tusk. This matchup 4-on-4 can be a little bit difficult for Lion throughout the game. We've seen Kaka even have a miserable time on a position 4 line, just feeding constantly, versus heroes that are bulky and get on top of him. Like Evil Geniuses looking for the second this could be a position 5, right?
The first time these teams are going into bonus time. It shows, like, these teams have had a lot of time to prepare for this series, of course, and it shows that this opening is what they kind of were planning all along. I think that is one of the first times we've seen that. By the way, Pango's still in the pool.
Pango's still in the pool. I wouldn't even mind seeing Fly's Phoenix, which I don't think we witnessed.
His Phoenix. Also, Tidehunter's been an EG go-to, a hero that not many other teams are playing in that 5 position
For me,
role.
the first hero I was thinking about is Tide, but it's kind of problematic versus Monkey because you can't flex it. You can't say, okay, I'm picking Tide, it might be offlane. It can't be. And that Prophet deals with him later on very easily. So Phoenix for me looks very solid, but maybe they'll pick Tide.
I like the Phoenix a lot more, yeah. Now you mentioned we've seen Phoenix with the puck. Looks so good, and
there we go.
Fly's happy. This is the hero. We talked to him a few times during the NADPC, and he's like, man, I wish I could pick Phoenix. This hero sucks. Turns out it doesn't suck. He's probably watching this and like preparing for this tournament like, oh, Phoenix is good. I'm playing Phoenix.
I'm playing it, I'm picking it. Even on position 4, we've seen in the last series just...
10 seconds
it's a versatile hero on either one of the support positions, even on offlane sometimes. But overall, just brings a lot to the team, especially with the puck. You can't run towards the egg, you can't run away because of the Dream Coil. Combo it with something on the offlane as well, that Beastmaster will not be picked, but anything that's... Wait, is Mars still in the pool as well? It is,
Yep,
right?
it is.
Yeah, that's an option.
It is, something Ice can... I mean, his hero pool is every offlaner.
Yeah.
Plus some heroes that you wouldn't consider offlaners he plays.
The one that you mentioned before, Pango, also very solid.
And Timber. Clear out those trees of the monkey.
Timber into monkeys feels
and that
a bit rough. Yeah, that's like... I thought Timber was going to play a big part in this draft, but once they give PSG LGD the monkey instead of the troll, I feel like picking Timber gets very risky.
The laning stage itself is hard. That profit is hard. Later on, that is in the game, so probably, maybe they go wild and pick it, but I wouldn't like it. My favorite.
And for PSG LGD picking Timber, there's the Tusk, there's a lot of magic damage with Sunray, with Puck, so it actually feels like a hero both teams have made sure they can't get Timber Sword.
10 seconds.
We've seen so many times from PSG LGD this Elder Titan on position 5.
5 seconds
sometimes
remaining.
Even on 4, but on 5, most likely played by Innocence. Throughout the DPC league, he's been on point with his 5s overall.
I mean, they've done very well overall, but quite a hero that has played a lot by them for sure.
I actually expected perhaps an Oracle coming from them here, as it's not banned, if I'm correct.
For
right?
EG, you mean? Or?
No, for PSG,
PSG
instead of the ET.
Instead of ET.
But I like the ET as well, because having another frontliner, let's put it that way, in those mid-game engagements would be...
Right now, the draft from PSG LGD is looking quite favorable if you're going to have a 5-on-5 team fight. I know there's only 3 heroes so far picked, but how much more does EG need to focus to be able to match PSG LGD's team fight? How many, do they need to focus on that? Or at this point, is it like, well, you're not going to top Monkey King, Death Prophet, Elder Titan, so let's just go for some
geniuses
solo target.
We're going to pick a Viper. Wow,
okay,
that's an offlane Viper?
Yeah, that's a Viper into the Monkey King. You get that break as well. It looks pretty solid.
There's your answer, Chief. They don't go team fight at all. Yeah. I was thinking, it's Ice. Most of his heroes he's playing are those team fighters, those Pengos, those Tides, whatever it may be. But against the Monkey, they're going to go for a laning matchup and a kind of game matchup rather than team fight.
Yeah, it forces you into a much earlier BKB. Now PSG LGD have to think about perhaps even switching up lanes. And what's very funny is that Viper is PSG LGD's go-to hero on offlane as well. Fate Beyond has been playing it quite a bit in DPC and in the other leagues, and besides Viper, he's been playing Nature's Prophet. Like, when I think about Fate Beyond, I think about boosting heroes. And one banned out, the other picked up by Evil Geniuses. One of the ways to deal with his hero pool.
As far as hero pools goes, Easy showing a lot of confidence in Arteezy's hero pool because they're leaving his pick to last, and you got to imagine more carriers getting banned. The Jug, of course, and probably see another Arteezy like an Ursa or something getting banned out as well here.
Terrorblade, Alchemist, Jug, all banned out.
Monkey, Troll, Taken are banned out as well by EG themselves, so limited options now for the Arteezy last pick.
They ban out the Enigma. Now, Enigma isn't my personal favorite. Not only for PSG LGD, but the whole Chinese DPC league, this hero has usually been a miss. Teams pick it up, try to make it work. Usually just doesn't do, even the Necro build, it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel like in some other regions.
Do you want Faith Beyond playing the Death Prophet, or nothing to say?
They're both very capable. I think that Prophet versus Puck is pretty solid for that Prophet on mid lane, so you can do that. And then combo some Lion plus melee core on the offlane, perhaps.
Late Slardar this tournament, we see it pop up here and there. But I will remind people as well, Pango is still.
I think it's going to depend a lot on what EG pick. They're going to see what the carry is and whether or not they want to, if there's a really good offlane that they see against Arteezy's hero or if something else.
They ban out the PA. Perhaps because of the Viper pick, it opens up PA for EG because you can't counter it with the Viper pick as well, right? So maybe that's the reason. We've seen PA
hasn't done so. Yeah,
10 seconds remaining.
not really the greatest.
It feels
hero
like
at
the last
moment.
pick carry when all the other carries are banned.
Yeah.
So I think PSG's just like, what carries left? Oh, PA's left, let's ban it.
There's Morphling, I suppose, that's still left in the pool.
Morphling, Wraith King, and Morphling and ET doesn't feel particularly great. And there's, Hexes, Silences to mess you up as well.
You have Wraith King versus Monkey King. In general, is considered not great. I wouldn't mind it. Into Monkey and Death Prophet, I wouldn't mind. Never mind. Take that back. Probably would be a little bit too difficult. Death
Well, they
Prophet
don't really
line.
have a lot of time to think about it. We'll see what Arteezy's going to play. This will be a Razor. Are you guys happy with that?
Well, they're going for the nasty draft.
Wow, yeah, no kidding. Razor, Viper on the same team. It's one of those heroes you pick, and you're not likely going to see this Razor. It doesn't have a counter. It's just whether or not Razor has like a really good free lane against those melee cores. Now PSG LGD may want to put that Death Prophet in the offlane though. You see the Razor, you may want to send the ranged hero there.
Yeah, or just pick something right now that can lane into the Razor on the offlane.
Like what?
I'm thinking anything with mobility is usually good.
The Pango you mentioned.
The Pango wouldn't be that terrible, I suppose, yeah. You also have to think about heroes that can deal with the egg, so that's a bit problematic. The Quops that we've seen aren't good here as well from the offlane. Mirana, but it's
Core Mirana coming in? What?
No, not gonna happen.
Not gonna happen.
It used to be the answer on the mid lane versus Razor with leaping out and be able to deal with the egg, but it's a difficult pick for them. 18 seconds in.
They'll go for the Lina. That's a great egg hitter, but it does mean Death Prophet most likely on the offlane with the Lina going for nothing to say in the mid lane.
Yeah, but nothing to take. Okay, he's going to play into a puck with Lee. That can be a bit problematic for him, no?
And the other thing, we're talking about these lanes if the team...
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, for sure. I don't like that EG does not have any kind of tower damage. Like, they're focusing hard on the lanes. They want to, just ruin Ami's Monkey King, but they cannot end the game. That's going to be the problem with their draft. Like, even with the 10-15k gold advantage, I still don't think they can go for tier 3 towers. So I'll go to PSG LGD here.
I'm also sort of like what PSG LGD have. I'll be honest. I think they've obviously done what they've done time and time again. This DP Monkey King. I'm going to be interested to see if EG's approach is going to be able to deal with it. But I do feel that it might just not be able to. If they're not able to close up the game quickly, I think they're going to get out carried hard by Arme.
My thanks.
Thank you very much. Very excited to see this match, though, play out. EG versus PSG LGD. And some kind of different heroes coming out, especially towards the end. Nothing to say. Bringing in the mid Lina. Something that we don't get to see
wish
every
there was
day.
something else. Maybe a Queen of Pain, possibly, because, like, Lina, I've seen this hero fail so many times. Recently, I've seen a better performance, you know, from Lina in general, but I can understand why, you know.
Stuns coming in already with the stuns onto Ice, but Ice and Crit, they're going to turn it. They're going to be actually be able to one fight first, but they'll turn over as well towards Y. They'll take down 2. As Ice, he's able to live, he's able to get out of there. As PSG, they try and look for action. They've got a lot of stuns, but it wasn't enough. EG able to just turn, hold their ground, get 2 kills for themselves.
We see that all the time. Someone tries to, you know, contest against the task. The damage coming up from the tag team, the more numbers you bring, the stronger the hero is.
Yeah, and as we can see being pointed out there, 860 damage being done by that nether toxin that Ice was just able to turn, lay down, and they were just standing in for the full duration pretty much.
So Ice got the first blood, has 200 extra gold, 250, will TP back to the lane. He's probably going to go for Urn, Circlet, Sage Mask, more overtime damage. This is something that they've done before, also like having aggressive tri-lanes, and they've also like to get a first blood and TP position 5 to the bottom lane. So why? He needs to be careful. Like anyone who's a melee in this, like even Ame, like there's so much kill potential, a lot of slows.
Fight! See who's able to win out of the tri-lane versus tri-lane toppers. Both teams, EG and PSG LGD, have come out with some fantastic lanes in the games that we've seen from the bottom so far. Why? They've gone on here, but am I able to keep him covered with the Boundless Strike? Only just though, in fact with the Nether Toxin, why? He might still tick down Fairy Fire, just enough to keep him alive. Already seeing the hard-hitting potential of EG's tri-lane.
So it seems like they want to keep it. They put Arteezy on the bottom. Arteezy wants to rush for the boots of speed. Like in 1 versus 1, if you have a long lane, a Razor is pretty much always going to have a good time.
Always going to find some sort of opportunity to losing on Faith Bian and start running around the link. Well, that's Xingqiu coming in with a rotation. Arteezy's prepared to deal with this. Trees and fine. Xingqiu not wanting to hunt any deeper, knowing that static links are available. Arteezy could have always looked for the turnaround, and Xingqiu will respect that.
It's one of those moves where you just rotate your position 4, forcing the rotation of their position 5, and now you have 2-1-2 lanes. Crit, level 2. Once Viper hits level 2, he is already level 2. They can start playing aggressive. They're playing Viper into 2 melees. Tusk already has a boost of speed plus attack team, just saving a skill point to see whether he needs a snowball or he needs an ice shard to block them off. Same build pretty much always on Crit Tusk. He's going for that drums. 8 charges. Pretty much no one else is doing it. Everyone else is prioritizing either a Falcon Blade or Orb of Corrosion.
An incredibly hard game for PSG LGD to get aggressive to EG up top. Very surprised if we ever see getting taken down whilst there's just the 2 members of PSG LGD here. Sitting over in the mid lane at the moment, 12 for 3, 12 for 3. Fully even trade and farm between Zazen up.
Both of them bringing the bottle at the exact same moment, pretty much. Puck will have it a bit earlier, so he can start to play a bit more aggressive. Lina still has that Fairy Fire, but no mana for Dragon Slave.
Abed quite able to connect the orb there. Both keeping another on their toes. Matchup in the mid. Bottom lane, definitely the lane where we're seeing EG win out the most. Easy getting the free farm. As we're seeing the Death Prophet starting to fall a little behind here. Faith Bian definitely having the tougher time in these dual lane setups.
He's level 3, still saving a skill point. Whether he needs a Spirit Siphon or to put another point in a Crypt Swarm.
Top lane Crypt. It's ready to go in onto Armate. They close the gap with the Snowball. And even with the Fairy Fire, it's not enough to keep him alive. This top lane, incredibly strong for E. There's just not a... It's not possible to play into if you're these 2 melee heroes. You get close to these 2,
it's so hard.
They'll turn and kill you every time.
You need a bit more mana regen on Viper, so he decides to get an Urn of Shadows. Was thinking about the rushing a Necro Book. Okay, I don't think I've seen this before, like, ever. I've seen some offlaners like a Tusk where there's like great synergy from the tag team, so might be reason why he's also going for it.
Silence.
And down the line, it will give, see around 4-minute runes. You're gonna have Crit coming in, nothing to sail. Run down the Light Strike Array. It's got a run. I bet we'll turn with Crit over towards Xingqiu instead.
Another orb.
He's gonna look sky for Ahmed. Nicely done. Coming in under the tower, he's able to nuke down.
Oh,
GQ.
region rune. Y will pick it up. So that's a big deal, you know, just denying that rune from Puck. Puck is still level 5. Like, they might be able to get this kill. Yeah, he looks pretty dead.
Hey, may have got the rune, and he's going to pay with his life. 2 kills for Arbed. Some beautiful moves from Crit coming around the mid lane and allowing Arbed to turn and find so much action already. 4 minutes and a half in, Arbed's already 3-0-1.
They need 1 point on the board. Like, they need, you know, because you're at the 0, you just want to have something. Does it affect you? You know, you look at the scoreboard. These are pretty big numbers, right? On the screen.
See Arbed up for the 5-minute rune. There's a lot of members of PSG LGD down in GQ position. We're seeing already that top lane starting to fall apart for PSG LGD. Only Arme up here at the moment, and he's probably going to have to just turn towards the jungle. Running against Ice is just not an option, right?
This is one of the reasons why EG just decided to go for this like heavy lane pressure. They knew that Razor's going to have a good time. He is the lane dominator. Same goes for Viper. Mid lane doing really good. Like Lina, you know, has more CS, but they managed to kill 2 supports. Puck is level 6. There's a rotation.
They're just playing around with nothing to say. They'll drop the Laguna onto Flop. They do have the stun as well to finish up the kill. Arbed will still get the cleanup on nothing to say, and at the end of it all, Arbed's probably going to be happy. I mean, with Fly going down first, it means that Arbed continues to just pick up the solo XP for these kills.
Yeah, he's pretty happy that his support dying.
Yeah, thank you, Fly. And, not only giving him solo XP, but also, of course, eliminating the worry of the Laguna Blade coming out anytime soon with it being on cooldown. So Fly tanking a whole lot and doing the real support moves there to keep Arbed's game good.
Arbed's bottle will get refilled on a mid lane.
Here I am.
They're not fading with the bottle. They're not going to leave the bottle with the poison on. Like Team Secret, went for it. Kind of backfired. Puck level 7, 4 points in orb. Picks up another bottle rune. Another bottle rune. What? Bounty rune. So yeah, Exorcism still not online on the bottom lane. That Prophet level 5 has a Falcon Blade.
Radiant are scanning.
Top tower.
Dire's structures are
really seems like the PSG LGD can do about it. They have smoked up. Nothing to say in Xingqiu. Maybe going to see if they can get the wraparound on EG after he stick around to finish the tower off. Why? Try and set something up. Sleep catches Ice, but won't catch on to Crit. Xingqiu continuing to close the gap, but Arbed is here and does have Dream Coil at the ready. Xingqiu opening things up onto the path. Nothing to say, has the follow-up.
Nice.
Crit is going to be able to buy time for Arbed to jump out to the side. As Arbed will escape, committing onto Ice. Ice will fall, but he brings down Y with it.
Lina, can she land another stun? Tusk seems to be a bit too speedy with the Windlace and Boots. That was such a clutch save. Arbed gets out. He scouts if there are any stacks being made. And they also dealt so much, like this top tower is actually deniable. EG does not have that much of a tower damage, but they need to play with the catapults. Lina's bottle will be refilled on a mid lane.
Dire's top tower has
Those
been
moves
denied.
continue to go unharmed this game. 4-0-1. Refill mid. Let me see if they can make a go here. As Arbed's got the Dream Coil. Set things up straight away as they're moving on to the Lina. Crit is able to dodge the Light Strike array and the Stomp to stay on top of Nothing to Say. Nothing to Say is trying to bottle up, but the right clicks are too much. They bring him down. Fly will fall in return as Y turns and runs him down.
There's a lot of damage. That's 200 damage. Yeah, Y looks pretty dead. The Lion.
Maybe Xingqiu can help. Hex out. Combo. Shard's actually going to grab the 2 of them there. Crit, he's going to be able to stop
He's going to clean them up.
And they just turn and kill them both as well.
And Arbed, he's on fire. Like, Arbed, Puck go brrrr. And his bottle will get refilled. Like, this is like 4th time or that his bottle got refilled. They just keep going on.
He might not be done. He's already pushing back Faith beyond it. Still with some time left on the DD route.
Dire's bottom tower.
This is what happens when you leave it in. You don't take it out in the first few bands. Arbed gets his hands on the puck and open the game phenomenally. Of course, a big shout out to his support backup as well. It has been these movements from Crit and Fly around the mid lane that have just enabled him as much as he's been popping off. The team effort's been perfect. Fly getting caught out here by Faith Bian and Xingqiu with the silence and the X. I'll leave no chance for Fly to dive away.
Also, Abed should start using some other voice lines other than greetings. Pretty sure he has them unlocked.
I mean, wait, no, he doesn't. Wait, okay, yeah, he's gold tier. Could have a few more. The jungle. G starting to take away some of LGD's safe areas that they need for Arme. How's Arme's progress looking?
Radiant's
really slow this
game.
Very slow. And this is definitely one of the, if not the slowest start we've seen from Arme on the Monkey King.
He got zoned out. Very hard matchup for him, playing into Tusk and Viper. Can't really do that much. Died once. Not too bad, you know, considering what he was playing against.
Top tower is under attack.
Top lane crit. Trying to go for the bouncy rune here. The silence and the stop. They'll stop him. Gonna start to lead in onto Y, and he's fine time for ISO to head over Y. He's not gonna have any chance of escaping from this as he goes down. But at the same time, down bottom, Arteezy getting the kill. He is being chased by Nothing to Say. Say got enough juke. The Arteezy juke here around the trees. Woo, woo, woo. But the Dragon Slave does still hit him, and it won't be enough damage. Arteezy's out.
Got it.
Arme. Faithian trying to look towards Fly. Fly no longer an easy kill though. He's hit the 6. Supernova is at the ready, and Arbet by his side. LGD have to be careful about any fight they take around the mid lane as Dream Coil, Supernova, they're ready to go.
You can see them grouping around because they have a catapult. Let's see if Abed wants to tank any tower. Nah, he just denies it. Hits them with the greetings again.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Tusk actually gives Dome to Phoenix. Like, he just wants his Phoenix to hit level 12, potentially faster. What a bro, yeah?
What a bro.
Fight!
Arteezy so far having a really good game. The Boots of Travel, you know, wants to be able to connect with the rest of the team, just to potentially outnumber the opponents going into BKB. He was thinking about the Falcon Blade, but since he picked up an Arcane Ring, has enough mana sustain, and with the Boots of Travel, you're going to be teleporting to base more often.
Denied.
The smoke movement is easy. They try and connect down the bottom lane flying Arbed.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
White will put a stop to... maybe Arbed would just turn and go for him. Instead, he will. Dream Coil drop down. Arteezy closes the gap. Y's gone. Now with the jump up to the high ground, they're going to look for more. If they close the gap with the snowball, they'll pick up 2. Jinkyu down as well. EG, 14-4 right now.
This is the type of game that they need to play. Like, their heroes are very good right now. They know that Ame will not be able to join any team fights. He just wants to farm up. Usually Ame is the one who doesn't even join before he gets the Aghanim Scepter. Potentially, you know, with the TP, if they overextend, other than that, he just wants to farm.
And this is really going to be one of those games where it's pretty much going to be impossible for Arme to turn up at all until he has the BKB, because in any of these fights, if the Dream Coil and a Nether Toxin gets thrown down on top of him, he's pretty much useless if he can't benefit from the G.
Even if he gets a BKB, like, it's just going to be a hard game for Ahmed throughout pretty much the whole game against the Viper Strike. Then you have Volrus Punch, Static Link. Like, these are all abilities that most likely are going to be used on you.
Absolutely. This is very much... EG coming out with what we needed to see. They knew that it was always going to be there this first round of the draft, this Arme Monkey King. They had to have a plan, and definitely a lot of pieces that do seem to be very strong counters against it sliding into place here from EG.
PSG LGD, you know, they still have a better late game if they can just slow it down to not get overrun by EG. There's going to be this ET, you know, still does not have a point in natural order at all. Monkey King, we've seen what he can do once he gets the items that profit. Fabian is actually relatively farmed. I'm not a big fan, to be honest, about the Falcon Blade and the Yule Scepter. It's a lot of mana. You still have a defensive pull with the Yule Scepter, but you don't bring like any of utility to your teammates when you go for that kind of a build. And you also... like, it's still a good BKB game, because you're playing into Puck, you're playing into Phoenix, you want to have something to kill the Supernova. Their heroes are actually not that good at killing Supernova, especially if you get the Fire Spirits on them.
Absolutely. Which is going to be a problem, considering that EG have...
yeah, pretty much it's just Lina, you know, with the Fiery Soul.
Like, they are, in the most part, going to have to deal with that, because...
scanning.
come into play, like the Dream Coil and the Charge, and not necessarily going to have the option to run away from it. Team fights definitely will be scary once EG start to bring it to them. The pace of the game slowing down a little bit as EG get to look to make the next move. Tier 1 still available in the mid lane. It's probably going to be the next target. Already very low. See what they do. Bring in the 5 in around mid. They got a smoke. Fly does. They're ready to make a move here, EG. They know that they do need to still continue to use their strength right now against PSG LGD.
This is their catch. Ice with the Road of Atos. Like he can initiate from a bit further away. Jin-Q breaks the smoke.
We have to see how they start things off. RTZ coming in from the side, but Jin-Q will be able to hold back the turn with the stun. The light strike away comes down to return.
Double save.
Rip picks him up. Over the side, Ahmed drops the Wukong's command. They bring down Ice. RTZ getting a decent link on onto Faith Bian. Will turn, nuke through the Linos. Nothing to say falls. She's starting to reset a little bit, wait out the Wukong's command before they look to get back in on this.
They were so ready for this. Like nice positioning from Jin-Q. Q-Man, Earth Spike, they were ready. Like Dead Prophet using the Exorcism straight away. It's just a trade, but Lina, like she would love to not die there. Instead, let's say they trade a support for Viper, would be a big W, I would say, for PSG LGD.
We did see some sort of safety at the end there from EG. Not trying to run straight back in. RTC hasn't quite got the BKB, so rather waiting for that before they really try and push it. They just sort of leave with the trade that they get. One for one. Arteezy just making sure that he could finish off. Nothing to say on the way out. Deciding not to commit anything else there. Arteezy arming rather deep on his own up top. Trying to get this BKB finished. He's going to be found by Jin-Q and Arme. Arteezy, I don't know if there's any way he can juke this. I mean, if he can, that's going to be quite something. He's up in the trees, Arme. But again, just in time before Arteezy escapes. Back over to mid, Arbed. Nice. Looking to chase down, nothing to say. Arbed's certainly going to dive in for that one.
It's just so much overtime damage. Witchblade plus anything from Viper. On top of Urn of Shadows, it's just like you need BKBs. You're going to need the BKBs. Pretty much going for his standard stuff. No, I'll get that Battle Fury, which will get me closer to the Aghanim Scepter, and then I'll possibly get a BKB. He can still swap things around, but I feel like he needs it. He needs to be able to jump on the targets and just deal damage.
Yeah, Ice stepping in rather deep here. Spotted out by Y. That PSG
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Far enough away. Arme's catching up. Goal difference, remaining at just at this 2k, and Battle Fury done. East of the Monkey King is going to pick up. And that kill on Arteezy definitely helping. As Arteezy was definitely tempted. He just wanted to stick around that one last wave because that would have given them the BKB. With that death though, gets knocked back a little bit. He'll farm it up in a much safer position, clean up the triangle, and he will have the BKB ready for the next.
Nether Shawl dropped for both of these teams. The most perfect item, like you're always gonna have and find the usage for it. It's definitely the best tier 2 neutral item in the game.
Dire's bottom tower is under
You can see the problem that EG got is we don't have enough damage. We don't have enough tower damage. And for PSG LGD is they're struggling to initiate a fight. Like your Lion and the ET, they're not really good at starting a fight. Your offlane is a Dead Prophet, and you're in a situation where you can't just group around because you don't really feel comfortable fighting right now. You would rather farm. So they're just going to play slowly. You know, most of the time it's like either be counter-reacting to what they're doing or try to smoke up and possibly get a pick up. They need to be very careful about EG's like roach taking potential because of Tusk.
He's baiting here as he's got the BKB, he's ready to fight. They do commit on him, but already over to the side. Crit Arteezy, they'll collapse on nothing to say. Bring down the leader, now Arbe, Dream Coil, locked down onto Arme. EG will be able to turn and take down both cores. The Arteezy bait works perfectly. He had the BKB, he was more than ready for them to jump as he positions aggressively. And PSG LGD, they fall for it.
Surprised they decided to take that move. There is still a tier 1 tower on the top lane. They can easily TP, they can outnumber them, and as you said, Razor with the BKB, he was ready. This is what I just mentioned, like the Roche taking potential coming up from the Tusk, they have enough. He pops the drum on top of that, just wants to be able to secure it as fast as possible.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
No chance for contest here from PSG LGD. Faith Bian trying to get some pressure onto that bottom tier 1 tower. You know, half HP on the bottom tower. The other tier 1's barely taking a scratch. EG really are yet to lose any sort of objective on their half. PSG LGD just haven't managed to get the push together yet.
This is where the difference comes from. They have taken 3 towers. Yeah. They have not lost a single one. They took the Roche as well. Still, PSG LGD, they are finding the farm on the map. Ame getting closer to that Aghanim Scepter.
For sort of all the games we have seen PSG LGD get the wins, sometimes in the games they have dropped. It's very much been Ame, he's AFK farming, the Battle Fury, the Axe, and then suddenly the game just comes to an end. No, at least in the one loss we did see from them. G definitely playing at the sort of the pace that's going to try and force that situation here. As Abed gets it right click online. Okay, we're going for the Deso. To help massively for the extra bit of physical burst.
Yeah, it's just they don't have enough tower damage. This is why he's itemizing this way. He went for the damage talent, going into Deso. Phase shift attack. Makes a lot of sense. Top lane, Ame getting caught.
A bit of help. Viper Strike's down. I mean, he's going to drop the Wukong's command. Silence does come in, but he's going to tick very low to the Viper Strike. He'll just keep himself alive as now the turnaround's attended by Faithian, moving over to Whiteside's eyes. Q as well closing in as they bring down both of them and keep
It's so important that he does not die there. He could have also just tried to TP out. I think he would have enough time. Abed chasing, has a Blink Dagger and Invis, but the rest of the team is not there.
If he had the chance to pop Faithian very much aware that the move would be coming into play as he was guarded by his 2 supports.
PSG LGD, they are happy how things are going for them right now. No, Ame didn't die. They still don't want to take the fight before the BKBs. Lina getting close to 1. Actually has enough gold soon. Dead Prophet also getting very close. So once they get those 3 BKBs up, they will be ready to fight. Even like before, I think Ame might need to be just joining fights.
Abed is going to see nothing to say. A little split for the rest of his team as he's up on the cliff. He is going to turn, drop the Kahuna, but the snowball comes out with Supernova out. PSG LGD, they can't head up into the high ground. Keep their distance. Nothing can be done to save. Nothing to say.
Nothing to say, nothing to save, huh?
And certainly isn't with him dead for 35. PG can start putting some pressure on the tier 2s. Ice. Go for the mid tower.
Radiant are scanning.
They're like, we're playing for 25. We do not have enough tower damage. Just wait until Viper gets poison attack, affects buildings, then we're good to go.
Gonna take a little bit of time, but maybe that is the late game that G actually do have.
Got it.
Very careful how he jumps for waves. He's going to come down here. His Ice waiting at the side. The Sunray as well. This is a lot of damage as Ame's got Fly and Ice ready for him to make that jump.
He killed the creep. Arteezy was trying to TP with the Boots of Travel. I'm not sure if they did not have a glyph or did not want to pop it. Glyph, Radiant team on cool. Yeah, it was on cooldown. 7 seconds.
That's very, very costly for Ame. Also opening the side crit. Finds Y alone. The kills will give EG the space to push on in the mid lane.
Illusion!
It's tier 2. See how much more they can find whilst they do still have the Aegis on Abed. Himself just 200 gold away from the full Desolator. Timing to get the chance at pushing at the high ground.
On Lina.
Aggressive jumps Abed. Going to force out that BKB straight away without the Hex and the stun coming out from GQ, but Crit going to take them away from the stun. Respawn from Ame. Ame TP's over towards the mid. Crit backs out to the side. Extra TP over from Wise. They look to close the gap. Faithian will push back Abed. EG just kiting these 2 BKBs for now. Ready to jump back in, Arteezy. With the blink, Abed. Silence out to the 2 of them, nothing to say. He's falling low, he's going to use himself. Abed will get burst to once, but he's got the Aegis. He's ready for a second round. Arteezy takes out, nothing to say. He's even thinking about chasing into the base for Y. He wants to go past the tier 3s, up to the tier 4s. He really wants this. Y will pop us out, but Arteezy keeps on diving. Leaks to the side. He's out of there. They won't be able to punish him with 3 dead on PSG LGD.
The way this fight started, snowball. PSG LGD is like, yeah, they're gonna come into our base, 2 blinks, they get out of the trouble, BKB's already popped, and then they reset. Arteezy goes in, cleans them up with that. This is such an actually valuable pickup on him, going for that blink dagger to be able to catch people, get out of the trouble. Like, just get on top of Monkey King more easy. I think that's the most important part.
Yeah. The Monkey King getting on the Lina as well. Another hero that just hates having heroes just jumping right and close of her, because then suddenly she's forced to use herself, and that leaves her in a very vulnerable position. As we see here, nothing to say, buys a bit of time. As soon as he's back down, Arteezy's waiting and ready to kill him off.
Good first usage of Aegis. It was about to expire, 30 seconds, and they still get the most out of it.
Look at the farm, but they're waiting. Arteezy's ready to go. Pops the BKB, the static link. They're just setting a trap every single time.
Three-man coil.
The three of them. See if they can do more with this EG as they're chasing over. Striker raid down onto Crit, stripping over from the high ground, forcing PSG LGD to run. The shards won't grab anyone, but Ahmed, he's still trying to chase off with this. He's up into the high ground. Get any sort of stun landed as he comes out of the face shift. They can't get him out of there, Ahmed. No catch for him.
My finest creation gets out of the trouble. And so far, they did not manage to kill Puck, not even once. I see Eon Disc queued up. That's just going to be a huge issue. No one buys like into Nullifier. You can dispel it with the Yule Scepter, which is okay-ish, but still you need to deal with the phase shift, you need to deal with the blink, and possibly Yule Scepter on him as well.
We're seeing PSG really struggling to keep Arme safe, even in that situation where he was farming in his own triangle and did pretty much have the whole team behind him. They just couldn't do anything to stop blink initiation from Arteezy. Blinks in, BKB static link. Arme's going to die pretty much every time to that play.
There is no counterplay. Like, even if he pops a BKB, he's still going to be in trouble, but a bit less, you know. Wukong's command could potentially turn things around. 12k gold lead. I'm going to call it suddenly for EG, where like they were keeping it 2k gold lead.
Look at the graph.
Yeah, just skyrocketed.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Got straight up.
Radiant structures are fortified.
She's ready to keep the plays coming.
Under attack.
He's got his eyes on nothing to say. They're in with the jump initiation, punch into the snowball, nothing to say. We'll punch the BKB, but he's already fallen too low. He'll come down off the back of the shield. Instant death there. Over to the side, Arme. We'll get the Wukong's command out. Ice, Coach the Never Toxin and the Viper Strike onto Arme. As Arteezy's in with the BKB and the static link. Arme's gone. He'll lose to the line. 3 dead yet again on PSG LGD. Facing out, trying to chase down Fly. But Fly's got backup. Crit jumps in. Over towards the DP. Fabian will be able to take the two of them down, but he'll lose his life for it. 4 dead on PSG LGD. And Ahmed's not done. He's up to the high ground, chasing down Y, critting as well as they'll force back the ET. Arteezy's in with the slow. It's a team wipe as EG clean up every single one of them. PSG all dead, 30-10 now. As EG's pace and momentum is just far too much for PSG.
It's just
can't withstand this
they
at
did
all.
not have an answer for this spot. Crit Tusk also causing a lot of issue every single time. Like, he has this BKB piercing ability. You're just never gonna feel safe playing against Tusk. I would not be surprised if PSG LGD just GG's out after one next fight.
Definitely feels like it could be going that way. This game getting infinitely harder for PSG LGD to be able to carry on the back of Arme's Monkey King, something that they felt confident in enough to open draft after draft with here on the main stage. And after this game, if EG can keep this up and get the win, they may have sort of shaken up PSG LGD enough to maybe look towards something a bit different, because EG coming in with solid answers this game to Arme's Monkey.
They were so prepared for this. You can feel that they were ready, you know, kind of feels like a big bait coming up from EG. Yeah, go on, pick your Monkey King, we'll be able to counter it.
A lot of things in play that are causing issues, but definitely this Arteezy Razor, the final pick, the build that he's gone for, that really has just sealed the deal on top of everything else. Mid lane, diving in onto nothing to say again, having to put the BKB and running the U-turn, get the Hex, the Light Tracker Ray onto Ahmed, but the Eon Disc is good to go. Ahmed will be able to jump out to the side. Ahmed trying to get in on this, but here's Arteezy, swings round, BKB and static link down onto the Monkey King. Ahmed has got nothing that he can do here. As Ahmed's down yet again, Ahmed diving down the rest of them, jumping around over towards Jinkyu and Y, crits him with the punches onto the outer Titan. Y goes down, Jinkyu whipping himself out of the game as Arteezy, he'll help with his whip as well. 4 dead once more. It really does feel like there's just nothing to be done, and there isn't. GG is called.
Yeah, I've seen LGD when they're losing the games, they tend to GG out a bit earlier. You know, they feel they do not want to be in this anymore. They do not want this to affect their mentality coming into the second game, so they just call it.
Yeah, this is just perfect preparation from EG. They knew exactly what to expect from PSG LGD in this series. This game one, PSG LGD, they've tried to do what they've been getting away with so far. EG they've just given them a big flat no. They said,
they just said,
you won't play like this against us. We will
not in
destroy
this game. They were so ready for Monkey King. They kind of...
GG, it's called.
Yeah, I've
EG.
seen LGD when they're losing the games. They tend to GG out a bit earlier. You know, they feel they do not want to be in this anymore. They do not want this to affect their mentality coming into the second game, so they just call it.
Yeah, this is just perfect preparation from EG. They knew exactly what to expect from PSG LGD in this series. This game one, PSG LGD, they've tried to do what they've been getting away with so far. EG they've just given them a big flat no. They said, you can't do this. You won't play like this against us. We will destroy.
Not in this game. They were so ready for Monkey King. They kind of ruined them. You know, it happens multiple times, I would say, when you see someone picking a certain hero over and over again, like you're giving team information how you're playing, and it's always pretty much the same build. Like the play style is, I'm gonna farm that Battle Fury, I'm gonna farm that Aghanim Scepter, so he will not be joining fights. And pretty much EG, they had the perfect answers for Monkey in this one.
Excellent draft and just perfect play from EG as they crush PSG LGD's game plan in game one. We're going to have to see if PSG LGD has got some other approaches up their sleeves, because the ones that they've already shown definitely seem to be just prepared for completely by EG, and they're just not going to fly past them.
I believe there is some pun somewhere. We're not going to fly past them, but I'm going to let that slide because I do 100% agree. Evil Genius crushed PSG LGD here in this first game of the upper bracket finals. That was not even close. And I want to jump ahead, guys. I want to not skip highlights. We'll postpone those for later, but I want to just straight up hand out MVPs.
Do it.
Do it. And you heard it right. MVPs, multiples. Abed, of course. It's Abed's puck. It is such an easy MVP to give, but he delivers time and time again, really confirming and solidifying the case that he is the best puck in the world.
Ridiculously good performance. He didn't die by the end of the game, right?
No.
11-0-14. Just getting that double damage rune sealed the deal. He was already dominating. With that double damage, he goes to Wicked, sick. Throughout the game, he played extremely well. He jumps in the backlines, coils the Lion before he hexes him. Then he blinks back to finish off the Lina. Just really...
And who else didn't die?
Mr. Crit.
Mr. Crit, the second... Like, this game has to have both of these guys as the MVP.
19 assists, he's everywhere. Him and Abed were just ran a train over PSGLG. They are too freaking good.
Is this some NA bias here? They get to have
no,
two
it is
MVPs?
not. They just played that well. They are a top 3 team here at the Major already, Lizard, and with this win, they already are one step closer to making it to the grand finals. And teams that are that good sometimes just deserve 2 MVPs.
Okay. I can see that. I can definitely see that. I didn't see any MVPs in the European regions recently, so I'm satisfied with NA getting 2.
It really was the way our commentator said, though, with PSG coming in with the game plan. I guess it's kind of predictable by this time that if they get the Monkey in the first 2, or if Trolls banned out in the first 2, Monkey is going to get picked. And it seems like Evil Geniuses was reading that like a book, and they knew exactly what to expect.
And I think what impressed me the most is, having watched EG for the last 2 months, this is the first time I've seen them play this style of Dota, to be totally honest. Usually it is more, let's pick our TZ hard carries, and I was like, okay, I like their drop, I like their response to Monkey King, but can EG play this way? I knew Abed Crit could play this way, I said size, but Arteezy, he's going boots of travel, he's everywhere, he's fighting, and as well as farming, and then goes Blink Dagger, he's diving the base. I mean, you don't see Arteezy do that usually.
Rip your pubs, especially NA pubs with Blink Dagger Razors just feeding away.
If they play like this, I don't mind.
2 things. First, Evil Geniuses, they are playing a different style, like Parker said, and I really like it. They adapted to the Monkey King, a hero that doesn't fare well when you crush him in the laning stage, and then you have this, it's not the power spike, linear power curve in which you're just constantly on top, constantly fighting, constantly dominating team fights. Another thing that I need to say from PSG LGD is that nothing to say with Lina was very disappointing. I don't think that they can get away with Monkey King on safe lane and a liability of the mid lane.
Yes.
They need a hero that does stuff. They needed the Void Spirit, any sort of a spirit, something different.
Lina reminds me a lot of how SF plays mid lane. These 2 heroes just not kind of in the dumpster a little bit right now because they get roamed on, they get pressured. Any heroes that jump them just ruin their game entirely, and I think we've seen one or two other lanes this tournament. They actually at least won one game and looked alright, but EG reminding everyone that this is how you play against Lina. Like, you just jump on top of this Lina, ruin her game. 1-9-2. I had to kind of double check there if that score was accurate. Wow.
You already mentioned at the Draft Gods that Lina last pick felt like they were trapped already before they picked Lina. Then was this the best solution? Could you see that this for them was the best solution in this?
They had Death Prophet. Just send Death Prophet mid.
Send Death Prophet mid and pick a Fate Beyond hero last. That was also an option for them, but they felt like if they did that, they wouldn't have an answer to the egg. So they put themselves in an even worse situation in which they won't have an answer for any.
I bet say just let the egg go off. You build some BKBs. Yeah, the egg stun goes through BKB, but I think you don't. We've seen a lot of teams just not go into these Mirandas anymore against Phoenix because it's just not. It's not going to win the game by itself. Get an egg going.
Another big issue is that they were playing into a Razor and a Viper, and then you have to think about what happens when they switch up their lanes. If we pick this hero, will he be able to even lane versus Razor? And Lina is kind of jack of all trades, that she can lane versus the Razor, also deals with the egg, so I can definitely see the reasoning behind it. It just extremely flopped versus the Tusk, versus the Puck.
I hope they have something else up their sleeves for game number 2, because otherwise this series is going to be over real quick, because EG looks like they're in dominating form. LGD left with the scraps here after the first game. They're going to, of course, have a break, and I hope they're sitting comfortably to think about their game plan for game 2. And I know, actually, that they're sitting comfortably because we have an awesome official chair sponsor, Secret Lab. If you want to also experience that professional Ray City experience, you can do so if you go to secretlab.co. You'll be able to find out exactly what you need to do to get that same experience as the players. But we are going to take a quick break, but when we're back, it is more Dota 2 here for the One Dota 2 Esports Singapore Major.
The same.
For making it to the grand finals here at the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major. And that would be the second time since the introduction of the DPC League that they would make it to the finals, which is crazy to think about because they have been such a dominant team throughout their entire existence. But finals of majors seems to be a tricky one for them. Last major, they did make it, but they didn't make it all the way. At the moment, though, they're looking very, very good against PSG, LGD, who is against them and now is one game down. They do not want to get dropped to the lower bracket because that is a scary place to be. We got IG and Team Secret that are going to face off later today, but both of those teams would be a tough one to take down. But here in Game 2, they have a lot of things to think about, gods. What are they going to do in Game 2? What are they going to ban? They have to ban the Puck, they have to ban the Tusk, they have to ban the Enchantress, they have to ban the Io.
They don't have to ban the Enchantress.
That's a lot of
They did it last time.
I don't know if they had to ban the Io, but again, you don't want to roll the dice.
No, especially not in this game. Like, if you want to roll the dice, do it in Game 1.
I think the strength in Game 2 draft, probably we're going to see a change in first pick. I think just because of the IO factor, having first pick is an advantage because you basically get an extra ban. Well, your opponents only have one ban. They have to ban IO. And I think that also means it's kind of like they get even a third ban because they can then take Abed's Puck for themselves. Puck is just like this easy to first pick hero. So
I think one of the things that you might think if you're PSG LGD and Innocence in drafting is perhaps leave the Monkey King for a little bit later.
Yeah, but then
don't pick it
you
instant
can't.
fate.
It's gonna get banned.
Let it be banned. You're going to get 2 different picks then.
Ooh, actually, this game will be very different because I would imagine that the pick order is gonna get swapped around. Previously, PSG LGD, they had to ban the IO because EG had first pick. Like you said, you don't want to run that.
So this time it's going to be banned by Evil Geniuses because PSG LGD plays it.
Yes.
And we've seen it before by them, and it's very difficult to play against. However, Evil Geniuses, they already did let the Monkey King go through. My question is, they didn't face any IOs, right? I believe they didn't. Yeah, I believe they didn't. At least not carry ones.
No.
So because of that, maybe they'll be lulled into this false confidence that they can beat an IO and let it go through, and then you play against it because they're already one up.
That's a big.
They're already one up.
But if you're gonna try it, I do agree, Lizard, that maybe this is the time where you want to do it. They're one game up.
Upper bracket as
you know,
well.
You don't want to do it in the grand finals because that's at the grand finals you just want to win. By the way, I think there's a lot of people curious about Arteezy's headband, and I have the answer for you why he's wearing that. So he has obviously he got the Corona haircut, aka no haircut, long hair, and he does need to have his hair out of his face when he's playing. He got himself some headbands, but he realized if he was wearing them for a long time,
hurts the hair.
Hurts the head, yeah.
Yeah, they give you a little headache when they pinch. Yeah.
So he dug around his backpack, found this one, which is from his girlfriend, and it's stuck with him, and it's comfortable, and now he sees there's a little bit of a lucky charm.
Yeah, players are superstitious.
Yeah, definitely working out right now.
I mean, we're Matuma Man shorts, we got a there.
Are you guys superstitious at all? Like for me, it's the positioning of the chair, my mouse, my keyboard. It all has to be at the perfect angle. Perhaps not superstitious, but I have to have everything in the perfect order.
I understand that. I wouldn't think I'm the same. I think that if I was playing competitively, if the first game I did something weird before that I normally don't do, I don't think I would be able to do it again. I would be confident.
Yeah, when I used to play tournaments like 9-10 years ago, like however long ago it was, I would always wear the same pair of underwear when I'm grand finals day. There was like the pair I felt most comfortable in, and I'd always wear it on that Sunday.
I mean, I can understand that.
It's not like they were like.
Don't worry, guys. We washed them.
Did you wash them?
Yeah, between events. No, like
I know Twitch chat. They were also in there.
My head is literally
only on the last day. Saturday and Friday, the days before, I'm wearing a different pair. I don't care. I just wear whichever pair I find. But come Sunday, I know which pair I'm wearing.
You wear every Sunday. Okay, I see.
And then I wash between events.
Do you still have that same pair?
Yeah.
That's a good brand.
Not a lot of finals you've attended.
Yeah, they're very, very lightly used.
It's I totally understand it. Oh wait, I see a ban already on the.
Was that some
Timbersaw ban?
He's
so
called
that means we are moments away from the draft. I'm also very curious. This guy right here, I want to see him on the Tusk as well. I'm sure that we gave the MVP to Crit on his Tusk. But if I were to choose the 2 best Tusk players of this entire tournament, that would be the other guy right there. Xingqiu has played it amazingly well.
100%. One of the reasons why they've even got into the wildcards is his Tusk. In some of the games that he played in the tiebreaker, his Tusk was on point. He was just saving people later on in the team fights, left, right, and center. Just an amazing Tusk player. Wouldn't mind seeing him on that. And Evil Geniuses, they will not risk it.
No.
We have the answer.
Yeah. And the PSG LGD still banned out the Enchantress, by the way.
That's very surprising.
Yeah, they're in that position where they get the extra bans now. They don't have to ban IO, they don't have to ban Puck because they have first pick. It's EG who go ahead and ban both those 2 exact heroes because...
Do you go DP again?
Evil Geniuses turn to pick.
Most of the Void Spray I feel like was in response to Puck. I think Tusk, Death Prophet, probably the 2 that stand out. Most of the Void Spray I feel like was in response to Puck. Not that it's a hero that counters Puck, it just seems to be the go-to mid laner where you have some reliable catch against Puck. You're not going to lose your lane per se.
It's weird because Puck at the beginning was the response to the Void Spirit.
Yeah.
And then teams and players kind of adjusted their playstyle, and you see Void Spirit winning the lane, and later on as well he can be complicated, but Puck's still pretty good in that matchup because of the leash. However, we will not see the Monkey King. They've listened to us. They're picking the Pangolier instead and saying if EG wants to counter it, they can go ahead.
It's going to force EG to use 2 bans against Ame because both Monkey and Troll still in the pool. Gotta imagine EG probably does target Ame. I think he's got the most clearly defined hero pool when it comes to that second phase.
Picking Troll and banning out Monkey is also an option, but instead picking an Alchemist.
I was expecting that, and I'm sure a lot of people with me, considering they get Protect ban afterwards, and it's pretty hero.
Those of you who've been watching the tournament, seeing a lot of Alpine, different off lane as well as carry. EG exclusively run this in the carry role. Unless it's going to be a big curveball from them, expect this to be
Geniuses
they came into this series very well prepared, and you could see them in that first game as well, picking some heroes that you don't necessarily see them pick. So maybe here Alchemist offlane as well is an option. But let's see, probably some instant apparition bans, heroes that deal well with the Alchemist. There we go with the Troll Monkey, right? That's what you guys called.
Probably, yeah. Unless they want to bait out the Monkey pick again. That's something, we talk these captains. Sometimes they want to bait their friends to pick something because they feel like they have an answer. At least in game 1, that was the case.
Monkey King is a little bit slow, I would say, versus the Alchemist, but if it does get picked, you can't flex that Alchemist on the offlane any longer.
So last time we saw EG on Alchemist, they ran it on Arteezy, but in the offlane in a tri-lane. Yeah. That's something, maybe they're going to be considering again. They've got the Tusk, so they're pretty much going to have a tri-lane advantage. Acid Spray, impossible to fight under, plus tag team. You're winning that tri-lane if you're EG.
Why is the win rate so different on the Radiant and Dire for this?
I don't be fooled by this. I think it's all about the teams that are picking it and perhaps the position. Because if you think about it on Dire, maybe it's even easier to play the Alchemist because it's easier to stack for him.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting, a higher win rate on Dire.
I think it's one of those stats that don't really tell the true story. The whole
small
story.
sample size, and like you say, probably also a lot of this is the offlane out.
He looks pretty real.
He did. For a second there, I thought, we got a cosplayer in the house. That would be really cool, by the way, if, for one, it would be a cosplayer and we would be surprised by it.
Just whole team of cosplayers,
They're ready.
120 people standing by.
Or 120 costumes, low budget ones, and you just pop in. Okay, there you go. You called it really well. The Troll and the Monkey King ban out Ame. Meanwhile, PSG LGD is still banning the Viper. I don't think it was that necessary.
No, I think that's EG in their head after last game. I see that ban thinking, man, PSG LGD kind of a bit thrown off.
Even considering they went into reserve time in their first phase, you don't see that very often. Usually teams have a very well prepared first 2, and they did not expect to lose with their best in game 1. Okay, Monkey King, is it going to be the Ancient Apparition? I believe it should be. You don't really want to play against that as an Alchemist.
Historically, is very comfortable with it as well.
One of those heroes that has been played so much on position 5 in the CNDPC.
In their time.
I think this is usually where you start to chew through that ban time. You have a clear idea of what you want to pick, and you're kind of just second guessing. Are they going to go for this carry or this support? Which is a problem? So,
can they pick it themselves?
snatch that AA away? Is that something that they would do?
It's not been... Fly has been very much that Team 5-5 position. We've seen him play Wyvern, we've seen Phoenix from last game, the Tidehunter. It's possible, I guess, but it would surprise me.
Yeah, Fly is a little wild with the position 5s this tournament, at least.
Yeah. He's not played the same hero twice. That being said, this is only their third series, so I don't know how much that's...
Not a big sample size.
Yeah, and we'll play a different one again. This is the Keeper of the Light.
Stack specialist. You got an Alchemist who's here who can stack for him. And another hero that's pretty good in the damn tri lane. You know, you have Illuminate in the mix too, so...
And when you think about Kotal, you can't not remember Insania, just running through the jungle, stacking everything.
Yep.
Didn't work out for them, but they also didn't have Alchemist too many times.
No, true. Typically, Kotal picked up with a pairing too, so now I think if you're PSGLG and you're EG, you've maybe already got an idea of what are you going to pick with the Kotal. We've seen a lot of Kotal Bristle, we've seen the Ember. I'm curious to see what EG looked to synergize with that Chakra Magic.
Would you still be happy if it was a Kotal Bristle, knowing that our TZ then either, well, probably has to play the Bristle, or would you swap it around and have...
You could still offlane, you could still offlane Bristle. We've seen it a couple of times here.
Because then they're going to have to fight about the stats.
I'm not a big fan of Kotal Bristle. They're more like they go for like an Abed Ember or something.
Even this Beastmaster that PSGLGD just took would have been alright with the Kotal. But you have to also remember that this Kotal most likely will be the 5 on the safe lane, and Tusk will be the 1 on the off lane, so maybe we shouldn't look too much into the combinations, at least not the lane combinations.
Yeah, it's more about, like the Kotal Ember is less about lane together and more about that mid-game potential of the two heroes.
And we actually have seen that Ember picked into the DP with an early Vessel build to deal with a region. Instead, they go with the Tide.
Yeah, not going to be the Fly Tide here. This
looks like an Ice Tide.
They really like to pick heroes like Tide when they can get those 1v1 matchups that are favorable. So Tide versus Beastmaster and go for that aggressive tri lane.
Throughout the game favorable, right?
Yeah.
Because you have Anchor Smash as well versus all the summons. You can stand in front of the tower, defend it.
Good against Pango, you don't get permastun.
But this means Xingqiu probably position 4 Pango. Very interesting drafting style for PSGLGD right now. Not something that they tend to do way too much, but we talked about Xingqiu. We compared him to Crit. He's extremely
PA. They played Pango position for once in Xingqiu this tournament in stages against. They did win that game, but definitely not one of the more common ones for.
10 seconds.
What do we make of the PA? It's an early PA.
Yeah, I don't like it. It actually
I don't think we ever liked the
bit.
PA picks that much. Yeah.
Not only that, I don't like it overall. I don't like it into Tide.
Okay.
That's It can be a little bit difficult, I think, of a matchup on the laning stage at least.
Nothing to say is one of the few players that has actually played Magnus this time.
5 seconds remaining.
Mag PA, does that make you like it more, or is it still meh?
It's possible because she does have Beastmaster already, right? And then Mag.
I feel like Mag, you generally need to see your mid matchup a bit, and that's where, like, we saw it. I think it was against the Doom, where you're like, okay, I've got this mid hero that can just farm again. Picking it blind because EG have the last pick, which they've saved for Abed, is possible, but it seems
and that would mean that you have a 5 Death Prophet as well, which is definitely doable, especially even versus the Tide in the lane. I think you could do that. I actually wouldn't mind that. Maybe a pick such as Magnus would make me believe in the PA a little bit more, because they've picked Magnus in multiple occasions. In the DPC league as well. It's not even only about the hero that he buffs up. They just play a very mean Magnus, so it's an option.
If EG gets ahead in the lanes, like they do tend to do, Magnus is one of the heroes that will always give you, regardless of how far you get behind her. We've actually not seen a whole lot of teams make comebacks after you get behind them. It's mostly been, the famous Team Liquid versus Team Liquid is one of the ones where it was possible for Team Liquid to make a comeback after Mega Curse, but in the upper bracket for sure, it's been like the previous game we just saw.
You just put DP mid and pick your position 5 like an Abaddon last, or something that actually benefits
10 seconds remaining.
The PA, some minus armor.
CEG reflecting the flex potential of the Death Prop. They ban a support and then they ban a core. So
we see this a lot, right?
Yeah.
recently the drafting of these teams is on such a high level that not only it's very difficult to predict who's going to win, but it's also very difficult to predict what the last pick, even what the role is.
But you do have a pretty good idea for once where that hero and player combo is going, and he is GLGD.
That's a 5. That's an innocent.
That's a 5.
Yeah, that's an innocence gyrocopter. Okay, they want to. I can see their playstyle working out and Void Spirit last pick.
Pretty value. This hero's gone from like first pick worthy to alright, we'll just take a 10th pick.
Yeah, it's not banned. Why not?
Yeah.
Okay, so the matchup for DP is good. And I can definitely see this game rolling out of control for PSGLGD the same way the first game rolled out of control for Evil Genius. In a style in which you have Death Prophet, you have Beastmaster constantly pressuring your lanes, maybe even buy a Dezo on PA early on, joint fights. Gyrocopter extremely strong early on, same with the Tusk. I can see it working.
The Tusk on EG side.
I see also what's coming, Lizard.
But here's let me tell you. Here's why it won't work.
Except the last one. Yeah, I think EG has this one. Alchemist in an aggressive tri-lane, potentially, where they pressure the PA. Alk, Tusk, and Keeper of the Light. I don't think you can ask for a better tri-lane. You can just park Tidehunter against the Beastmaster in a solo lane and say, like, I don't care. Like, I don't care what your boards are doing. I'm not taking any kind of damage. And I think that's what EG is going to do, and that's a recipe for success.
I think so. I'm seeing a draft from EG where they're getting their hands on the crit Tusk to open, and then as the final pick, PSG they're like, ooh, we got to support Gyro, and then boom, EG's like, Abed Void Spirit. I know which draft finisher I prefer. Thank you very much. Let's see, obviously PSG having to do something a bit different to what they've been getting away with the wins that they've had so far. This game, we're seeing them bring out the PA, a hero, a carry that it hasn't been carrying games, Lacoste.
No, I checked the Dota buff when they picked it. It has 22.22% win rate. It's a nice number, but it doesn't give you too much confidence in winning the game.
So let's see if they can do something a little bit different. Obviously, they've had to change it up after game one. Game one, they were completely figured out by EG.
Seconds to battle.
Here they're trying a little bit of maybe an approach that Eden may not prepared for. Obviously, we have seen the support Gyro before. Maybe PSG are going to be able to do something different with it. Play aggressive enough and catch EG off guard. Fifth final pick, you've got to imagine that they do feel that there's some power to having it as their last reveal in the draft.
I see Crit using the fist bump voice line. The first thing that comes to my mind is like shoulder bump. So yeah, back to the aggressive tri-lane. Like, they have so much pressure. You have acid spray, you have a tag team. This is just like so much damage coming out from and the illuminate. Like, I'm not sure. Okay, so they know something is up. They're gonna
change it.
They're gonna change it up.
Of course, Crit is getting the blocks in, making sure that they're going to have to deal with the creeps meeting underneath the tower, and maybe even give a chance for the tri-lane of EG to early aggressive move. See already, starting things over onto Fabian, RTZ, some body blocks. Playing Blade, Fabian doesn't have any trouble cutting his way. But it is under the tower, so it doesn't push out in EG's favour.
So they will keep an aggressive... No, like 2 heroes bottom. Tidehunter will need help. Like, Innocence on the gyrocopter with the rocket once he hits level 2. Tidehunter is just not tanky enough, so they will need to help out Tidehunter. I don't think ISSI's like, lane is pushing in, so this is not too bad, actually. Like, Isosai is just using a salve and the one tango. He also wanted to go for Orb of Venom, but since he's not playing in 1 versus 1 scenario, that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get levels out of this lane, Isosai. I guess so the question is if EG are happy just giving Arme a free start. Arme on the PA, tied around, with Y able to come in each and every time with the way is to push Isosai back. Arme should have free farm.
He should. You know, Alchemist, if he's free farming, if he's getting the Battle Fury, his timing is just a bit stronger, a bit faster on that Battle Fury, and then you have this like window of opportunity to just go in and do stuff around the map, force them to take a fight. Jin Q wants to drag the creep wave.
Okay, we'll see Crit come over to deal with him as well as Fly. Into
safe lane, dragging a creep wave. I don't think I've seen this before.
Takes it, taking it on a little bit of a tour.
Buckle up, taking you for a ride.
Be able to swing around, get a couple of creep waves.
This is such a godly move from Jin Q here.
Just double stacking the wave here to make sure that it pushes in onto Faith Bian. That Faith Bian's able to get the creep wave a bit closer to his tower again. With this double wave coming out together. Crit coming up to the top, ready to start making some pulls and to get Isosai's lane in a bit of a better position for himself.
I don't think Alchemist dies on the bottom lane. They still have like kill potential possibly if PSG LGD decides to go in deep. There is an Acid Spray at level 2. They have Illuminate. It's just so much damage. 16-second duration on Acid Spray at all levels is just so powerful. You can't stand in it. Arteezy drops it underneath the tower. Once enemy mid laner hits level 6, like, you might need to be in the jungle. Like, you can't stay on the bottom because there is a kill potential on you. It's not one of the best heroes to rotate. It's not like Puck with the coil. It's not one of the spirits that can just go in. It's a Death Prophet with the Spirit Siphon, so he might stay like 30 seconds, a minute longer on the bottom lane.
Seeing on this bottom lane as well, just an excellent amount of denying being done by Arteezy. See already a complete level between him and
yeah, they're playing the bottom lane nicely. They go in, they push the wave, and then they pull it to the side.
Yeah. He just swashbuckle in on this, so Fly to build up the Illuminate.
One more hit.
Arteezy spits out the Acid Spray, and that's going to be a first blood for Artur.
Maybe if it was the old patch, because right now it deals damage straight away. You know, before it needed a second to kick in for whatever reason, and now he got him. That's why I was so surprised that he actually just got a kill straight away.
Saint's going to get very hard for Faith Bian to really stay in. Q trying to do his best to push back Fly. And get the kill here, Fly. Q quite able to commit. Fly able to get close enough to the tower, pop this out. Turn towards Arteezy, but Arteezy happens to stand his ground and punch back. He's got to back off.
Yeah, they just don't pressure Arteezy with Beastmaster and Pugler. You know, they have a lot of slows, but standing inside the Acid Spray, like you try to fight them, they're gonna just blast you. Now Crit is on the bottom lane. He's trying to secure the bounty.
Same to be said for White. White also coming over.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Pressure underneath the tower. You see Faith Bian. He's having to play so scared. He's hiding in the trees. See over the bouncy room, Crit able to pick it up before Jin Q could grab it. Get the 4 bouncy runes tip for EG. Bottom lane, Faith Bian having to continue to hide as he's got no regen. Salve's on the way out.
Just hide.
Knows this. He's hunting out. Faith Bian's looking pretty dead here if they get vision of him. Crit coming over as well as Faith Bian. He needs help. He needs it now. Jin Q's going to come over with the swashbuckle. Now Jin Q's also put himself in a bit of a difficult position. Jin Q, he'll also... What's he going to live? Fly, can he get him? Salve's going to keep Q alive. So Jin Q able to save himself. Arteezy
was like super afraid. I guess he did not want to get slowed down. Phase boots will be able to get him. Doesn't even pop the Fairy Fire, no need.
Jin Q, Arteezy might be able to get him as well.
He has phase boots, he's just going to run him down.
There we go, one more punch. Boom! Arteezy,
He gets a level 6 from that. Drops in a ring of health.
All right.
Oh, he has a chemical rage.
Yeah.
This is just a disaster, this bottom lane. Keeper of the Light will come back. Keeper of the Light's level 4.5, 6 minutes in. You have... This was like a tri-lane from the start. And he's level 6.
Nothing to say. He's trying to get in onto Arbeb. We've got Crit and Fly coming in with a rotation. Arbeb falling up. A little too low on the HP to get back in on this. We'll see the TP over from Ice. Does have Ravage good to go if this sees an opportunity to fight. And he's going to pop it straight away. Instantly with a TP and nothing to say. He was not expecting that at all. I mean, he sees the Tide TPing in. He just stands right on top of it. Ice just presses R and he's gone.
He was like, no way that he's going to use a Ravage on me.
It's just like instantly tentacles
that was shift Ravage. Like he was so ready for that.
Yeah,
the good thing for PSG LGD is that Ame is having a much better game this time around. Like he's not being pressured, but as I said, Alchemist, the 2 points in Grievous Greed, he is getting more farm, he's getting the kills.
Radiant's middle tower
0-1 on the Alchemist at this point, and as we saw there some solo kills, solo XP really, as he was left to clean up Arteezy. It really doesn't get to be much of a better start for the Arteezy app.
They also have some stacks, mate. So when I talked about him being, forced to get out the lane, I don't think it should happen. Top lane, nothing to say. With the rotation, yeah, this should be dead tied. So he does not need to care about rotations, because if they go on him, he has a chemical rage, he can just free farm the lane.
Faith Beyond is going to have to find some sort of way to
Dire's middle tower
the levels
is under
really.
attack.
Still struggling to get anywhere close to the level 6.
Is under attack.
Yeah, a slow game for getting the Roar online. And Arbed must about maybe making the jump onto him. May still do so off the back of this smoke. Faith Beyond sticking around. Arbed be ready to close in. Straight onto the Beastmaster. Faith Beyond to pull.
In and out. The bottom tower dropping low. Arteezy just getting the maximum amount of farm, dragging the creep wave, farming both small camp and the creeps, and also putting some pressure on the tower. Like, it just does not get better than this. Like, this is gonna be pre-10-minute Battle Fury.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
So Arme doing his best to keep up. Pretty much the same CS, but just not the same amount of kill involvement, of course. Doesn't have that Grievous Greed. Battle Fury is going to be slower. Acceleration from Arteezy, especially with the tower getting taken as well. It's going to be insane. Around the mid lane. Attempt onto Ice, goes to route. Trip by his side, no further dive to be added by PSG LGD. They'll look for the objective. Arbed is swinging around from the side.
Radiant's
and already White, he's been trapped. Came up onto the high ground a little too far. Ice Prick, they'll turn towards him. Arbed in with the Simulate. Ravage comes out as Ice tries to save himself. Arbed will be able to pick off White on the backlines, and that Ravage will stop. Nothing to say from being able to close the gap onto Ice.
They get the kill. Arteezy on the bottom lane, free farming, just needs one extra creep to finish off the battle. This might be the fastest battle. This must be, Noxel's already typing in, like, let's see if this is it. Probably is, that's just my guess. And they've set up already a deep vision. Like, they have one observer ward scouting out the lane. Like, this ward on the bottom lane does not get rewarded. Like, there's no way that this gets rewarded. And also deep one, so, like, Arteezy is pretty set. Like, they wanted to set him up for a good game, and exactly what's happening.
From Arteezy. Again, EG, their laning has just been so good in all of the games we've seen. And good variety for the way that they've been doing it too. Very flexible, they're always ready to adapt to the opponent. And here against PSG LGD, they set the lanes up just like in game 1 for them to really have this strong edge. They've really forced the advantage.
Oh, he didn't stack. Like, Dragon's Tail was inside, so he didn't stack the Ancients, unfortunately.
Arbed. And around with White. Oh, nice little illusion rune there to dodge the missile. And allow Arbed to stay on target and take him down.
I don't know how you kill this guy. I just don't think... He's going for the casual Sanj type of a build, which I really like. That item is so good, giving damage, HP, status resistance, self-HP amplification.
I mean, the thing is as well, if last game was anything to go by, I don't know if PSG LGD know how to kill Arbed at all. Last game, remember, he did not die. Ended the game 11-0-14, so continuing his deathless streak here in game 2.
You know what my biggest problem is with like Twitch chat? I don't know if it's a POG or if it's Komodo hype now. Like I'm getting confused because you can just see it, but you need to hover with your mouse over it to see what it actually is.
I mean,
because like you don't know if it's a POG play or if it's like Komodo hype type of a play, or if they're referring to dragons.
I do like the dragon.
Now dragons are pretty popular nowadays.
Mid lane, White. Here, ready to back from. Not quite having the 6 on the gyro. Ice, he's got Ravage in a few seconds, so he's happy for them to go. They'll come in here with the Exorcism. So I bet he's already been able to take down the PA. We'll see if EG want to try and bring over the rest of them to get a fight going mid. Trying to do their best to push. Nothing to say away from the tower whilst the Exorcism goes to work. Nothing to say still able to get in, take down the tower. Objective is taken Ice. You're feeling relatively tanky with the hood, but of course the Exorcism, the damage still punching through it.
5k gold lead, 12 minutes in. Tidehunter does not like to play into that profit because I've seen so many like Tide versus DP matchups where DP just runs him down, uses a Spirit Siphon. You cannot dispel that with the Exorcism. You have enough speed to actually just run him down, and that might force Ravage. This time around, like they have so much also minus armor. The damage coming up from Tusk, let's say someone stands inside the acid spray with the gush, Crit can one-shot him.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Like Crit has been on, like this guy is just amazing. You know, whenever he plays Tusk, he always goes for the same item build, which I already said, Drums of Endurance, and then gets a Blink Dagger, but he's so active with the hero, he snowball saves to dodge certain spells, like even on the mid lane, we saw it already. It's just amazing to watch. Fly, also getting a ton of farm, has a fluffy hat. Going towards the Force Staff, which I really like. Great against the Beastmaster, push people out.
Pressure coming in. Arbed is able to sweep round and behind. As you anticipated as well, these wards that EG got down in the jungle, the PSG LGD, they're here for the full duration.
Yeah, they're not dewarding that, and they are controlling the jungle. Everyone else is playing, ranked, while Arteez is playing turbo mode in this game.
It certainly seems it when you look at his items already coming out. There's just no real way that Arme can keep up. PA, Arteez is an alchemist.
Radiant's bottom
He's
tower
4k
is
ahead.
under attack.
That difference growing with every single minute of farming. Full S&Y done. S&Y Battle Fury, 13 minutes in. These insane item time is continue to fly out for Arteez.
Like, even with the Battle Fury, Phantom Assassin still does not farm as much as Alchemist. He almost has double the net worth at the moment. 14 minutes in. This is just insane.
It's mid. We'll find Ice alone, and with a good angle on the Rolling Thunder, GQ will have the lockdown.
It did not take a prophet to see that coming.
One play that they could potentially do with the Exorcism, not this one, because they already lost some of the duration, is try to go in and sneak the Roshan. Both of these teams have a really good Rosh lineup. Like, next fight, whoever wins it could potentially go in. E.g., they need Tusk, they need the tag team to be able to do it. But with the Exorcism, with Phantom Assassin, Necro Book from the Beastmaster, PSG LGD, they also have enough damage.
Dire's middle tower
especially if they were able to wait as well. PSG LGD, so they get Deso on PA. Stand chance at all. Of course, with the deficit that they're at right now compared to EG, in fact, EG do have a solid fight around the pit. It's going to be something that they'll be able to just walk into. So it's ready with the Ravage.
Precious bounty.
Close to having the Yule Scepter done. A lot harder to get in another. See, time already out. Blink Dagger's done. Working on that BKB to make sure that himself will be fight ready.
He's still not joining, he's just farming, enjoys killing those creeps. Blink Dagger, S&Y. Like, they could potentially force a fight inside the pit. There's still a tier 1 tower standing on the mid lane.
With this Blink reveal from Arteezy. Straight in. Yule's is done. We'll see if they can take another Lucille all the way down. They can. Ravage popped immediately, leaving no
Zoning
chance.
Ravage, like, there was... maybe he was thinking, they will go from the trees because he didn't see anything. Or maybe he was... I don't know, definitely not a needed Ravage there, because they had the Tusk. But yeah, they will still get the tower from it.
Is under attack.
Lines drawn on the minimap. PSG LGD, they seem so afraid.
Structures are
Understandably so. Now it's Easy's able to start claiming farm from PSG LGD's triangle. Start to head up, maybe see if they can push him back. White, backed up by Arme. Attempt to start something onto Fly. Xingju, yeah, he's going to come in with a Rolling Thunder. Oh, big crit. Comes out from Arme onto Fly. Actually caught Arteezy here inside the pit. Jump in from Arme. They're going to be able to find Arteezy as a double kill. Poor Arme. They're not done yet.
Yeah, they will go back inside
kill.
the pit. Like, he got stuck inside the pit. Usually it's on the cliff, but this time around, inside the pit, like, the minus armor coming out from this is just too much. This is the play that I was talking about. Not necessarily need to sneak inside the Roche pit, but take a fight near the Roche pit where the exorcism is running, then go in and take it.
I mean, that's
a baller move.
Exploded out of nowhere. EG were not ready for that. Now, EG very much feeling that they could get away with taking some of the triangle away from Arme. He was not going to let that pass.
Problem is, they did not have Ravage. Like, they used the Ravage on the mid lane, got only one kill out of it, so they could have played a bit more passive.
See again, of course, a beautiful crit to start off the action there, just eliminating Fly from this plane of existence.
Yeah,
and then Arteezy's like just kind of stuck in the pit. He headed in there initially to try and hide them.
Yeah, PTZ could not get out of there.
Now there's a Deso done on Arme. And that fight, those crits, that was coming up before the Deso.
So with the Desolator, like, they're going to have a lot of damage. Like, these heroes don't have too much armor. Especially Keeper of the Light. Like, we can see what Arme can do, even pre-Deso, like how much damage he can deal.
Crits right now. Fly is not going to stand a chance if the RNG comes through for Arme.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Say gets in on it with Viz, maybe be able to set something up. They've got the Exorcism back in 30, but around the time, yeah, so it's already with the Ravage, good to go for the second round.
Ravage is ready. They also have a Blink Dagger, so it's going to be much easier for him to just jump in. Also, Tidehunter does not have like any hero in this game that he's really afraid of, besides like Dead Prophet Silence. If they don't focus him, just to silence and play around him, but he should be able to get the Ravage off if they try to focus him. It's pretty much the Necro unit. Like, he does not want to get his mana burn. Pretty limited on the mana, but we'll see. He's going to probably stay in the back lines and like get the first jump anyway.
Just going to look to get his farm back on. Can be done before the next fight. We are going to have Crit in a bit of a spot of bother here as Arme and Fabiana found in the backup comes in, but Crit's got RTG with a two-man concoction though. Jumps over, gets both of them.
Oh, nice dodge.
Behind Arme. Arme's down the once. Why? Heading in with the cooldown. See if Arme's able to get any more kills out of this. Turns over towards RTG, jumps in with the dagger. The Phantom Strike, RTG silence Arme. Gets a second. 2 kills here for the PA and PSG LGD. They're not done. Looking over towards Arme.
He's out of cells. Has the ult scepter for himself. Maybe to buy it for time.
Damage, Ahmed. He's up in the air. One more crit would do it. Ahmed for the kill. He's going to be able to find it here. The Ghost cleaning up Ahmed. There's another team fight where Ahmed is just getting set up into the action. These kills are really allowing him to catch right back up as this PA is looking pretty spooky for EG. It seems that they can't quite deal with it.
Oh, he's dealing so much damage right now, especially with the level 50. Like, they had the Aegis, he respawns. Alchemist doesn't have much armor. Like, he has the status resistance while ulti is running. He also has some extra regeneration from that ulti. SNY keeping with the status resistance, but needs armor. Like, he's just gonna get blown up by the Phantom Assassin. They can lock him down. Like, this game is... you know, when you have Alchemist as a carry, you need to stay ahead. I think they lost like 7-8k gold lead in the last 5 minutes.
We've had at least 2 back-to-back fights now where Arme's just been involved in about 7 back-to-back kills. After death, so BKB, just a recipe away for Arme. Arteezy's got to get sort of these next items done. The BKB, the AC, that's when things start to get a little better again against the PA, but these hits that Arme's coming in with,
he's closing in. He's closing in the gap. Only 3k net worth more than Arme at the moment. But Arme, once he gets a BKB, he's really not afraid of any of the abilities. Like, the only ability that goes through magic immunity is Volrus Punch, which he's fine with. You know, they just can't lock him down.
Why? What up, crit? Arme wants to get involved in this.
This revealed the ward, so should get rewarded. This time around, PSG LGD managed to kill only one tower. Nothing to say. BKB done. Just BKB is a must-have in this game.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But they'll have BKB in both cores, Arme, and nothing to say. That'll make the jump from EG even more important to get. We're seeing if it's going to be that of the Ravage of Ice. There will be that window for Arme to react and get the BKB off before the tentacles attack him.
Tier 1 tower, very low. Ravage is available, as you said. But they're not going to go for it. Oh, and you told me a story about Ice, why he's called like that. I didn't even know that. Can you, explain that?
I wonder if the viewers knew that. I was having a shower thought this morning. The Ice.
And you were thinking about Ice.
I was, as you do in the shower. And Ice, it means ice cube, doesn't it? Because ice times ice times ice is ice cube. It's ice cube. So that was very smart of him. Smart man. And I was just like, wow. One of those moments.
No, I was blown away when he told me the story. That's why I'm not reacting. I can't really.
Ice cube.
I can't fake my reaction. That's why I was just silent, because I can't be blown away twice by this fact.
Well, I feel like we've all learned something today. Chat might as well. A cube, by the way, is when you time
Radiant's
something by itself. Just in case any of you haven't done maths. I know it's a very
Dire's
complex
is under attack.
mathematic. Yeah, ice. It's ice.
Very interesting.
Very interesting. Ice. Oh, he's in a bit of a spot of bother here as the setup's in. Syncue to get this nice angle. And in fact, he's under the tower as well. Ice.
They are controlling him.
Pretty dead here.
So EG, they lost so much advantage. And they gave PSG LGD ability to come back to this game. Ame, he has a bottle for nothing to say. Double damage, still up and running for about 15 seconds. Exorcism pop. Ame, deeping top. They're just out. They feel, we're fine with this. Like, we have Phantom Assassin. It's a super strong late game. He's going for Sanj on PA.
Pretty much that, as you do on every single carry.
Yeah, just get the casual Sanj.
Yep. Never a bad item to pick up the build. All the top teams in the world do this on. Most of the heroes doesn't even have to be a strength hero.
Let us fight!
Nice in the build up. Oh, fly. It's got to run. Nice coming in. Cute. Oh. The Ravage come out with the BKB immediately there from Arme. Arme comes up towards RTZ. RTZ comes in with the BKB for the raw down to face beyond.
Where's the crit down? There they are.
Arme takes down RTZ. Over towards Pretty goes. The BKB from Arme now coming to an end. Arme controlling him with the turn. Arme getting over the turns. Another crit. Another crit.
He's just cleaning up.
Triple kill. There's flying Arme. Last two left alive. They've got to run. Arme's going to look to get back in the dagger. Flying over towards Arme. Arme over to the tree line with the dissimilate. The SGLG, they're going to continue to chase. What's he got left? Dagger in. Force to the side. Missiles on his way over. Ahmed is going to get stuck.
Give him the rampage.
Give him the godlike.
No, it was not enough, man. That crit, like, he was so fast with the BKB. Dodged the Ravage, got the 2 crits. On the Alchemist, I think it's a mistake for Alchemist to buy Hyperstone instead of Plate Mail there, because it's super greedy, especially because Phantom Assassin has that, so they have the minus armor.
Look at Arme. BKB off, perfect reaction to the Ravage of Iso says excellent play from Fabian. Brilliant roar, just locks down Artsezi for a good duration of the BKB.
And look at how much they helped him. Like, they used the healing salve, they're just healing him up. I believe there was also a Spirit Vessel coming out from the Pangolier. So he's kind of full HP, fight ready. Roshan, respawn, they have the vision with the Hawk inside the pit, plus the Solar Crest, so this is gonna hurt. Like, I love Fates Beyond itemization of this one. Like, no shenanigans, I'll get the Necro Book, I'll get the Solar Crest, just to amplify the amount of damage that my carry is doing.
Roshan done. And Chi's been held onto now by Arme. We'll see if pass the Cheese over to. Potentially nothing to say.
Cheese is mine.
Illusion.
You know, how do they kill him in these fights? This evasion, Blur is just doing so much. I mean, RTZ there is going to. Does he have to build an MKB in his build this game to be able to carry?
Yeah, they don't have enough. Like they can't deal with him, so it's an item that Alphys does not want to buy, but might be forced to buy it here. Either that, or you might like try to get a Bloodthorn, but then you don't, have it for BKB. They just slowed him down so much.
Dire's middle tower is
fights
under
that
attack.
EG choose to take that couldn't kill Arme, just done so much for Arme. It's Arme, level 20, and only just behind that of what has been for the most part a free farming Alchemist. Arme closing the gap. Zartezi, AC, it's 100 gold away. Will have the AC up and running for the next fight. Have a little bit of protection to himself and his teammates from this high burst physical damage that Arme is jumping in with.
They need some kind of armor. Tidehunter building into Solar Crest. I like it. Try to tank up, give it to your Alchemist. Keeper of the Light, defending himself with the possible Ghost Scepter. Crit also wants to get a Solar Crest.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Since you have like 2,000 gold, you're probably just going to get a Blink Dagger anyway.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Sweep over towards the top there. Crit there at the moment. Targets. It's out as well. Way done on our bed and blinking there on Chris. Chris going to have a better chance of getting in with the saves. Very important. Try and buy some time for the heroes that are getting jumped upon by Arme.
Nothing to say. Just thinking about getting the Shiva's Guard. Now has the Lotus Orb queued up. I also wouldn't mind him getting Eon Disc just to be able to have something against that first jump. They can potentially burst him, as we've seen in the previous fight. With the Alchemist and the Tidehunter. He just blinks in.
And Arme's just going to turn straight towards him. Will be forced to safety by a fly, but Shinky's going to come in with Rolling Thunder. Ice still left up on the high ground. The Remnant will grab Arme momentarily. EG consider if they can get in on this. Ice is going to pop the Ravage, but he's going to die. EG cannot fight around this. They've got to bail.
There's no follow-up. Nothing to say. Used BKB prematurely. This is why I said, the Tidehunter doesn't feel comfortable playing in the Death Prophet, especially if Death Prophet just itemizes into second item BKB, which I really like. And they're not stopping. They're just going to go. Status resistance, item done on Phantom Assassin, SNY plus Nesso, level 20, -3 armor. Just so much minus armor. He also has Fan of Knives, which I just noticed, so he can break the Tidehunter.
Just picked it up here for that last fight. Get the jump in onto him. BKB's popped. RTZ trying to commit, but now RTZ's got to run. As there's the chase from Arme, jumps in, he's going to back off. Doesn't want to dive too deep past the tower.
This is actually a really good shard upgrade. Damage type is pure, 12% of max HP, so everyone's super tanky, plus you apply the break. This is some old stuff from Dota 1 days. What about, yeah, you don't know. I was trying to ask my co-caster about the name, about the name that the Phantom Assassin had in Dota 1.
Oh, I know the answer to that one.
You know? Okay,
yeah.
Go ahead. I forgot.
It was Bob.
Bob, yeah. Bobby. Good old Bobberino.
Bob's Blur. Bob's Blade. All the abilities. Very intimidating.
Can we evade it? Yes, we can. Oh, chat knows. It's Mordred. Yeah. Thank you, chat.
They're very ancient.
Your anger is useless.
Been around for a long time, chat. We know. They were playing Dota before it even came.
They know all the secrets. They know all the names.
For Arme, I mean, how did they kill this PA? How on earth did they do? I feel that until there's an MKB, or maybe with the rapier queued up. He needs the rapier.
Yeah, this is like true strike. Okay,
you got to go for
it's all in.
Yep.
They understand that the game is getting out of control. They're not farming much. They see, you know, this lineup is gonna scale. Like, they have so many stuff. You have Phantom Assassin, you have Death Prophet, like Beastmaster is also heavy right clicker. Pangolier. This Pango, Jin-Q Pango, we don't talk too much about it, but he has pretty much the same amount of farm as Ice at the moment.
No, RTZ has to do. Without a rapier, they are never killing Arme. The only route could allow EG to turn things around. They get that jump, any sort of initiate. If they're able to get the Ravage and the RTZ with the follow-up concoction, the rapier should be enough lockdown to beat through this PA. And any other sort of build, it's just never getting done. Arme's going to live every time.
DP with the casual AC. Okay, not too bad. Just tanking up the whole team pretty much.
I like it.
I'm wondering what he's going to drop, because he has a Blink Dagger if he needs that to initiate. Can't.
Dire's top tower.
Maybe if they find possibly like Spider Legs.
Oh, what, for RTZ?
Yeah, and then he can drop the phase boots.
Yeah, I guess that's the dream for him. Yeah, so he can free up another slot.
How many tier 3 items did they got? They found
the dusk is always ready.
Ceremonial Robe. They found Quickening Charm.
There's not going to be any Spider Legs today for him. They've already found the 3. No, sorry, they've found... No, you're right. Yeah, they've found 3. Still one to be found. So they need the RNG needs to be good for EG. I think you're absolutely right. They're definitely hoping for a Spider Legs. For that 4th drop from there.
Because he wants to he wants to have the cleave, he wants to have status resistance.
And it's a Quickening Charm. So no Spider Legs for RTZ this game. He's going to have to just work with the 6 slots that he's been given. And obviously, if he can eventually get that Blink upgraded to a Swift Blink, then the phase boots are less necessary, because he's still going to be able to get the jump and have a chance to chase.
Wait for tier 4 items. Maybe you get
Let us fight.
The one that also gives you move speed, the Flicker. My brain stopped working for a second.
Satanic. No, man, of course, that dream.
Oh, they still had one item. Paladin Sword. All right, he'll take that.
Wait, what? I swear.
Divine Rapier.
I don't know what I was looking at then.
So, yeah, he needs to get rid of the phase boots. I think neutral items are bug.
Yeah.
Q.
Oh, no, okay, yeah, I was just going to say. Anyway,
we had stealth in.
Jump onto Jin-Q.
Your death has.
Now the moves of each.
They still don't know. They still don't know that he has a Divine Rapier. Smoke for another 5-6 seconds.
Yeah.
Next Roche may respawn in 15.
For RTs. Ideally, they want to get that done before they really try and commit with the rapier in a fight. They certainly may just be forced to fight sooner.
Fate Beyond has a shard upgrade. That's one of the best shards for sure. Where it's not about that, damage or stun. Even though I've seen Fate Beyond do some amazing things once he can control the Hawk. It's about being able to move the Hawk and just control vision. It's just so good. Imagine having Invis Observer Ward that you can control. It's like having Decky's Mind move around the map pretty much.
The dusk is always ready for
the smoke up from EG, they're going to walk into a blast, it's going to give the chance for the BKB to come off here for Arme. As RTZ tries to stay on target, has to go the rapier, but with the Satanic, Arme, he's back up to full HP, jumps over one side, the Ravage comes out, the BKB comes through, and RTZ's in, and he's taken Arme down. Ice perfectly holding the Ravage, ready for the BKB to end, gets the kill. You see Arme getting caught in the combo on the high ground, roar out for RTZ. RTZ needs help, they're in on top of it, Crit comes in with a snowball save, buyback off the top of Arme, and Ice, they're on their way back over RTZ. He needs help, and he needs it now, but he goes down. Ahmed will be able to recover the rapier. Can he get it back to safety? He's up in the air. Astral Step ready. He's still to simulate. Ahmed's going to run. He's got to save it. Ahmed's going to get that back to base.
Is under attack.
He's running. PSG, they're trying to chase, but Ahmed will manage to save the rapier.
Yeah, 2 buybacks just to secure that rapier. Roshan just respawned. He had enough. Maybe he got hit by something, but the Snowball, Blink Dagger was available. I don't think it would matter that much because still Chemical Rage was not ready. Ame, gone for 40 seconds. That was such a clutch Ravage though, coming out from Ice. Perfectly timed pretty much. BKB done. They get him. Managed to able to kill him.
No, they commit. Of course, lifesteal, the Satanic is going to do wonders. Army straight back up to full, but just as the BKB ends, and literally, I think he pretty much cast it when the BKB is going, knowing that it's going to end by the time the tentacles reach out and grab him, even though it's right next to him. Size presses it perfectly, but PSG LGD still able to come in with a stronger fight. As soon as BKB is down on Arteezy, he's vulnerable. Crit tries his best, but it's just too much. Goes south, Arteezy just melts.
Yeah, it's just too much damage. That Prophet standing on top of you with the AC. Roshan still not dead. They're waiting for Ahmed to respawn because he does not have buyback.
Full lineup of BG back into play, but no Ravage for 50 seconds. Gonna make his way back over. Rapier picks back up. Here we go. Roshan to be taken very, very quickly here by PSG LGD. Is there going to be any chance to get in? There's no crit side, but Roshan's already gone. Ahmed just turns towards crit. 1600 damage, and crit's gone out of the game. Ahmed over towards Arteezy, the Brawl. The crits are there. Arteezy's down. As they'll manage to kill him off, death for 80, and it's over with the Rapier gone. GG is called. As game 2 will be taken by PSG LGD as Ahmed's PA just pops up.
They know once he drops, they just don't have enough damage. They had such a huge lead. It was around 10,000. He was staying almost a double net worth of Ahmed. They got caught once. Pretty much that's all it took. They got caught once inside the pit. They die. PSG LGD, they take that edge. Edge is something that PG was relying on getting in that game.
Yeah, those sort of 2 team fights back to back. Ahmed picking up pretty much 3 kills each time. His game was just accelerated to a point that the Arteezy just couldn't stay far enough ahead. And they never had the ways to burst through. Back to back, Ahmed picking up pretty much 3 kills each time. His game was just accelerated to a point that the Arteezy just couldn't stay far enough ahead, and they just never had the ways to burst through the PA, build perfect itemization from Ahmed this game, just in a way that never gave any sort of window for EG to kill him. They had to go for this Rapier on the Alchemist to stand any sort of chance, but by that time, the rest of PSG LGD was just too big to deal with.
Yeah, they just did not have enough. Ahmed was becoming a monster. As you mentioned, great itemization coming out from him. And in the end, they needed to take a risk. Go for that Divine Rapier. They were feeling that game is kind of slipping away from them. So they try. In the end, they lose. But, definitely a close game. Great comeback coming up from PSG LGD.
The series absolutely heating up now, though, as game 2 being taken by PSG LGD. It's 1-1 between them and EG. Can't wait for the deciding game 3.
You and me both, Owen. That was an amazing performance by PSG LGD. You love to see it going the full distance here in the upper bracket finals. EG, PSG LGD, and PSG LGD taking this game gods. We're going to start at the beginning, though, because EG did lane it the way we expected. They went for the aggressive tri lane. It looked like it was going good for EG.
It did. I think PSG made a smart move. They didn't just lane it the, expected way, in the way that EG has seen before, where Ice gets a 1v1 matchup. He wanted the Beastmaster, PSG swap it up, and that guaranteed that Ame had the farm to kind of come back and carry this game. It was a comeback, because EG's lanes crushed it.
Yeah, but that's truly the point, right? If you're going to run this aggressive trialing once or twice throughout the tournament, teams such as PSG LGD, they will adapt to it 100%. Yeah. And they did. However, that didn't win them the game. Later on, itemization from Arteezy, even though it's not extraordinary what he went for with the early Blink Dagger, it didn't work out for them because perhaps they needed maybe a little bit earlier BKB, or maybe they have the AC a little bit earlier.
You're trying to be very gentle with this choice of items.
I'm trying to be very gentle, but in a game such as this one, you cannot make mistakes.
Yeah.
We were in the green room. The first team fight they lost, I said that they lost the game, right?
Yeah.
Because what? PA gets a Dezo on top of an Aegis from a single team fight. You cannot fight her anymore.
For me, maybe less the items, more the mistakes. I think maybe if you go for the earlier BKB, you have that bit more of a room for error, but you don't want to go for an early BKB and kind of ruin your game.
Maybe
there. Arteezy frustrated.
Yeah, he was also a little bit unlucky with the amount of crits coming out from Ame. Definitely, that fight that you're talking about, that fight around the Roche, I don't think I'm ever in a team that has PA critting as often as Ame did.
Yeah, I saw that in the lobby before. He was preparing. He was sitting creeps with the PA, praying to RNG God as well.
No, it worked out great for them, and did like Abed's attempt to save the Rapier.
The Great Heist.
The Great Heist was successful, but only temporarily. PSG, I love that they were able to identify when they should just go and never back down, because once they won that fight, they did make sure that they found Arteezy every single time.
I think a lot of teams with that start think they need to fall back into this, let's farm and wait for PA to come online with Battle Fury, Tesso, BKB. They were like, no, let's go now before this outgets BKB. Let's catch him. They catch him in the pit, they kill him, they secure Roche, and just completely turn the game around. I love the confidence from PSG LGD. That's the kind of play I think most of the other teams in this tournament haven't shown when they fall behind.
Yeah, especially with the PA. We have not seen PA be as dominant as Ame's PA this game.
Yeah, it's a pretty good matchup versus the Alchemist, right? He doesn't really want to build into any items that deal with her, except the AC, which came way too late for them. But also, they revealed the item build. They revealed everything by jumping, nothing to say, on the mid lane. He did tank the gank, but after that they just turned. He didn't buy back. He respawned on time to fight the Roche pit. And just killed off the Alchemist.
Killed off the Alchemist. Killed off EG. At least for this game. Because we will go to a third, very happy with that. Who is the MVP from PSG LGD? Because can we give it to Ame? His job was to find the right peak. I think, crits, very nice for him to get, but overall, I think as a carry, recognizing when you should not farm and join the team for fighting, even if it's not your typical style, that is, to me, saying top tier caliber. I mean, we knew he was, but in this game, it's particularly.
Yeah, he was active. He showed his flexibility, busting out a hero that wasn't monkey control. That's been not even a knock necessarily, but at least something that's been a bit predictable from LG in a lot of games. His first two picking his hero. This time he said, no, we're not going to first to it. That ruined us last game. Let's wait and put him on something he's less comfortable on, but he crushed it.
One of the things that I've noticed from these two teams so far when it comes to the drafting is they're very well prepared for the top picks of the other team, and they will adjust their complete draft, pick something extraordinary out of the ordinary, let's put it that way, to win against it. Monkey King in the first game, something that PSG LGD is winning game after game with, gets countered by a completely off-meta pick of Razor Viper Horse. Fuck, obviously meta, but those other two not. Now, EG, we've seen them dominate so hard with Alchemist. You've talked about it so much as well in the NA DPC. Gets countered with the PA pickup.
I think it's going to also be a very interesting finding out who gets first pick, who has to ban IO, who gets an extra ban basically. Because that is what we're at right now in terms of first ban materials. You don't ban out specific players. Well, you kind of are depending on the team, but you ban out the IO. Regardless, that is something that you don't want to let through. We're going to go take a break before the third game. Before we take that break, though, let me give a quick shout out to one of our sponsors, Logitech. That's the QR code that you can scan right now if you get out your phone in time before it disappears. And if you do so, you can go order yourself some of the Logitech G Pro gaming gear, and with every purchase, you get yourself a Dota 2 pin. Make sure to check that out. And if you were too late scanning it, don't worry. There's a panel also somewhere below the stream if you're watching via Twitch that you can click and you go to the same link. So maybe that was an easier solution for a lot of you that just got your phone out. Who knows? At least you got something to do in the break. We'll be right back with more Dota 2 here at the One Esports Dota 2 Singapore Major.
Can you guess?
Singapore Major, and for both of these teams, they've already secured $75,000 and more importantly 400 DPC points, but it's starting to get to the point where those points, they're nice, they already got them. TI probably going their way in terms of that they get qualified for that with this result already. It's starting to go towards which team will take the championship. The last time North America won a major, oh wait, that was never. They did win a minor. That was in 2018, something like that. And then for China, the last time they won a major, it's been 2 years. It was the Stockholm Major 2019. It's been forever.
Was that Vici Gaming?
That was Vici Gaming, yes.
Yeah, that was the famous minor into the major run. Win the minor, go to major, win the major. Yeah. It was a long time ago.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, am I right in saying like the points, 400 points, from 400 to 450 that they can win off of this doesn't matter as much as taking the title? Like, would you not rather be third than second?
It depends.
I mean, you can still get the points.
Are you memed about or not?
The way the points go up is like, the difference is like, it's what, 50-point increase is not like gonna, I mean, it could be a game changer, but for these teams, they're probably qualifying for TI already with this result. The prize money goes up very quickly, though. That's something, you know, they've just got the PG, have been playing tournaments outside the GPC League, so... And, like you said, it's all about bragging rights.
I think bragging rights is a major one for this one. We are waiting for the draft, of course, to start for the third game, and we're very curious to find out who's going to take a first pick, therefore who's going to get forced to ban out IO on the other side. And we're also curious to see the adjustments from the teams, because first phase Alchemist might just not work.
And for you in the chat, PSG LGD, they were instantly back into the lobby. They literally joined the moment it was created. Meanwhile, on the side of EG, they were taking their time a little bit.
They were huddled around watching what I can only assume was last game's replay. Bulba looked like was kind of pointing some things out about where things maybe went wrong, about mistakes to avoid.
Or maybe pointing something out that they can draft in the next game.
It looked like the way he was like moving looked like he was pointing at a replay. He was controlling the mouse as if he was clicking through.
So then it's safe to assume usually that happens when you want the same draft. When you're thinking, our draft wasn't the problem, I'm going to show you where you made these mistakes. If you fix them, you will win the...
I can assure you, EG do not think they got outdrafted. 100%. EG is full confidence. I think both teams had ways to win with their drafts, but EG probably feel like they had the better draft.
But it looked very solid at the start as well, but those type of mistakes, and we talked a little bit about the mistakes that we saw from RTC's side, you kind of gotta maybe calculate a little bit for them, because you can't have a draft where you can't make a single mistake. It's very difficult for any top tier Dota team to make no mistake whatsoever in a game.
Yeah, and it's also very difficult to remain calm and cool-headed after dominating the lane so hard as RTZ did. Like, let's be honest, he crushed them there. He got like a double kill. He had complete free fire. That was like a Battle Fury pre-10 minutes or something. And obviously, you feel like you're on top of your game, that you're the strongest hero in the game. And because of that, you might adjust your item build to be a little bit more active. I can't really blame him for the early Blink Dagger, because it allowed them to kill the Dead Prophet on mid lane as well. But PSG LGD, they found that...
Evil Genius's turn to pick.
Sorchance PSG LGD picks it up. Sorchance PSG LGD picks it up next. So that's always a risk as well. We know it's quite the tough.
Yeah, he loves to play that hero. Also, one of the heroes that we haven't seen picked up by PSG LGD in that last game that would have been good is Oracle. So maybe something that they could flex around with. Okay, completely different opening.
And it's funny because we see Kuro and Cameron, he's not saying anything. So I'm like, no. Usually if they were talking about his hero, he'd be like saying something, giving some feedback. But EG decided to take a completely new approach. Beastmaster, to me, has been their most successful offlaner for CIS.
10
and they're just happy to pick it up now, not even care that they're showing it. Well, I'm curious to see whether PSG LGD feel like they need to pick one of their AME carries now that they know the matchup he might get.
Troll.
Are they going to...
Just go with the Troll versus the Beast in the lane as well. But
they've done that opener too before. I've seen them pick Death Prophet Troll as their first two and just reveal two cores and not care.
They have Monkey as well. That's a possibility, but maybe they'll move away from that because
it is what evil geniuses are expecting, and they have proven that if they are expecting a pick, they will counter pick it properly because they prepared, right? For this series, they went through all the permutations. Look, if we can predict their picks, I'm sure Bulba and the boys can do the same thing.
It also says to me maybe EG are considering that Earth Spirit more. Otherwise, if they wanted the Tusk more, they would have just first picked it, denied from LGD. So it's almost like, okay, we're going to give them the Tusk and we get the Earth Spirit now.
This is a curveball you can see from Evil Geniuses because PSG LGD went deep into their reserve time. Elder Titan, their pickup. Okay.
Yep, 4 or 5 for them, leaving both Tusk and Earth Spirit in the pool.
One of the things that Beastmaster also, you have to think about PSG LGD, they love picking it. Remaining. They also pick it and they've banned it once or twice, so because of that, Evil Geniuses, they secure it early on. I still don't necessarily think that it's the top tier first phase pick.
Okay.
But in this series, you can see that the meta has evolved in a different way.
Also, maybe don't want to fall into a trap from your opponent team.
Yes, I think one of the big advantages you can from playing on the Radiant side is that ability to control Roche, and Beastmaster one of the best heroes to do it. You just push out that top lane so well, you've got the vision from Hawk, the Necro 3 to de-ward. And I've seen these Radiant teams, like, even when they're behind, they just walk into Roche with a Beastmaster, Necro 3 attack spear, and just take a free Roche.
And the Roche from the previous game that we saw, the first one, was the deciding fight to take the lead in the mid game, which in this case was PSG LGD, which they had the
Beastmaster plus Phoenix plus Troll, I believe, are on over 80% win rate at least when picked together. So we have only the Beastmaster and the Phoenix. Sadly, the Troll is out. EG decide to get rid of on their own. Alchemist Tusk is the Monkey King from EG. This is the Monkey King from EG, right? Let's pretend we were going to think about it for 20 extra seconds.
Yeah. Monkey King, we saw Terrorblade banned out second phase both games as well.
I actually don't. I was gonna make a stand that Phoenix is pretty decent versus Monkey. You have the Axes from the Bees, the Hogs, but no, you don't want to play against that.
You do not.
Tusk banned out. Earth Spirit perhaps also from PSG LGD is an option.
Yep. Are you worried at all for PSG LGD? Last time that they had to pick a hero that dealt with the egg, they were forced into Alina. Do you think that they should think about that aspect of the draft beforehand?
I think Mirana for Zinq.
That may be a hero EG want to ban out, because it has been one of Zinq's better heroes. It's kind of quietly been picked a number of times by him, and he's done very well on it.
Completely agree.
10 seconds
Or maybe
remaining.
they can pick some core that deals with the egg as well. What comes to your mind is Juggernaut. Maybe a bit difficult versus Beast. Too many summons for the Omni Slash. Slows you in the lane. Roar through BKB. That is through the spin, which is all very good things, positives for Beast.
Also, EG themselves, I feel like Jug has been one of our TZ's better heroes, and from at least what we saw in Game 1, perhaps EG wants something a little bit faster pace. That's where at least they look to shine a bit more when playing PSG LGD.
PA still in the pool. If you want to crit a couple of times or hope that you crit again. That hero, like the moment I saw him crit 3 times in a row, I'm like, Dota wants him to win. That's what it is. It's like when the Spirit Breaker comes up to you and bashes you 3 times first thing in the lane. You're done mentally. It's over.
Dear Gamer, for the Major, I would like
Geniuses turn to pick.
I was gonna say when Gaben looks your way. Okay, so Tidehunter actually banned out by Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, let's see what they go for here.
Okay.
That Earth Spirit, by the way, still in the pool. I'm assuming we want Fly to play the Phoenix, and Earth Spirit would it still be a good option? It looks
Why not? Yeah,
always
they're gonna go with it. Yeah.
When you have this guy called Crit on your team, it's
Tusk banned.
It's a fantastic option. And I think, PSG is, I guess, I'm not sure why they prioritize the core ban. Perhaps
just the matchup versus Death Rocket. Yeah, I think that has to be.
We're going fast.
Oh, Abed's. This is, I think after his puck, his next best hero. He played it throughout the DPC because people weren't giving him the puck as much, but his puck is very. His storm, is very scary.
They don't have. a lot of catch on PSG LGD until Pango gets that blink. They do have a silence from that Prophet, so that's definitely not enough. You could go for a position 4. Shadow Shaman still in the pool, Lion still in the pool.
Yeah.
One of these two heroes could come in handy.
And do you want to see the Death Prophet against the Storm then? Like, are you kind of more sure the Death Prophet is a core, or...?
Never mind. They want to crit again.
This time they don't have the heroes to buff up PA. This is something you always highlight, Liz. You want to see... Last game had the Beastmaster with Solar Crest and the Aura.
You have natural order. That's something.
But that's only when you get in close with the...
It is something. It's not that bad. But like you said, no big buffs. But in that last game, they didn't have too many big ones, and it still worked out quite well.
Maybe this is the game for the Magnus. Magnus against Storm is okay, right? Until Storm gets sick.
Yeah,
it's
and
okay.
You're tanky enough throughout the game, right, for Storm to be solo killing you, but you are melee into all those remnants and whatnot.
Yeah, it is tricky definitely later on. And you will get ganked by the Earth Spirit.
But
there's that.
Looking at this, so you guys are thinking Xingqiu position 4 Pango and offlane that Prophet, that's your way of... Right? If I get this right,
because... It could go both ways, it's still fairly open.
Yeah, because you're expecting a mid laner. I think maybe that Prophet is the mid lane, and you can see Evil Genius is banning out the Lycan.
Yeah, I'm on board with the Death Prophet mid. That to me makes the most sense. I don't think there's an obvious mid laner to pick when you see the Storm on the other side.
And Nothing to Say has been pretty much outstanding on these heroes such as that Prophet, Void Spirit, and Puck. So you picked one of those three, just put them mid.
Does mean they don't have a great way of dealing with the Supernova, but I think you don't want to fall too much in the trap. That's what happened in game 1, where they're like, wow, we gotta get an egg hero, let's pick this mid laner. And then suddenly you pick something a bit off meta and something that can get punished.
LGD's
Shadow Shaman banned out. Something that we talked about previously. Maybe a line that's still in the pool.
Yep.
But my overall personal favorite, I love Shadow Shaman way more than the Lion. Just from seeing teams, how they play out, and also Shadow Shaman brings those wars which can be a little bit pesky to deal with in team fights, also takes towers.
Would you still like to see Oracle from PSG LGD as well? And a hero that you mentioned at the start, but it would mean that ET is the 4?
Yeah, it would mean that ET is the 4, and also you're playing into a Storm. Easy for him to jump on top of you, eliminate you first.
I think PSG really picked this ET for the Beastmaster. That's my impression, at least.
Okay.
Like, it was the immediate response when Beastmaster was picked up. They used a lot of reserve time. I think they just want to try and secure that lane a bit.
It's and the Phoenix is 5, so you don't really care about that. It can definitely work.
Okay, well, they have 50 seconds to decide and to make their choices in terms of who goes where.
Yeah, they have many different options.
Yeah,
many,
they really
do. The only locked in is Ame on the PA. I think that's pretty much it. Every other hero you can flex it a bit.
Yeah.
But most likely offlane Pango, right?
It'll be the Willow coming out.
Okay.
Xingqiu's played that quite a little bit during the group stages. We haven't seen it on the main stage yet, but he played it twice actually. 1 win, 1 loss.
Yeah, but that's with Mars, right?
No, neither was with Mars. Neither was with
Once
Mars.
was with Puck, I want to
Yes, both of them were with Puck. Yeah.
So there was some synergy. Either it's with the Puck or with the Mars, because you can break the coil, or you can make them bonk their heads into the arena, which is nice.
I do like it. They needed more control for this story. Up until, like, they picked the PA instead of that control hero because they wanted to get Ame's hero, but, like, you look at the rest of the draft and they don't have that reliable lockdown other than Pango when he gets the Blink Dagger, maybe the Death Prophet Silence, but it had something like that had to come out.
Choose your hero.
A Blood Ticker. So they just countered the Pango with their last pick heavily.
And going away from the game 2 playstyle, that big hard carry for Arteezy, they're going back to what worked in game 1, where it played the Razor, this time playing another more active carry hero.
I gotta say I like EG a bit more draft, where like every single time I see a Pangolier who's not gonna have a good time, I feel like it's so hard to itemize. Like you're playing into Beastmaster, you're playing into Rupture. This Bloodseeker kind of countering 2 cores at once with Rupture. You know, you don't have to charge it yet. You know, you're never gonna feel comfortable playing into that.
They've got the PA again. And it was, you know, last game I did think EG had the upper hand, but there was a PA, it was Arme, and he crushed them. And this time around, I think he's got some good things to fight around with. I think the ET could be pretty big. Maybe down the line they get that upgrade, so he's jumping into the front lines with the Spirit, and then you're going to be able to have that physical element, the armor element of the Aura, by the side of the PA. Arme could pop off again here, and it could be a bit of a scare for EG, just like it was in Game 2.
30 seconds to battle.
Thank you very much. Yes, Game 3, the deciding one. We're having some fantastic 3-game series today, and this certainly stepping up to be another one of them here. Is everything on the line as we'll see both teams, G and PSG LGD, fight for that first spot in the grand finals. Lacoste, to sort of break it down a bit more, what are you excited to see from both of the squads here?
You know, you said the Ames Phantom Assassin. Yep. You know, this is not a hero that's very exciting until she starts to drop some big crits. I'm really excited about Abed's Storm Spirit. He really doesn't have too many counters in this. You're playing into Root Mechanic from the Dark Willow and 1 Silence. So Abed should have a really, really good time.
That's for sure. I mean, you know, I've obviously asked to sort of talk up PSG LGD's potential, but I've got to agree. I see Abed, I see Storm, and I sort of say good luck to whoever's playing against him. Abed's just been on these certain mid-heroes.
That was the shortest pause ever.
Oh, and what happened there?
Just a pause and go.
No, we're good. Nothing to see him. And back on with the action. But yeah, Abed Storm, big things could come out from him this game if all things go to plan. He's going to have a lot of freedom to zip-zap around, and once he gets that one defensive item. This may even be a game where he can get away with going for like the Orchid into Bloodstone.
Yeah.
I think he might be able to get Bloodstone early.
I don't mind that. You know, it just gives you a bit more tankiness. Fly on the bottom, dropping very low, has a healing salve to work with.
And what do you think about the lane subs this time round?
Bottom lane should be okay for EG, I would say. You know, against Fango, sometimes all it takes is one lucky shot proc, and then you can completely dumpster your lane. Like, you get a proc on the first hit, you keep chasing, another proc. I want to see the way Jin Q is going to skill Dark Willow.
Okay.
I've seen, like, 2-1 build, which I like a bit more, like longer duration Bramble Maze, and since you're not using like the Shadow Lamb to deal the damage, you're pretty much using Bramble to deal damage, lock them down, zone them out in certain areas, so I want to see another point in Bramble Maze. On the top lane, we have Beastmaster against Earth Spirit, crit, pull the lane back between Tier 1 and Tier 2 tower. 2 melee heroes playing into ET. Kind of a standard build on Y, where he gets Orb of Venom, no boost of speed, a lot of slows. You know, these 2 heroes can slow them down. And this is the rotation that I like to see. Crit, hits level 2, rotates to the mid lane, pull. This should be the first blood.
Beautifully done. If you're playing against CG, you've got to be prepared for that play. Pretty much every time at the 2-minute mark. Nothing to say. He wasn't. He was not prepared at all. I bet it's 3 has the extra control with the pull off. The trick sets it up.
That's why he pulls the lane back between Tier 1 Tier 2 tower, gets level 2, and can pretty much immediately make that move. Abed gets the first blood, gets the bottle, not just bottle, he has a Null Talisman, Recipe of Clarity, and the Mago. They're setting him up for a really good game.
Let's try to find the courier up top. Don't get it. The CS at the moment on the top lane, Arme not being slowed down at all, and ISO struggling with the first few waves of CS. Against Arme, seems to be having the upper hand here. The
crit took 1 lane, like one full wave. Yeah, that's why he doesn't have. Sharing is caring going,
especially when it's.
Are you a type
like
of a
crit
guy that just things out madly when the court steals 1 CS from them? Like, yeah, my game is ruined.
I mean, yes. Take a must, yes. Bottom lane. He gets back beyond. They got the blood right.
Got the silence.
I'm going to be able to run him down. That's a kill.
Only lived.
It's a kill right there for Arteezy. Actually, I know it's not Fly. Actually, gets the last one with the tick of damage. Arteezy actually got the hit in, but that wasn't to be the case. Top lane wide. He's able to get away. Salve up. He'll be fine.
Crit going for the career kill. Rolls in.
Dyer's
He's
courier
busy.
has been killed.
It's going in the mid. Still continuing to be very close. See Crit come in for the bottle refill.
Same stuff as game number 1, where they just allowing Abed to have a really good game. The rotation, Crit is gonna TP mid, try to secure the bounty, the rune, but Jin-Q gets it. He has also just got an Urn of Shadow, so more kill potential, but you still first get 1 kill.
I think they did actually mess up the bottle pass server, so Abed didn't actually get the bot fill when Crit came in on mid. Lost efficiency.
He was not
there.
TPing from...
I went TPing from base.
Yeah, he was not TPing from base.
I think Abed was disappointed.
That would be OP.
Well, yeah, any sort of TP refills it. And just Abed sort of headed back to stand next to him. Coming from the fountain. See, 5-minute runes. The side's going to try and head over Y. Moves down towards the bottom. I mean, him and Q should be able to stop Fly from getting in. 2 bounties down here.
I can't really get there. Fly right now doing a really good job, just pulling the lane back, denying he stacked the small camp. Like even if you do a half pull, it's still really worth it. We can see the XP difference already. Level 4.5 on our TV. Pango getting closer to level 4, but he's gonna hit like level 6 fast. One problem is that once Bloodseeker hits level 6, your position 5 does not provide you with any kind of stun, so they can TP out. Most likely Earth Spirit will try to TP rotate or just be there so that he can cancel the TP with the rolling boulder.
Pressure starting to build up now in the top lane. 3 points in the ball. Gonna have punch onto the tower. See how much the 2 of them could do to push him back and keep the place safe for Ame. Ame still able to find, I believe, free farm up here on the top lane. We'll get that pull off the side, so take a little bit away from Ame. 6-minute rune. Down bottom again, Xingqiu coming in. Chance for Abed to grab it.
They pull the lane, but Ame still gets all the CS, will get level 6 in a couple of CS. Ame also having a really good time on the top lane. A bit more CS than Arteezy.
So let's see what Arteezy's build-up is going to be this game. It's going to be getting the Maelstrom on the line. It's mid lane, the pressure will now come in. It's hit on nothing to say.
Bramble does not connect.
Dyer's structures are fortified.
You can expect this. Like, it's pretty textbook example when you're playing a Dead Prophet mid. You have a siege creep unit, you pop the exorcism, you rotate 1 or 2 supports depending what they can do. There are no stacks yet. Abed was trying to figure out, are there any stacks? Storm Spirit. Can't find anything.
It was also able to, he grabbed the creep away from behind the tower, so it takes away a good part of the push. PSG LGD stops them from being able to continue to hammer onto the tier 1 with the exorcism.
Bonk. Hits his head. Loses another zip.
Top lane now becoming a bit of a place that Ame doesn't feel too confident sticking around with. Now that ISO has hit the 6.
Ame is really good at understanding when he needs to go back to jungle.
Absolutely.
Like, he does not want to get pressured in the lane. Pretty much it's always like one dead buffer. Like, even when he was playing the Monkey King in the first game, he died once in the laning stage, understands, like, I'm level 4, I need to go back. Like, I don't feel safe here, I'm just gonna die, lose a lot of gold. Hawks got things out. Why? It's an easy kill.
Straight in onto it.
You had your warning.
This tower has become already the place that PSG LGD are not going to want to try and hold on to. They're going to have to let this one go. To slow pressure from ISO's
Dyer's
Beastmaster.
top tower is under attack.
Ame will find himself a DD. I'll speed up his farming a little bit. Indeed, queuing up the Maelstrom. Does have level 6, so could look to use the Rupture on Faith Beyond if he gets the +1 down here.
He needs crit to be able to just stun him. Fate Beyond, like he can't use the Rolling Thunder during it and TP because he's still gonna die to it. Fly on the mid lane, collecting some XP. Like if Storm is jungling, I like what EG's doing. They are giving XP to their position 5, who has a lot of impact with his level 6.
Over here!
Radiant's
Crit
bottom
will be the
tower
one
is
taking
under
the dome.
attack.
And look at Crit, like he's just gonna break that smoke. Why? It's like, what's happening? Is someone invis here? Did we check the rune?
A good position for Crit to be in. Not going to expect this positioning. So they're still going to try and make the move onto Ice turns with a roar onto Faith Beyond. And he's going to try for the TP out. But yeah, Faith Beyond able to come out as the roar comes to an end and get the roll on.
First roll, they get a kill. Fate Beyond going into Yule Scepter to be able to get rid of those silences. There are 2 silences, 3 silences once Storm Spirit gets his Orchid up. And it kind of allows you to just stay 2.5 seconds in the air while the Rupture is going on. I kind of like that. Even though I'm a big fan of way 11 plays Pangolier, where he always pretty much goes for the same item build. Very greedy, but it pays off. Gets that Maelstrom, continues to farm up, then you can see with the Blink Dagger, with the Yule Scepter, with the Shard, doing really nasty things.
Yeah, you're right. Pretty much most of the Pangos we're seeing here, Yules or Blink will be the rush.
Are scanning.
G.
The spirits unite in
Smoked up Crit and Arbed leading the charge. So if they can get the jump straight up, they know there's action here. As they're in onto YY, taken down. The rest of PSG LGD having to back away. Chance of fighting into them whilst Arbed's got a lot of mana to play with.
Dire's middle tower is
Pressuring
under
tower,
attack.
Beastmaster,
Dire's
Necro units are on the mid lane while he's farming the top. Ice 3 with some really nice moves. Ice Cube, as you like to call him, yeah.
Arbed ends up to make a dive around mid, but it's being prepared for. Why? Faith Beyond sitting safely behind, nothing to say.
Regeneration!
Inside the jungle. Jinky's going to be caught here by Crit. And Fly, they're hurting him with the Sunray. You got to get away with the Shadow Ball.
You get him.
The Spirits are there. Supernova's out. They're going to try and take down the egg. And they'll just be able to do so. Faith Beyond sliding in with some extra hits.
He used it like straight away. He saw 2 heroes approaching. I can respect it. If the 3rd hero didn't show, maybe they wouldn't have enough to actually bring it down. Another Exorcism pop on the mid lane. Still running up for 10-15 seconds. Crit is there. He's ready to roll in.
PSG LGD just respecting that off the map of the Earthsphere. They're not going to try poking at tier 1 anymore. And they're happy as long as they can keep EG out of their jungle. Make all the space in the world for Arme. So far they are able to do so. Arme at that top spot in the net worth. Very good progress on the Battle Fury.
Arme really having a good game. Just needs 600 gold to finish off the Battle Fury. Has that possessed mask. Always going to be full HP, just farming with Blur right now. Still didn't see a big... Everyone just feels safe, kind of farming. Storm Spirit wants to get his Orchid before he makes like a really big jump, possibly try to take the mid tower. Smoke, G, Crit, and Arteezy. Arteezy a bit low on mana, has a Clarity in his backpack.
Has enough for all his spells, at least with one charge.
Yeah, but what about 2 spells? One spell 2 times. That sounds good.
Jump in. As the setup, Rupture and the King. They'll avoid some of the damage with the Yules and healing up with the Siphon. Arbed with that DD has more than enough damage to take nothing to save down. 5 members of EG, it's time to push down to tier 1.
They rotate. They're here on the mid lane. Necrobrook not even spotting. He's saving it to be Necro 2. Courier flying out. And this is going to give Abed a much needed gold to get that Orchid up online.
That's a solid timing. Reset for Arme. 12-minute Battle Fury done on the PA.
It's not a 9-minute Phase Boots Battle Fury. You know, Alchemist from the previous game, but this is a sick Battle Fury time.
And hey, at the end of the day, the 9-minute Battle Fury didn't win the game. Maybe
You're correct.
You know, maybe it's sometimes there's 2. There's already Ice. Got the catch on the Pango. Follow from Brit with the Necro Book down. The mana taken away. No chance for any sort of escape from Fabian.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Another smoke. They want to use this Orchid. They want to get a big kill. Yule Scepter on Dead Prophet. Like, they want to find Ame. They don't have any vision of him. Is there a Hawk nearby? Not really.
They can make that jump on the PA. Again, Ame, game sense very good at this stage of the game. It's always incredibly hard for teams to find Ame. In the games where teams are able to take down PSG, it's normally through being able to find the catches outside of the PA and the carry Ahmed's playing itself. Top lane Ahmed, be able to take down one with enough burst. He's going to use the dip and the TP.
He's fine. Oh, Yule Scepter. That was so close. I actually feel he was close to using it.
She's just been outraged. As we're now going to have to put it back into the Supernova. Fake behind nothing to say. They're trying to take it down the fear. We've pushed it back, but they don't have enough damage to take down the egg. Fly will still be successful with the Supernova. Nothing to say is going to continue to try and chase.
Crit still has his ulti. Level 8 as well, but no egg. Beastmaster has no mana for Roar. The clarity. It said, here you go.
Middle tower
he will have enough. Ahmed just gonna go for the same item build. He went on Phantom Assassin. Battle Fury into Deso for some more damage, then into BKB. Ahmed's not the type of one that loves second item BKB. Crit.
He's in. Hills is going to get off, but nothing to say. He's going to go down as soon as he's out. Yeah. ZG continue to do a good job of hunting down pretty much everyone other than
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Getting a lot of space. ZG, they've got to keep the pressure on, continue to try and take the rest of the map away. The game goes on. This PA has the potential to be just as big of a scare as it was in game 2.
This time around, she's playing into like Rupture, something that she does not like to play into, wants to be maneuverable in the team fights with the Blink Strike. Next time they take a fight, if EG gets like 2 kills, they could potentially just go inside the pit, and we can see PSG LGD respecting the damage that they have from Roche, Beastmaster, Necrobook, using a scan inside to see what's happening. Nothing connected, so they're good.
Yarbed. So picking up the arcane boots for now. Knows that later he's going to be turning it into a Bloodstone. So he's actually going to look for the opening onto White. Damage from Fly. Bring him down. Yarbed to hit level 12. Himself aggressive on the map. It's easy. Got the BKB. Here in the mid, so maybe seeing if you can find an opportunity for the Raw. To say, taking quite a bit of damage there as he takes out the Necro Books.
GQ really not having a game. Like, they have only 2 kills, but didn't really feel the presence coming out from the Dark Willow. Like, there was 1 fear on the top lane and pretty much just the laning stage. One thing they can do, like, with the Terrorize, if they have good ways of protecting the egg, you know, just the blood right damage, Roar, someone goes in. Still, they can try to use Terrorize around it and get the kill on the egg. It's still a big team fight ability from EG.
EG's got to be careful. They may be up 10-2. Arme with the Desert, like he's terrible. He's at the point already where any hero that he jumps upon would back up from his team, and he's going to be able to very likely kill within the duration of the boosted attacks. The Phantom Struck.
There's just so much damage coming up from the Phantom Assassin. Once you pick up that Deso, getting closer to level 15, they're inside a bit. They see that they kind of feel stronger with their team fights. No BKBs yet done on PSG LGD. They're just going to run inside a bit. Necrobooks and the Boars, Beastmaster Aura, a lot of damage. It's like they want to smoke and contest this. Who has the smoke? There it is. Coming in a bit too late.
Ahmed is just ready for the next fight. PSG LGD, even though they did smoke, they may.
Radiant's middle
they're
tower
more favourable to sort of just wait now, let Ahmed get the BKB.
Are fortified.
As already fighting against the Aegis is going to be very difficult. At least I want to have that BKB, which is going to mean that So the Rupture and the Raw are teasing nice. They'll have to save those ultimates for Arme. Otherwise, Arme's just going to have a free time jumping from target to target, doing insane amount of damage to crits.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
So this will slow down like PSG LGD after they wanted to take that fight, but not there on time, so they need to slow it down. They will respect the Aegis coming out from the Storm Spirit. You said like itemization on the Storm Spirit might be a Bloodstone, but he does not want to risk anything. Yeah, no, just BKB is just KB.
We've seen in so many of these games, just the reach that the Death Prophet has with the silence, it just catches you out most of the fights. Very hard to avoid. And the cooldowns
covering the whole screen. Don't lane, Beastmaster again with the Necro units. It's so hard to maintain vision coming up from the Beastmaster, because if he scouts you out with the Hawk, if you're planting out some observers, that's going to get rewarded, setting out the Necro units, and it also allows your position 4 and 5, like mostly 5, to get a bit more items, because he doesn't need to invest so much in the sentries since Beastmaster is rewarding a lot of the things.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Free 20-minute outpost taken by EG, so no XP for PSG LGD.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
EG still with moments that they can look to try and play aggressive with that Aegis on Arbed. Too scared to take a fight, especially with RTZ having the BKB now sent out.
Dire's top tower
They
is
are
under
ready,
attack.
like the EG wants to take a fight. They have Aegis on the Storm for another 2.5 minutes. BKB done on the Bloodseeker. Storm does not need a BKB yet because he has that Aegis has a regeneration rune. Like, this is just star aligning pretty much for Eve. But they still need to be careful, you know. The one good jump from Phantom Assassin, especially with the cast range on the Blink Strike. Level 15 talent. It's a lot of damage. Cast range, it's insane. You can cut into backlines, possibly find the Phoenix. Problem is, they don't have too many ways to control the things. Fate Beyond will not be to jump in and do whatever he wants. If Arteezy sees him using the Rolling Thunder, there's gonna be Rupture on it. Either that or Aurora. So they have like 2 abilities that can stop the Rolling Thunder, which is pretty much their biggest teamfight ability besides Exorcism.
Same time though, if Faith Beyond is able to tank those ultimates, to give the free room for Arme to jump around the fight. It's got to be very, very smart with how they commit both of those onto the 2 cores.
Dire's bottom tower.
Pretty much the whole triangle got devorted. So they can play safely here. PSG LGD. Not sure they want to defend this tower. It's just another freebie.
Dire's structures are fortified.
Very much respecting this moment across there. The Aegis is on EG. Avoiding every single fight. I'm getting us 400 gold away from having the BKB. That really is what they want to get done. Before they feel the pressure to try and stand toe-to-toe against EG in the team fights.
Radiant's
well for EG. Arbed.
They just swapped the places.
Dire's
Abed and Arteezy. This was Arteezy who was pushing the tower. Now he farms a bit of a jungle creep, comes back in again.
Under attack.
They do not want to collapse on this tier 2 tower, just controlling the triangle with the 3 other heroes. Beastmaster, one of the better ones, with the Hawk, holding the high ground. Phoenix still needs a bit more level to get that level 2 Supernova, so it's going to be a big deal. They really don't have the egg hitters. Like, none of these heroes have enough attack speed to actually kill the egg.
2 minutes in, just 10-2. Definitely one of the slower games of the series. Does still feel like EG are ramping up at the pace they need to. They're taking these objectives.
Get the jump.
They can get the kill before anything comes in return. They can. Shinju doesn't stand a chance. And in fact, over towards the big crit. He's able to set up onto wide.
Sees that Pango rolling.
Onto Pango. Faith Beyond is helpless. Against the damage here from EG is there. Up into the base. Double kill for Arbed. EG seek a perfect time to strike. Tier 2's down in the mid lane. They may even start knocking up at the high ground.
They have 35 seconds. They saw Pangolier, investing a lot of the gold, so they're thinking maybe he does not have a buyback, but Fabian has a decent amount of farm. He even after purchasing that Aghanim shard.
Terran
Roll up,
Sprint is
and it's just so much damage.
We're going to see the attempt here to jump, but Ahmed's already out with BKB and the zip. He's away. Ahmed, can he find another target during this duration of the BKB? Can. Over towards the Beast Master. He goes, jumps in onto Ice. So get one. The rest of EG, they are completely out of there. They get a tier 3. They do lose Ice for it. They force out a couple of BKBs. They also force out the Exorcism. So PSG LGD have to commit both. Push away the rest of EG.
PSG LGD lineup is scary. Once ED starts to get levels, put 4 points in Astral Spirit.
Radiant are scanning.
Like, just wants to be able to deal damage. I would prefer if there's like 2 points in natural order, just because you're playing with Phantom Assassin, Dead Prophet, remove percentage of their base armor. Once that's maxed out, that's 100%. So, like, they need to buy some extra armor. Then you're gonna feel the damage coming up to Dead Prophet, minus armor from the Phantom Assassin. Also, we'll get closer to level 18, level 20, big power spike from DA.
Falling mode, really. I mean, they could definitely wait for the next stages. And they'll still feel that they do have the better team fight around the pit. Stage of the game. Try and hit them up with the smoke. They can catch out Arme. Arme's BKB ready to pop yet again. Little bit of a window, though, with no exorcism for a minute.
Midnight, they got the jump.
To the show. They jump in. If they got the chain locked down, they get the vortex up. They pull him in. Arme's getting low. He's able to put the BKB turn towards the egg. Arme's able to take the egg off, jump to the side. He's still alive. Zip forward from Arme, though. He's looking to finish him up. The evasion. Arme's still up. He's still away over to the side. He goes to the side, stopping the axis from coming up from Ice. But not easy. He's diving in. Another jump. Arme still lives. The blood right side down to the axis from Ice. Finally cut Arme down. Does Arme dead for a minute?
That missed chance was just way too high. He jumps in, uses a lot of mana. There's like no real follow-up. They did not have enough to bring her down. And Arteezy, he sees Pango rolling in. He's gonna pop that ulti on him. Might need to change things around. Like, one of these ultis need to land on a Phantom Assassin, either a Roar or a Rupture, maybe even two, considering how much damage Phantom Assassin does. They still don't have a way of dealing with the invasion other than like Maelstrom, which is not that effective.
In the river, he's going to be able to find the set up on the right side. Crit and Arteezy, they're looking for the counter play. Ice falling low. Can they keep Ice alive? They can't fly with the heal.
You'll shatter the earth.
Roche will respawn in 2 minutes. Unfortunately for EG, if this was like a super fast respawn, they could have just taken it. Arteezy super farm. Like, they did not manage to bring him down, not even once. He's gonna feel comfortable playing against Phantom Assassin, because this hero has a ton of armor, especially if you build him like this way. SNY, he's sitting at 33 armor, so you really don't feel that desolator.
We'll see it again here. They brought Arme so low to start things off. We're gonna go back into real action though. The jump's already been made. They're moving in onto the Dead Prophet. Ahmed is controlled by the control of this Rolling Thunder. Fabian trying to chase on, but there's still mana left on Ahmed. He'll be fine, able to zip away if necessary. As DG, they'll lose crit. Won't be able to quite get anything in return for it this time. PSG LGD can keep themselves alive.
They use the scan. They think they're inside the pit. One play that I really like, it's like debating people where you have your position 5 standing in the Roche pit, so they will kind of use the scan, try to go on you while you're holding the high ground.
Camo Cat, we've seen some teams utilizing that. To commit too aggressively into the pit whilst nobody's actually in there by the time they head over. G and PSG LGD very close to one another. G still without crit for a few seconds. Arteezy look to commit here onto White. He's getting taken down immediately. Arbed zips him with a finisher. He's opened nothing to say with the vortex. Try and turn the disarm onto Arbed, forcing him to the ball lightning back to safety. Sees he yet to commit with the rupture, still holding on to it. PSG LGD back off, Crit making his way back over to rejoin the team. They're going to keep going for this. Nothing to say, popping the exorcism, knowing that EG still wants to try and fight into this.
This is like a zoning exorcism, because if they don't go for it, he was also really afraid of just getting jumped, possibly by the Earth Spirit, Beastmaster. So now they're looking for something. Roshan just spawned, scanned by G. They have no wards. Like, they have no wards whatsoever on the map. Beastmaster taken care of. And look at the vision from EG. See the high ground, they see the lane ward. Like, this is why they made
Radiant's
aggressive move.
top tower is under attack.
No vision, no exorcism. Getting over to the Roche pit is pretty much impossible for PSG LGD. CIS, they'll have the Aegis, the Cheese ready for the next push. The Scott as well, RTZ getting closer and closer towards the MKB.
Your shaman has fallen to the Radiant.
No extra, like this is their damage pretty much. She's getting closer to level 18. Not the best exorcism, you know, you can try to justify. He definitely did the misclick. He was like, we need to go. Like, if they go on us, if I get jumped, we have no save whatsoever. They have the BKBs, so I won't be able to save people with the terrorize. Like it's a risky one, you know.
Top crit. He's got the setup here, as he's able to find Fabian on his way back towards the base, but Fabian's got back up. Arme having to pump the cheese as the crits come in from Arme, but Arme, he's been ruptured. Rolling Thunder will hold back RTZ, but having to diving in the Supernobs now. Arme having to pop the BKB, get up to the high ground, will turn, still understand the ground. Rupture still in RTZ, chasing on, looking towards him. The Supernobs said he's going to be able to catch him as Arme steps back in range a bit. Arme dead for over a minute, and EG, they're not done. They're going over with nothing to say, chasing down the death bomb with the fear. Will push back the two of them as well, separating him from nothing to say, but RTZ is ready to dip back in with the movement speed. Nothing to say goes down. Y also falls, 3 dead on PSG LGD.
Now they're just diving. He buys back, but I don't think they can get any kills out of this.
Fabian trying to jump forward. Ahmed, bit of mana to plug around with. The roll up, Fabian keeps himself safe, but RTZ still pretty much full HP, full mana.
And has that Aegis. He also has the Paladin sword, so like the heals that are gonna come out of him are insane. Still have, you know, they just killed the Roshan. That's 3.5 minutes. So with Aegis, there's no tier 3 tower on a mid lane. So they're just gonna go in and try to get some barracks.
No Arme, no nothing to say here to come in with any defense step for 20 seconds. And you get these racks. I mean, by the time of the next fight coming around, RTZ will have the MKB complete. Then the life for Arme just gets even harder. Fabian trying to start with the roll in onto RTZ.
Perfectly executed.
On the once. They go for it a second time. Arme's going to be back in a few seconds. EG, they will respect that. They get the melee racks and they start to back off, knowing that PSG LGD is going to want to chase. PSG LGD have any catch, though? Doesn't seem to be. RTZ too speedy. He's out of there. You get the objective and they get back without losing anything other than the Aegis.
They got what they wanted. We definitely did not expect to get just stun locked there by Pangolier. One of the reasons like this build on Pangolier is so popular amongst the top tier Pangolier players. You get that shard, Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter, you can stun people 3 times in a row. It's like guaranteed stuns.
Bounty.
Now with the MKB on RTZ, how on earth do they protect Arme in these fights? Now, how do they stop RTZ popping the BKB, Rupture or Raw being used to control Arme, and RTZ just getting in the face of Arme and taking him out?
I think this time around, Bloodseeker will prioritize Arme as a Rupture target rather than going for the Pangolier.
To be a very hard fight for Arme now. RTZ ready to go. He's found his target. He's going to start things. Arme jumps over towards the side with the rolls out. After the BKB, RTZ's in. Has he got enough damage? He's trying to bring down Arme. Can he do so in time for the MKB? He's getting the hits that he can. Brings down Arme. Arme dead for a minute. Over towards nothing to say. RTZ chases on for the next. And there's 2 dead on PSG. No buybacks on them. Nothing to say. Also taken out. As RTZ cleans them up with a double kill. And mid lane getting pushed in. With 3 dead on PSG LGD, EG have a huge window to take away multiple racks.
Let's see what the decision is. Like, they're just going to play it safe. You know, Pangolier being pinked out, RTZ needs to be a bit careful. You know, they have no roar, they have no way of stalking him. So they're just going to go in and take the second barrack.
There's no way the PSG LGD can stop this push up top.
Dire's top barracks.
PSG LGD, they do at least have the tier 2 down bottom. And now 17k down.
Yeah, this MKB is such a valuable purchase because they use a bit of a like anti-combo, you know. They use Rupture and the Roar, but it's still needed to just lock Phantom Assassin, a great egg coming out from Fly. They don't have egg hitters. Like, that's one of the problems that they're facing. They have so many things against the Pangolier. Now, like Arteezy, like he's just gonna be, I'll use that Rupture, you know. I'll use it on Phantom Assassin, I don't care about the other heroes.
It's just so massive, Arteezy. And, you know, despite the farm that Arme has, it really does feel that... what does he do? How on earth does he fight against the 5-mana VG? They always have an answer for him. Maybe when he gets the Satanic, if he gets the Satanic before the game's over, he can fight through the pain.
Tank him up. They also need like 1 Lotus Orb pre-cast on him, be able to deal with the Beastmaster Roar, with the Rupture, so Arteezy will need to think twice whether he needs to use it or not. Pangolier going for 1, Dead Prophet also going for 1, but still very far away from it. Dark Willow, Jinkyu, he just prioritizes every single time he plays the Willow. Aghanim Shard, the Cursed Crown, like, it creates the Bramble, like, even if it's spelled, so that's pretty nice.
Basher done on RTZ. This game, it really does feel, coming into game 1, PSG LGD, they showed the Armored Monkey King, something that EG had obviously prepared for. Game 2, EG suffered with the PA, but just the adaptation and the way that EG is able to learn and improve happening between Game 2 and Game 3, where PSG LGD try the same approach with their carry. And in this Game 3, EG showed that just within those 2 games, they'd had the time to theorize and come in with something that's made this game incredibly hard for Arme to perform on.
Yeah, I went to my room to get some eye drops, and I saw them coming back. Like Bulba was very vocal, He was he came prepared, and we can see why. They came with the strat once again similar to what they've been doing in game number 1, and it feels like it's just working out.
Really, it's 25-7, 80k lead for EG. As it really is hard to see what PSG LGD is going to be able to do to stop this from ending in another Evil Geniuses victory.
I've been watching this.
G can play it calm if they want. Wait for the next Roche. It's an all-important game. They get the win here. They'll be going straight on to the grand finals.
Minute 35 until Roche may respawn. EG could potentially just take one more fight, see how it goes. Because they can respawn before, even if it's the fastest Roche respawn, they can still test it. Smoke from PSG LGD. They want to go from the back lines.
Catch anyone off guard, scan. Confirm that somebody's up here in the triangle. It is Abed on his own, but it's not an easy one to catch.
Oh, here I am.
They know, with the illusions coming out, they know that the hero over there was the Storm. They're not going to even attempt moving into the triangle to try and get the grab on him.
They're very limited how they can lock down the Storm Spirit. Also, one of the issues they have, they have a silence, they have rolling thunder, but no real abilities that go through magic immunity. There is no Basher on Phantom Assassin, so if Storm Spirit has enough mana, it can just go in and out.
PSG LGD having to get back up to the base as EG bringing in all 3 lanes, preparing for the opportunity to strike for the Mega Creeps. Zame.
Lotus Orb is done on Pango, so he needs to precast it on Phantom Assassin before the fight starts. Just have it ready. Another smoke.
They're trying to do their best to get some sort of a hit before Roche is up. Abed. Very hard target to find though. He's the only ever really the hero that's ever playing apart from the rest of the team.
Look at the drawings on the minimap from EG. They know exactly where LGD is. Where could they possibly be? They have creeps in base, they have creeps in their base. Roshan is up. Aghanim Scepter.
Yes, LGD's a little split. Why is Q and Fabian still outside of the base? Fabian's been ruptured. RTZ moving in on him. Fabian, look at the roll-up off, but Armed's only been able to pick up Y. An attempted TP out is made, but Ice puts a stop to it with the roar. Fabian will die. PSG LGD down 2 again, and He's ready to dive, see if he can catch more. Which was Q. Able to dodge the blood right with the yours. Q will live.
50 seconds without Fate Beyond. He does not have a buyback. He invested all of his gold into Lotus Orb, so they can go in, get the cheese, get the Aegis, and then go for the one final push. Aghanim Scepter done on Storm Spirit. RTZ will get the Aghanim Scepter from Roshan, so that kind of explains it. Have those 2 ruptures, one against PA, one against Pangolier. It's just the perfect gift from Gaben.
Yeah, PSG LGD really trying their best to get out and find some sort of a jump, but never quite able to do so. Aegis, the Aghanims on RTZ. Ready for the next fight. They do manage to get at least find themselves a timeless relic.
We said things would catch up with me. God, I hate that little runt.
Just cleans him up.
He can't come out of the base. Can't come out of the base right now. EG just finds you each and every time. 29k gold lead reaching upon here for EG. Really is getting to the point where, I mean, it already has been for quite some time, that it's just a case of what on earth can PSG LGD do to turn this.
Yeah, I just don't see them killing an egg. Now Phoenix is level 18, Shiva's Guard is there as well. Like, I just don't see, like, Ame needs a Divine Rapier, but he needs it, like, right now.
Regeneration!
Now with the Aegis and the G's, EG ready to try and push on for the Mega Creeps. If PSG LGD are going to have any chance of pushing them back at all, they're still so far behind. Arteezy nearly hitting 30k gold net worth.
Ones keep you safe.
6k ahead of that of Ame.
You need to be careful. Storm Spirit on the Axe of the Storm Spirit, like, he gets a good jump, they're just gonna clean you up.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Play PR. Gonna try and start things. They get the jump in onto Arteezy with the roll. Comes down to Ame. Now Arteezy with the BKB. He's ready to turn. Moves it with the rocket. Ame's gone. Desperately over to nothing to say. Nothing to say. Buys some time for the yours. Arteezy moves over towards Play PR. Now Arteezy getting stunned for the moment, but now he's ready to continue to fight on. He's beating into nothing to say. Takes down the Death Prophet, and now he's diving in towards the fountain. Over he goes towards Y. Y will slowly but surely fall, and maybe not the roots. Holding back Arteezy. Y. He's able to live. We'll get back towards the fountain. Arteezy's going to look to try and dive in onto nothing to say.
They just don't have enough damage. Ame is dead. The curse is broken.
Bring Arteezy down once. And they do it a second time, though. Unlikely. He's put to sleep momentarily, Arteezy.
They also pop the glyph. He does not have a BKB, but they can start going in. They need to try to save him. Arteezy will actually drop.
Oh, or will he? He's still okay, he will.
Bottom tower has fallen.
All right, I mean, they did it. Wait, they didn't get the barracks?
No, I was just.
Oh, they did it.
I
They
stood
didn't get
up.
the
I'm like,
barracks.
they're just gonna go in and end the game. But that dive, they're just keeping things interesting.
I love
not
it.
Broken.
Keeping it interesting. I like it. Yeah, the racks ignored. They go for the base dive, and the game
For the
isn't
fans,
over. The game isn't for the fans.
Like, this is what the fans want to see.
a bit of base diving.
They lost the Aegis. They do not have it anymore. For the next fight, they will have 2 charges on that Axe, so they can use 1 on Ame.
I mean, some people must have on PSG LGD probably got a bit of gold, bit of XP, right? What do we have? Nothing to say. Got 1,000 gold for ending the streak of Arteezy. So he's going to be well on the way towards the AC. We'll see this dive again.
It's a beautiful dive. It really is.
You see Fly, bless him. I think Fly's trying to hit the objectives. So, somebody pinged on them as well. I think Fly was like, guys, can we get the megas?
Can we get back? It's like shards from Xingqiu, just holding him in place. He can't get out without a BKB.
I mean, of course, EG's still in a very comfortable position, but if the game starts to turn around a bit from here, I mean, he's smiling now, Arteezy.
He's like, what did I just do?
I shouldn't laugh at that.
Did I?
He realizes straight away. He's like, oh my goodness, this was quite an important game. Probably should
not be doing that. Storm Spirit, he wants level 25. He bought a shard. He has the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah.
2 times overload, attack bounce, works with the Electric Crave, his shard.
I mean, if Ame gets Divine Rapier, Game 2 was a little bit of a, we're winning and now we're not. If PSG LGD end up being able to take this, I mean, of course, it's very
still
far away.
32,000.
It's like lead. It's a 1%. Maybe it's a 0.1%. But
can we see the graph?
Let's have a look at the graph. What has Gaben said after that?
I think he's valuing.
I don't think we have the graph. We don't have the graph.
We don't have the graph. Okay.
But
we have these 2 graphs. These are.
Oh no, we do have the graph.
We do. 2%. It's 2%.
I think it went from 0% up to 2%.
That's a big change.
That's an infinite percentage of an increase to go up from 0%.
Storm Spirit still not 25. Has that arcane rune in the bottle, but they still have 2 barracks. Ame is farming.
Getting there.
He can sell power treads, he can get some extra gold from that. That's like 700 gold. Still needs to farm 2,000 gold.
Okay. Still a little on levels. Careful, Ame. He's just jumped in. They were waiting. Ame's As Arme's dead, Ahmed zipping in over towards Y. The ghosts come out. As the buyback will be there as well from Ahmed. Crit rolling away. APR was ruptured, but EG playing it careful this time. They respect the buyback from Ahmed.
Ahmed's like, you want to throw the game? I'll show you how. Like, I'll go in, you know, I'll go for that creep wave. I think he was kind of afraid that Nothing to Say is going to nuke the creep wave and just get some CS.
I mean, we've all been there. You know, when that Death Prophet is looking at the creeps over your shoulder and you're like, oh, he's going to press it. There we go, Ahmed. Oh, what's he doing? He's out and he's in. He's over to the side. BKB's up for the Supernova's down. He's got a run, but he's been ruptured.
He has no HP.
Ahmed panic. He's bleeding down low. He's going to stand his ground, but the Ahmed comes in with a zip on the back. He's found it with the vortex. Ahmed getting low. Can he turn? He's still holding his ground. Jumps over towards the creep. Trying to light steal his way back up. Arteezy getting him with a bad jump. Arteezy getting siphoned low, but he brings down Ahmed. And Ahmed dead for 2 minutes, but Arteezy will fall in return. The buyback's coming out, but there's no buyback available from Arteezy. Zip on. Ahmed with a 3-man vortex drags him in. Buyback is Ahmed brings Nothing to Say low. BKB's out, but Nothing to Say will fall. Ahmed in on guard. Got over Fabian. Triple kill for Ahmed. We're off from outside side. They're moving on to Y. He bought back for this. He'll get taken down. Face behind the last one left standing as Crit rolls in with the stun. Over towards the Pango. It's game over. Ahmed's done with it all. Ultra kill for the Storm. GG it's called. Evil Geniuses are going straight to the grand finals.
Finally, you know, they made it. It might be their major. You know, they tried to throw the game there a bit, but did not succeed. Ahmed says, you know, I'll go in. Also, like, that mistake from Ahmed. He could have possibly, you know, had that buyback for the fight. Could have made the difference, but Ahmed says, Ahmed says, you know, I'll go in. Also, like, that mistake from Ahmed. He could have possibly, you know, had that buyback for the fight. Could have made the difference, but Ahmed says, nah, not today.
Absolutely not. And, you know, of course, you know, jokes aside with the fountain diving, they really were that far ahead. But as you said, Evil Geniuses, with the series that we've seen from them so far that propelled them straight up towards the grand finals, they really are just consistently in some of the best form that we've seen in them for a while.
Like
this squad with Ice, it's insane the level they're playing at.
Showing in this major from EG is like top tiered. Like they seem prepared. You know, they came here, they came ready to play, and this is some top tier performance coming up from them.
Yeah, right up until the end of the series again, as I said, just very impressive adaptation. You know, PSGLG trying to get a step ahead, changing things up. Arme with PA in game 2 has an incredible game, but already by the next game of the series, Evil Geniuses already had an excellent idea to deal with.
Yeah, they had plans ready. Like you can feel them coming into this third game prepared. Like they came also very prepared for the game 1 against the Monkey King. Like the second game was kind of a match. They also had it in the bag, a bit of a throw, but still strong performance overall.
Absolutely, and there we go, ladies and gentlemen. Evil Geniuses moving on straight to the grand finals as they'll knock down PSG LGD to the lower bracket here. 2-1 for EG.
Thank you, Odie Pixel on the cast. That was fantastic. I was really a little bit worried for all the EG fans out there. They're in the last 5-minute gods.
That's one, if they had let get away, they would never get to forget.
Yeah, no, and they would not be able to let.
What was your tweet? When did
EG lost through? There's a great website, you know, EG. They've been around such a long time, and you know, play enough games, you're going to throw a game or two. This one, not one of them. EG on top of it.
They tried a little bit with the fountain farming and whatnot, but yeah, sometimes you just get stuck in the brambles around the fountain. You can't leave even if you wanted to.
Hashtag for the fans, they say.
Yeah. Abbott, however, for the fans of his Storm Spirit just takes this game. Arteezy, he was definitely doing a lot of work on his Bloodseeker, rupturing a target or two, Pangolier, PA, they suffered against the multiple ruptures that Arteezy was dishing out in teamfights. However, Abed with his Storm Spirit was really controlling the game.
Yeah, this whole game started really well from Evil Genius's Chris Earth Spirit helping secure that first blood indeed, and I kind of feel like the game spiraled from there. Yes, there were some throwing moments like this one on the screen right there with maybe somewhat worried reaction there.
It's like, oh god, I don't want to know what Reddit or Twitter's going to say about that one.
At this point, they were 30k gold ahead, and it is very difficult to still throw a game from that position. It's possible.
It's always possible. If RNG gods look the way of PA, suddenly you're getting those crits.
Yeah. But it was EG ahead the whole game, though. They definitely earned this victory of the game, but also of the series. They looked to be the better team.
And we saw, I just feel like how good the adjustments were with the draft. This game going for the Bloodseeker, it just ruined the PA's game in those team fights. It wasn't even like prioritizing the Pango that much when it came to rupturing targets. Drafts for EG, considering they only played 4 scrims like the last month coming to this tournament, was what Chris said, were just amazing.
Yeah, the preparation was on point. You can't make this excuse. We didn't play enough games. We don't know what's good, what's bad. You're watching the major. You see everything that's being picked up, and so far EG, I think they look the cleanest.
I think that is the right word. We heard Parker say it multiple times already. EG just looked very clean, and I think there's no other team that we can say that from, right? Is there any team that comes close?
Look at this pride in Parker's eyes. That's all I want to. I want to talk about this smug. This like,
the thing I love about EG is, you know, there's a lot of SCA Dota fans out there who are kind of sad that Neon got knocked down for Fnatic so badly. EG, 2 of the most historic, famous players in SCA Dota, Abed and Ice, you know, carrying the SCA crown as well. It's this,
oh yeah, they jumped.
Yeah,
they jumped in that EG ship real fast.
A lot of SCA fans, I think, were already there as well because of just how amazing those guys are. But you know, EG, they showed up to play. It's great to see.
And a phenomenal performance overall. Abed probably the MVP of the series.
For sure.
From that game 1 puck without the death into this last game on the Storm Spirits. Just it feels like meta is as much as it has taken care of Crit, it's also taking care of Abed with the heroes that he likes to play and the heroes that are bumped up with.
Yeah, the combination works really well. Abed, as you said, was an MVP. I think there were a lot of people still a little wondering, yes, Ame threw a little bit at the end there, and then still PSG LGD got some kills on the side of EG, but Abed saved the day. He's just like, no, there's not going to be any chance for throwing today. He made sure that they secured that victory there at the end, and overall, it was just really solid play. And I think, you know, we give a lot of credit. We give a lot of credit to the players playing the game, and we should, because they are playing really, really well. But would they be able to play as well if they didn't have a coach to guide them through series like this? And one of the coaches is with us right now. Not just one of the coaches, this is the coach of EG. Hey, Volba.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm doing pretty happy.
Congratulations.
Very happy.
Congratulations, yes. I want to know, like, you coming in here for the playoffs, you miss group stages, you miss wildcards. I want to know your perspective as a coach, because there is so much Dota being played, and you can't watch everything at the same time. Well, you can try, but it's pretty difficult, I would imagine. But how do you deal with that as a coach?
I try to watch as many games as I can. Thankfully, the replay function, there's a replay function, so I try and usually watch the replays of the teams we play. It's just, that's kind of all it is. There's a lot of games, but usually we try and watch a game together at the same time. So like we focus on one game.
Do you have? Do you feel like the group stages has had an impact on your drafting for the playoffs? Like a big impact on what you play?
Maybe a little. I mean, we talk a lot every day, so things can change, but not too much, I think. Everyone kind of had their own style coming into this tournament from each region. So it was like the first time that all the regions came together, and yeah, there was like different picks everywhere. So,
how certain were you that they're gonna pick the Monkey King if you give it to them, if you don't ban it out?
The first game?
Yeah.
Very high chance. Like we knew it was coming.
So the whole draft, the Viper and the Razor, probably well prepared, right?
Yeah.
And what about the second game? I'm wondering, do you consider that draft a win, or maybe after seeing it play out, not as much?
I think we were winning like pretty hard. I think there were just some things we had to fix for going into the third game, especially versus LGD. But I think based on how the game was going at some point, I think we had a pretty good lead. Just some things happened. So we talked about it and we fixed stuff for the next game.
Were you sweating it all during Game 3 when your team got a little close to the fountain? Anything to say to Arteezy there?
No, the game was like really hard to lose at that point. I don't think we could have lost. So it was, I didn't even see closely because we were coming down because we thought the game was over. So.
That would have been an unfortunate surprise.
Yeah.
That wasn't. Boba, you're typically fairly critical of your own team. I think as a coach you kind of have to be as well. If you see yourself winning TI with this squad, and TI is 100% top performance, how would you say the percentages right now?
It's like right now for me, like I'm just really happy to be here. I think like one thing this year taught me as well as like my team, I think, is like it's really easy to get taken everything for granted, especially like as a pro player life and like traveling, and it becomes kind of your routine. And then suddenly when it was all taken away last year, we didn't even know when it was going to come back. It's really hard. And I think people love to whine and complain about things, but I'm really grateful that we were able to go to a LAN. I'm really thankful to Valve, I'm thankful to PGL, and I'm thankful to One Esports, because like this game is like all that matters. We're just taking one thing at a time. We're just happy to be here. TI is like obviously down the line, but like I'm just so happy to see beautiful Dota again, especially in like a LAN tournament with like all the teams, because that's all like my life is. I just love Dota.
And it shows, and I think you're speaking on behalf of so many people here and also so many people watching. I have one more game-related question. This was a very intense series for you guys. In between games, you don't have a lot of time. What is your focus on for this series specifically?
Usually just something like me and Fly will talk. We'll talk together with the team. Not too much. It just depends on the game, how they go, whether it's a win or a loss. So it's hard to say specifically what it is, but just like depending on the game, like after game one. I don't want to say, I can't say too much about the Dota game, but just like, it'll depend. Sometimes it's good to say a lot, sometimes it's good to say a little. It just depends on the situation.
No, that is fair enough. Then I'll have one final question. I would like some insight. If you are willing to give it, obviously you just faced PSG LGD. You have faced IG. I'm sure you've looked at Team Secret play. I would like to know your opinion on the upcoming series we have, IG versus Team Secret, and also on who you think you'll face in the grand finals.
IG versus Secret. Like I said, it's hard to tell. Like I think it would be fun to have a rematch of the Germany Major finals last year, where it was us and Secret. They're always really fun to play. They're always like a really fun, last year I think even though we lost, we were really happy after the tournament because it was just really fun to play that team. They play very good Dota, especially when it matters. So I think it would be fun to play Secret in the finals. I'm not sure who would win the matchup because, like I said, it depends on what happens in the game. But I would love to play Secret in the finals. That was basically it.
I think a lot of people would be happy if that rematch goes to the full 5 games as well. I remember that finals. It was top tier Dota. Such a pleasure to watch, and I'm sure that regardless of who you're facing tomorrow, it will be top tier Dota, and it will be a pleasure to watch because it was once again. Well, congratulations on the series and making it to the grand finals. Gonna let you get back to your team and celebrate and rest, of course.
Thank you. My glasses are fogging up.
Congrats.
Congrats. Common problem with glasses and masks. I bet you have that sometimes too.
Yeah, all the time.
All the
Pretty
time.
much. I try to put my glasses as low as possible, like this, so they don't fog up.
Old man lizard.
Old man lizard. But what he said about Dota and how much that game means to all of us, I think he was speaking for every person here.
100%. And yes, people love to complain. And I must say, especially fans of certain teams love to complain. But we do love that we are able to be here, and that everything Boba said basically, that we're happy to see this top tier Dota play out, and we are going to see more top tier Dota play out because it's not yet done for the day. We have one more series. Yes, we know who's in the grand finals. Evil Geniuses, well deserved. We can take a look at the bracket, I believe, as well, to just see that cemented in right there. Look at that. They are waiting for their opponents. And we still have 4 teams right now, Lizard.
Yep. We have IG, Secret, and PSG LGD, right? Fighting it out. Secret needs, if they want to reach the grand finals, they need to break the Chinese region pretty much.
Oh, yes.
First the IG and then through PSG LGD. It's not getting any easier for Secret. The series that I have watched them play as well, they weren't looking too convincing. But as Papi has said, they're taking one step at a time. They're adjusting, they're learning new things, but I think they need to step it up a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be very exciting. We are going to have a Team Secret versus IG. It's going to come towards you after the break. Before we go to break, though, let me tell you that you can win up to $3,000 in Steam vouchers. No, not all at the same time. We split up, don't worry. There is $3,000 in Steam vouchers being given away to winners of the One Fantasy League. There were 73% right on the EG vs PSG LGD series. Congratulations if you were one of those people. If you think you can predict the matches to come, make sure to head over to fantasy.oneesports.gg. That's where it's all going down. And again, you can win some Steam vouchers, and it's fun to do. We'll find out what the predictions are for the next series soon as well. We're going to take a break, but when we're back, it's Team Secret versus IG. versus IG. Best of 3, can't wait. Teams have already secured top 4, and that's great, but both of these teams didn't come here for top 4s. Both of these teams topped their groups in their regions, and both of these teams are here to win it all. Anything but first place is a disappointment, Tsunami, I think.
It's no longer about, oh, they've got enough points for TI, oh, they've gotten extra prize money or anything like that. No, this is pride, this is pure competition on the line now for this top 4. Secret versus IG, TBD versus TBD earlier today.
Yeah.
But here we are now.
Yeah, I don't think it's much of a surprise that it was IG and Team Secret making it through Gods, but it was maybe a little bit of a surprise the way they made it here.
Yeah, I thought Secret's road to this last match today would have been a bit more convincing. Expected 2-0 there. It wasn't the cleanest of play from Secret. Neon, credit to them, put up a hell of a fight, played some scrappy Neon Dota. But yeah, Secret, they've just in general, in the tournament as a whole, have not been convincing at times.
No, which is surprising because last time they came after a very long hiatus. They took basically half a year break in the previous DPC season. They came in on their first major of the season, which was the second one overall, and they crushed it. They won the whole thing. It was a very close finals against UT, but overall, you'd expect this team to perform. Doesn't matter how big the break is, doesn't matter what kind of Dota has been played before. So I think a little bit disappointment there for a lot of fans from Team Secret.
Last series specifically, I think, even though Neon... So I think the drafts have a lot to grow from Secret, and Hubby himself said that it feels a little bit outdated when we go up against these fresh teams. But skill-wise, I think Neon is getting close to pushing them to the limit. And so they got tested a lot harder there. IG, on the other hand, I feel like their drafts are good, but their players have not been doing that great. Kaka has only found his footing recently whenever he's been giving this Phoenix and stuff like that, but in their upper bracket, they were all over the place. So I'm curious if Secret are going to lean more on how much more energy they had in their previous series, and if IG are able to maybe spend a little bit more time trying to reach that.
All right, well, let's see the teams up here before us. First of all, it is time to get Team Secret and Invictus Gaming on stage. 15% in Dota
Can we get
always seems to be higher.
Can we get a Spearbreaker support on IG, please?
You talking about Nisha, Tsunami, actually made me realize something. We talk a lot about, who does well and which teams are doing well or not well. We don't really talk about individual performance of players that need to step it up a little bit. You're mentioning Nisha here. Do you feel like, on the side, we mentioned Kaka briefly, is Kaka the player on the side of IG that needs to step it up a little bit?
Yeah, kind of, but Kaka also, if Kaka doesn't have a great game, that's okay. But Flyfly has also been kind of hot and cold. It's nothing quite as dramatic where I can pinpoint it. Also because I didn't get as much of an opportunity to watch IG throughout the EPC, that I could be like, oh, this player is the one who always stands out. For the most part, I consider them to be equally important, which is true for Secret as well. But for Secret, I can see that Nisha was not matching his potential. For IG, it's more like I see Kaka as a 4 position, and I'm like, you're not doing what I feel like a normal 4 position should be.
Yeah, compare him to Rittens and Q.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the problem with IG is it feels like they lean too much on Emo to carry them. To me, he's been one of the superstar mids of the tournament. I think of which mids have really stepped up and just carried their team. I think of him. I think of Abe being one of the best mids. I think of Yopaj, but I agree with Neil that Nisha has not delivered. Still a lot of potential for improvement here, but for IG as a team, if Emo does get shut down or has a bad game, I never really feel like I've seen Fly step up.
Team Secrets turn to Dire Team Pick.
We have a lot of the tank heroes still. Ooh, and the top.
Team Secrets turn to Dire Team Pick.
We have a lot of the tank heroes still in the pool. Yeah. Ooh, and the top.
Tusk, Puck, the big ones, right?
Puck banned out.
Oh, Puck was banned out, you're right.
But we also see a lot of Timber, Mars not as much anymore. Timber banned out, and we saw Harry's banned out.
So if IG want to keep things under wraps, then they should not pick their carry hero now. Mm-hmm. But if they think that Secret is wise to it,
Lion.
Okay. So I'm not gonna start malding out yet.
Yeah, and generally, if the IOs are being played support, you want to have that in a 4 position with disables like that, because IO doesn't bring that. That's where you often saw the Lions, the Shamans, the Euro Spirits picked up with IO. Hopefully, we're hoping it's a carry IO.
Hopefully. It's been a long day for anyone who does not have context. In the Thunder Predator series, IG got their first pick IO, and then proceeded to second pick Gyro. And we have talked about this time and time again, that throughout this tournament, Core IO has only lost 1 game, and Support IO has only won 1 game. And there's a pretty big sample size of both types of IOs.
Yeah, close to 8 to 10 games for each.
Right. And
5 seconds remaining.
If you get your hands on this hero that is consistently first phase banned by the overwhelming majority of teams, I guess all the teams that are left, I don't know if EG would be playing carry IO at all.
We have, a previous series, we did have PSG LGD banning it out against them just in case, because they have not played it here, but you can only imagine that that's something that RTZ would have practiced. Someone on that team has been practicing that. You have to at this point.
So all 4 teams that are left, I would imagine, have it in their capabilities. And IG has it in their capabilities too. I'm sure Flyfly can handle it. Sure. It's not that difficult.
Remaining.
Shouldn't be.
It shouldn't be.
We have an Alchemist picked up by Team Secret. They've only played it once so far in the tournament against PSG LGD. That was the 1 game they managed to win quite fast. It is normally for Team Secret the Matu out, the carry out.
EU cupping drafts.
Yep, that's what's happening.
Yeah, I think that is what's happening. I mean, you got to look at upper bracket. You got to look at the grand finalists right now. You look at the grand finalists. You're like, oh,
5 seconds.
What is EG playing?
What's EG doing?
We're gonna copy it.
Yeah,
it would work out at this point.
I don't know if there's any potential to give it to anyone other than Matu. I don't really think that you're going to get your hands on any Ags synergies if they decide to flex it to Zai, because I think that IG is probably going to ban out Roll and Monkey.
I mean, so far they haven't targeted those Ags banning out Beastmasters, so they're expecting a carry out.
Okay.
I think rightfully so, but definitely the potential to run off lane really only exists when you have great Ags heroes to pull to.
And Zai plays everything Sun, so
he does.
He would be able to pick up that Alchemist as well.
And it does feel like a waste of his talent.
True. I would agree with that for sure.
Turn to ban.
I think one of the carry IO games was against an Alchemist. And I know, like, all of us are trying to find the answer. What is the answer to carry IO? If you're going to experiment with it, what could it be? One of the theories was, okay, you pick up an Alchemist, you can probably end the game quicker than IO can, start getting the heart. I guess once the heart is online for IO, it's past the point of no. You may be able to beat you should be able to beat the Dominator. You can probably beat the Aghanim Scepter, but once he gets the heart, it's game over for it. So Alk may be able to finish things off before it reaches that point.
Interesting ban coming out from IG with banning out the Invoker.
Yeah, I keep wanting it for Nisha.
We've only had one Invoker all tournament, I want to say.
Yeah, one
it's
or two.
Been banned
It's been banned more than it's been picked,
like almost 10 times, I want to say it's been banned.
10 seconds remaining.
But very much I hear that people fear their opponents picking, but isn't often getting hero remaining.
Yeah, for Nisha Heroes, he didn't have a great Queen of Pain performance, but I did like the concept of his Queen of Pain. They don't know the mid lane matchup yet, so if they want to play it safe, just go for like a Void Spirit.
Well, if we are looking at the carry Alchemist, I guess with last pick, they should probably say Nisha's here for last. At least that's what you would typically see.
Yeah.
There is some, argument. Maybe if they pick his hero and save the carry / offlane for last, they leave that Alchemist flexible. Pick a mid laner that benefits from the Ags, and then decide later on where to play the Alch.
Last time they played the carry Alch as well, they made sure to have a save for it. They had an Oracle with it that time as position 5. Would you consider Tusk to be enough of a save, snowball save, and we know that Yapsor will get that Blink Dagger at a decent time?
Turn to pick.
Is that enough?
Yeah, if it's a carry out, you'll get a BKB relatively early, so you're not too reliant on having a save. And that being said, I wouldn't mind seeing Oracle again in this draft for Secret. They banned out the Troll Warlord
with 2/5, so they're probably running carry IO, but also chance they won't.
Sure,
with the Troll
5
ban.
seconds remaining.
2 heroes that we see a lot of this tournament. Phoenix, Pango, both still in, and the Monkey King. As far as Alch combinations go, just to keep that option open, still there as well, and they go for the CM. Crystal Maiden coming out. We've seen a lot of Liquid playing it. Actually, Oli played it as well on IG.
Yeah, that was the game 2 versus Thunder Predator. They had paired it up with a Troll Beastmaster in their off.
Remaining.
I quite like the CM. Just doesn't reveal a whole lot. You're picking Puppy's here. It's going to just allow the Alch to farm even that little bit faster with the extra mana regen. Enables your whole team. You get some lockdown from Frostbite as well. It's a better team fighter than some of the other 5 positions, I always find.
Yeah, I've been underrating it because I see, why not pick Shaman? Shaman's great. Why not pick the Oracle? But I guess there's something that I'm not seeing with Crystal Maiden yet.
Shaman ban.
Oh yeah, Shaman is banned.
That helps. I would have definitely been on board with that one. I always feel like when you pick a Crystal Maiden, it's really nice to have that aura, but I feel like you have to have someone that really benefits from that aura, and I don't know, I don't think that's Alchemist. Yeah. But I don't know if you still need that, or if that is just an old way of thinking.
Yeah, I think it's an old way of thinking. These days, I feel like Crystal Maidens are really valued for the Frostbite, because very few supports have a guaranteed root on such a low cooldown.
How you feeling, Neil?
So I was never enthusiastic about the Ursa.
I meant about the IO right now.
Oh my god! I was just operating under the Ursa. Oh my god! I wasn't.
10 seconds.
There is still a chance.
Breathe, deep breaths.
Sure, there's still a chance.
Why would they do it now then? Why couldn't they just wait until the last pick? Secret was operating under the assumption that it was a carry.
Because maybe the hero that they're going to reveal after this is more telling than the Ursa. Got it.
What tells more than,
hey, I don't know.
I would like to lose this game, please. I would like to play support IO.
They can get out of the Frostbite. No? Radiant win rate 100% on the Ursa Bear. Oh, he's there dying. Never mind.
0% sheep. 0. Oh no.
Oh no. I messed up the side.
Yeah.
That's oh no. Venom coming out. No, that's also no for the Ursa.
That's a big oh no. We're seeing Veno be picked earlier and earlier against Monkey Kings and Wraith Kings, and haven't seen enough Ursa, but I would imagine that Secret bought plenty of Ursa and EU DPC, so they know the answer to it.
10 seconds.
And that's where this Ursa third is really weird for me. It's
what I'm saying.
Let's say you are going to do support eye and you want this Ursa pairing. pick it fourth. You don't want to play into Venom. You don't want to play into Viper. And those are very obvious offlane counters to this Ursa. I'm wondering, are they doing something unexpected? Is it 5 position? What's going on here? I don't think.
I think that's an internal envy strat. You never know.
The last time they had Alchemist on Team Secret, they also had the...
It's a carry. We're good. We're good.
We're good?
Io Abba. So usually Io, when you're playing as a carry, you want either ET or Abaddon because they're 5 positions that really benefit from tether.
Yeah.
You just get those right clicks off. So I think we're back to at least a core Io being played, right?
So what, this Ursa's job is just to follow Alchemist around pretty much?
Offlane Ursa?
Any lane Ursa. I think this is going to be the same musical lane situation that we saw...
Oh, I like that a lot.
Yeah, because there's a lot of people who don't want to have to deal with other heroes. Veno is going to love laning against Ursa. Ursa wants to lane against Alchemist.
This drafting is full of these mind games. Like they're just like, yeah, you guys pick Veno. It turns out this Ursa, he's a support. I mean, he's probably an offlaner / mid, but suddenly Secret have this offlaner which not address a core IO at all. They've still got the Alp, which I think is a decent idea. It doesn't counter the carry IO, but at least I think it hits good timings where you can... The fact that IO...
Do you think that Team Secret is a little bit too magic damage based and they need some physical damage in their last pick, or is that something they don't need to worry about?
They should be good without. I think out carry, you got enough.
Okay.
But they want burst damage. That's why IG banned out the Queen of Pain. Invoker's already banned out. I think they need some way to blow up heroes, particularly the IO. Kill people before they get saved by the Abaddon. You don't want this long, drawn-out fight where the IO and the Abaddon sustain is completely destroyed.
Now, we saw it played earlier, it wasn't successful, but Lina perhaps is a hero that you're describing in terms of burst damage?
Yeah, but I think that was picked purely just to be a supernova answer.
Yeah.
I don't really think that's your hybrid hero these days.
No.
I still feel like a lot of gaps in Secret. They don't really have that great tower push. They don't have an initiator other than Tusk. And they're still kind of squishy. Venomancer these days is not super squishy, but Venomancer doesn't also get in the middle of fights. He casts his Poison Nova and then kind of pieces
Team Secret's turn to ban.
We got the Mars banned out by IG. We had some Marses played by Nisha earlier on in the tournament, with success as well.
Oh yeah, that's true. I was assuming that it would be a Zai, but yeah, I'm playing a ton of Mars.
Yep.
At the same time, I feel like they would... I mean, Mars, you've got Ursa. Theoretically, could be a matter of know where Ursa's going, but you could go against that Mars.
Keep that rock, paper, scissors going.
Yeah.
Well, Team Secret will have overall last pick, so they can set Nisha up for success. If you're saying, Nisha has not been showing up as much as he normally does, as much as we were expected to see from him, this time around, he gets last pick.
Yeah.
If that is the case, there's still maybe some Alchemist rotation potential. Although I think it's safe to say, it's safe to say Nisha's hero's last. Set up for success, he has to do it.
And IG have to reveal what the plan is with its IO before Secret.
Dire team pick.
We'll see. I guess it could still be a core Abba. We've also...
We did.
I would be very
But then what the hell do you do with Ursa?
And that's the thing, even if we're looking at Ursa IO cores, it's very much like neither of those is really offlane.
Oh dear.
What is going on right now?
Well, we've seen Wind Rangers be very successful, actually.
Yeah,
quite decent.
So I guess this is
mid Wind Ranger.
Who's the offlaner?
I think it's offlane Ursa first. Maybe JT's the IO play, so JT... maybe
remaining.
It's hard to say, because this is a team that core IO is not in this tournament being in their wheel. So...
I think Secret should just operate under the assumption that it is core IO, because if it's support IO, they're going to win no matter what anyway. So who cares?
So who lanes well against Wind Ranger? I remember seeing things of DK with all that armor. She's not doing any damage. But I don't know if that's that's a good option here for Nisha.
I actually wouldn't hate it. I just don't really know if Nisha can have the game impact necessary. I don't want him to just win the lane.
I want him on a flashier hero.
Admiral Tonka.
Now select your heroes.
Okay,
good matchup.
I gotta see who's playing well. Okay, Nisha is
gotta
playing
be
Tonka.
Against the Wind Ranger, it's good. You can always clave the Wind Ranger. You have the catch. You can't rely on Wind Runs to get away from the X combos.
Fly away.
Interesting. Will he be going mid, though? I don't think... Maybe he can play it mid against Skunk. Could be a bit of a curveball.
I have never seen that matchup. I have no idea how IO mid versus Skunk
it could just be Fly playing the mid Ursa, because then you've got that melee hero matchup where you can kind of to capitalize on Ursa. I don't think Ursa actually wins the matchup.
But then Zai probably comes mid on the Venomancer.
They're not picking their heroes. They're like waiting for the last try and mind game.
JT's Wind Ranger, so it's offlane Wind Ranger.
Offlane Wind Ranger.
And Fly Ursa, but I'm not going to say safe lane or mid or whatever. It's Fly playing that hero. Well, they're not playing its support.
You're happy with that. Doesn't mean you're going
I don't
for
know
IG.
Yeah.
These character players, man, some of them need to practice their IO. We had Quincy Cruz, same thing. You know, you are like, I don't play IO.
Quinn
don't worry,
stepped up.
I'm a mid. I'll do what's needed.
And
for the team.
it wasn't like flawless, and yet they still won.
Yeah.
So give me IG. I refuse to compromise on the fact that Core IO is broken.
Yeah, we've heard multiple players actually say in their interviews that Core IO is a broken hero. So I feel also inclined to go with the Core IO, aka IG. Even though the Alchemist, Parker, the Alchemist on the side of Secret is a strong one. And it's the NA flare. Does that mean you're going for Secret?
Yeah,
I
wasn't going to say Secret, but Shiva, you're very convincing here. So Team Secret have this game. Thank you.
You make a compelling case.
They're copying NA strats, so clearly Secret have got this game.
I mean, what needs to go well for Secret? Do they need to end early? Is that the key? What you mentioned earlier, Tsunami, that they just have to end before IO gets his heart?
Yeah, but I don't even think they can do that well. They don't have that great tower pushers. So I think I don't know what the plan is for Secret. How do you win this game? You said
get farmed out, just hit Alchemist time, and then control Roshan. They're playing on Radiant, right? So they're going to have better Rosh control.
It's
so,
against an Ursa.
Oh, but I mean, they're going to have the control around the Rosh. They've got the heroes who can take. It's not about what heroes on.
Step lively now.
If they
Your
get ahead,
Admiral is on board.
Get ahead, get your Alchemist timings right, and win the game. That seems to be the road for Team Secret on the other side. Core IO, OP. Let's see how this first game is going to play out together with B-Cup and Black.
Thank you very much, Shiva. We're coming into this first game. Secret IG, Core IO. Where it's going to go, we'll find out. At Emo and Fly, they do swap lanes quite often, especially with like Morphling. Both of them play that hero. They'll swap every now and then. They're both pretty proficient in both the safe lane as well as mid. So it'll be interesting to see where they put this matchup. Anywhere you want to see the IO?
Definitely not middle against Kunkka. It's a pretty bad matchup. I think Ursa does a lot better there. Let's check the items. Yep, it's a mid Ursa. It's safe lane IO. I liked it a whole lot better because they also dodged it bad. Oh, they put Venomancer middle. Maybe? Possibly? Who's mind gaming who here? Now Veno is moving towards the bot lane. But it's gonna be that good Ursa against Kunkka matchup. And IO against Alchemist. Or potentially a tri-lane even. It's the Veno. The bad lane. Not a fan.
Calling for that Kunkka too, by the way, for Secret, and you ended up getting it. You called it like right as they picked it.
That's why I'm a professional analyst. That's why I have, that's why you have me with you. Because,
Yeah, I
might not be good at many things, but Dota, I'm so good at Dota. It's insane, dude.
Me too. Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely. Don't check up on that. Ooh,
top
two-man stun come out from Kaka. A lot of damage being done onto Yaptor. Ooh, him and Ollie just kind of skirting away on that. Already forced to salve up in the first minute. That is really rough to deal with. It's a try-v-try. You really don't see that this often, and I'm excited to see it.
It's kind of weird. Alchemist is pretty strong in tri-lanes, and so is Tusk. CM also with that Nova ability. So I think Secret should be winning this mid lane. Secret should also have the upper hand. Kunkka against melee heroes generally is pretty damn strong. Only lane where maybe IG can win is bottom lane. See how they recover from these lanes, because Ursa's not a hero that can gank, right? Like, he's playing the carry role from the mid lane, so you don't expect many rotations from him. Dropping very low here on Ursa.
Step lively now. Your Admiral is on board.
Really rough for Fly already, and like you said, he's trying to stay stationary in that lane. I don't know if he's necessarily playing in the one, like, full farm priority, because you usually see, like, the IO kind of take over, right, in the safe lane. So, is there any way that he changes his item build? Like, would there be anywhere that he can change his item build, or does it really have to be just that one position item build, regardless of the fact that he's over mid?
We'll have to see what he's going to go for. I mean, there is ways you can go for a less greedy item build, like Phase Boots, Blink BKB, or Blink Bash, or something like that. It's just we always see this Battle Fury on Ursa. I don't think he's going to stray away from that.
Now. Your Admiral is on board.
Days of Phase Boots Abyssal on Ursa.
Yeah, I don't miss them.
Aggression.
Those were stupid days.
It always was so quick just to have that phase abyssal jump, and it was so difficult to deal with.
Yeah,
I'd love to see it come back just a little bit, not all the time.
Just sometimes.
You were hoping also for a mid lion. I know you've been playing that a lot. It's not happening here. It's the Ursa mid, but
I think it's never going to happen.
I would have been excited to see what they can do with it. One day it's gotta happen.
I don't know, man. I thought many times it could happen. I'm disappointed every time. A man can only take that much disappointment, you know. For his heart to the dark side.
Getting another salve shipped out and
a ton of
word there from Yapzor.
Step lively now.
Oh yeah, he's really having a tough time kind of standing and banging there. But first blood's going to be drawn there. Emo getting credit for taking out Puppy as there was a rotation over towards mid from the Tusk, so that leaves it a 3v2. They get an opportunity. However, now they might be able to get a kill here over mid. Taka comes in, damage onto Nisha, but the shards are perfectly placed. Yapzor in trouble still, though. Taking a lot of damage here and will fall to Firefly. The trade is there as Puppy TP's mid. Cleve almost kills Taka. Gosh.
Hello. Just so much damage. It took down like 250 health from him. Yeah, they had to be very careful here. He gets a good trade on the Ursa. Well, a decent trade. I guess he was very low anyway, so he just wants to come back to the lane with full health and mana. But Kumka's having a very free time. The Tumba man.
Yeah, out taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, bottom, they're going after Zai. Trying to chase onto this Venomancer and get the kill in the bottom lane, and JT will get credit for that. Out struggling a little bit, but they might be able to get the kill here onto the Abaddon, and they will. Puppy getting another kill as he takes out
It'll be like old times here.
A lot of pressure coming out here on this IO lane. You don't want to give him free farm, but he's still ahead of the Alchemist in net worth. So even though you're trying to pressure him with 3 heroes, it's not really working out yet. He has the Helm of Iron Will now, 5 health region from that. He's gonna be able to sustain himself in this lane quite easily. And bot lane is just gonna get harder. Wind Ranger almost has a Javelin, almost level 6. That means Venomancer is a very easy kill.
Over mid to go after the Kunkka. This is great rotations coming out from Kaka. He's been all over the map so far. Helped get a kill over bottom, goes over mid. They get a kill there on Anisha. And that's really alleviating the pressure that's on Firefly to really perform quite well over mid.
Yeah, that's the power of the Ursa. He might not be the best laner 1v1, but if there's a rotation, the Fury swipe stacks end up very quickly in damage. This Kunkka was a free kill. No problem for them.
So, right now things going well for IG, and it's a good spot to be in up against an Alchemist lineup, that's for sure. Is there anything different you want to see from Secret at the moment? Because IG right now, they're rotating great. And as I say that, JT trying to get a solo kill, lands the shackle right on it with a power shot, finishes him off with the focus fire. JT just got easy kill over bottom, solo kill over bottom, and that's going to keep the lane pretty clean and easy for him.
Yeah, it's not going to get easier. As I said, as soon as the Javelin is up, level 6 is up, this Veno is a pretty free kill. Shows it right there. Easy pick-up for him.
Tusk might be in trouble too. He's got shards maybe to get some distance and a snowball to the high ground. That's well done. But the neutrals, okay, stays alive, and now Firefly walking into the hands of a tough man as well. Puppy realizes that they're there and backs off of it.
Do you see a combo play? He know about the creeps to get vision, and then he managed to snowball up there because of it. Really good foresight play by Puppy here. Fly, in trouble.
Great shards into the Torian. Fly now surrounded by 4 heroes. He's forced to pop that ult. He's trying to fight back the snowball to extend the time. Sonic Shield does nothing, and Zai will take out Fly. 4 heroes, though, to get that kill into the Ursa. That's leaving JT wide open. You've got Wisp continuing to just farm away. Emo's got himself a pretty clean lane at the moment, so a lot of rotations for Secret, but well worth it when you can kill the Ursa.
Pumbaa TPing bottom. He couldn't really take the pressure from the IO anymore, but he's TPing into a lane of a level 7, soon to be 8 Wind Ranger, who's now getting mana. Potentially enough to try to get for the solo kill here, but reaches level 6 on the Alchemist, so should be fine unless Kaka finds a good hex. Yapzor? Ooh. They saw that ward. Yeah, should get dewarded momentarily. But Kaka out of position.
Kaka, 2-man stun. Focus fire right onto the Crystal Maiden. They got the shackle with the snowball. That will save the Crystal Maiden. They'll go after the Windrunner. Power shot missing, but Puppy's still going to die here to JT. They've also brought over the Abaddon. Ollie trying to keep alive his allies here, and he's done just that. They get a kill. They're all right for now on IG.
Yeah, Secret splitting their focus. Like, they were focusing the Lion, but then they were like, oh, the Wind Ranger's killing my CM. They went all in on the Wind Ranger suddenly and just ignored the Lion, and they get no kill and lose a CM. So another bad trade for Secret here. IG playing pretty damn well. Io already finished his Dominator. Now he's just going to retreat to the jungle and start a slash farming. So many stacks.
This almost is the best part of watching IO.
Balls.
I know people don't get as excited as I do, but stacking and farming, I play a lot of 5 position. When I'm able to stack for my carries and watch his efficiency, that's the best part for me. I don't know. Maybe I'm... I
mean, especially with Io, like every time the balls touch the creeps, like the sound is so nice. Like, I don't know if you ever heard that, but it's a very satisfying
sound.
Your
effects are always on.
So Ursa?
I think what we really need is
under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under
attack. We need nothing? Okay. Now what do we really need, B-Cop? Please tell me.
I was going to say a voice
fast.
Pack.
A voice pack for me?
Yes.
Pack. In fact, Valve has already contacted me. Currently in production.
All right.
Stay
Radiant's bottom tower
and stay hydrated, guys. Inger online. Wind Ranger. Oh, they might be finding the Alchemist here. They saw him under the ward, but he's pretty tanky. But not really.
You need to catch him away from his team. Got some help over mid. I don't know if they'll kill him quick enough.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They know exactly where he is. The question is, can they move in?
Go right now.
Level 6. They have the finger, so there's a possibility that they get this kill. They've got the hex, the finger available to finish off the Dump Man. And they are just diving into the jungle, knowing where he's at. The vision's there. Yapzor now. Well, let's see if he can survive. Goes into the snowball, hits onto 2. They look over at the Lion. Kaka falls over to Nisha. 1-for-1 trade that could have gotten worse for Secret.
JT relocating the Wind Ranger out. I like the item adjustment here from Fly. Konka. Get a little bit careful. There's a lot of damage potential here. Ollie from the side.
Ooh, they're trying to chase. Ollie trying to get in front of him, maybe body block. There's 3 heroes here for Secret, though.
He's just
feeding that level 6, so he's just dead.
Has been killed.
All right.
Radiant's middle tower.
Not sure what you were thinking there. Like just running into 3 heroes because they had vision on them. Yeah. Happens sometimes, you know? Think you're really strong, you're not, and you get in trouble at high school. Good old days, man. Good old days.
Been older for me. What were you saying about the Ursa? You like the change in his build. What about it? Are you gonna... Now he's going into the Basher. He had the Asha queued up before. Is he like Phase Abyssal?
Maybe, possibly. Maybe Bash Up Link, we'll have to see. Bash Up Link can be also a possibility. And I like it in regards of his lineup that he's playing with, because Wind Ranger and Io are quite greedy, but he might just be falling flat as well. Like, if he dies a couple more times, he has no way to come back into the game. No Battle Fury this time. You rely on having a good game. You can't afford to die.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tower.
Look at the farm for
Dire's
Emo.
middle tower is under attack.
Tower gonna drop over mid.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Alchemist farming a really big stack,
Radiant are scanning.
So he's gonna be having a good golden fusion here. Battle Fury is gonna be online as well. A bit slower than the time that we usually see, around 10 minutes. Maybe at around 11:30 for him. But still decent enough.
Tower is under attack.
Considering we just saw a 9-minute Battle Fury with Phase Boost. This is definitely not the fastest of the day.
And in this small downtime, I would like to ask you what concert just costs 45 cents, because I've been a little low on money lately. You know?
What concert costs 45 cents? It's not the
Yeah. One featuring Nickelback and 50 Cent.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
So I had some of that in my head. I couldn't think of the Nickelback part. All right. Do you look these up, or is this like in the Rolodex that you've got going on in your mind?
I looked them up a while ago, but I memorized most of them now. Mid-action, Ball dealing a lot of damage. Careful on the CM.
Is under attack.
Kaka over to the side. He's spotted by a Plague Ward, so they know where the Lion is if he's able to make a way or a movement in to potentially get a stun into a Hex. They could have fought there, but they decide to just back off. It's only a 1k lead here, a 1k gold lead here for Secret, and it was kind of close between the IO and the Alchemist. The Alchemist starting to get some space and really pull away from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, but I've seen this so many times when Alchemist has a somewhat slow start, but then he's just unchecked for about 4 or 5 minutes, suddenly 15k net worth. Stains Yasha online, and the enemy carry is just trailing behind really far. And I'm a little bit scared that this game might be a similar scenario, because they're not trying to invade the triangle of Secret at all.
They haven't just yet.
As I say that, though,
that they will.
He has been unsmoked. Alchemist popped ult as well. I don't think they have damage to kill him.
Is under attack.
Yeah.
They know they don't.
Especially now with the Crystal Maiden there, they need to back off. The Absol is actually cutting off the path. Kaka needs to be careful. Go for the TP out. Spotted not Snowball, stopping the TP. Walrus punches there, and they'll get the kill on a Kaka. Well done by Secret to cut him off to the pass. Meanwhile, mid, in over to try and get a kill here on the Emo. He's forced to tether away, and he's going to lose that hell there.
That's a lot of gold for the Alchemist there as well. Oh, Io just relocating back to heal up mana and health.
Invisibility.
Why not? And he finishes Aghanim Scepter already.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if that's going to be enough to really turn this around. He's relocating into a bad spot. He's going to tether over onto the Abaddon. They'll use that ult from Zai. Pull him back with the X as well as the boat coming through. Torrent landed. Emo in trouble. He's getting quite low. Look for the freezing field to get the kill on Emo. Ursa's in on this, but it's not looking good for Flyby. They get the kill on a Bumpy. It's ending up a 1-for-1. Just a 1-for-1 for now. Let's Secret. They might get another one on Ali as he tries to run away from Zai, who ends up getting hit with the Earth Spike from Kaka. Maybe I can turn this around, and they will with a finger. So Kaka getting that kill to Zai. Secret getting in a little bit too deep, and they've got the Shackle to follow it up, but Tumbaman down a little bit too far, and now here comes Flyby, but they go the other direction. Stun out from Kaka, landing on a 2. Yapzor has got Matu to follow. IG, that fight did not look like it was theirs to take, and all of a sudden, well, they come out ahead.
It looks so bad with the IO, just randomly relocating out. All 5 healers of Secret are there, killing him immediately, and they somehow win that fight 4v5. I mean, it also helped that IO picked up the Aghanim Scepter just before and hit everybody with about 15 balls. But yeah, I did not expect them to win that fight. Couple of mistakes here from Secret at the end there.
A couple of mistakes for sure for Secret. One of the things I really want to note too is the fact that Kaka, he's really starting to find his form the later we've gone in this tournament. They've given him some of his comfort heroes like the Shadow Shaman as well as the Lion and the Phoenix, and he's certainly felt like a much bigger presence since then. I mean, that double Earth Spike there, his stuns have been on point. He's really doing a good job so far on this Lion. He actually leads all supports in terms of net worth too. Going forward, there's the Hex as well as the Shackle Shot that lands to the tree. They follow that up with an Earth Spike, but back with the X, so he'll be okay. They'll take up the Tier 1 tower mid, and IG, 16 minutes into the game, in an Alk game, they have a little bit of a net worth lead, and of course, as I finish that sentence, jumps the other way.
Might be selective memory here, but I don't remember Kaka being on another hero than Shadow Shaman and Lion for like the past, I don't know, 10 games or so. Am I wrong there, or...?
He's really performing quite well. He's definitely played Phoenix.
He has, hasn't he? Yeah, so it must be a case of selective memory, just like when I cry about not getting my runes. It's all selective memory, guys. Life is not actually that bad. Fields, good man. Gotta be positive, Geek-Up. Always gotta be positive.
PMA. Works in your pubs and it works in your life.
Goes a long
attitude. Miles in the chat.
Dire are scanning.
Yep.
So you see that the Alk has the top of the net worth. That's great. Alk, that's fine. The spread, though, doesn't feel that good. And then you look at what's next. It's 3 heroes on the side of IG.
Smoke into Roshan.
They're sharing the map pretty well.
Ranger making space down here. Probably going to
try to TP out and hit by that snowball coming in. They get the kill to JT. They look over at Ollie. Fortunate that he gets caught out. Well, not going to land. Ollie's still able to run away. That leaves the Aegis available for IG to take. So JT sacrifices himself, but that's an Aegis for IG.
Pretty advanced play. I mean, it was all calculated, obviously. Like, best case scenario, he was trying to TP out is that he gets out, of course, but it was a well worth sacrifice. Like that Roshan, that Aegis, can easily go into the hands of Secret 2 if they manage to win a team fight. So, good job.
Your Admiral is on
well done by them. They have one Heaven's Halberd, almost 2 Heaven's Halberds up. It's going to make it quite tough for the Ursa to really take these team fights until he gets his BKB.
Right, and I was going to ask about that. Do you think it, like, obviously it's worth it to have both Heaven's Halberds in terms of countering this Ursa, but do you want your Alk building into the Heaven's Halberd? Would you have rather him use that farm for something else?
It's going to be a tough call. Like, they are going to have a very strong mid-game timing because of those Heaven's Halberds, but if that doesn't pay off, then their like late-game timings will come quite a bit later, unfortunately. And it's not going to be easy to fight with this IO at all. Like, he is very strong at this point. He's an Aegis on a good pace to his BKB. It's going to be a big problem.
Dagger looking for the right positioning. Get in there, find a good one.
They're just waiting for the BKBs right now. BKB on Windrunner, Ranger, 200 gold away. Emo still needs about 1500 for his. But he's happy to fight regardless, I'd say. Because he has 1900 health, is an Aegis,
Radiant
boot.
are scanning.
He's ready to fight. Wind Ranger, now he's ready to fight too.
15-2.
Oh, knee shadow?
No. Chased and just won't catch him. JT, he's looking MKB.
Your Admiral is on board.
JT can all of a sudden become that big damage dealer from the side that I don't know if Secret are going to be expecting all too much. His farm game has been pretty on point. He's keeping up with Nisha at the moment.
That's why Ursa is going for the non-greedy route, because they have 2 cores, namely IO and Wind Ranger, that are pretty greedy themselves. But that's why I said I like the adjustment of that Ursa.
Yeah, they really haven't had anybody really take over the map too much in terms of, like, you've got nowhere else to farm if you're the other cores. Sometimes you see that, especially with, like, an Alchemist, where he'll take over the entirety of the map, farm, he'll be at the top, but the rest of the team really doesn't get much out of the map at all, where IG right now, they're splitting up pretty well. They land the Shackle, they're going to follow it up with the stun as well as the finger. They've got the Hex on Tanisha. He's in trouble. Snowball save, and is it going to be enough to keep this Kunga alive? It's not looking likely. They'll get the kill on Tanisha. They'll covering Aptor, and Tusk is not long for this world. Then have a Snowball to save himself this time, and it's 2 euros down to the side of Secret.
Yep. Pretty easy setup here. Good Shackle by JT. Follow up by Hex. And that is just why Lion is such a deadly hero. Like, he disables the hero for so long. 2.6 seconds on the Earth Spike and 3.5 seconds on the Hex. Gives all your cores so much time to lay in the pain.
I don't think he got the finger stack on that, though, but the damage being done by Kaka when they're going after these heroes is, yeah, it's only still 2. Could have been 3 there, but a good save. It just wasn't enough from Zor to Kunka alive.
And now this game is going to get really scary. 2 BKB timings up on JT, on IO.
They find Ollie. Just try to stay alive, borrow time, taking up as much
run the other way
time as he can. All that he can do there, but build some space.
Or like getting volleyed. Oh man, I'm making myself laugh.
He's got the X as well as the both coming in. They're going to try and get a kill here on Emo. He's all by himself for the moment, just trying to maybe use that Aegis and get this team of Secret as close in on him as possible to turn this around with the help of reinforcements. They've done just that to get a kill on a Zai. Yeah, they've used that Aegis, but there wasn't much time left on it anyway. And they're going to relocate right into a turret. They don't get anything out of this just yet. Tusk as well as Nisha are going to back off. Puppey, her spike landed. They stop the TP. Well done by Kaka. They'll get themselves a second. Kaka on fire right now. JT with the double kill. He's got a killing spree. Oh, I was pumping you up, dude. All right. BKB. Nobody saw that. Close your eyes, avert your attention from the screen in front of you.
Radiant's
you have not seen a 10-second BKB accidentally get used.
Yeah, eyes don't exist when these mistakes happen. Wait, who was it that used the BKB? JT?
JT.
Well, we all know about the infamous Chinese BKB. Just gotta make sure it works.
Radiant's bottom tower.
So now he knows it does. It does, yes. He shined golden.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Be able to pick up the Alchemist here. Falls. But they don't
Spirit
slow
touches.
Anymore, so.
God. BKB.
What's up, B-Cup? How can I help you? You look a bit flustered.
I'm flustered. I'm stressed. That BKB usage it really... I'm not even playing, and that kind of hit me in the gut.
It's okay. It's already back off cooldown.
Feeling.
Just lost 1 second.
Yeah.
1 second is 1 second.
No, BKB starts with 9 seconds. I don't know what you're talking about. This is how it came.
10.
It was used.
Maybe your game is a bit broken. I'm not sure. Are you trying to defend him, B-Cup? Huh? What are you trying to do?
I am definitely under attack.
Not trying to defend that. That
just happens, sometimes. You get too excited, you try to switch item slots, and then it just happens.
Yeah. Link forward, there's Year's fight coming through. It's going to actually stun up 2 of these Years. They should get stunned on the back of this. They'll use the snowball to save this Alchemist with the BKB pop by Emo.